In a world where space and time are intertwined, one man dared to challenge the status quo. His name? Dayton Miller. His weapon of choice, a flute. But not just any flute. This instrument held the power to unleash the ether, a pervasive medium once thought to fill the universe. Miller, a physicist by trade, a musician at heart, discovered a harmonic resonance within the ether. He found that his flute, when played with precision, could manipulate this elusive medium. His melodies, a symphony of science, had the potential to shift the very fabric of reality. However, a sinister force lurked.
Hello and welcome to Flat Earth Fridays, episode 121. We're going to watch Proud's intro video and then we'll join the panel.
Flat Earth model that shows how the sun is giving us an apparent position based off of our position on the plane. Our eyes see in a small dome. We do have a visual perspective sky dome created by our eyes that is smaller than the celestial dome itself. So the celestial dome and the smaller visual perspective sky dome that our eyes give us are responsible for what the lights in the ceiling are doing. Regardless, the lights in the ceiling do not prove the floor beneath your feet. I think it's actually just an apparent location of the sun. And as I move, you're going to see those four, those represent what you're looking at in Antarctica. And you see how they wrap around the south, rise in from the east, go behind the camera, and back around to the west, to the south, back to the east where they rise up, wrap around behind the camera. So I'm demonstrating how this works. You can say it doesn't all you want. I've known from the beginning that if I'm moving the source light clockwise and the apparent light is moving counter to that, then it has to be moving counterclockwise. There's only one opposite to clockwise, and that's counterclockwise. So you see it working just fine. From inside, in that position, we're only gonna see one. You're gonna see one sun, and you see exactly how it would happen. I'm gonna zoom out now. Hold on one second, just trying to do it without messing up. There we go. So you see the smaller dome is there. The smaller dome is the answer to the phenomenon. You see, when I move the sun around the Tropic of Capricorn, you can see in the position where the final experiment, which is really just an observation, will take place, you get a counterclockwise 24-hour sun. So this was the reason I had the small glass dome in there to begin with, because we do see this way. Our eyes do create a smaller visual dome.
Alright, boys.
Sacred, you want to take this?
Yo, Pierre,
Shout out to the level heads.
Floyd Mayweather with this.
Always fucking Floyd Mayweather.
You tackle LeBron, that doesn't mean you beat him. Still crossed you up, he was still going to dunk on you. You can't stop what's about that.
Hey, yo, it's Friday.
All these dead riders, well, it rain about it. Laws ain't talking about shit.
Welcome to the hardest intro on Spaces.
You don't want to stir the pot, you don't want to detox, you don't sleep though. You ever heard about ski out, you don't want a two-pot, you want love and hip-hop, I don't sleep though. Cops taking cheap shots all week though. False flag headlines all week though.
Turn me up.
On the street though. I'm trying to make it out of one piece though, peace though. I'm sleep though. Clone politicians don't sleep though. Earth flat and fuck, I'm sleep though. Geoengineering, I'm sleep though. I be this little though. Put a minute.
Yo, how many globe tears does it take to fill up Aries telescope, man?
I'm sleep though. Fans following in the street.
Spreading truth, y'all. It's tunnel. No code, no curves, just a plane that's flat. Keeping you up all night, no need for a nap. Conspiracy theories, they're the top of the town. We got the facts, yeah, we're breaking them down. Nothing but truth, we ain't playing pretend. The world's flat, it's time to comprehend. Late night sessions, we dive deep inside. Exploring the truth, taking you for a ride. No sleep tonight, cause we're wide awake. Questioning everything, the rules we break.
We live, baby. Oh, the trolls gonna be punching the ether tonight. 24 hours sun soft. Let's go.
Today, maybe all I can say is that y'all fucking bore me. Why would they lie? Can't even deny. You're sounding just like a baby. Maybe a hero is all that you need. Maybe y'all somebody save me.
Global abortion, all applauding. Cheers, big heads, small, enormous, from cradle to graveyard.
Big your dance, level heads.
Our lives every day is exhausting. Nothing more boring than the stream they recording. Yeah, that looks well. Is that a joker talking?
Yeah.
Was it my nuts? It's not a bore, you foreskin. Ignoring, distorting the facts with their stories. Entering your mind in respect of a warrant. K levels curve we expect from a zealot. Spherical excess, now we don't want it. Delusional puppet digesting the stomach without any warning. Hick on the shoremen. Are you a moron who's not that important? Similar to Karen, always reporting. Forcing the fraud and effects without cause. Manifest force from a pseudo source. Reversing the curse of what you've been taught. They've been rehearsing the dirt, but they still fall short. Imaginary planetary dynamic of a space warp. Astronauts monetary paid for. Submerged in the water while they claim that it's a circus clown circle in the globe. Why would they lie? Aries the creator. If the globe don't fit and the earth don't turn, that's a whole lot of that they have to earn with the horizon. Swan, we eliminate the all our eyes are on only what we can observe. Global lies are wrong while they're hiding flatter. Keep my spies like on hide for the research. You rely upon priest and pirate like a bird. With your lying blood, preach religion like a church. How should they die? How should they die? Why would they lie? Why would they lie?
Why would they lie? Why would they try? I got the math and science on my side. I'm running circles, it's easy as pie. Your reification is all falsified. Circles! It's all just a lie. No need to replace it. All I need is you to face it. All I got is time and you just waste it. This is the gift staring you in the faces. Where you gonna get the truth from if not from us? Then who you?
Hey, we got a lot to talk about tonight, man.
And chose to sleep to count the sheep since 9 to 1-1. Never been a fight, a fact of life, a choice of wrong and right that I would ever run from. State the truth, defend the youth and stop the coup. It's just a job that got to get done.
The trolls to pull up, man.
Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Santa was real, the fairy was real. Why mama lie? My brother died, healthcare was bad. Why mama cry? The system is broke, this son is woke. I'm setting mission on fire.
Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they lie?
Repost.
Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they lie?
Why would they not? The plot and derive by watching the sky and they know they picking both sides and listed with lies. The people pretend that they pick who they got. The people divide and then they disguise. And
y'all spending my man beyond the ice wall.
You ask why they lying from behind closed eyelids. You disguising an iris that's lifeless. You're denialist, but this lie is why you're a nihilist. Guess you're lying for the pride then. They enticing the brightest to get deprived in contrived confinement. Lie about what the meaning of life is. Get a degree in a 9 to 5 shift. Only way that you'll survive this. What's that mean? They have to bribe them. Yeah, it's tragic. Their only tactic when the model under attack is asking where a map is. If they lied about the earth, what you even asking? Weaving past them, leaving blasting. Everything you believe is backwards. Occult belief is practice. That's what they achieve in masses. Yeah, it matters. You believe what masses. Massive incoherent magnets have a weak attraction. That's electrostatics. They
electrostatic.
It backwards. Wonder what's the verdict, pastors. Religious zealots preaching, talking past us. Sent a blitz right up the middle. Who can block the fastest? Falsify the radius. You cannot walk right past it. Yeah, they truly think they got the masses, but God's got the backing, so they can't stop what happens.
They can't stop us. Woo!
This is my rap. Hey, that shit is flat. What do you know about that? Hey, shout out to all of my trolls in the chat.
Hey!
This shit ain't over. Keeping it going, keeping it rolling. Never stop
trolling,
never stop trolling.
We see you.
Why is you mad? Yeah, you keep coming back. You do the meth. What do they pay you in crack? Shout out
to
all
my mentions, man.
Don't get it twisted. We are opponents. You were so phony, full of baloney. The globe is a lion, we know it. This is my rap. Hey, that shit is flat. What do you know about that? Hey, shout out to all of my trolls in the chat.
You see y'all.
This shit ain't over. Keeping it going, keeping it rolling. Never stop globing, never stop trolling. And you know they never gonna stop trolling.
They ain't gonna stop.
As long as the earth keeps rolling.
No tears.
It really is not rolling. We know this. Hocus pocus.
Stop trolling the level heads, man. Come with a reputation for what?
Rolling. As long as the earth keeps rolling, even though it really is not rolling, we know this. Hocus pocus. This is my rap.
Yeah.
That shit is flat. What do you know about that? Hey, shout out to all of my trolls in the chat.
They gonna have to push that on the remix 2025 or something, man.
Never stop globing, never stop trolling.
Yeah, you ain't seen my best. Checkmate, in a game of chess. Globalists, see me as a threat. Free thinking, got the world at my neck, huh? And my paranoid picture Malcolm X in a room full of pigs trying not to bust a sweat.
Where'd you find
to
that?
loosen up his vest. They probably write that man one hell of a check. Hey, I'm over here on this side of town. Come on over here, try to clown. Ay, I never pipe down. If they weren't coming for me, then they definitely coming for me now. I can't even get my phone charged up. All the shit I'm talking, I should get my own barred up. Rappers, get off of my dick and get your own bars up. Vladimir and Liz's breath got the clone skirt, cuz whoop. Use your common sense. Why is NASA part Department of Defense? They divided overseas into 33 degrees, feeding kids masonry. Bro, be careful what you read. Flatline. There's no superior bloodline. Flatline. You got me once, but that died. Ay, selfish ain't curse. Do I have a voice? Do I give a fuck? Do I have a choice? Joint. I roll up a joint. Keep my shoes.
Where's my lighter, man? Let's get lit.
Disappoint. I see only good things on the horizon. That's probably why the horizon is always rising. Indoctrinated in a cult called science, and graduated to a club full of liars. Heliocentrism, you were the sixth victim. Fuck you and your team, you can sit on the bench with them, they nervous. But before you try to curve it, do your research on David Irving. Stalin was way worse than Hitler.
Where the ops at?
Why the POTUS gotta wear a kipper? I'm a man first for an artist. Did a lawyer look up Dr. Richard Sauter? Flatline. You fooled us for the last time. Flatline. There's no superior bloodline.
Glow clowns, gotta get a life, bro.
And it turns out sea level at the equator is farther away from the center of the Earth than sea level near the poles. It has nothing to do with global warming and melting of the ice cap.
Another one.
Because Earth, we know it spins once a day. Yes, thank you. 3 people know how long a day lasts here.
Good for row number 2. They're off to a great start.
So you spin, when you spin pizza dough, it kind of flattens out. Yeah. Gets wider in the middle. So Earth, throughout its life, even when it formed, it was spinning. And it got a little wider at the equator than it does at the poles. So it's not actually a sphere.
You ain't got the answers, man. You ain't got the answers, man. You ain't got the answers. You ain't got the answers, Ray.
Not only that, it's slightly wider below the equator than above the equator.
A little chubbier.
A little chubbier. Yeah. Chubby's a good word. It's like pear-shaped. Yeah. So it turns out the pear-shapedness is bigger than the height of Mount Everest above sea level.
Flatline, you fooled us for the last time. Flatline is...
Disclaimer, Flat Earth Fridays, level heads are not liable for cognitive dissonant glitches, including but not limited to internal conflict, sporadic ad homs, insults, rage quits, and or random emotional globulous outbursts, etc.
Burn up with me.
Like the Suburbans, they watching. Back always swerving and stocking. Back when the merchants are plotting, they map out the earth like a curtain, we locked in. Like the Suburbans, they watching. Back always swerving and stocking. Back when the merchants are plotting, they map out the earth like a curtain, we locked in.
Finish him.
3. Revelation remixing it to see. Medicated.
We got a lot to get to tonight, man.
23.
farmer, see the creep, waiting, get deceased, nomination leaves, taken by the beach, running around with your head chopped off, won't shut it down for the feds, the cost, won't dumb it down for the people lost, I'm sorry, that's your ego soft, fun around, cause the sky's a clock, won't shut it down unless I get off, can't gun them down, cause the word my Glock, and thanks to y'all, we can't be stopped, like the Suburbans, they watching, back always swerving and stalking, background the merchants are plotting, they map out the earth like a curtain, we locked in, like the Suburbans, they watching, back always swerving and stalking, background the merchants are plotting, they map out the earth like a curtain, we locked in, 1984. Knocking at the door, should've read George, food supply absorbed, wonder what's in store. 1984. Fighting to explore what's beyond the shore. Since your ship is war, better bring your sword. Better run, don't wanna let him in. Ain't got a torpid to let him in. I float in the ethers, coming to the speakers. You're talking to see me speak, but you're not about it. Type of legal confounded, but thoughts of profound. It's a beauty they drown. And I wonder what sounded to the perturbation, reverberation. I heard the hate, and I swear to fake and absurd debate. When people still in the matrix station, waiting for station to say it. Take a debate, regurgitate it. Like I said, watching. Like always, river and stocking. Background the merchants are plotting. They map out the earth like a curtain. We locked in. Like the Suburbans, they watching. Background we swerving and stocking. Background the merchants are plotting. They map out the earth.
Pull the lever.
My name is Proud Flurf, and I'll be your cruise director. Shout out to my host, Sacred. We are not astrophysicists, but we do enjoy the science. Welcome to the show. My name is Proud Flurf, and I'll be your cruise director. Shout out to my host, Sacred. We are not astrophysicists, but we do enjoy the sciences. We don't block, kick, or mute. Everyone has a voice here. We don't take disrespect or racism of any kind, and we will not tolerate disrespect or racism of any kind here. If you have any comments, questions, concerns, or ad-homs, please grab a mic and say that shit with your chest. If this is your first time tuning in to Flat Earth Fridays, please grab a snack, strap in, and get comfortable. You're in for a long ride. Welcome to the show.
He's on fire!
Hey man, is this thing on? That is a level heads here.
Mic check 1 2 1 2.
1 2 1 2. 1 2 1 actually. On their head. Oh, I could see the globe tears from here. Don't get the spiraling, man. Just hit the pin tweet. Yeah, I know. Y'all thought it was gonna be over.
Disclaimer: all globe tiers, fine level.
They also move starlight laterally in telescopes.
You know what's interesting about water levels and how they're supposed to be, all level means curved. Well, in 1872, when a man named George Aries did a little experiment with a water-filled telescope, you guys will never believe how they determined level for that. Just 2 spirit levels. That's it. No gravitational potential corrections, no gravitational anomalies, no references to an ellipsoid or a geoidal model. Just water in a tube, boys. Anyway, just so everyone knows, the backbone of heliocentrism rests on level, as defined by us. Anyway, continue on.
So wait. No motion and no curve.
Oh, no. Well, no gravitational potential geoidal differences that would cause deviation in the bubble level that would require you to, tilt your device or whatever.
Leave it to a flat earther to totally reject downward acceleration. Y'all gonna stop playing with us, man. We got free mics all night, man. It's episode 121. They told me it was Friday, so I plugged into the ether. I'm fasting too, by the way. So I'm for sure. Charged all the way up.
Oh yeah. Don't come in here on no bullshit.
I'm charged up.
I'm serious, not today. Hashtag TFE. The first examination.
Globe Earthers decided to do an observation and they acting like it's the end of the world. That's crazy.
The end of the world.
To use their eyes. We've been telling them from the beginning to use their eyes and look at their surroundings and use their senses. Now all of a sudden they want to do that. And it's the end of the world.
Not final. Not an experiment. Not only that, looks like it's demonstrable. 24-hour flat Earth sun solved. Spinning. Hold on, let me see who in here. First of all, how you feeling, Proud? It's great to see you.
It's been a long week. I'll see my cat. Even my cat wants to chime in on this week. But yeah, other than that, we are etherical. Mighty warm from where I'm sitting. We got a couple of activities to discuss, like upcoming events and such. And maybe we'll even get a visit from Witted and Jaren. I'll send Elizabeth a notification for the space as well, so she can check in. But yeah, hopefully we get to hear from the upcoming explorers. I like that word, explorers, Arctic explorers. Why not? Hope they're bundled up. This cyborg doesn't want to hold.
Travel lads.
Travel vlog lads. Hopefully they're bundled up enough. Let's hear from Alan and then let's do a welcome. And then let's get some more lads on stage.
Yeah, let's tap in. How you feeling, Alan? Good to see you, man.
Feeling great, man. Had a great week.
Likewise. It's pretty chill. Got a lot to cover tonight, though.
It's gonna be a doozy.
We're also gonna play a drinking game. Every time a Glober comes in here screaming, "Where's your map?" or ask us. Every time a Glober comes in here to ask us condescendingly if we're going to jump ship to Globe Earth after the final experiment, we have to take a shot, everyone. That's gonna be the drinking game of the night. So, do I need to make that a tweet, Margaret? Do I need to make a tweet like that?
Toasty!
Why not make it?
We might feel motion by that point.
Oh, I'm planning on it. And we'll all have that in common.
So I do want to get to the topic. There is some residuals from last week, too, that I would love to go over. Kind of eventful past couple of days. But first, we got to tap in with the squad, see who in here. See my G Orwellian. I see Stone in here. Brian Sweet. Miss Leliana. The ambassadress, Miss Poppins. Mila, I see you. Realms lads. Shane, what up? Plain in Truth, what up? OG Ken, what up? Canadian Patriot. Darth in here, yeah. The dude in here, yeah. I Doug Eyes in. Elia, Mr. Ed. She Crew. Zion Lion, 10 both. Sam Fink. El Presidente, Run Boston Bear. Shout out to the Run Boston Cubs. Flat Labs, what up? Mr. X, what up? Howdy, Bill. What up, Luke? Lynn, Lucy, Tommy. Glow Skeptic, what up? Mister, what up? Flocky, what up? Amphibious J, Leland Wilt. Ooh, fire PFP, by the way. JJ Bear. Jose, what up? Karen, what up? Julian in here, Flynn in here, Top in here. Sweet Contrarian J. Bowser, Momo, Magna, Dasky. Juanito. Douglas, what up? Glober debunks fire name. Brian Cash. NBA galore, I see you. OG for sure, for sure. Who else is in here, Prop? Oh, Donna slid through. What up, Donna?
I see a bunch of Anons and relics.
Hey, Duncan?
The shadows of Twitter for some reason. I don't know why, guys. We don't bite. You really gotta get over that. But aside from the Anons, modern day primitive, I see you. Welcome, welcome. Bozers, Chris, Buttered Biscuits in the house. Dasky, Magna, Chronic, The Real, Top Noticer, Sam's in the building, Spiral Graffiti is in the building, Darius, Kingsley, Jamie, Julian, Globe Skeptic, Luke, Bill. We got a full house tonight, already almost. SJ.
Yeah.
If you're new here, guys, welcome, welcome. If this is your first time listening in, do tune in and get comfortable. We love to talk about the earth and anything like it. If you have any questions, feel free to raise your hand, come grab a mic, and jump on in.
Right, man. I mean, we're really just trying to figure out the true nature of our reality. That is like the whole purpose of this. But in order to figure out what's out there, you got to look within. Got to be real with yourself, man. Be out here capping.
Be real.
You feel me?
Side joke, sorry, y'all.
Look, man, you can't prove the ground by looking at the sky. But we do always ask for exclusive evidence. That's why we handing out mics. All the ops. Yes, we see you listening over there, Anonymous. We see the Anti-Flat Earth Fridays Discourse stream over there. Just add 50 to my listener account, gang. But y'all got to stop strawmanning our position, bro. That's all I'm saying. Here to have a conversation. Yeah, it could be somewhat of a debate sometimes. It gets a little argumentative. but it's really just supposed to be honest discourse. But in order to do that, you got to represent the positions properly. Can't just be out here just strawman and arguing because you can't refute it. Misrepresenting people's positions, right? However, if you make the positive claim, you gotta stand on it. So if you say the globe requires a 24-hour sun, if you say that.
It's not a globe, Sacred. Jesus. It's been a while, but what are you talking about?
Don't worry, we're gonna get there, Torrin. We gotta set the standard, you know? If you make the positive claim, the burden of proof is on you.
No way you got the Soldier Boy soundboard.
I'm telling y'all, get y'all cybernetic upgrades.
Yo, who's that positive claim on?
Cybernetic upgrades.
You!
Oh, dude.
That's nice.
I'm just saying, man. But the level heads are willing to take it further. Because we know y'all like to straw man us. Well, if it's a 24-hour sun, flat earth debunked. Head ass. No. The globe requires.
Did you just say globe again? You're freaking me out. Zig.
No, my bad, man. Maybe they'll pop up if I say it 3 times, like the boogeyman or something. Because we looking for the ops, bro.
You got to be staring into the mirror.
Oh yeah, those are the rules.
Yep, those are the rules. You got to Candyman that up. You got to look in the mirror and say globe 3
Gotta
times.
say globe just to find the ops these days. It's crazy.
So it's like Beetlejuice and Wizard of Oz. They had the power of 3, repeating it 3 times.
Well, don't forget Candyman too. Cult classic.
I don't know. That sounds like instantaneous action at a distance.
A movie
Wasn't
about
Beetlejuice
a man.
floating too? Was there some anti-gravity going on with Beetlejuice?
Walking on the ceiling.
Look a little scary out here, man. But y'all know the level heads always step up to the challenge. Hit the pin tweet. We may have a foundation to demonstrating the 24-hour sun on a flat earth. Uh-oh. Hey, look. I'm gonna be honest, because I gotta keep it a bean because it's sacred in this bitch. Not perfect, but y'all told me it was impossible. This is y'all told me for 120 weeks. There's no way to show the sun showing an anti-rotation relative to the North Sacred on a flat earth. Oh, you level heads, you. Stop talking about those physics and get to the standard surface level observations. You take on the tough topics because you don't want to talk about the simple stuff, Sacred and Proud. Y'all don't want to talk about physics. Y'all don't want to talk about science. Okay, cool, man. Cool. That's fine. I know. You got to make it super comfy for the anti-flirts. Got to make it super comfy for the trolls. Say we don't read and we bring out the scientific papers and they don't want to talk about the science. Debunking the globe with a telescope filled with globe tears. Like a 5-page citation. It's like, don't want to acknowledge it. Okay, cool. That's fine. Let's talk about the sun. That's what y'all love to talk about, right? Especially to the Aussie anti-flirts. I know you listening. You tap in every week, gang. I know. Stop playing with us. Biggest fan. Don't worry, I kept the comment section open because I know you don't be ducking smoke. Get to spamming in my mentions. How does it work, Sacred? I'm telling you, you got to make it comfortable. You can't give them no reason to not pull up. They was telling me back in 2022 that every flirt was like scared. They didn't acknowledge anything. They don't have no answers for nothing. Now we in here on a Friday night, 100 deep, looking for the ops.
The Globies ain't coming up after that introduction.
Hey, we're just trying to have a good time, man, and figure out the true nature of our reality, like I said in the beginning. That's it.
No, you just want to pound on Globies. I love you.
Whoa. Pause. I need a Diddy soundbite. Yo, Proud. We need to cue that up. No Diddy. Anyway, I want to hear from the squad. I'm just saying, you cannot claim that this 24-hour anti-rotation sun in the south, Antarctica, is impossible. And shout out to the squad, because we are pulling up. Yay, flat earthers, stop saying you can't go to Antarctica. I'm holding you accountable, you flat earthers. Stop saying you can't go to Antarctica.
Sacred, I'm picking you up tomorrow. It's a big boat. It might make it there. It might not.
Hey, as long as you can get to the ether, man. That's where I'm at. I'm just keeping it real, flat earthers. Stop saying you can't go to Antarctica. They haven't gone yet. It seems like they may go.
We get some of you.
Freely and privately, I'm not sure about that. If it was me, I'd just start taking off in one direction. See what happens. Get into the edge.
Now we're going west as far as we can go. Let's see what we hit.
But we are looking forward to it, man. It's a countdown. I think this is the final Flat Earth Friday before the first examination. That's what TFE stands for. Y'all know that, right? The very first observation. It's not a final anything. It's not an experiment or anything like that. It's just an observation. That's it.
Jesus Christ, you just showed your age. You speak in letters. We didn't ever do that back in our day.
It's just letters, bro.
So yeah, like Sacred said, we found a little clip. We found somebody with the actual model showing like basically the premise of what we're explaining. So we think it's a good baseline. We actually disagreed on this at first. We had hours-long conversations about this, but you guys can check out his pinned tweet before we get into it. And if anybody watches it and you want to come up and talk about it, we could jump into it. But
right.
Who was on stage now? Like first, who had their hand up first?
Hold on,
Probably me, but I put it down a bunch.
Hold on. Don't worry, we're not going nowhere. Chill. Because I do agree, right? There's still work that needs to be done. And I want to hear the criticism. I want to hear the critiques. Open to it.
Facts.
But I also want the acknowledgments, bro. Matter of fact, I did. Yeah, no hand-wave dismissal, bro. No hand-wave dismissals. Let me put this up on the top because we got to turn my mans up. They say flat earthers don't do nothing, right? But we got them going to Antarctica. We got guys building models. So shout out to my man, Joseph Hanvey. Some of the squad sent me the link and I said, oh, we got to talk about this. Ain't no way that this man been out here putting in this work for what? A few months, a couple years or something like that?
Hey,
banging out models.
Joe Hanvey's been in it for 14 years. As
14.
a biblical cosmology guy. I talked to him on Zoom, text, call, Facebook. He's in it. And he has crazy telescopes, 2 telescopes. He's out there multiple nights a week just observing the luminaries. And he's based, man. He basically has these acrylic domes, and I saw him. I went out there. He was at the Truth and Freedom Conference, which I'll drop that too because his presentation was fire. And he has this goal, because you know how they're always saying that Flat Earth doesn't have a working model. He wants to make a fully functional dome model with everything. all the luminaries doing their thing. So it's pretty tight.
You know, that is awesome. I see how much effort he putting in, trying to figure it out. And I'm so surprised I've never heard of him before. Because like, you know, I've been dialed in the flat earth for so long. It's so deep, like in this conversation. I can't believe like out of 120 episodes, I'm just now finding out about it. Like this is the beauty about having this conversation and doing it on in spaces, tapping in with the squad, because you never know what you're going to learn. You never know what you're going to come across. Like we not having these conversations, we're not going to get to the info. So shout out to my man for putting in 14 years. I put his YouTube up top. Y'all go on to scan through some of his other content. He's demonstrating star trails. He's trying to tackle eclipses. He's doing this 24-hour sun. I mean, he's using less like regular materials, bro. I mean, the way, just quote unquote, the way he refers to it as, bro, I'm demonstrating our reality with Legos. And he's doing a great job. It's not like he has a piece of the firmament. It's not like he got a wrapped up piece of ether. He get to, you know, like he's doing is just with simple, like material.
Sacred, did you ever play with Legos?
Well, they don't curve, so those were kind of my favorite toys, not gonna lie.
I got one more question. Did you see his live interview on the final experiment, like Will Duffy's YouTube page? Because he was the first person to go live with him, because he said, I want to interview you, but I don't want it just pre-recorded. I want to go live. And he really kind of held his feet to the fire. He really laid out his personal beliefs about all this stuff, didn't lean on anyone else's coattails or ride on anybody's shoulders. I'll post it. I'll post it for people if they haven't seen it.
Yeah, please do, Rum Boston. And if I try to find him on Twitter, I didn't find him, but please invite him. Let him know that we here. We'd love to talk to him. It'll be so dope if we could talk to him next week. But you know, the conversion over to Twitter or X, however you want to call it, sometimes it's a little slow for people. But that's dope. You can finish up Rum Boston, and then we can go through the rest of the hands.
Yeah, I didn't want to jump in front of anybody. I'm good to wait.
You're good. You the presidente.
Okay. Joe he's the real deal. I know for a fact that all his stuff was on his personal Facebook page. His face is out there. All the info. If you have Facebook, I'll post that too, because honestly, anything on his YouTube, he's just transferring it over, and his YouTube channel is fairly new. Like I think he started his channel 6 months, 8 months ago max, and so you just scroll and you see what he's putting up, and it's he's seeking the truth like all of us. And yeah, it's fire. Today for me has been like crazy. Like I watched Will Duffy on MDD. Will Duffy debated Flatzoid, and just like what y'all were talking about earlier, that's one I'm going to post in the pill. It's worth watching. I know some people don't, want to hear. I hear presidential music. Some people don't want to hear Will say anything, and some people have issues with Flatzoid. But just where we're at in this game, how it's coming up. 5 days left before the boys and girls head out there. The Will Duffy versus Flatzoid on MDD was great, and then I watched 5 hours ago. Jaron had a stream, and it's like Antarctica bound, beyond the ice wall, and had Lisbeth, Austin, Jaron, and surprised me, Mark Herman popped in there, and that's Candace Owens' producer. He popped on there, dude. I've never heard him speak, but he's going on the trip too, and he's based. Like he was chill. He's a glober. Or he believes in the globe currently, but he's not toxic at all. He had other things that he was sharing that's like, oh man, this guy's open-minded, and this guy's very chill and very funny. He's actually hilarious. And I ended up sending a super chat telling him to tell Candace, the president of Flat Earth, says hi, and I invited Candace and Mark to come to Flat Earth Fridays. So I dropped that in the private chat if you want to see the clip. And then, last but not least, I turned on Bruce McGuire. Of course, Mindshot got taken down, but he's getting everything fired up over at his channel, Bruce McGuire. And he did part 3 of the logical analysis of the Tim Pool, like the Timcast thing that Witsit did. And it's hilarious. So I've been doing all that, running the kids around. Went to a play tonight.
Wait, he's doing the logical analysis for the Tim Pool podcast.
Yeah, he's already done 3 parts. It's great. I'll post that in the Purple Pill too.
Oh, we might have to do a little bit of a listening party later on. Maybe stationary Saturdays when things kind of like die down a little bit because I didn't catch any.
The fire timestamp. Let us know the fire timestamps to that.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, here's the last thing I'll say. Here we are, super close to this, this deal. And we've all seen over the last whatever year, however long it's been since Will Duffy announced this final experiment. And people reacted. There was a lot of reaction. A lot of people shaking up. Flat earthers tripping out and going back to the globe. Or this whole rising Earth theory springing up, concave making a run for it. People just kind of being confused. Now I feel like the people that are just stable in their truth seeking. I mean, that's what I would say I am. I'm just stable in my truth seeking. I don't claim to have all the answers. I don't know it all. I'm not about to try to debate somebody live because I'm not a debater. I'm just a chill based guy I'm hungry for the truth. I want to find it, but I don't have to find it today or else. I'm not going to die in 10 hours if I don't have it all figured out. So I'm just chilling. I'm just observing. And I honestly, I gave mad shout outs to Jaron and Witsit for their composure. I mean, they've been vehemently attacked. You're a CIA shill, you're an op, you're this, you're that. And I mean, they could have gotten angry. They could have said some things, backlashed on people. And I mean, nobody's perfect. I know that, Jaron got heated with a couple attacks, but I'm not here to say who's a shill. I'm not here to say who is crooked or somebody's gotten to him. I think that Jaron and Witsit are stand-up guys that have shown over time that they're looking for the truth, and I'm basically saying anybody that's been coming to Flat Earth Fridays for the last, I don't know, probably 15 straight Fridays, and you guys have remained chill and you haven't been rocked. You're just like, hey man, you can say and think what you want about different things. And even when you're hearing all this stuff and looking at it, there's people in this community, in this chat right now that haven't been razzed at all. And I guess what I was trying to say is it's amazing that it's like the calm before the storm. They're about to leave. When you watch Jaron's video from 5 hours ago and you just see Elizabeth, Austin, Jaron, and Mark just cutting up, chilling, no ad homs, no personal attacks, just talking about maybe what is and what isn't without any drama, you can feel that these people are in it for the right reasons and they're not scared. There's no fear. And this is amazing because that's like the sign of somebody that is truly comfortable in their skin. And then when you look at the anti-flat earthers, the anti-flat earth groupies, it's the opposite of that. You got sock account after sock account, fake profiles, bots, trolls, and it's just toxicity and evil and demonic. And I'm not saying they're all demon possessed. I'm not trying to make that claim, but there is a different vibe from people who are just curious about what the heck is going on, not only with the earth, but with medicine and food. And, I've said it many times. Most people here are wanting to connect and heal and grow and change. And that's what we're doing. So yeah, that's my little presidential speech, encouragement. And I love every one of y'all. And I know I haven't talked to everybody personally, but I've talked to a lot of y'all on the side, and y'all are doing awesome things. So keep it up.
Hey JT, with the Duffy Flatzoid thing, was there a specific debate topic?
Yeah, so that one basically, Will Duffy opened and he wanted 3 things handled. He wanted what is Antarctica, where is Antarctica, and what does he expect the sun to do? And there was a lot of just round and around and around and around because Flatzoid was saying like, look, man, you're not going to back me into a corner. Like he held strong to his position that y'all are going to have to hear it for yourself. And I really hope Bruce breaks down the logic on it because it was kind of all over the place. But for people that have been watching this the whole time, I do commend Flatzoid for not being bullied and not bending his knee to any tactics. So that was cool.
As far as those first two questions go, I think we're just going to see nothing but conjecture because we as civilians cannot know the answer to either of those first two questions.
Mm-hmm.
You say civilians.
Yes, I did.
Hey, JT, thank you so much for dropping all that gravy, man.
Yeah, man.
Soy too.
There's a bunch. But thanks for letting me share. I'll listen for a little bit, but I got to hit up an early training run, so I'm going to fade kind of quick. I've been putting in the miles, feeling good. And then my wife, if y'all want to say a prayer, she's going to be running a half marathon on Sunday, and she's 28 weeks pregnant. So she screen printed herself. Y'all got to hear this part. She screen printed her a shirt, or she has this deal. I think it's called a Cricut, where she can like use this deal that cuts out vinyl and it hot presses like the whatever. Anyway, it says on the back, "You just got passed by a pregnant chick," because I made one of those shirts for her a long time ago, and it's cute, man. I'll see if I can post that in the pill too. So I got a lot to post, so I'm gonna drop the mic, pass it off. I'll be dropping a bunch of info. Check that out, save it for later, and y'all have a really awesome space. Thanks, Sacred and Proud Flurf, and for all the legends here doing y'all's thing, because you guys are inspiring.
Nah, man, shout out to JT, man. I appreciate you always bringing that good energy, bro. Wife, too, with the teas. I like that.
Yeah, it's fun, man.
Yeah, last Friday, we were trying so hard to get Franco to realize that, like, when we either agree with Bennett or we agree with geocentrism, it's not a dig at his intellect or him personally. And a lot of these globers and anti-flat earthers are taking this personally. Even the ones that deflected from flat earth, even the ones that are so nervous, the ones who completely changed their persona online now and are talking about something completely
It's
different.
an evil world we live in.
It's a little obvious now, but yeah, we could tell it's from a place of fear and not like JT said, not being steady in your belief. And if you believe everything you've been talking about up until now, then I don't know, the panic shouldn't be there. You shouldn't feel like the end of the world is coming in near. So hopefully those who are struggling with that, find their solace and whatever they've deflected to. It's no bad blood here.
Yeah, that's a fact. I remember saying too, I remember hearing from him saying on the stream before, saying like, hey, like people should be wanting to seek out the truth, no matter how uncomfortable it is. And to criticize anyone for going to Antarctica or being a part of this or just questioning reality is just not the right energy. Like you're not approaching it the correct way, regardless of your bias. But shouldn't be anything that's so emotionally triggering. You just want the truth regardless. Just like Proud said, I hope y'all work through that. Because the closer to the truth, the brighter the light. We ain't gonna let that dark energy shake us. Still motionless out here. Hey, appreciate you, JT.
Hey, man, much love.
Trump, and I approve this message.
I love that. And then the one that Jaron did, there's a few cards shown, so don't miss it. Like these 3 links I'm gonna drop, save them for later and hit them up. They're good. So yeah, peace. I'm gonna drop. I'm gonna stay up here so I can post to the jumbo. But yeah, y'all carry on with the rotations.
No doubt, no doubt. And if y'all didn't tap into that stream from earlier, I caught some of it. It was a dope combo, really fun. A lot of information. Y'all tap in the Geronism channel. I got my guy Wizard up here. What up, Wizard? But let's slide to the squad. Who we got? Let's go to Orwellian, the Leliana, and then Brian.
No, hold on. Brian and Lily were first. You know how I get down, bro.
Okay, it's showing up on my screen different. It's cool. Go ahead.
Okay. Oh, I'm so sorry. Aurelian, thank you. Brian, thank you. I'm so sorry. I was having like stability issues before because of the internet connection. And now that problem got solved. But now I have battery issues. So it's always one thing or another. So thank you so much, because I was running low. So on the battery, otherwise, I'm usually like totally patient waiting. But I'm so sorry. I just wanted to do my ambassadorial duties. And it's only fitting that I do it right after the El Presidente did his thing, which was wonderful. Everything you guys were saying was so great. And sorry, hello, Sacred and Proud. Thank you so much again for
It's
this.
good to see you, Liliana, as always.
Yeah, this space is so wonderful. And something you said earlier, Sacred, it just really moved me. And you said that we're here to really just find out the nature of our reality, of our earth that we live on, which is so magical and so beautiful and right now so mysterious. So that really kind of like rung a bell. So thank you so much for that. And that's what it's all about in the end, right? And folks, I come here to just try and inspire the new people who might be new to just make note that, the people here, especially the sort of the intellectual leaders here, they really rely on logic and truth. And, I've been observing them and hanging out in these private spaces and whatnot for the last couple of years. And I can tell you they're persons of very high integrity because, I've been seeing how stable they are. And I mean, I'm just so blown away that this community has so many really, really intelligent people. And Sacred, I mean, they're right here on your panel, so many of them. I mean, just about everybody here. I'm like, oh, this one, that one, this one, that one. But anyways, I have put in the names and the handles for the 4 teachers in the comment, pretty much in the first 5 or 6 comments early on. I try to get here early so I can post in the first few comments all the handles of what Stone G calls the learned colleagues, but I just call them teachers because it's so much easier. It's like I sign up for their classes, and that's what they give us. And folks, that's what we have. It's the only weapon, quote unquote, we have to really cut through the BS of pseudoscience, Big Bang based globe stuff, whatever. So, I mean, you guys hold this space, which is so important as a focal point for this really noble endeavor, which is trying to get the truth about our realm out to people, and even though we don't know everything, we're trying to observe things and make sense of things, So, anyways, but I think that it's really important to actually support our teachers because I think that this is only going to grow. And if we as a community support knowledge, it's to the benefit of all of society, really. So, I mean, who knows? Maybe one day we're going to have a panel with 100 teachers, 100 learned colleagues, and we need enough people to jump on the bandwagon and say, hey, knowledge is important enough that I'm going to pitch in my whatever I can afford. And so to that end, I think the monthly subscription is the best idea. So folks, please just sign up for a monthly, subscription. And I know that a lot of you regulars, you think that I probably repeat this each week, but I only repeat it because it's important. And just the sustenance of knowledge and the teachers who teach it and research it. And what's lovely about these teachers is that, they show us papers of other scientists and physicists whose voices were silenced because they dared to go against, the mainstream. So anyways, thank you so much for everybody. I mean, we have like the phone booth podcast people that are doing the same thing in their own way. I mean, everybody here is just a giant, like even people like Brian and Orwellian who hold spaces, along with so many of you, and like Miss Stair who makes the music, Ken who holds all kinds of spaces, Mrs. Xavier who knows so much about physics. He's going to be, one of the teachers soon enough. And Shanji and TM, who's one of the pillars. I mean, oh my God, everybody here is like someone so amazing to this movement. And together we're all kind of making it happen. Anyways, lots of love. The holiday season, quote unquote, is coming, and I'm really happy. So in case for some reason I miss out or whatever, just want to wish everybody a lovely winter, whatever you all celebrate or don't celebrate, just have a lovely winter anyway. And I love you guys. And we are on a very noble endeavor. Don't ever forget that. So always, let's try to push truth and beauty and harmony ahead as much as we can. I love you guys. Bye. Thank you so much for letting me cut in. Woo-hoo.
Ladies and gentlemen, Lily Poppins.
She keep it on and poppin'. Shawty keep it on and poppin'. Ooh, yeah.
And before we get to the next hand, Leliana made a really good point, right? The squad don't ask for much, if anything at all. They put in so much work for us, y'all, on a daily basis. We need to remember to support them, because time is the most precious commodity, and they give a lot of it. You could probably hit any one of them and they'll respond, or around either to a DM or a voice chat. As long as you tapped into the community within some of these platforms, you're going to be able to get a hold of them and the information that they're giving. If this is the type of content that we want, we need to make sure that we support the greats, legends. So thank you, Leliana, the ambassadors. And we'll be here if you have to take a week off. So good. We'll miss you, though. Holiday season gets crazy. Did we say Brian Sweet was next?
What's up, y'all, man?
Cage, what up?
121 episodes, man. Came in at episode 75 and just breezes right along. And shout out to y'all, man. Telling you. So I'm getting tired. I'm going to be going to bed here pretty soon. Y'all crazy being up this late. Whippersnappers.
Oh, that late.
You plugged in all day.
You whippersnappers.
I'm telling you. But no, I had this. Have you guys heard of that Mount Canigou, right? I'm sure you have. And
Mount Canigou, that sounds familiar. It's the observation that every single globe earther denies.
Yeah, well, yeah, they say that it's refraction and stuff, and you laugh at that, and you're like, so today, this guy comes in and says, he says, I don't think that's Mount Canigou.
Bro, that was the craziest shit I've ever heard in my life. This motherfucker absolutely patently rejected the fact that that's even a mountain. Like, how do I even know that that's real? And Brian laid it out, and I'll let him do it. But holy fuck, dude, I was stunned.
Respect.
I'm not even sure. I'm not even sure that's Mount Canigou. I was like, so what are you saying? The whole tourist industry and all of France is pulling a big gotcha on everybody? What, ha ha ha. It's not really Mount Canigou. So yeah, he didn't, so yeah. So it was funny, man. It was funny. I couldn't believe it. But I had to share it, man, because
imagine that. Like, imagine in order to adhere or to appeal to a specific belief system, that's what it is, a belief, you have to literally deny terrestrial observation. You just have to ignore it. Just dismiss it. You just can't. You can see it right there. You have to just literally act like it's not. That's crazy.
Couldn't believe it, man. Couldn't believe it. He said we had
Brian,
to go.
don't forget what his follow-up was. Don't forget what his follow-up was. Why did they lie? Why would they lie? He came out with "Why would they lie, bro?" and we just erupted in laughter. Like, oh my god, you have any idea how many times we've heard that?
Oh my god. Yeah, it was funny, man. It was funny. But no, I just want to give a shout out, man. Quick and simple tonight, man. I got to go to bed. I'm gonna go fishing tomorrow, man. You want to hear a funny story? So I go out and I buy a reel. You know, I'm putting on my rod there. So I got 2 of them, whatnot. I want to go out for bigger bass. And as I'm putting the reel on there, I pick it up to look at it, and I put the tip right into my fan, and I broke the tip. Yeah, I was like, I was so pissed off. I laughed at it. I was like, are you just? I did not just do that. But fortunately, I didn't break it that bad, and I found this remedy or whatever. You add what do you call it? Baking soda to super glue. It like turns into cement or something like that. And super ultra strong. So I did that, and it seems like it worked. I'm gonna go test it out tomorrow.
Getting handy? Okay.
Happy fishing.
Well, thank you very much.
Let us know if see any water curving.
I was out there last week. There was 0 curvature of water. Yeah. And the funny thing is that when I got down there by the lake, the funny thing happened to my phone. I lost signal. I couldn't get GPS or signal or anything like that. It was weird. I guess that part of my state doesn't deserve a satellite or something, or maybe it's just water. Is the kryptonite?
It's satellites.
It's maybe is it water that satellites? How do people in the ocean communicate? I don't know. It's weird.
Yo, imagine there's like little fish down there talking about, you stupid little fish. You think there's more land beyond the pond wall?
There's nothing out there. Eat that hook, though.
Eat that hook, though.
But yeah, I'm tired, man. I'm gonna go to bed, man. Love y'all. 121, man. You guys are rocking it, killing it. Shout out to you there, man.
Appreciate you, brother. Been here since, like you said, episode 70s, man. And if y'all don't know, Brian do his own spaces too. Y'all tap in with him. Super entertaining, super fun. I don't know how many times he does during the week, but if you don't find him, you'll find us. If you don't find us, you'll find one of the other squads. So shout out to Brian. Sweet.
Appreciate
it. Did you just say your 70s?
What's that?
Episode 70s,
bro. Yeah, I got in here in like I think it was 75, man. It was pretty cool. Got hooked like a fish. Damn it.
Like a fish. Hey, we appreciate you, bro. We might still be here when you get up. But until then, man, have a good evening.
You know you will be. I'll catch y'all later. Y'all, peace out, man.
Yes, sir. You know we're going to Stationary Saturday. You heard? Orwellian, what up, my boy?
Yo, what's going on? Proud Sacred. What's it, Alan from Boston Stone? What's going on? Rufus, Torrance down there, man. Yeah, I was out last week. Was in Tulsa with my kid, man. Grand Nationals. We do it every year for Thanksgiving, so I'm never home for Thanksgiving. I don't know how some of y'all feel about family. Sometimes that's cool. It is for us. We enjoyed it, just me and the oldest. But yeah, no, it's chaotic when we're down there. I mean, it's nonstop, dude. Like gates start dropping at 7 a.m. and by the time we get back to the hotel at like 10, 11, dude, it's time to crash because we got to get up and do it again. So didn't have time to pop in. Caught a little bit of the highlights, but yeah, man, it's been an interesting couple of weeks to say the least. You know how it goes. Some of these dudes get a little out of control. Yeah, maybe I do too. In response to them, but yeah, man, it's been
sometimes you gotta turn up, man. Sometimes you gotta turn up.
Well, I mean, at the end of the day, if it's about about the way you feel about the shape of the earth or denial that Mount Canigou is even a mountain or any of that fucking retarded bullshit, like I can roll with that. When you start getting into personal shit, my family and trying to dox me, that's another line I draw in the sand. But yeah, I'm doing a little bit better about that.
That goes for everybody, globe earther or flat earther. We don't play about
absolutely. No, not at all. That goes that stream flows both ways. Absolutely. That's not, in my opinion, that's not acceptable on either side of the coin. But people will try to use insane people will try to use things. In their opinion, maybe harm your reputation and or further put information out there that other crazy people could use to actually harm you and your family. We've had this conversation before, not going to harp on it too much, but what I wanted to say, bro, real quick here is, milestones. I was looking back on it and Brian had kind of mentioned, he popped in like maybe episode 75. I've been rocking with you guys since 67. So over a year now. And one thing I'll say about that and what I've been able to learn here and some of the personalities that I've had the time to get to engage back and forth with, man, there ain't nothing like this community. The haters are going to hate. They're going to do what they're going to do. And they can, bro. But I've been rocking with you guys for over a year. And hands down, people could be doing anything else they want to on a Friday night. Right.
Okay, I'll put my hand out. Are you radio from 1488 or no? That's what I'll put my hand out. You said put the hand out on it.
Wait, what?
You know the 1488 radio? Are you the same guy, Radio Weimar? Or no? Because you sound just like him.
He doesn't have time for that, man.
Yeah, that's cute. No, are you calling me? Are you low-key calling me a Nazi? What's going on here?
I asked you a simple question, bro.
I don't even know.
And I said no. So you want to mute up or what?
You got Orwellian. I don't know what that was about.
It is what it is, bro. Nah, but at the end of the day, man, been rocking with you guys for a while. Again, this community, I mean, I can't hold a candle to the way that Liliana will talk up to the people that are actually teaching us things, but the haters can hate. It is what it is, man. This final experiment thing, whatever it's going to turn out to be. I did want to piggyback on that real quick, man. I've observed some absolute mind-boggling behavior over the last month and a half with regards to people that were like heavy hitters and solid in the community. And again, I'm going to go back to the fact that I've been doing this for over a year. And I've seen people literally roll over on their backs like a turtle that can't flip over. Like, I don't know what to do. Scared. Like, if that's how you guys want to be, at the end of the day, it's cool, right? But now we're picking like some of the pettiest fights I've seen, man. It is what it is. Most of us, and I'm not speaking for everybody in this community, will adjust our position when presented with evidence that causes us to have to adjust our position. But this like fear and pulling the parachute, bro, I've never seen anything like it. Nope, I'm out of here. That's wild. Some of y'all were rocking with this whole situation way before I even got involved. And you're just like, I got to go. Okay, cool. I mean, if that's what you want to do, you can do that. But I mean, I've seen some of the craziest shit in the last 6 weeks. Wild, just mind blowing. But no, man, I'll land up here, dude. It's been, like I said, it's been a rough couple of weeks for me, IRL, just because some people get out of control. And I guess the only thing I want to say before I land the plane here, airplane, flat, stationary, non-rotating plane, is for anybody that's down there that's new and has been getting into this for a while, or maybe not that long. Don't pay attention to the trolls. Don't pay attention to the haters. Trust your heart. Don't ever let anybody.
But I wasn't trolling you. I swear to God, I was trusting my heart. You sound just like that guy.
Okay, definitely not me. I appreciate that. Yeah, no. At the end of the day, don't ever let anybody take from you what it is that you feel in your heart. You chase truth wherever you seem to find truth. Don't ever let anybody attack you personally and try to scare you. At the end of the day, that's all you got. What you believe, your fellowship with your community, and what you stand on a day-to-day basis. Everybody in this room that's been doing this for well over a year, proud and sacred, for sure, as long as this whole thing's been rocking, know exactly what I'm talking about. Do not be intimidated, okay? Don't let people call you an idiot and, freak you out. You don't have to mute or block anybody, but I mean, if you got to do it for your mental health, handle your business and just continue to learn. Seek truth where you can find it. Don't be intimidated. Don't be scared by these people. At the end of the day, they'll start alt accounts. They'll try to harm you. They'll do whatever they got to do. You make your own decision on what's best for your life. They're never going to shut me up. I don't care. Y'all fucking keep playing. I got an alt just because y'all had my account stolen. Don't really care. I'm going to be here and continue to rock after episode 121. Not going to happen.
Don't ever trust anybody on these spaces, bro. Maybe
Hey, stop it! Stop interrupting!
Out there, but
Stop interrupting, please.
Oh, I apologize.
Thank you.
It's all good, brother. I know you're excited to get something out. Put your hand up, though. We do have mic etiquette here. I know you know how it works. But hey, shout out to Levelheads, man. I appreciate y'all. Well over a year I've been doing this with you guys on a weekly basis. I've learned a lot. I've learned a lot about myself, not just about the true nature of our realm, but a lot about myself. And that wouldn't be possible without this type of community. We don't just pull up every Friday and just shoot the shit and talk shit and run our mouths or whatever. Like, we actually commune. I've talked to a lot of people offline. There's people in this room that have my phone number. Like, it's real. So anybody that's new down there, don't be discouraged. Don't be scared. Stand up for yourself. Stand up for what you believe in. If something seems fishy, ask questions. I'm gonna land the plane there. I appreciate y'all.
Well said, brother.
Yeah, no, I appreciate you, William. It's like a perfect example of someone who could be a complete stranger and has a total positive impact on the community. William is definitely one of the homies. And there's one thing I want to ask you, bro. When you were with the fam out there for the holidays, Thanksgiving and stuff, did you talk to anybody about Flat Earth? Did you ask them any questions?
Yeah, I've actually got a couple of people that I spoke to, and I'll look for the picture. I don't remember if you recall, probably about a month and a half ago, I posted a picture of some shoes. These are specific BMX racing shoes. And there was a tag on it that said the earth is not flat. I was like, okay, why do you even need to? Somebody in the marketing department here is salty. So that came up, and there are a handful of people in that, because the BMX community, bro, is real tight knit, just like this, especially up in Minnesota. We got some of the hardest hitting riders in the country and 2 Olympic athletes. Like, we don't play, dude. We got an indoor track and we live in a frozen tundra 7 months out of the year. So, had a couple of conversations, nothing real crazy. I did see a few people, and I actually got to figure out, I got some pictures. I don't know if it was Alley Angel shirts, but I saw some Flat Earth merch floating around there, people wearing hoodies and shit. Like, it's the biggest race in the United States of America as far as BMX goes. Happens in the same place every year. Thousands upon thousands upon thousands of people. So saw a little bit of that. Also saw that manufacturer. None of those shoes with those tags were on display. So maybe the one locally here is still just rocking that tag as like a fuck you to us. But yeah, I don't know if I answered your question directly, but yeah, we had some conversations. There are some people from Minnesota that I talked to about this stuff. Started with general truth, right? Like, if that's what I want to describe it as. Chemtrails is something that's kind of universal. A lot of people have been aware about that for a while. They just recognize, they use their power of observation and look up at the sky and go, there's something not quite right about this. What the fuck is that, right? And then that typically leads to, if you continue to pay attention to your own natural intuition, will lead you somewhere else. And, you know,
Right,
that's
it's all about right. You got to find that common ground first and just really jump out the window with it.
Yeah, 100%. But yeah, they're out there for sure. They're definitely out there. But I'm gonna find that picture. I'm gonna drop that in the pill just for funsies, because dude, this is an actual, like, a pretty big company that manufactures shoes for mountain bike racing and BMX. And that's on the tag on the side of their shoe. The Earth is not flat.
Hey, BMX lads, you
Bro,
still
Eric
have your
Dubé came
rant
out in
on
2015 with the freaking flat Earth.
Hold on. We're gonna get to you next. You really excited. You can't interrupt my joke, guy.
He's rambling.
How do you have the unmute? Who sent you? Damn. Perfect joke ruined. Anyway. Shout out to you all, William.
This guy's rambling on, bro. Come on, man. Let me talk. Please just give me 5 seconds, or maybe a minute and a half, 90 seconds.
Bro, if you don't have the most valuable contribution, bro, you let every single level head clown you. And we usually don't do that because Orwellian just said that, hey, this is a safe space. But, bro, you better have the most valuable contribution in 3, 2, 1, go.
Okay, so Eric Dubé came out in 2015 with his 200 proofs of flat Earth. I was there for maybe it's 2014. I caught on to a little, maybe 6 months late. Then he came out with greatest story never told about Hitler. So once you figure out they lied to you about the Earth, then you're gonna figure out they lied to you about Hitler too. So, and there's a black guy on this space. What the fuck is good? You guys are, you'll figure it.
Hear me good, nigga. I'm here to double down. That shit is a 2-pack of ass. The fuck are you talking about? Stinks.
Can you lie about what you see on the
TV? Is he talking through the mute? Yo, Proud, what's happening right now?
Ugh, agents in disguise.
Do we want to allow this to continue? Because I'm already in cringe zone, bro.
Yeah, red flags everywhere. Yeah, bro, Eric Dubé. Good shit, man. Good shit.
Duncan, man, we gonna let you continue. Just focus, bro. And don't, this is about the nature of our reality. Talking about Earth.
Don't make it weird.
Don't make it weird.
100, brother. Actually, not my brother. You're black. I could tell by your voice. But so he came out.
Bro, it's like he just wants me to use them. I don't know if I could deal with this, bro. I don't know if I could deal with this.
I got 5 on it.
Are you black?
Yo, I don't know if I could deal with this. You know, we always say.
I know who sent him. No, we know. We could clock it. We know who sent him. It's okay.
This is so sad, bro. This is so sad.
I got 5 on it.
2 strikes, man. Two strikes. I am truly trying not to censor you, but it is like you are begging to give up your mic, bro. You are begging. Man. Please don't say anything else.
Stupid.
Hey, Sacred, really quick, please don't.
I won't. All right, I am a racist. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, Sacred, please don't drop Duncan. I actually have a question for him. Here,
he was so polite. He's like, I'm a race. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. My apologies. You can continue, sir.
Let me cook this dude.
Okay, so we got one black dude and a little black girl that's.
Rife, are you really sticking up for your mans? You gotta come on,
buddy. You don't even got a real profile
No,
picture, bro.
Proud,
Shut
I
up.
have a question for him because it's a serious question about marketing and everything because he said I'm grifting. I kind of want to know why. But you guys go ahead and do your thing. I just have a question for him when you guys get done.
Nah, bro. Shut up. That's what I'm telling you. Shut up. What are you gonna call me black? Shut up. You sound retarded. I will cook you, bro. Just shut up. Jeez Louise.
Me or Duncan?
I mean, the Duncan guy, bro.
Okay.
I mean, dude can't even speak intelligibly for 20 consecutive seconds. I probably wouldn't lead with race as if you're superior.
No, you guys cut me off.
You can't even coherently
I lead with the real truth, bro.
He got a picture of those pool balls up behind him because he loves balls.
I mean, what? All right, bro. Do you got anything of value to say? Because you sound retarded so far. Nah, you don't.
Can I speak?
Sure, sure. You brought up Hitler. You know Hitler was one of the only people to congratulate the black Olympian winner.
Yeah, he did. He gave him the thumbs up, or like he like winked at him or something. Yeah,
No, no,
absolutely.
and
he
he
did.
invited him. He invited him to come to a private SS congratulation.
Yeah, did he invite him to his country to come live there with all his little
He,
white Aryan princesses?
Hitler specifically didn't only want white people in Germany.
That's
Seems like
I
it
I
seems
I'll have to look
you
that up.
told us
Okay,
to
where's
learn
your
about Hitler,
where's
but
your proof?
wait, tell,
Wait, I
tell,
didn't.
tell, shh. You told us to learn about Hitler, but you don't know nothing about him.
I never said learn about Hitler.
You did. You did. You said you're gonna learn about Hitler.
No, I said first you learn about the flat Earth, and then you learn like Eric Dubé. He fucking came hard as fuck in 2015. I didn't believe the Hitler shit either. I'm like, oh, what's this flat Earth thing? And then I started looking into it. 200 proofs the Earth is not round, or what? I don't know. I can't remember everything. And then he did this other video. Yeah, I encourage every one of you to go out there and see it. The story, the truest story never told, or the story never told. I can't think of it right now. I've been drinking. I'm
That's
not
not
going to
Eric
lie to you.
Dubé.
Yeah, it is. I guarantee.
What are you drinking tonight?
Oh,
The
just
greatest
Sierra
story,
Nevada.
the greatest story never told is a
That's
film
it.
about Hitler.
That's you. That's you,
That's not
Witzek.
Eric.
Is that
That's not
you?
Eric. Yes, yes, but that's not Eric Dubé's film.
Okay.
So
Who? Well, he
Eric
shared
Dubé
it
did have a
on YouTube.
film.
He shared
It's
it on
called
YouTube when
the
he was able to get.
Eric Dubé's film is called Jew World Order. Unless
Did
he
you say Jew
made more
World
than
Order?
one. Look, it doesn't matter. Let's just move. Bro, I'm just letting you know that you sounded retarded. All right, I'm just letting you know. So, like, do you have
Fair
something of
enough. I
value?
appreciate that. I will try to
Yeah,
speak better next time.
sounds good. Sounds good.
Dude, that was hella productive.
Despite it, try to
He was
Yeah.
so polite with it. He was like,
That was the most
look.
that was the most productive conversation ever had, honestly. Like, I feel like there was some real mending of the fences
Thank
between
God I
the races
recorded
there.
Bro, don't fuck with me. Are you serious? Or are you just joshing me right now? What are you doing, dude? I'm a real
You are
person.
white,
No.
bro. You just said Josh and me.
Do you jape, sir? Are you japing me? Do you bite your tongue at me, sir?
Yo, I don't like these dynamics.
I stay out of black neighborhoods. I try to just be around white people. That's all I do. That I don't.
That's
It creeps me out.
exhilarating
And if that's
information.
racist, that's
Did you
racist.
just say?
Congratulations.
All right, bro. Let's just sit this one out, man.
Yeah, let's let Matthew chime in. Duncan, you had your seconds. Let's let Matthew chime in.
Off subject. Anyways, I was posting something about like Nick Fuentes and how he's being charged with battery on that woman. And Duncan replied to me something about this and that and whatever. And he said, you're grifting off of your dad, honestly. And I kind of want to know this for a marketing perspective, because if you guys don't know, I build the Rife machine, and it was actually my great uncle Royal who invented it. But times have changed. Like, I completely re-engineered everything. I actually take
Oh
a different
Jesus,
approach.
this isn't Matthew Rife, is it? Talking on.
Hey, can you record this?
All right,
Yeah,
this is like Agents of Chaos type beat. My bad, y'all. I was glitching. I'm back.
He is the agent, but he called out Rife, so it's like I don't want to kick him because I want Rife to expose him for being a liar. But it's like, damn, like
Yeah, this is a difficult one
coherent.
for us because right on one hand it's like we don't tolerate like the inferiority mindset.
It's obvious rage bait.
You
Obvious
know?
rage bait.
But on the other hand, the homie want to cook them. So how about this? It is episode 121. Rice, my guy, he don't pull up too often, so I'm gonna let him go ahead and get his little 1-2 off. But we not finna be allowing this type of disrespect to the space. Right, go ahead and do your thing.
No, so this isn't like attack or anything. I'm just kind of wondering, like, as a general overall, do people think that like I'm grifting off of my great uncle's stuff? Because things, and if so, I probably need to approach this in marketing a little bit different and explain it. Because like my Rife machine, it's been updated to today's time. Like it has different functionality. It still works off the same theory of electromagnetic fields. And I'm just wondering, like, from a marketing perspective, do I need to change that and actually separate it a little bit more? Or do you guys think, like I explained it pretty well, that, this is a totally different animal?
Your
I think
uncle
you should
wasn't
stop.
Rife. Let's try to be honest
Okay,
with these
hold on.
people in the
Don't.
space and have respect for them. You're
I
a
think you should
grifter, man.
stop paying
You're a
attention
cheater.
to what everybody else is saying, because everybody else will say anything they want with zero accountability, and you should simply rest on results and stop trying to explain things to people.
No, but it's still a marketing perspective. And what
Well, go
it
take a
is,
class, bro.
over the years, people have made Rife machines and they work like
I had it
electromuscular
wrong. Your
stimulation.
uncle invented it, not you. Okay, I will go erase that post.
The
I
original
apologize,
Okay, never
Rife
sir.
mind.
had
You've
no
already.
relatives left on the planet, so I don't know what Matthew's trying to push to you guys, but you're.
Torin, you got beef too with Matthew? You and Duncan just decided to team up and click up and come ambush Matthew? Is that what's going on here? Sheesh. So honestly, Matt, I don't think a lot of people are saying, in my observation, I don't think a lot of people were arguing that you were using his name for like clout for your marketing. I think more people are actually, like he said, like Torin said, were pushing back on the idea that that was actually your relative. So I don't know if you need to really change the marketing, but to each his own. Whatever makes you feel comfortable.
We're gonna let him continue with this man already moonwalking. Capping ass. Go ahead, Rife. Get him.
Billie Jean is not my.
Oh, I see what you're saying, Proud. No, okay, I was looking at it a totally different way. Anyway, yeah, I'll fix that. And the whole thing about me not being his relative, I mean, it is true. In the beginning, I used to pay people to make hit pieces against me. You'll find videos saying, "Oh, his design is based off exactly what Royals is," which is provably false. I mean,
Bro,
because
why are you not on the Matthew Rife
anyway,
account? What? I don't know what's going on here. This is tripping me out.
my what?
Orwellian timeline.
What?
You got two people. You got Matthew Rife up there, and then you have Orwell timeline. What's going on here, bro?
The fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, why are you calling me out again, dude? It seems like you came in here to step on my toes because you got a beef with Matt. There's
Okay,
no
anyway, that
impulse
guy's
control.
that guy's an idiot. But anyway, Witsit, while you're up here, man, I just got to say I'm a big fan of your stuff. I love the way you debate. And, through all my findings on dealing with gravity manipulation, I think you're 100% correct. There's a few things I would probably add in, like you're talking about like buoyancy and displacement and all this stuff. But I think theory of relativity is completely wrong because one thing that was not added in is frequency. Everything has its own relative frequency. And I think, they found this thing, what was it, like 5 or 6 years ago? 3 physicists wrote a paper. They got a Nobel Prize on it talking about now they're called gravitational waves. And I think a lot of it has to deal with atomic alignment and magnetism because we do live in an electromagnetic toroidal field. And within that field, whenever you align things differently, like, okay, the best conductor of electricity is and always will be the earth. And I think that's really the reason that we do have an atmosphere and that you don't see other things with the atmosphere because there is no life. There's no life because there's no electromagnetic frequency, if that makes sense. Anyway, I have some notes on it, dude. I love the way that you debate. I'm always excited to hear about it. You do a really good job, and it's really gotten me into like I listen to your stuff and I learn because I want to learn how to debate more. Because whenever I present scientific evidence instead of just doing clinical trial data, it just seems like I need to know the other person's argument better than they do, and you do a really good job at it, man. So just thank you.
Nah, thank you, man. Thank you for all the kind words, brother. I will say quickly on what you're saying. I mean, I don't think I disagree with anything you said. I think that quote unquote gravitational waves are actually just the vibratory nature of the background, right? So it's like it is frequency, even what they're calling gravitational waves. It's the frequencies within the perturbations specifically within the ether, like the background. So what they're calling gravity is an emergent property of the background, the vibratory nature of the background, and that's what actually gives you matter, right? Is that vibrational displacement. That's why everything has a frequency signature, because matter itself is the ether vibrated at a specific rate, and so everything's an ether modality. And so in that
Yes.
sense, actually, relativity was more correct because it did say that gravity, quote unquote, was an emergent property of the background, but it said that the background was nothingness and it was space and time, and sometimes somehow that had physical properties and didn't account for the electric nature of anything or the perturbations within, because it said the medium wasn't actual or tangible. Right. So it's completely retarded in every way other than the fact it acknowledged gravity more accurately in that it is like an effect, right? An emergent property. So I don't think I disagree with anything that you were saying.
Yeah, and I have some notes on this. Like one of the things that I'm trying to do is quantify ether a little bit more. And I heard your guys' debate on Timcast. Very enlightening, by the way. I didn't even know the other guy existed, but I like what he had to say about the ether. And honestly, I believe the ether is actually frequency. Like we have what, 5 states of matter? We have what, earth, wind, fire, whatever. We have plasma and we have frequency. Frequency is the ether, I think.
Okay, that's interesting. So I definitely I have a different take than that. I think that ether, first of all, I think everything is ether, and that it's just different ether modalities. It's like is ice and liquid are both water, and so is steam, but they're just different modalities. They're different but the same. And so matter, electricity, magnetism, static electricity, light, those are all different modalities of ether. So they're all the same thing, but they're different modalities, right? And the ether itself, like in its primary state, prior to becoming one of those other modalities, it I would actually say it has no frequency. It's the only thing that is actually at rest. And that's why it's not in this physical world per se. It's not in this material world. Everything is at rest in the ether's primary state. And then once it is, in really crude terms, knocked out of that state of rest, then it manifests as all this other phenomena, right? Again, electricity, magnetism, you name it, static electricity. And then exactly what those frequencies or vibrations are or those types of motions are, that's where it gets tricky. I mean, Tesla had his ideas. I think he would probably I kind of agree with Tesla, but I mean, who knows? So I don't know if that makes sense to you, but so basically what I think is everything is in a process of seeking equilibrium. So it's trying to go back to that primary state. And that if anything were to actually attain that primary state of equilibrium, it would cease to exist, quote unquote, in the material world. That's what I actually think magnetism is, because you have the center of the magnetic field, and right, if you look at it in a ferrocell, cell, it's just a black hole, and it's just like still, a stillness. So what's there? I would say that like that's actually just ether. It's a portal to ether, and you could call it counter space because it doesn't have Cartesian extension or spatial extension, so it's like everything in a magnetic field. That's why it's the key to everything, and that's the geometry found everywhere because it's the direct tunnel, it's the portal, it's the pathway tapping directly into the ether, and that's why it can effectively be perpetual. So that was a lot because I could keep going, and I just feel like I'm just going to overload people, but that's how I view it. I'm definitely open to being wrong or hearing alternative ideas. I think it makes the most sense, and I'll say this last thing. So I think what that means is the only way we even have a material field is that something is, again, in crude terms, rippling through the ether. So there's like the canvas, the background, the ether, and it's perfectly at rest. It's perfect stillness. And then something is setting it into motion. It's disturbing it. So you have to have an ether and a primary mover, something that's actually disturbing that ether. And then if you were to think about throwing a rock in heaven, like in the heavens, right, it would ripple down towards you. That ripple creates stress or strain through the ether, which manifests as that downward electric pressure we have and creates static electricity, similar to putting gas in a box and then closing the box and making it smaller. Like the pressure increases, it's under stress. This is what Tesla said: the ether under stress or strain is static electricity. And so, literally, whatever is that primary mover is fundamentally what holds like the material world together, right? So that's how I view it. So yeah, like in a very succinct summary, it's that everything is ether. There are different modalities of the ether, and the ether's primary state is a true state of rest or inertia. And nothing else in all of existence is actually in rest. Nothing, not one single thing. And that's why we would, if you actually look at the smallest scales, even everything has a frequency. Is because because nothing's truly at rest, and it, if you set a brick on the ground, it has a frequency. Well, is it really at rest then? Because what is frequency? It's movement. So no, it's not at rest, like fundamentally, right? So nothing in existence in the material world is at rest, right? And if something were truly ever at rest, then it would cease to exist. And so that's kind of how I view it all. Meaning, like, technically, I don't think the primary state of ether has a frequency. I think it's actually not moving. I mean, it's the only thing that does that.
Hold
Yeah,
on,
and
right
like
before you jump in, right? Before you, just hold that thought, hold that one thought. What's it? But they're gonna be in my comments, right? They're gonna be like, Sacred, all he's doing is changing the name from space-time curvature to ether is the same thing. Why is it different?
Yeah. Well, for one, relativity doesn't say that everything is the same primary substance anyway, but fundamentally it's different because the ether is an actual substance. Like it's proposed to be something actual physical substance, meaning it's substantive, it's a substrate, it's the primary layer that everything comes from. It's actual, it's mechanical, can have motion applied to it, which, by the way, of course, tests have shown it absolutely does have motion applied to it. It's called a drift. And relativity is the exact opposite of all of those things, right? It isn't actual, it isn't physical, it isn't substantive, it isn't mechanical, it can't have actual physical properties applied to it, it can't have motion applied to it per Einstein and per the limitation of his theory anyway. And then, of course, he just takes these conceptual ideas of space and time and then pretends they're physical somehow. Um, and he said it's not like any ponderable media, meaning it's that space-time isn't anything like any type of ponderable medium that you can think of, whereas ether is a medium and it's similar to fluid. So they're fundamentally different. One is actually logically impossible.
And I agree with every bit of what you just said, and I think try to put yourself in my train of thought on viewing it like this. I look at the ether as the one thing, like different dimensions, right? It's the one thing that can work in this dimension and the other dimension. It is the one thing that ties it together. It is the only medium that can go beyond one another. And I think that it is the actual source of gravity. And like you said, things being put under pressure. So I guess the easy way to explain this is, we have a soul. Our soul is inside our body. Our body are carbon based electrical beings. Now, our soul can travel through ether, but what keeps our soul in our body? That would be the mass. That would be the electrical activity that has that specific frequency to keep it entrapped. That way, whenever your body dies, that electrical activity stops. So, therefore, the pressure is no longer there and the soul can be released. It kind of goes to what Terrence Howard was saying, that empty void of space, if you remember that. It was like the little triangle piece. And he was saying, this is what creates those waves, like a sinusoidal wave. It's not that it naturally fluctuates up and down, it's because it hits a barrier. And that barrier is the ether. And I think that's what keeps everything encompassed. Does that make sense what I'm saying?
Yeah, it does. I don't even think that these are mutually exclusive ideas.
Okay, good. Because I've been working on some stuff to where I'm taking aluminum disc and I'm tuning the disc to a resonant frequency of nitrogen and oxygen, somewhere in between there. And I'm taking electromagnets. I have three phases, so I have three electromagnets that I'm spinning organic mercury in. Whenever this mercury spins throughout the disc, then it's creating a toroidal field. It's the same toroidal field that we have here on Earth due to atmosphere. And I think that's the reason that it can throw off gravitational waves because it's resonant. Now, if you look at what was it, the Tic Tac UFO shaped like a Tic Tac, go take a nitrogen molecule and look at it. It is two nitrogen atoms that are double bonded. And if you look at that, it looks exactly like the Tic Tac or Tic Tac. So whenever you traverse nitrogen, which is majority of our atmosphere, you need to have something that has some sort of resonancy, and to be able to throw off oxygen and gravitational waves, you have to have that resonant frequency to fight against it. It's kind of like a standing wave. A standing waves create static electricity. So if you create a standing wave of what they would call gravitational waves, I think that's whenever you can traverse throughout it without any effect of it. You're essentially creating an atmosphere within an atmosphere.
That's pretty interesting.
Yeah, I'll try to send you some notes on it. It's pretty preliminary right now. I've gotten things to move a little bit. Of course, there's electromagnets that you can float an aluminum ball above it because I mean it's aluminum and magnetism, and it creates eddy currents. So it's those eddy currents that allow the ball to float. Now, whenever you're moving your electrical field due to the electromagnet, you can actually move the aluminum ball. And here's something else that's interesting: is Raytheon has, or is it Northrop Grumman? I forget. But you take a die, right? 6 sides. On 5 of those sides, you're going to stick a pole sticking outward, but you're going to stick a cylinder magnet on it with the north pointing inward. The side that does not have a magnet on it, these magnetic fields will combine and it shoots a magnetic field in that direction. Now, you can control this by using electromagnets and turning the power up or down. And dude, it's essentially a tractor beam, just like what we saw in Star Trek and everything else. It shoots at a magnetic field. It grabs something because everything has a Gauss rating, and that's whenever you can control it. But I'd be happy to send you some notes on preliminary stuff if you want to take a read on it.
Yeah, man, for sure. I think you're on the right page, man. Based on everything I know. Everything's
Hey, Matthew.
magnetoreactive, everything's intrinsically electric.
Right at the beginning of all that, you said you had an aluminum disc that you were tuning for resonance to a particular molecular frequency. Could you describe the dimensions of that disc and how you are treating it, what method you are physically using?
Oh man, the disc I do not have in front of me, but whenever you tune things like this, you have to think of an electromagnetic coil. So the way that you do wireless electricity is through resonance. So if I build two standing coils, right? For one, you're going to take the diameter of the coil, you're going to take the gauge of your wire, and you're going to take the length of the wire, as in how many wraps. So let's say I build something that's 3 foot tall, it's 6 inches in diameter, and I have 3,000 wraps of 18 gauge wire around it. Through that math, you can figure out its resonant frequency. I use AI to do this, and it tells me, okay, well, you want an aluminum gauge of this much, you want it to be this wide, you need exactly this much material of this type of aluminum. I don't know all the math behind it, but whenever I'm working in more of an oxygen dense nature, then I want it to be close to oxygen, but I want it to be closer to nitrogen. And the reason why, just like I was saying on electrical wireless electricity, if we have two of those coils, I can run electricity into the ground and then it's going to be attracted to your coil. So therefore, I can shoot electricity from my house to your house via the ground. And this is something that's not unknown. Uh, Power companies used to use this for years. they would do a drop line, and at the end of the wire line, it would drop directly into the ground, and that unused electricity would shoot back to the power plant, and they would collect that again. It was just at a different hertz rating. You have to modulate the electrical signal to where it actively goes through the earth. Kind of like how we run off 60 hertz electrical here in the US, and over in England, they use 50 hertz. Things work off of a tuning, but that's what is attractive to each other is that resonant frequency. It's just like two materials, right? Two materials are attracted to one another more so than two different materials. Now, the attractiveness is based off of exactly what it is, what kind of electrical activity it can conduct. Like if you were to magnetize iron versus magnetizing I don't even know if you can magnetize lead. I don't think you can. But anyway, if you could, one would have more attractiveness than another. Look at old school magnets versus neodymium magnets. Neodymium magnets have more of an atomic alignment for the positive and negative, and that's the reason that they're stronger. It's so hard to explain. I use AI to help me out with the tuning of everything, but then I have to adjust how much mercury I have inside the disk. The problem is whenever I run these electromagnets, I'm spinning the mercury inside. That spinning of the mercury on the aluminum creates what's called eddy currents. Those eddy currents are electromagnetic fields, and that's the reason it's toroidal. And yeah, I think the Germans did this back in the day. I've read stuff. I don't know if it's true or not. I can't verify. I didn't live there. But
Maybe
yeah.
you could take another shot at answering my question.
What's that? How?
It was a pretty straight up question, Matthew, and you went
What the tuning is?
everywhere except for answering the question. The question was, could you describe the dimensions of the aluminum disc you have that you said you were tuning, and the method you were using to tune it to whatever frequency, to a particular elemental frequency, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Can you get specific and physical for me and quantify what you're talking about
Yes,
with
yeah,
material,
that's
material
what I'm saying.
specification? Not talking about plants and other things on the earth that have nothing to do with what we're talking about.
Okay, listen, whenever you tune something, I use AI to do this. Like I said, I don't know the math, but I look up the resonant frequency of oxygen and I look it up for nitrogen. I ask AI if I'm using 18 gauge aluminum, aircraft aluminum, and there's a number on aluminum. If I use that, how can I get this to be tuned to resonate at this frequency? Just the same as a tuning fork, you can change it by moving stuff up and
Okay,
down.
so you're talking
AI
about an
tells
acoustic resonant frequency by the modulus of rigidity of the aluminum as you strike the aluminum? That acoustic frequency?
Yes, you want it to
Now I'm
vibrate.
getting you. Now I'm
Yeah,
getting
you want it to vibrate at that frequency.
That is several orders of magnitude away from the frequency that any particular molecule might self-resonate at. I'm sure you can understand the difference in scale there, and that those two frequencies are absolutely not anywhere near each other.
Yeah, and see, this could be my problem because, like I said, I don't know the math behind it. This is a shot in the dark, and I use AI to help me out with this. Um, what I do know is the size, the diameter of the disc, dependent upon how much power is running through it on the eddy currents, tells me about the toroidal field. Because on the left side of the disc versus the right side of the disc, if I'm putting too much power, the eddy current is going to crash into one another. No, it overlaps, if that makes sense. But
They're called bucking fields, yes.
yeah, I think this is where I'm messing up at, though, because I don't completely understand it. I'm just using AI to test theory on it.
Well, I believe you when you say that part, Matthew.
Which part that I don't know? Yeah, because it's true.
That you just don't understand what you're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know exactly what it is, but it seems to have worked a little bit, and I'm working towards progress on it.
Okay, just a second.
Yep.
Stone is our honorary quality controller. Super interesting, man. Looking forward to seeing what comes of it.
Yeah, I mean, if you have any input on it, if you have any suggestions on what I can look at, I'd greatly appreciate it.
Well, I'm sure I could help you out with a fair bit of it, my man. Are you on Telegram? If so, check my bio and connect to me there. That's the most efficient way to go.
All right, I followed you. I don't really know how to use Telegram too much. I let somebody else run my Telegram channel, but I have it.
Okay, well, you got
If
me
you want to
followed,
DM,
and it's right in my bio. If you're on Telegram, you have an account, you're able to log into Telegram,
okay,
then just look at my bio, and you can see my @ is @manofstone for Telegram. So you just put that in the search field in Telegram, and there I
okay,
am. You
yeah,
click me
I'll
and
check it out,
message
and I'll
me, and
send you the stuff that I'm
away you
working
go.
off of. Maybe you can direct me on some of it. I appreciate
Okay,
it.
that sounds interesting.
Yeah, I
Right on.
really appreciate it, man.
Yeah, dope stuff, right? Orwellian?
Yo, what up, man?
Communication,
Yeah,
bro.
I just wanted to chime back in after I got my fucking toe stomped on by people that wanted to take the long knives out on Mr. Rife here. But yeah, I noticed. So we got a guy in here. His hand's not up yet. And if my memory serves me correct, it was probably in the 80s, like 86, 87. Bongo down there. Yep, waving at you, brother. And Witsit had a pretty dope exchange, man. I met him back in the 80s. Haven't seen him since. If memory serves me correct, this man travels around in a truck. He's got a lot of dope information on a lot of dope YouTube channels. He was bringing up some wild stuff. So just wanted to shout out to him. I saw him down there and let everybody know I don't care who stomps on my toes. I'm still up in here doing my thing. I appreciate all y'all.
That's great. Toss him the mic.
I'm gonna land the plane there. Stone's good to hear from you too, brother. Yeah, man. Well over a year in here, dude, and I'm stoked. Let's keep it going.
Done the Ethermobile, you heard? Oh man. Christian, new speaker. I don't know if you've been here before. Have you?
No, I've never been here before. I've listened quite a bit for quite a while. I don't want to throw everything off here, but I have a question about the this idea that the possibility of viruses not existing. Is that something somebody could uh, maybe talk to me about a little bit, or
Yeah. Go.
point me
Go.
in a direction to where I could maybe learn something about this idea?
Yeah. So I can give you a few names if you want to kind of jot them down.
Yeah, I'd really appreciate that.
So look up Alec Zeck, AlecZeck. Cool dude, supposed to fly out, be on his show beginning of next year. Alex Zeck. You can look up Tom Cowan, TomCowan, and then Andy Kaufman. There are many more, but those three right there. Look into virology between those guys. Yeah, I mean that's probably the best place to get started. I can obviously give you like the very succinct lowdown is that viruses, germ theory is just a theory, and a virus of any kind has never truly been isolated. There has been no true isolation of any virus ever. Um, and they always have to add it to biological material, manipulate it, reify it through their models, and then claim that there's a virus there. So, yeah.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate those names. I'll check them out. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, is your view
Yeah.
that viruses don't exist? What's it? Because that Cowan guy, I got into like just a conversation here on Twitter, and he sent me 2 books of his. I just got one yesterday. I can't wait to read it. But what's your
Yeah,
stance on it?
viruses don't exist.
What
There's
would you
literally no
say?
evidence for it at all. So, yeah.
What would you say that they are?
Myth.
Okay,
Yeah,
well
literally.
there's something there, right?
Well, I mean,
Wrong.
every time they're claiming, yeah, it's like literally, yeah, biological soup. Like that, so, isolation in science, you isolate the independent variable, then you control all the other variables. In virology, they have like a totally different word, I mean, a totally different meaning of the word isolation. It doesn't mean actual isolation, it means biological soup. Like it's like so laughable, right? You would be able to actually separate it if it existed. Um, so yeah, I mean, and then just look into that was the cornerstone for all this other pharmaceutical deception, right? I mean, that's the cornerstone for the sales pitch of vaccines on his face. Like that's what they claim, right? That they're putting viruses in you, that's reverse engineering viruses, blah, blah, blah. You look into the supposed evidence for any types of viruses, like even look into the rabies virus, where they supposedly proved it. They literally found a rabid animal. I'm not going to go through all the different viruses, just an example of how insane and preposterous the claims are. So there's like a rabid animal, right? And like most of the time, if you get bit by a rabid animal, like you don't get rabies. But if you do develop clinical rabies, like you're most likely going to die. So people believe that you can get rabies vaccine and somehow protects you. It doesn't, though. It's been proven that there are people that have gotten 3, 4, 5 rabies vaccines. They still die. So either you get clinical rabies or you don't. Anyway, they took the rabid animals and like a bat, and they had the bat just biting all these other animals, right? Until to see if it could actually transmit this alleged virus. They could never prove it. The bat was just biting all kinds of things hundreds of times. It wouldn't actually transmit any type of supposed infectious disease. And then what they would do is they would take these animals that they found that were rabid, and then they would just so insane. They would take their brains out and basically just chop them up and make these crazy like biological soups. Then they would take a syringe and they would pull out a syringe full of that brain soup, you know, focused on the brain stem, and then they would inject it into the brain of a living animal like a monkey, and then the monkey would seize out and die. Yeah, the monkey would seize out and die, and then they say, "See, that's proof that the rabies virus exists." Literally, that's the proof, supposedly, that the rabies virus exists. So it's like that with all of them.
So see if you can give me some kind of anecdotal explanation of this. So, yeah, obviously I've never seen a virus, but it was my great uncle Royal Rife who created the universal microscope, and the history is what he would do is he would run a light array across like whatever was up underneath the microscope, and he would see which color of light would reflect off of something and what he was calling a virus, and that's how he would find its resonant frequency, because light has a frequency and whatever reflects back is it's going to be just like how the sky isn't blue, it is reflecting the color blue. But the more I read into this, man, it really seems to me, and it's starting to look like what he possibly was seeing were parasites. And because cancer isn't always necessarily trying to kill you, it's the tumor is trying to encompass something that the body can't kill. And then it just starts multiplying over and over and over again. So the way that he worked was he would find the resonant frequency, and he called it the BX virus. It's Bacillus virus. He would inject rats with this. They would grow a tumor. He would run the Rife machine on it, and it was over 200 rats, and it was 100% successful every single time. And now we're seeing things like fenbendazole, and we're seeing ivermectin, and we're seeing these things that get rid of parasites that are actually curing the cancer. And I'm thinking it's killing off the parasite. Would you say that's kind of along the same line of thought?
Yeah, I think parasites are a big component of it. Although, I mean, I was just on Kelly Brogan's podcast, and she was telling me before it started recording that like even that's a whole rabbit hole, and people go really over the top with parasite claims as well. But yeah, I mean, obviously, people have used like anti-parasitic medicine to get rid of cancer, right? And often, and basically, for example, in those scenarios, like, oh, well, the parasites looked so much like the cancer cells, we couldn't tell the difference. And just goes to show you that they don't know what they're talking about. And they're using electron microscopes, they're running them through computer programs and models, claiming to complete the vast majority of sequencing and then acting like they know what's there. And to just very quickly tell you, right, like again, this is the primary part. When it comes to science, you have to isolate something. A virus, quote unquote, has never been isolated that didn't include a viral transport medium, antibiotics like geneticin, um, and antimycotics, which is just another medium, and then foreign cell lines or fetal bovine serum. So all of these are just different biological soups, basically. and they're claiming that they find a virus within that, right? And so you can look it up, and you will never find even a claim on the table ever that a virus has ever been quote unquote isolated outside of those 5 things, because that's how they supposedly find them. So there's not even a phenomena to address on the table, other than people get sick. There are parasites. I think that frequency is a big part of everything in terms of how properly your body functions. But and I'm not. This isn't like my lane per se. Although I will debate a mainstream doctor about biology because it's that simple. It doesn't exist. It's literally a myth. So
Hey,
Yeah,
yeah,
Matthew.
but look into those people.
Matthew,
I'm
the
gonna
other
ask.
person, hey Matthew, the other
Oh yeah,
person
go
you
ahead.
might want to look into is Andrew Kaufman, and stuff that he even put out 3 years ago, back when Tom Cowan was also producing those cool videos. He handles specifically the issue of Koch's postulates and how the virology end of the discussion here, they meet none of them. So by all means, Andrew Kaufman, if you look him up, there's a great deal of material there for you to tell you about virology.
Okay, yeah, because I'm going to be looking at Judy Mikovits too. She's a friend of mine, and she has specialized in the bacillus virus, so she's very familiar with viruses and stuff. Because man, it's going to destroy my whole reality whenever if I find out that viruses aren't real and it's just classified as something else. Dude, it's gonna blow everything away because that means my Uncle Roy stumbled upon something that he didn't really mean for it to work that way, and it was like a happy accident, if that makes sense.
You
And
mentioned that you just got a hold of some information about from Tom Cowan. Is that what I heard you mention at the beginning?
yeah, Tom is here on Twitter, and I put a
Great.
post out not too long ago, and he sent me 2 of his books that he wrote. So
Okay. Have you gone through them yet?
no, I just
I say
got
just
them.
got him.
Yeah, I just
Okay.
got them yesterday, but I'm
Okay.
excited to review them. And
Okay.
like I
Okay.
told
Go
him, I'm
for it.
kind of reserving
Go
my
for it.
thought on what I think until I actually dig
Yeah,
into it because dude, it's
yeah, you
gonna
should. Tom is the man, bro. Like Tom is like the homie. He's super cool. I've
super
had
nice
private
guy too.
conversations with him. He is very intelligent, and he body bags virology. Yeah, like had Andy Kaufman on the list as well, and Stones to explaining it as well. Those are the 3 people. Go to Andy Kaufman, Tom Cowan, and Alex Zek. And good luck trying to ever, unsee it, basically. So just prepare yourself for whatever personal ramifications come.
So do you subscribe to terrain theory?
Yes, yes. And I also sprinkle in a little Germanic medicine in there, so
Okay. Okay, that makes sense. All right. Well,
which is
thanks
basically
guys for
terrain
letting.
theory, but it's tied to like the metaphysical component, a consciousness component.
Yeah, because I'm finding so many different things that I mean, you can't just subscribe to one of them because there are falsehoods. We just don't have it nailed down yet. But man, it's rocking my reality the more that I find out isn't real. So I'm just happy that whatever I got done and it's helping people, it's going in the right direction. But thank you guys for letting me up. What's it again? Big fan. I love the stuff that you do. Sacred. Love you guys. All of you.
Yeah, I wanted to
Much love.
drop one comment too, for Matthew and for Christian, who asked the question. Alex's YouTube channel is a wealth, like just it's a well of knowledge. It's The Way Forward. There's a lot of good stuff there, and he collaborated. You need to go to the website or write this down. TheEndOfCovid.com. It's just TheEndOfCovid.com. It's a huge, like 99 different episodes with legends. Just this topic you're curious about is also found there, but the other stuff was really listed out well already by Witsit. And then lastly, Crow 777. There's some really good information. Crow777radio.com is some more awesome stuff. But yeah, I mean, bottom line, my wife is a physician. She's a family med, sports med doc. And when I woke up to Flat Earth 2.5 years ago, like that was kind of weird to her to watch me go through like a learning process of we don't live on a spinning ball orbiting the sun. We're a stationary topographical plane that's enclosed, and we are it. We are the point. We aren't moving. We're the only terra firma. So when you see up in the sky like the luminaries and what they call the planets, that's not something you can go and land on. Not like Earth, even though that's what we were taught. And so that progressed into, well, what else are they lying about? And you look into legal stuff and you look into medicine for sure. And so when I started talking to my wife about, there's like exosomes or, train theory, and reading these books, you realize, man, so much of this is about fear and control. And if a person thinks that another person is going to get them sick, the body just does it. It's crazy. But I'm no expert on it. I just know that whenever I found flat Earth and started to dig into these truths, I was getting sick, I don't know, 4 or 5, maybe 8 times a year, just little colds, little sniffles and things. And ever since I just changed my mindset about what all this was, and I'm not scared of getting sick anymore. It's just almost gone to nothing. I have cleaned up my diet as well, and I distill my water now too. So there's other causes for, I guess, a more easy stroll through life. But so much of it is mindset and mentality, and not getting talked into being scared of stuff. But yeah, thanks for letting me share that part.
There is
Yeah,
something
boy.
to that, especially whenever it does come to frequency, because high frequency is better than low frequency in the way the cells work. And this is basically, the baseline theory of a Rife machine is negative ionization. So whenever you're born as a child, you have a bunch of negative ions. As you grow older, you start collecting positive ions. Well, that's what causes inflammation. Inflammation is the root of all disease. So going back to what you're talking about on thought process, the frequencies that are resonant attract towards one another. And you can see this in human form and mentality whenever people do drugs. It physically lowers their frequency within their body. And then, therefore, these people collectively associate with one another. And then, whenever people that are alcoholics that stop drinking, they generally go towards people that aren't drinking. So it's like a physical representation of energy flow. And you can see which ones get sick and you can see which ones do not.
Yeah, I'll share one more thing that's interesting because, there's a disease, quote unquote disease called hand, foot, mouth for children. And it's quote unquote very contagious. So if a kid walks into a classroom and they have hand, foot, mouth, little sores in their mouth, on the bottom of their feet, or on their hands, next thing you know, every one of the other kids, or quite a few of those kids, are catching it or they get it. I don't think that there's like a cootie that's floating over there, getting in their nose and replicating and multiplying. It may be like what you're talking about, Matthew, like way beyond like frequency, or almost like because the kid, a little toddler, doesn't know what sickness is, or that other kid is a danger. They're just playing and having a good time. I think it's possible that the building blocks or the frequency or resonant or whatever the kid is carrying in his toroidal field that he's got around his heart and in his structure, he brings it near the other kids, and almost like a tuning fork. If you strike a tuning fork that's a C and you bring it over next to another tuning fork, but you don't even touch it, it starts to vibrate. And so if this happens, and this is what catching or getting sick from someone else is, not a little cootie virus, then what's happened is Big Pharma has exploited that and turned it into a gold mine with, oh, now you need a pill to make yourself better. And I've totally stopped taking everything across the counter. No Tylenol, no ibuprofen. If I've got a little, fever, which I haven't had in, 18 to 22 months, I can't even remember the last time I had like a headache or anything. The thing you'll learn as you dive into this topic is you don't want to suppress the quote unquote symptoms. Like if you have a runny nose or a cough or your throat's itching or you have a fever, if you stop it, you're stopping the body of doing the natural process of reaching equilibrium and coming back to health, because the body is a perfect healing machine. It wants to heal, and all these medicines stop it from getting these toxins out. So diarrhea, vomiting, all that stuff, even fevers, they've been stamped as being evil and being like, oh, look, you're sick. Now, if I do get a little runny nose, I'm like, oh, sweet, my body's working perfectly. It's doing a good thing. And I smile and I like lean into my body ridding itself of this, toxin in a happy way rather than being fearful of it. And it's changed everything.
Yeah, and it does that, and it's all energy. You can actually test the electrical voltage of your cells. It's through a pH balance, and optimally you want to run between -70 and -90 millivolts per body cell. You have to look up the specs and order the kit and everything, but you can generally tell how healthy you are by your negative ionization within your body. Something that everyone should do whenever you shower. I just recently started doing this, and a NASA engineer was telling me about it. That he said that when he showers, he always puts his foot for at least a minute on the bathroom drain because the drain is grounded. And what grounding does is it pulls the positive ions out of your body and it replaces it donates electrons to your body. So it helps to balance. And you can actually feel this energy and the runoff of energy whenever you're hitting and the water's running on you and you have your foot grounded to that metal drain.
And it's awesome. I'm going to drop in the purple pill. Look for it. It's episode 138. It's titled Healing Medical Doctors Still Exist. This guy that talks, his name's Dr. Franco Lena, and he talks about natural medicine. So this guy has an MD, but he also traveled the world and absorbed old school masters, like what they taught in other cultures and what they thought. And he actually practiced, he's like 80 years old, I think, in this episode. He practices a medicine that he calls soul medicine, and he'll take a person and he'll just help them out top to bottom, look them all over, spend a lot of time with them to get their full history. Because what you were just kind of talking about brought this to my attention. He was talking about like at a cellular level, the frequency and vibration. He was like measuring this in people and healing people. So I'll post that right now.
Hey, listen. Oh, 1 second, PS. Let me just say, because there are a couple hands too. I want to make sure some of the other guys that this is a great build, right? But again, we always talking about questioning the nature of our reality. It's not just about the earth and the sky. It's all parts of science, even the health. And so there's some real gems here that's being dropped. So I'm looking forward to that post, JT. You can drop it in the purple pill or post it up top. Piazza, did you want to say something real quick? Because I did have D3 up, and I want to see what Bongo want to say.
Oh yeah, sorry man. I just I've been trying to get in there for a second. It's just hard to get a word in when it's flowing so well. I just wanted to ask, not at all disagreeing or doubting any of the stuff you guys are saying about virology. I'm just curious, like, what if it's all like 100% fake? If there's no correlation to some type of pattern being viewed, what do you consider sequencing to be then? Is there no such thing as viral Is that like a myth? Is there no like viral sequencing or anything like that? I don't know if Whitsitt or Stone or one of the other guys familiar with any of this material knows.
You're talking about the sequencing they do in silica?
It's
where it's
all
basically
modeling.
just computer simulated. Yeah, that's what I learned from COVID, because they were like, "Oh so basically it's all computer simulation based on what they would expect a virus to look like and how it would affect everything. It's not a real thing."
What?
They call
the whole thing is synthetic.
They define it as what was it? It's like simulated in silica or whatever they call it, in silica, and it just means that they're simulating it in a computer. I can link you the
what
I can
in
link you
silica,
the
like the silicon, like the chips, like the
right,
motherboard,
right.
CPU. What?
Right. Yeah. I'll send
Binary,
you
bro.
I'll send you the link from Globebusters. That guy, I forget his name. It's like something Falcone or Macone something. Anyway, he did an awesome breakdown of virology. And then on that note, I also put in the jumbo there. If you have Telegram and you're interested in the end of COVID information that JT was talking about, all the videos are on that Telegram. You can get it there.
Wow, thank you. That's crazy. That's in silica. They talking about it's on a computer, dog.
Yep.
It makes it sound like it's like suspended in some kind of like
It sounds fancy as hell, doesn't it? And then when you look it up, it's like, what does that mean? And they're like, oh, so you know how like you model something in Blender for funsies? That's what we do.
It's so good. Dude, it's a whole house of cards, bro. There's like literally nothing at the bottom of it.
Well, it reminds me, guys, of like when you go out into outer space, there's a lot of guesstimation and they just like tomfoolery going on as you get into the cosmos. But as you go smaller into the body, you got the same thing where the images, quote unquote, images of the viruses are also just CGI, and there hasn't been like what's it was saying, they haven't been isolated. And then it really blew my mind. I can't remember who said it. It was like Cowan or Kaufman, one of the guys. They were talking about the DNA strand or like the double helix, and like everyone's so familiar with the image of DNA. And he said that the spiral columns are assumed. Like nobody's taken a picture of DNA like spiraling like that. And it just rung a bell like, man, there's so many assumptions and so many things have been taught as for sure, but nobody's seen it. It's too small. Or I mean, that's just that really freaked me out when they said the spiraling columns are assumed.
Yeah, dude, that
Yeah,
was
bro.
Dr.
It's all
Tom,
like
man.
atoms.
Yeah, it was Dr. Tom. I didn't even come on here to give a shout out to our podcast at all, to be honest. I came on here a little bit ago because I was just thinking about putting out a post about Duffy and his fraudulent shit, man, and then we got sidetracked and started talking about this. But if you do want to listen to a little bit about it, check out the Phone Booth podcast. We've had Dr. Tom Cohen on, and he did talk about that DNA sequencing and all that. But just as Whitsitt was speaking to, it's just a house of cards, man. It's pretty much a bunch of made up bullshit. To be
The
honest,
Human Genome Project is.
Roof, you got any clips? You got any clips of the other interview?
I'll post it. I'll post that one in the Purple Pill. And really, I wanted to chime in because we started talking about the metaphysical consciousness aspect. And in that realm, you got to check out Mark Gober, dude. He's got a lot of good books. The one pertaining to this subject is An End to the Upside Down Medicine, and which he breaks it down pretty good. He came on our podcast too, and that dude's fucking awesome. He knows a lot about everything. And through his journey of learning about that, he ended up at Flat Earth, or not Flat Earth, at least globe denialism, and he's got a lot of proof and evidence in his book that he recently dropped An End to the Upside Down Cosmos. And it's funny because this dude's got a lot of credentials too. He graduated magna cum laude at Princeton University, I want to say, and brings a lot of credibility to what we're talking about here. Boston, I love the
Wait, do you
perspective.
know if this guy was you know if that guy was recently on Alpha Vedic?
Yeah, dude, this is who I've been emailing with.
Dude,
Yeah.
he's awesome.
With Steve.
Yeah, I watched his Alpha Vedic interview. Yeah, he shouted me out a few times. I'm like, oh, this guy's
Bro,
flat
what's
Earth
it?
pilling these guys.
Gober and Dr. Young both talked about you and Dave Weiss as being influential and like people to look to and really influential in their own awakening. And that's why I'm trying to set up, the deal.
No, yeah, that's cool. That's cool because
All rights.
No one with a college degree thinks the Earth's flat, bro.
Oh my
till I finish
god!
mine.
Yeah,
man.
Rufus, I wanted to mention I listened to the one with Gober, and that's what got me to shout him out on X, and he reached back out, and we've been emailing and stuff. So he's really approachable, and I appreciate what you're doing on you guys' podcast. It's epic.
Yeah, thanks, man. I appreciate what you're doing too, and just coming out here. I don't come and speak in here a lot, just not my wheelhouse. But what you were alluding to with the different frequencies of how you get sick, man. Like, I used to be a big germaphobe, and I would get sick all the time, and then I realized, that it was all bullshit, and it seemed like I just never really get sick anymore, or rarely. It'll last a couple days, but I think the worry about it almost causes you to be more sick than whatever it is that's causing us to be sick, or whatever it is that sickness even is, you know, that's really kind of up for speculation at this point, but it could be some sort of detox sequence. Oh, what were you going to say?
Well, I was just thinking, you know, the way that my spirit and my soul, my energy with this whole topic has how it has evolved is like we have seasons. The earth has seasons, and all the leaves on the trees fall, and it looks bad. It looks bad for the trees. Like, holy crap, you're not beautiful. You're shedding all your leaves. And I think about the human body, and we go through periods of buildup of toxicity in our environment, what we're eating, what's put, especially the American diet, and like all the freaking oils, processed oils and colors and additives and bull crap. So we're putting these toxins in all the time, and then we're doing the toxicity with the screen, the black screen, the mirror, the TV, and all this and that.
Suppressing our emotions.
Right. And
dude,
so
that goes to that Germanic medicine too, dude. I think there's really something to that. And
yeah,
how
Dude,
suppressing your
100%.
emotions.
They were predicting brain cancer, bro. Like, it's so cool to find out that that guy. I'm sorry, I feel like I interrupted you twice. I'm sorry,
Oh, you're
but it's
good,
so
bro.
cool to find out that guy is also into that, because I think that's the actual top of this pursuit. Is you find out that like guilt and deception and lies
Oh, it
and like
is, bro.
trauma and dude, and it manifests in you as illness, bro. And until you actually face it and you stop suppressing and you stop like embodying the like deception and guilt and shame, then you're gonna have this like weakness, right, that manifests as disease. It's such a trip, and it makes you think like, and when I started figuring that out, I'm like, dude, these anti-flat earthers have got to be just incredibly sick. And I'm not even joking. You know, I'm like, damn, I started feeling really bad. So I'm like, I try not to clap on them as much anymore because I'm like, damn, you know. And then
For
I was
real.
really falling down this rabbit hole, and it was like people's illnesses and diseases were in this crazy, like, like fractal way, reflecting their metaphysical input. Meaning, if there was some type of like thing that if someone screwed someone over, the way that they screwed them over, there would be like this parallel with what the illness was. And I'm like, dang, this is crazy, bro. And then you start talking about these quote unquote mental illnesses, like definitely spiritual. And then when this all started, they were actually able to tell that people were going to have serious elements or cancers in advance, strictly based on the new Germanic approach, right? Which is like, you know, obviously pretty good proof of concept at the least. So yeah, I don't know. I thought it was pretty interesting, and makes you realize that, like, bro, long story short, you don't get away. People seem to think, and this is why I think that they're so scared of stuff like geocentrism and the creator in general. They think in if they out of sight, out of mind, and don't think about it somehow, if they pretend there's no moral accountability, there's not. Dude, there absolutely is, buddy, and you're not gonna get away with it. And like the sooner that you come to grips with that reality, right, and you just do what's right, and you don't lie and stuff, you're gonna be way better off. Because I'm now like I wouldn't say I'm scared, but I feel bad for these people because they think that as long as they can trick everyone, they got away with it. That is not how it works, bro. That is not how it works. So, all right, anyway, rant over, but I think it's pretty deep, bro. If you never heard about it, you should definitely.
Shout out Rufus, man, and Bill, Ted, and Def. Which I ain't gonna lie, like you would definitely want to go talk to those guys in the phone booth. I think you would really enjoy that conversation. We'd all tune in for that too. Great stuff over there, and all the squad been over there too. Shout out to them.
Well, I'm wait. The podcast, or like you're saying spaces?
Oh yeah, they got a podcast, Phone Booth Pop. Gotta tap
Okay,
in.
yeah, because I'm about to be on the plane for like freaking days.
Oh yeah,
Not literally, but
no,
like
when you come back.
22 hours.
Bro, we got the
No, I mean
podcast.
I
We
need
got
some
the
stuff to listen
podcast
to on the
going on.
plane.
We got the podcast going on for a year, and the next year to come, man, we just trying to talk to cool people and open up the
I'm saying,
conversations.
well, let me know which ones you would suggest at the top, bro, because I
dude,
need some
robot
content for the
polisher,
plane.
robot
We had
polisher.
robot Paul, dude. We had all the.
So
I would
good.
love to have you on, man. I'll just tell you that, like, you're very influential in what we started to do in the first place, and I really respect what you do, man, and we would really love to have you on the podcast. If you don't want to come on, that's cool. I don't even care, but I still respect you all the way, man. And
I'm down to come on, man. You're gonna have to send me a message
I
and
will,
remind me
dude.
of this.
I will for
And
sure. I'd love to talk about Germanic new medicine. We don't even have to talk about flat Earth because honestly, I know that you're more. Everyone sees you as the flat Earth guy, but I think that you're like much more than that too. We could talk about whatever you want, but when it comes to the Germanic new medicine, just think about it as like when you're holding in a bad secret and how horrible that makes you feel inside, man, and harboring that kind of thing can make you physically sick. And I feel like that's just kind of the way that like what society is kind of pushing everyone towards right now. And I think, learning to be positive and just as you said, learning to tell the truth and be a good person will heal you much more than any doctor ever could. It's all a mental and spiritual game out there. And they try and trick you into thinking it's some magical boogeyman that's going to come get you from any direction, dude. This whole COVID thing, like, give me a break.
Dude,
and
I
it's
got to.
always like it always turns your attention to this like concept of an existential external threat, and it's actually all internal, bro.
So true.
That's bad.
Yeah, I was just going to chime in.
One second, JC. 1 second. Let me just say this,
Yep.
because we want to make sure that we get through the hands. But I want to prioritize all the voices that want to speak directly to this. And then we're gonna, try to double back to the 24-hour sun. I want to see if you guys have any critiques or opinions on my man Joseph Hanvey. If you guys ever heard of him, so. But we'll talk about that in a minute. JT, do you want to say one last thing, and then we'll go to D3?
Yeah, definitely. I don't even see any hands. I was co-hosting for Dave Weiss the other day, and my phone was doing the same thing. I don't see any hands right now. It's so weird. So I'm going to land the plane. I'm going to say, and Whitsett has heard this. Some of y'all have too. When I used to be fearful of my kids getting sick and they had like the sniffles, and I would shy away from them. Like I would emotionally and spiritually like lean away from them because I was scared that they were going to get me sick because I was worried about my training and like being an athlete. And that's in a way that fear and that selfishness was kind of silly. Now, when my kids get sick, I lean into them. I get closer. I wipe their nose without any fear at all. And then I used to also like not want to take bites or I wouldn't want to eat their food if they left something. I'd be like, oh, I can't eat that. I'm gonna get sick and then I can't train anymore. It's like so weird and lame. Now I, as a man and as a spiritual leader of the home, I'm not afraid of these weird like cootie stories. And if I want to eat the rest of my little girl's eggs, I'm gonna eat them. And then now none of them are acting scared. All my kids aren't running around like, oh, I dropped this on the floor, Daddy. I can't eat it, huh? I gotta throw it away. No, they don't do any of that. They just pick it up and eat it. So it's just cool to be free from the lies. Thanks for letting me kind of rant and rave on that. I'm going to drop some links before I pass out, but this will probably be it for the night. Much love to all y'all.
That's cap.
No, I
Dude,
gotta go.
so true, man. The
Gotta
love
go.
for your kid will let you overcome your fear for any virus ever, man. And I ain't never getting sick from my kids, and I'm around them when they're sick all the time. And I kiss them, do everything. Don't even worry about it. And it ain't ever gonna make me sick, man. And it ain't ever
Bro,
gonna make any of you
I
guys
wipe
sick.
snot 57 times a day, bro.
Right?
What?
For real, bro.
Yeah, y'all are awesome.
Dude, give me a break, man. But anyways, I gotta go. I gotta run here pretty quick, too. And while I got you here with it, I want to say that the reason I came on here in the first place, I didn't even see you in the crowd, but I was about to put out a post about this Duffy guy. I don't even know why I thought of it tonight, but for some reason I was just like, dude, this dude's such a clown, man, and he's got some sort of bad intentions about what he's trying to do. The symbol for his church looks like a straight up Freemason compass and whatever the fuck it is, but it looks like a Freemason symbol, dude. Just looking at the symbol for his church. And it's called a gape kingdom because he's got a gaping hole in whatever kind of narrative he's trying to push with this fucking 24-hour sun, man. But I'm warning you, dude, the dude's got a lot of money, obviously, and he's willing to spend $500,000, however much he's willing to spend on putting this together. And I don't think he'd do it without having the confidence of having some sort of 24-hour sun put together. I don't know, man. Something seems super sketchy about all this. And I did see a video about some dude doing the recording of the temperatures out there, and it seems like it could be true or it could not be true. You never know these days, but apparently they have like record temperatures out there in the summer this year, like 50 degrees hotter than what they normally are. And I don't know what these
Dude,
people
that's
are
good
capable
news.
of. Well,
That's
yeah,
good news.
exactly, man.
No, I'll give my take on all that, but I'll leave it up to Sacred and Proud, right? If they want me to say it right now or later, because I don't want to say it multiple times. I'll just go ahead and throw that out there.
Yeah, I was
Um,
with that. I wanted you to go speak on that 'cause I know.
Just
I
something's
don't know.
out
We
here,
just
man. Something sketchy going on with this. I don't know what it is, man. But I
yeah.
wish you the best of luck. And this dude is a shyster, man. Just look at the symbol of his church, Agape Kingdom, and that's all you really need to know, man. Thanks for having me on tonight, too. Much love to all you guys. I hope to maybe come on here more often. I got some.
Bro, we
I've been
missed
having some
y'all. Y'all
personal
got
shit going
it's
on,
okay.
man.
It's okay. We love you, bro. We miss
Love you, man. Love you guys so much. Thanks for
if y'all
having me.
don't know, they had us on one of their earliest episodes. What was it, Proud? Was it episode 7 or 8? But they've been throwing us love since we've been on here, since they've been on here.
We'd always love to have you on again, man. And I'll post a couple of the episodes about the germ theory and the Gober episode up in the purple pill here if I can figure it out on my phone. I'm kind of Twitter technologically inclined, but if I can't figure it out, I'll just DM you. Sacred. Thanks, guys. Peace.
much love, brother.
Much love to you, man.
I go follow Rufus, man. Content go crazy. Level shreds. D3, what up?
Yo, what's up, fellas? I got a couple of things, but I'll do like one now and then come back later with the other one. First thing is I have a request for the squad. Wit, Stone, Piezo, Alan, Shane. You guys are more mathematically inclined than I am. I'd like to know if any of you can put together something quick, doesn't have to be too deep, but something that could help everyone understand what the refraction accounting that they're doing from satellite imagery, right? Because light is refracting as it comes into the atmosphere and as it goes out of the atmosphere. I'd like to really kind of understand how they're accounting for that in their imagery that they produce from satellites, and how that, affects the edges in particular, because that's where we see any resemblance of any semblance of curvature. So I'd like to see if any of that makes any sense. If you guys could like ever talk about that in one of your presentations, that'd be
Are
cool.
you referring to that in context of the post you just put up regarding Discover in its Lagrange position?
Yeah, not the Discover one, but or is it Discover? Let me see.
Yeah, Discover Epic.
That's
It
not the
sits
one
at
I shared to
L1.
this. That I'm actually going to come back to that. That was the second thing I wanted to talk about. The one that I shared to the space is just what's his face, DeGrasse Tyson, talking about the bending of light and everything.
Not seeing underwater.
Yeah, that too. So
did you read the comment by the optometrist or whatever that's right down in the comments in that section there, where he just talks about the diopter of the cornea and how it relates that, yeah, the human eye has a natural refraction as it interfaces with air of 1.33, and that we are naturally far-sighted underwater when our naked eye is against water because of the different refractive value air to
Mhm.
water, which is why we can't see until we have a mask on, which is a separation of air between our eye and the water through a lens, right? Through
Right.
through a piece of slate glass, so there's no distortion. It's flat.
Yeah, he kind of talks about some. I think he talks about either the same thing or something similar in the video. Um, but so I've been going into images from space in the past week, so I wanted to come back to the second point later. But just this first one, I wanted to just request if any of you guys could put together just something, 5 minutes or something, about the math of it, how they're calculating the refractive index and stuff for the data from space. 'Cause I want to see how that affects what we see in the images they produce.
I got you.
Well, I just pulled down your 49 pager.
Okay.
And, so like I've yet to obviously go through that. It's 3:30 in the morning, my time.
Yeah,
But
no,
we might
that's a
get there
different
sometime
point.
soon.
That's a different one. That I'll come back to later. So we could get to anybody else's hands and stuff. So I just wanted to put this request out there for this one. I'll come back with the other one later.
Yeah.
Thanks.
So real quick, I don't know if this helps you or not, but in GPS, they don't bother to account for any refractive index of air. So like between the altitude of whatever the quote unquote space vehicle is at and the ground receiver, they don't account for refractive conditions at all. The difference they say would be like, C travels at 99.999999999 C in air. So they're like, we don't care.
So yeah, so then why is it necessary for the optics but not necessary for that? Is there any difference you guys see that would
Well, yeah, orders of magnitude difference in incident angle for one.
Mm-hmm.
Huge difference there.
Incident angle for the light, or you mean for the GPS systems?
Well, yeah, all the arguments that we talk about in globe to flat Earth observation with us on the surface of the Earth, we're always looking essentially horizontally through the most dense part of the air mass itself.
Yep.
In satellite, it's vertical or close to usually, and then they composite them together with a bunch of vertical or nearly vertical shots, and refraction doesn't even come into that because it's straight up and down.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, refraction due to change in what medium, if you think about a satellite and you think about it traveling a gradient of near vacuum to air, it's traveling a gradient from zero refraction, or sorry, a refractive index of 1 to a refractive index at the very bottom in air of like 1.00001, So like across that entire gradient, the average change is going to be nearly incalculable, right? It's so negligible. So I don't really think that there would be any refractive corrections needed in a satellite lens flying at near vacuum. I mean, the only surface or medium change would be that of the lens itself, but that's already incorporated into the camera, into the imaging device. Like all of them already do that, right? It's part of the manufacturing process. So, I mean, you don't have to even think about that part. So I don't think that there would really be one, to be honest.
Is this in relation to GPS satellites that your phone calculates its position from?
Is this Roundtown?
Yeah, the one and only. How are you?
Welcome, mate. Welcome. Glad you could join
Thank
us.
you. Thank you. Yeah, so the original question, I guess, GPS satellite D. Is that what you're asking? The refraction that might affect the GPS satellite from something?
No, for me, I was asking specifically about the optics because they use certain algorithms or whatever to account for refraction from the view of the satellite. So as the light comes from the medium of here close to Earth to the satellite, They have some kind of algorithm that helps with that. And I was just kind of like wondering how that affects the final image that we see, that we're presented with in the public. Because I think we need to kind of understand how that's shaping that. So when we have these arguments from people saying, oh, we have photos from space, we need to, you know, be able to discuss how those are composed and how the refraction is implemented in the algorithms and things like that. And I can't really understand it myself. So I was just asking for a little bit of help with that. But what Alan was saying was about the GPS and how it's not even accounted for in the GPS. So that's an interesting point that Alan makes. Quite interesting.
Right, sorry. So yeah, that was my question. That was it about GPS? No, so it's about like pictures of the Earth. You've seen how much refraction can happen on a land base. You know, if it's from a, you know, like the what is it, the black swan photograph? You've seen how much refraction works there. If you were out at space, you wouldn't be able to see the difference. So it's not going to. I don't think it's going to have an effect on a globe picture. And the GPS satellites wouldn't matter about refraction because GPS satellites only put out 2 bits of data, so 2 bits of information. This is where I am, and this is the time. Your phone works out everything else. It doesn't matter about anything else.
I think if you think about, you know, atmospheric refraction on the ground, right? Like, what is the cause?
I see you, Bonzo. I see you.
Oh, sorry. What is the cause of, you know, well, there's multiple causes, but what are the main causes of atmospheric refraction as we see it here terrestrially, right? I mean, you've got the temperature inversion, you've got the density change due to humidity and temperature. Those are the 2 main things. And so when you change the density or you change the temperature, and these are still related to each other at the end of the day, you can get refractive index change. And so they have these values for quote unquote standard refraction and etc. here. But as you go up, right, the necessity of using those refractive indexes in order to calculate image predictions, etc., becomes less. You have a lesser and lesser need because as you go up, the atmosphere becomes thinner and thinner, and so like the total percentage of change compared to the stable image becomes less. So the potential for change decreases with altitude. So if you go up to, for example, a satellite height, right, and it's up in a section of the atmosphere that's incredibly thin, and it's looking down from the sky at another part of the Earth that's like, you know, way down there, incredibly thin. You know, I mean, the only part of that that's going to have refraction in general at all is going to be near the surface. So
Exactly. So here's the thing, right? So I'm only concerned about the satellites that take full images of the Earth. So the one that I'm talking about is like so-called a million miles away. I'm not saying I trust the distances. That's a whole nother topic. But it's out there, and it supposedly takes full shots of Earth. So we get this circular image. Now, around the edges is what I would think where you would see the effects of refraction, right around the horizon of the circle. So I was just, you know, seeing if anybody could dive into that and see how they're mathematically doing anything that would result in any change.
They're
In what
not
we
going
see.
to, because when you talk about that discovered piece of alleged spacecraft that's at allegedly L1 Lagrange looking outward from the sun at Earth,
right?
It's a million and a half kilometers away from Earth, and you have to ask yourself when you're looking at the scale of the diameter, what thickness is the atmosphere that is tangible and actually going to do something to the light between you and the surface? And the answer is a very precious thin layer relative to the scale of the distance from which you're looking at it. So it's not really going to have any effect at all, geometrically speaking.
Yeah.
Okay. So they're essentially doing it for nothing because they have it in the math. So that's what I was wondering.
Oh, NASA are the
But if
kings
you
of
guys think
doing
it won't,
things for nothing. Come on, man. 70 million a
yeah.
day. They're going to do a lot of things for nothing.
So
I was
I
wondering,
can't
like,
see
if
who's speaking because my phone is it just shows D all the time. But I was just going to back up. I think it was Alan talking. We know that the globe is, I think it's 42 miles wider at the equator than it is from north to south. You cannot see that on a regular computer screen. It's about approximately 2 pixels different width as it is to height. Your eye can't pick that up. It looks perfectly spherical. So even if you had 42 miles of refraction, you're not going to see it in a photo of the globe. And you're not going to have 42 miles of refraction.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, that's what I don't think it would be. I don't think you'd have any substantial amount of refraction. The maximum refraction you get is when you look straight across horizontally through the optical corridor at your particular elevation. So, looking down like that, it's kind of the same. Kind of the same as looking up. When we look up at the sky, do we try to account for refraction when we look up? No, right? We account for refraction when we look at things near the horizon because we're looking horizontally through the optical corridor. So if we from the bottom to the top, we don't do it. Why would we do it from the top to the bottom? There could theoretically be a tiny little thin line right where the horizon is, just right at the surface of the horizon line, maybe, but that's about it. And then even then, I'm doubtful.
So I'm with you guys on that. I was just thinking like, all right, well, if they have it baked into their math, how are they? Because remember they're running models. How are they using that in the model, and how is it affecting what they produce in the image? If you're saying like it won't produce any visual in the image, okay, that's cool. That's cool. Just having it there, like, I just wanted to see if there was any way that they adjust the images that they produce. If not, yeah, all right, cool. We
Are
get
you
to
talking
somebody
about
else.
whole pictures? Or are you talking about the composite pictures?
Well, they're all pretty much composites, right? Because they got to take multiple shots and stitch them together and align them and stuff like that. Do the geometric corrections.
For some of them, we just got 11 new photos of full photos of the Earth 2 or 3 days ago.
Oh my.
Okay,
God.
so then for either or, whichever one there, for me it doesn't matter if it's composite or if it's a full shot. It just matters if that math that they're adding in for accounting refraction is doing anything to the final image they produce. I think people need to know that, because if it is causing any effect where you're actually calculating something that really wouldn't be there, and then having the model display something that isn't actually true, people should understand that.
You know, photograph's not a model, and I'm just wondering if it's a composite. Yeah, I could imagine you having some questions. Okay, I don't know, I can't speak on that. But a full photograph, they take the photo. That's it. There's no modeling. There's no calculations. There's no maths. They take a photograph.
That's incorrect, brother. They're taking images that then get they get aligned. They go through geometric correction. They do a bunch of different processing to it before they. I mean, the images themselves are initially black and white and mapped to a 2D surface.
No, that's also not correct. Do you know what have you heard the Himalaya Reate? I'm sure you
go on my profile.
Okay, forget I said that then.
Go on my profile.
Have you heard of the Himalaya Reate?
No, I haven't. Go on my profile and look at what I'm talking about, because I'm talking about a specific.
All right, okay, I'll do that. But look up the Himalaya 8 satellite. Right?
Okay.
It's geostationary over the Oceania area. It takes a photograph. I think it's every 10 minutes. I heard the other day it was half an hour. Regardless, it takes a lot of photos every day. All day,
I know.
every day. Sits over Oceania.
The Himalaya has a preloaded data set.
Yeah, I just posted a link. I just posted a link to the NASA public FTP that you can log into and download all the simulated weather data sets they have over for the next 100 years. And you can
I was going to say that you can log into the Himalaya 8. You can get that photograph before it goes to anybody. You can get it as it's transmitted out of the satellite. Before it's edited, before anything's done to it. You can get your hands on the raw footage.
Yeah, Dave Weiss did a very long stream on the FTP locations where those images are downed and then processed and then upped for you to view. It's about a 10-minute, 15-minute delay, almost fully automated. And yeah, he showed a large tree of those folders where those interactions are happening in live time.
Yeah, I believe that from Dave Weiss. I just said to you, you can intercept those images. You can intercept those
It's not like
images
he
before
made
they go
up
to
the
anyone.
FTP site, okay? It's not like he dreamt it up.
I just said you can intercept the images before they go to anyone. You can get your hands on those images as they're transmitted out of the satellite.
Right. So you can get like the black and white raw files, right?
Yes, you can get the raw images
Right.
as they're
They look
transmitted out of the
nothing like
satellite.
what.
So they don't.
Right.
So they don't
That's
go
the
to
point.
anyone. You can get them.
That's the point. They look nothing like what they present to the public. So I'm speaking about what they present to the public, and those look nothing like that, bro. So this is why people need to understand that what processing is going on, and from the flat Earth community, we need to get into the details of what's going on in their processing in order to combat people who say, "Oh, we have all these photos from space, and they're on point." Like, all right.
Do you know what a raw file is? Do you know?
All right. Hold on. I do want you to get the last thought, but Bongo been patient. I do.
No. That's it. Let's go. I only wanted to put the request out there. I didn't even want to get into a back and forth.
No,
That's fine. I have been hogging. Tell me to shut up. I'm fine. Yeah, I will.
Yeah, no, we do appreciate you pulling up over here from. We know. What are you? Tosh got banned now. What is this?
That's my wife. She tried to create an account on X, right? And it said, no, your email's banned. I'm like, what did you do? She's like, I've never even tried to sign up. I'm like, yeah, sure. What did you fucking say on X to get banned? Because I say heinous shit and I've never even had a warning. What the fuck did you say?
I'm glad you said that, because that's what I was about to say. We appreciate you coming over here. When we go over to TikTok and we start talking to them globe earthers over there and we say, hey, come to Twitter, come to X. And they say, oh, no, it's too toxic. I am going to screenshot your wife's account. I'm sorry. Whatever this is that you use right here, I'm screenshotting this. Because this is exactly what they be talking about. Like,
no, this is the roundhouse. This is the roundhouse account.
Crazy.
This is the roundhouse account. I just renamed it just to give her shit.
Just so y'all know, this is who y'all be talking to. Like, you see, you hear how he sound, right? But when you go and be tweeting at people, look at his timeline. Anyway, let's hear from Bongo. What up, Bongo?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Right.
Eastbound and down. How you guys doing? Wait, can you hear me?
Bingo, bango, bongo.
Okay, great.
I can hear you.
So, yeah, I put a couple links in the Twitter there. When you I don't know if you can see them or not. Whatever you hit the white talk button and it tweets. I guess that's tweeting to the group. What I was hoping for is for Alan or Witsit, because I know Alan's done a stream about light interacting with on a cellular, I forget what he called it, like ocular interference or whatever, where they can like activate things with light. There's a video on there from, I know you guys have heard of the Thunderbolts project, but they have a video called Electrical Shaping of Biology. And what these researchers figured out how to do is actually regrow a lizard's eyeball on its tail by copying the frequency of the eyeball and then projecting that frequency to the tail instead of to the eyeball area. And they were able to recreate this process a bunch of times with different animals where they could regrow limbs that were severed by simply broadcasting the frequency or the energy, sort of like what you would, I guess, see with phantom limb syndrome or whatever, but in reality. So I posted that video, and then the other one I posted was I think it's a banned TED Talk where the guys found the actual Royal Rife frequencies to kill viruses and cancer and stuff. And they did a TED talk, and then TED took it down. It's one of the few TED talks that are banned. The other one is like mushrooms, magic mushrooms, and something else I forget. But I posted that, and then the other one I was hoping you could look at. It's called Ed's Secret to Levitation. And this really smart guy, he's like a smart guy like Ken Wheeler. He goes by Mike from Space. He posted this video where he breaks down how Ed Leedscallen built that coral castle in Florida. If you guys know about the coral castle in Florida. And then the other video I posted is this guy figured out how to make yourself feel better with he was studying animals that like get attacked, you know, like giraffes and deers and stuff. And he's like, why don't they have PTSD? Why do humans have PTSD but like animals don't? And then he noticed like they shake, you know, like a dog shakes kind of sometimes. And he figured out how to do these like yoga positions that make your muscles like quiver and shake. And it's like the results are like better than SSRIs and stuff. And then I had a question for Witsit, if he's ever going to do a Land of Chem stream. And that's all I got for if you guys are interested in any of those topics.
Would you say Land of Chem?
Yeah, it's this dude figured out the purpose of the pyramids was electrical alchemy. And then the Nazis basically figured it out too. The guy who the Nazi scientist who's credited with the modern day current process of making ammonia, like the industrial process of making ammonia, is credited to a Nazi scientist who went to the Red Pyramid of Darshur, the one that smells like ammonia, the one that they say, oh, it's just bat droppings. He went there, and then if you look at the apparatus that he built that is still used today, you know, upscaled, of course, it is the exact copy of the inside of the Red Pyramid of Darshur. And this dude, his channel is called Land of Chem, like chemicals. And he breaks it down like how pyramids are used to produce chemicals on a mass scale, particularly fertilizer, ammonia, Amun Ra. The original name for ammonia was salt of Amun, Amun, and they use cow dung to create methane, and methane is a precursor to creating basically any kind of chemical reaction. And I was telling Whitsit about this a while ago, and he said he was going to look into it, but I mean, I know he's super busy. But the one I think is the most interesting is the electrical shaping of biology, where they figured out how to regrow limbs by just using frequency. It's amazing.
You know, I just looked up Land of Chem. I'm already subbed up. That's so funny.
If you want to, you should go Funny Old World. He went on a podcast called Funny Old World, and he gave like an hour-long presentation that's like a boiled down version of his thesis. And it is, when you hear it, it is spot on. They're real, it's just so accurate. The things like these vases that they say are vases, and they look like modern day lab equipment, like the design hasn't changed at all for modern day diffusers and boilers and all these things. And he like puts up side by side pictures of like, this is a modern day diffuser and this is a decorative vase found in Egypt. And then he's like, if you were going to build an apparatus to create like, for example, Egyptian blue paint. Have you ever heard of Egyptian blue paint? Like he goes through like calculating like, okay, the amount of paint that they would have needed to create is, you're talking thousands of gallons, thousands and thousands. So you can't just do that like with one dude in a mortar a pestle thing, you know, grinding up like that's an industrial operation. And then he breaks down like how all the pyramids are connected by these shafts, and fascinating. And he gets, I don't know, I guess people want it to be like ancient aliens and stuff like that, and they don't want like a conventional explanation, so it doesn't take off. It doesn't get the credit I think he deserves. But
who wants conventional explanations? I don't. I want freaky explanations.
well, check out that, and check out the Ed's secret to levitation, because that guy uses a lot of big words like Ken Wheeler, and I can't understand it all, but he's on to something, man. I'm telling you, he's on to something. I'm convinced he's figured it out. How Ed uses essentially like a magnetic short circuit kind of thing to levitate these heavy stones. And I think somebody smart like you guys could watch the video and see what I'm getting at. But the other one I wanted to tell you guys about was I don't know if you guys are aware, but old Uncle Mustache is allegedly Walt Disney. You know, they're the same person. And it sounds crazy until you actually go watch some videos on the subject, and you see like his old Uncle Walt hired all these people, and the guy, like the video I saw broke down like 10 of his top people, you know, like chief assistant, you know, vice president, yada yada. And he's like, this guy is this guy, and he basically brought all the top Nazis over, you know, like Operation Paperclip. He brought all the top Nazis over to work at Disney, and he's like, this is this SS officer, and he's now changed his name to this. And Uncle Walt is like, he kind of looks like it, but the assistants and the vice president and all the other little workers, it's like, holy shit, dude, that's fucking, you know, Otto von whatever, or, you know, this guy and this guy. And then the
Your
other
boy
weird,
Otto von.
yeah, you know, Otto von Schmackenheimer or whatever, you know.
Yep. Notorious bad man.
Yeah. The other thing that's weird about Uncle Walt is that he had his personal house an exact copy of Hitler's house, like to the fucking landscaping, exact house, exact everything, exact facing north, south, east, west, landscaping, the driveway, like it's a cookie cutter, perfect copy of Uncle Mustache's house. And then it gets even weirder. If you ever watch, I know you guys kind of like aren't into the crater Earth theory guys, but you know, it's sort of like air pressure has to have a container. Well, if the Earth is a pond, like what's outside the pond, there could be, you know, more Earth. And the guy breaks down how Epcot Center is laid out like the greater Earth, like Uncle fucking Mustache Walt laid out Disneyland or Disney World exactly how what they discovered the bigger outside the pond looks like. And I know you guys have heard of that the channel God Give Lamaste, the Crater Earth channel. It got nuked off YouTube, but it's still on Rumble. And so that's pretty fascinating. And you know, like Jimi Hendrix is Morgan Freeman. That's the same guy. So they do this kind of stuff.
Yeah, no, I don't think so. I'm going to drop my phone's on 2%. I'm spewing. Thanks very much for having me up. I'll catch you later if my phone charges up. Take it easy.
Sacred.
My
Yeah,
bad,
make
my
sure you
bad.
come back around, Roundhound, and bring Josh and the rest of the anti-flat earthers with you.
Sacred, can you see hands?
I could speak now.
I don't see yours.
I do not see hands, but somebody's like 50 miles away.
Yeah,
Oh,
hold on.
Pizzo,
I
your
could
hand
speak.
just went up.
I
So
can
we
see
got
Pizio's hand now.
okay. So we're gonna go to Piezo right after that. LAF Keys, what up, man? Can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
I'll jump off. Sorry, I think my mic cut off or something. I'm sorry, guys. That's
No,
all I
we
got.
can hear you. I was gonna let you finish. I was just making sure that everybody could hear each other.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, just check out those videos that I tweeted at the group or whatever that is, that button that you press to tweet. And I think before I got cut off, I was saying that Morgan Freeman and Jimi Hendrix are the same person. I don't know if you guys know that, but
That's good. I'll have to see some evidence for that, man. That's kind of
type it into any search engine, Morgan Freeman, Jimi Hendrix, and you'll pull up side by sides, and your mouth will hit the floor. It's so obvious.
I want to know if Stevie Wonder could really see. That's what I want to know.
Yeah, Stevie. Yes, yeah. So anyway, hope you guys are well, and if Austin comes back with blonde hair, we're doomed, because that means they got him. That's what they do to the MK Ultra people, like Eminem and Kanye. They make them dye their hair blonde. So
just got to know all the conspiracies.
He comes back wearing a scarf. We'll know something's amiss.
He's like, actually, guys, let me explain it to you. Oh, no, no.
Taking him to the top secret cloning facility under the ice.
Right? Well, I don't know. Did you guys ever see that? There was a Discovery Channel program, maybe 10 years, 15 years ago, where they tried to see if they could, like, sort of MK Ultra hypnotize 30 people and see like how many people they could get to pull off like a mock execution at a airport. And they actually got 2 people to do it with no drugs, just with hypnotis, whatever, can't say it, hypnotization. They convinced 2 people
Hypnosis.
Hypnosis, thank you, to pull out a like a fake gun that they gave them and shoot an actor that they told them was a politician. If you look, it used to be on YouTube, but I'm pretty sure it got pulled down because they didn't want people to know how easy it is to actually MK Ultra people and that was with no drugs and no torture, just with hypnosis. So
You'd be surprised what you can get someone to do if you just ask them nicely.
right? I'll give you a cheeseburger. Let's go.
Hey, bro, I got the heater. You trying to get up to some shit?
Oh, I got 12 wings and a 6-pack. I'm good to go.
People took the clot shot for a donut, so.
Right? Man, I don't know. I'm glad I called in because I've been blackpilled lately. Even though, Trump won and we're supposed to be like all happy about that, like it doesn't feel good. The mood in the air doesn't feel good. So
Okay, so
I'm positive, man. Go ahead, Piezo.
oh man, it's almost, I'm passing out over here. I was hoping to be able to speak before I had to go. Yeah, I just wanted to drop real quick and say, I don't know, maybe Alan already said it earlier, but I know last Friday there was like an extra painfully long back and forth but with me and Alan.
Yes.
With Frank.
Please speak on that. Please speak on it.
Well, I was going to say that, I mean, basically gave an explanation of Aries' failure, and Franco and Apparel were on here like complaining against our explanation, and Franco's entire defense was to try and state that we have to use relativity to get the correct prediction. So Alan's Obsidian database now has the relativistic correction for Aries failure with the water telescope. And wouldn't you know it, since the velocity of the Earth is so much less than that of light, when you add the relativistic correction to the standard correction, it only increases it by about 2 to 3 10 millionths of an arc second. So the results agree by 99.9999991%.
Hold on, Piezo, for anybody that hasn't heard about Aries failure, because there may be some new listeners here, and you give a brief summation of the quote unquote experiment. Well, we call it Aries.
Yeah, I'm sure you know the Malcolm Bowden video.
Hey, before you get into the explanation, up in the Jumbo, I put a link to my Obsidian database. You guys can click on that, follow along, look at the telescope, look at the technical specs, see what they did there. And then at the very bottom, you'll see the relativistic refutations, where when you account for the so-called relativistic effects, you'll see, the numbers are not real. Like there's nothing that you could account for with that. It's, as Pizio said, 1 millionth of a change. So it's not like oh yeah, that's the answer, right? That's crazy. And let's see. So anyway, take it away there from there, Pizio.
No worries, bro. Thanks. Yeah, so I'm posting this into the Jumbo right now for a visual for everybody. So it's Malcolm Bowden's animated video. Witsit also has one, I think, on his recent episode on YouTube. But anyways, I'll use his analogy of rain. Okay, imagine you've got a tube, okay, like a toilet or like a paper towel roll, or just a telescope tube, right? And you're pointing this telescope tube straight up to the sky, 90 degrees. You also have a rain cloud that's dropping a stream of raindrops down in a line, straight down 90 degrees, because they're falling, with gravity, okay? The raindrops are going to fall straight in the center of the tube. That's how we have it set up. Well, if you imagine that instead this tube is moving, such that you're a person, with an umbrella, having to tilt your umbrella when you walk fast through the rain, you will have the tube, you walk fast with the tube through the rain, you have to tilt the tube if you want the rain to fall straight through the center of it, right? Because there's a velocity component, a horizontal velocity component there.
So when the observer moves, they have to adjust.
Correct. Or vice versa. If the wind is blowing and you're standing still, it's the equivalent result, right? You'd have to point, instead of pointing your umbrella straight up, you have to point your umbrella slightly in front of you, right, to catch the wind that's blowing the rain towards you.
Which means that would mean that whatever object is coming or whatever phenomenon is coming from the sky, it would already be coming in at that angle. It's
right. If you were stationary. But the thing is, though, is you would never be able to tell if it was just you and the raindrops, right? Because it could either be you moving or it could be the wind blowing, right? The observation would be equivalent. So what they did, the same thing was happening with the telescope, right? You have a telescope pointed at a star. The star is at your zenith, 90 degrees. It's right above you, right? But when you look at the star, you find that the star doesn't get centered in your telescope. It's off by a little bit. So you actually have to tilt your telescope by just a little bit to center the star in it. This was claimed to be due to the motion of the Earth around the sun, 66,600 miles an hour or so. They say because you're moving around the sun really fast, right? The Earth, which the telescope is sitting on, is moving so fast. Since the telescope is moving so fast, during the time that the light moves through the telescope will actually shift out from underneath the light, and it will not land in the center of the eyepiece. It'll land slightly off to the side. So what you have to do to get it centered is to tilt it. This guy named George Aries said, okay, fam, let me slow that light down real quick, and I'm going to put some water in there, and we'll see what happens. Now, the reason that he did that, if you look at Alan's Obsidian database. The reason that he did that is because the formula that accounts for the angle of aberration is literally just the tangent of the angle equals Earth's velocity divided by the velocity of light, okay, in the telescope, of course. That's it. It's just two velocities. It's the ratio of two velocities. The arctangent of those two velocities ratioed is the angle that you tilt the telescope. And so it's like, okay, we've only got two variables we can possibly change. One of them we can't change because we can't control it. That's the Earth's velocity. So since we can't control that one, the only other one we can control is the velocity of light in the telescope. So what we can control is we can slow it down. So if we put water in there, it's going to slow down. That will make that bottom number a lot smaller, right? So you're dividing by a smaller number. Therefore, this angle should get bigger, right? That's the logic. Super basic. I mean, like about as basic gets. So, and since the speed of light in water is 3/4 that of it in air, then they predicted that the new tilt angle should be 4/3 that of the standard tilt angle. Well, when Aries went to perform the experiment, what he found was that he did not have to change the inclination of his telescope in order to center the star. It remained in the same position, plus or minus a fraction of 1 arcsecond. Now, this shows something alarming in the mainstream paradigm because adding the water creates a dynamic asymmetry, very similar to the way that Newton's bucket does, right? It shows the difference in the two systems. Either the Earth is moving or the starlight is moving, right? It shows the true nature of reality. Because in order for the telescope to not need a tilt, because the formula states that it would have to have a tilt since Earth velocity over light velocity is the angle, arctangent, that's the angle. It means that the light must already be coming in at that angle, okay? So you get a star that's above you, but the light, which shoots in a straight line, right? Straight down is how the light shoots straight down. However, the light's already coming in at a horizontal angle. So how can the light be coming in at a horizontal angle already if it's shooting straight down? The only explanation is that actually the Earth's stationary, the stars are moving, and in transit, the light as it travels from the star to the telescope and through the telescope, there's an ether wind that's blowing the light sideways, adding a horizontal velocity component to the light. And we went through this very basic math last week, and resident CERN physicist Franco was complaining because he said that, well, you're not using the calculation for relativity. Well, we did that, and it's like I said, it's on Alan's Obsidian database, but we found that the additional angle correction created by relativity was 0.000002449 arc seconds. So almost a little under 2.5 10 millionths of an arc second. And that's because the velocity of Earth is nowhere close to that of light. So it basically is completely negligible. And so they have no leg to stand on. Also, something really funny that came up during the week. I didn't realize it when we were talking with Franco. It was super late, but the next day when I thought back on it, I realized he actually introduced an argument against himself in that conversation, because he also, the other thing he complained about was he was saying that we need to account for Snell's law.
Oh, he was loving that Snell's law argument. I was like, bro.
Yeah, he's about to get snelled up, dog.
Well, Snell's law, which is also known as the law of refraction, in this situation would state that if the light comes in at a non-perpendicular angle to a refractive medium, such as water, when it strikes the surface of the water non-perpendicularly, it will introduce an angle of refraction into the system. Well, if the telescope's pointed straight up and the light's coming straight down, Snell's law would do nothing, right? It would do nothing to add any refractive angle. There'd be no correction needed for it. But if the light's coming straight down and the telescope's tilted at an angle, and the telescope chamber is completely filled with water, which it was, that means the surface of the water is tilted. That means the light is striking a non-perpendicular surface, and that means an additional source of refraction would be introduced by Snell's law. The only way you can get away from this, because obviously that wasn't demonstrated physically, there was no correction needed. The only way you can get away from this is if you say, oh, the light is already coming in diagonally. Okay. From the frame of the Earth. From the Earth frame, for an observer standing on the Earth, the light's already coming in diagonally. And when you add the water checks the two options, right? Whether it's Earth moving or light moving, right? Whether the water shows an angle of correction necessary or not will tell you which of the two is truly at rest and which of the two is truly moving. There was no angle correction needed. It was, yeah. But it's super simple. It didn't need to go on for 2 hours, but we wanted to do our due diligence and bring those 2 points that he made to light and show how one of them is completely irrelevant, and the other one actually is an argument against him, because the only way it would work would be in a geocentric system in which the light's already coming in at an angle and Earth's not moving at all.
Ooh, I would love for Franco to come have a little light build about that. Don't think he considered it. Y'all think he gonna pull up later tonight?
Maybe.
Franco listening.
No idea, but yeah, Alan's got a video on his YouTube for those who subscribe to Alan or have seen his YouTube channel where Aries failures discussed. So it goes a little bit more in depth if y'all want to check it out later. I think it's posted a few days ago.
They don't have no answers, man. And that makes it even worse.
They're running out of
not
answers, man. They tried a few. We just ran them all down.
You guys don't think it's a crime just to steal Glober's Earth motion from them? You guys don't think it's wrong to steal something from them like that?
I hadn't considered that. Anyway, what were you saying, Piazza?
No, it's all good. My bad. That not only do they not have an answer, the only answer that they even give in like the super mainstream steelman places like Wikipedia, for example, the only answer they can even give is to say the purpose of the experiment was not to demonstrate Earth motion versus ether motion or the existence of ether. It was simply to demonstrate the change in the index of refraction through a medium. And it showed a null result in Aries' experiment. And then it goes on and continues. It's like, even though it was demonstrated to be a real effect in Fizeau's experiment of Fresnel drag, 20 years prior. So they literally, even in the Wikipedia article, they don't actually address the implications. They're like, don't think about implications. That wasn't the purpose of the experiment. As if that's an answer. That's what we get in here a lot too, right? They use the classical all or nothing fallacy. They're like, hey, this guy did an experiment and the implications of his results are that the Earth's not moving. They're like, That you can't use that logic. That's not what the experiment was supposed to be about. Yeah, okay.
Hey,
Once I
Pizio,
realized that's
if you were right, Pizio, wouldn't everyone else have figured it out too?
Yeah, Alan,
Dude,
I guess we're the only people.
quote from a guy that has a master's degree in sky stuff. So, and real quick to add on to what Pizio was just saying, the only way out is to just kind of like straw man the experiment and the reasoning why or whatever. So, as Pizio mentioned, it was found experimentally that velocity carries a translational velocity component to it, and it was proportionally measured in the Fazal experiment with translational water moving through a tube, where the speed of light was going faster at a 44% proportional rate, going with and against the water for a total of 88% with respect to the velocity of the water. So the logic was, and keep in mind, the logic didn't even come from Airy. It came from a guy named Clinkerfuse, who said, okay, so we know that water will carry a velocity component in the ether. So if I fill a telescope at 90 degrees, basically do Aries experiment, but before Airy, because this guy did it first, the Clinkerfuse. He did it with, I forget the oil, turpentine. He did it with turpentine. He filled a telescope with turpentine, and he said that he measured the angle that would correspond to Earth's velocity in that refractive index, meaning he's saying he had to actually tilt his telescope, plus X amount of arc seconds to compensate for that velocity change in the light, to compensate for the velocity of Earth, which would change the angle. He said he measured that. Aries was like, oh, no way. Let me check and see if you did that for realsies. And that's when he did his experiment. So, so when you read Aries's paper and he's like, I conclude that Clinkerfuse's position is untenable. What position is untenable? The ratios that Piezo was just laying out, where you can only change one variable in it, and that's the speed of light. So the implication there is that the Earth is stationary. It doesn't matter if that's explicitly stated in the paper, if they write it, if they like have a little asterisk and then you got to read the small print. Like, they're not going to tell you. They all have, there's a philosophical bias from the organization that is in charge of them, right? The Royal Astronomical Society. They all have a philosophical doctrine to adhere to the Copernican principle. So they all interpret everything through a specific philosophical lens. So they're not going to publish something that says, hey, you know what? The Earth is in a unique position, and that means that, that has severe spiritual implications, right? That's not what this place is about. That's not what they were putting forward. They were putting forward a framework in which they had complete control and mastery and understanding of the things in the sky, down to how much they weighed, and that weight actually is the cause of their motion. They had this whole, basically they had Greek mythology, but written in mathematics for the sky, and they're not trying to give that up. So they're not going to tell you, hey, you know what? The only way you can correctly interpret this is if the Earth is stationary. So there was actually two relativistic explanations given. The one that Piezo mentioned for the velocity addition, and then one for the vector summation that Franco was talking about. But that leads to an asymmetrical transformation in the Lorentz transformation, because what he was doing there, by what Franco was saying was his argument was, if you take the frame of the water that has a velocity component of 30 kilometers a second, and you transform that to the photon is going to have the 30 kilometers a second, and the Earth will be stationary, right? Now, if you do that, there's still going to be an angle change unless the Earth is also still moving to compensate for that. And if that's the case, then in that analysis, it's not valid, because the Earth is being shown not to be stationary. So it's a violation of the mathematical framework to do it that way. It would have to truly be stationary, which would indeed cause the angle change. So you would still have to make the same measurement for symmetry between the frames. You can't get out of it by adding velocity to the photon and the velocity of Earth, because otherwise you're just trying to co-opt our position, and it's completely unfalsifiable.
And it's just arbitrary and completely post hoc rationalization with no causal mechanism or reason at all anyway. Why would you just randomly state, oh, we could just arbitrarily add 66,000 miles an hour of horizontal velocity onto all these photons? From what? Because they just got fired out of a star shooting in a straight line through space. Earth is completely disconnected from them. It's just whizzing around over here doing its own thing. You telling me when the photons approach the Earth, they just say, oh, you know what? Let's catch up to this guy. And then just start going sideways at the same speed? That's ludicrous.
Could I add something to what you guys are talking about like, oh, hold on.
Oh my God, I was just saying it has to speed up and slow down. But go ahead.
Yeah, Piezo mentioned like how they do the all or nothing policy where it's like, oh, were these guys stationary Earthers? They believe the Earth was stationary. So if they didn't, then, you know, obviously we have to throw out their stuff. And then Alan, you brought up how surely if this were the case, there would have been scientists who would have debunked it, right? Like surely that's another thing that people do. That line of reasoning does work if the majority is looking for that. So for example, there's this Eamon Hillman guy who's constantly going off about how Jesus is Satan and he was a drug addicted pedo, and the Greek says it all. He reads the Greek, he knows the Greek. And there is a line of reasoning where you can refute him by saying, well, there's a lot of atheist people in academia, and there's a lot of scholars who would love to jump on that. So if it were true, what he was saying is that the Greek says that, then a lot of these atheist scholars would jump on it and substantiate him. But so far, it's just this one weird guy who's making this one weird claim, and no one substantiates it. So you can use that line of reasoning where it's like, if this were true, there would be tons of people who would be, you know, substantiating it, but it doesn't work unless like a majority or a lot of people would want to prove that, and a majority or a lot of people, they do not want the Earth to be stationary. So like you can use that, and it isn't fallacious, but it doesn't work if it's the minority opinion at all. You know what I mean? So you're right. I'm just saying like that line of reasoning does work in some scenarios.
Yeah, in particular here, like people also don't know about it. They aren't taught it. This isn't taught in school, right? If you do get a reference to this at all, which you likely won't, but if you just are in one of those classrooms that lucky enough to, you know, the professor mentioned this or have some older text that mentions it, it's gonna give you the steel man of, oh yeah, he did this thing and got a null result, and that's why we call it Aries failure. Because it's a failure because, you know, we know that there's a velocity component there. We know that there's a tilt there. He just failed to, you know, measure it.
He just failed to find it. He just failed to
Even calling it
substantiate the
Aries failure
backbone
is
of our
close
belief
enough.
system.
Yeah, I was over the past couple of days, I was going back and forth with Astronomy Live. He had a conversation on Tim Cash, Tim Pool with Wissit and St. Genis. And yeah, he posted a quote unquote explanation.
Oh, dude, he's self-zipped himself up for you.
Bro, his demonstration literally showed a stationary telescope.
What a homie.
That's the thing I got tagged in.
Yeah, I had to, bro.
Shout out to the lad. We did ask him.
Trust me, bro, it's moving.
Yeah, dude, that's what the Royal Society said. Trust me, bro, it's still moving. I have a paper from, what is it, 1887 from Wilhelm Venn, who's talking about the successful proofs of heliocentrism, and the one evidence he gives for the positive is stellar aberration. And he notes, because when you do the aberration, you get the angle, the ratio gives you 30 kilometers a second. Basically, when you take the measurement over the velocity of light, that will give you the 20 arc second angle that they say is stellar aberration over the course of a year that they attribute to Earth's orbital velocity. And keep in mind that's being, dude. So we actually do. Okay, we'll come back to that because there's a huge benefit of the doubt that we're granting for stellar aberration anyway. But to get back to the point, that ratio gives 30 kilometers a second. So they were all super psyched about it because that was their first kind of experimental confirmation that they had that measurement. And Klinker or not, Wilhelm Venn goes on to say that this is a great kinematic proof, but we need more. So even at the time, they understood that stellar aberration by itself, without introducing water in the telescope to, as Pizio said, to cause a dynamic asymmetry in the analysis to make a definitive determination on which is moving, us or the sky, that had not been substantiated yet. And then he goes on to list the failures, of one of which he mentions Aries failing to correct for the thing, and Michelson-Morley and a bunch of other ones that I hadn't heard of before. But anyway, there's a long history of them trying to substantiate Earth's orbital velocity, and sometimes the experiments would give a slight reading, but never to the magnitude that was required to substantiate, based off of their calculations and understanding. So they would always chalk that up to a null or a partial reading, and they would say, okay, well, maybe maybe there's an ether that's entrained and there's a little bit of rotation to it, so the velocity gradient isn't as strong. Or they'll chalk it up to the ether's static and it doesn't affect it, so you can't use it to measure that. And at the end of his analysis of the list of experiments he gives, he's like, basically all these theories conflict with other experiments. If you take the small reading as a reading of a entrained ether, it conflicts with all the stationary ones and vice versa. And the only analysis that he doesn't mention for some reason, which resolves all conflicts, is that the Earth is stationary with respect to a dynamic ether.
Yeah, it's so funny when you look at Aries and Michelson-Morley MMX, and you realize some of the main reasons that they were unwilling, right, to even entertain a partial ether model, because when you look at the reasoning for even doing Aries experiment in the first place, right, based on Klinkerfuse's paper, there was this thought that got put out there like, oh my goodness, what are the implications of this? Well, the implications of, a change in medium having a change in angle brought upon the light would mean that all the telescope lenses in the world are introducing angle changes to the stars, and everybody's got a different telescope. So everybody's got a different telescope lens on their different telescope. Everybody's introducing a different angle change into all their telescopes. How is astronomy going to work? How are all our measurements going to match up? So, of course, Aries goes to measure how much of an effect this has, and he finds that it's none, right? It doesn't have one, right? By using, 33 inches thick of water, much thicker than any telescope lens. And with 33 inches thick of water, you had less than 1 arc second that was incorporated into it, and that was, that can be written off as negligible, truly. And so they're like, okay, well, we're going to lose our ability to give precise measurements of the sky, which we need in order to continue to flout our model. MMX comes along, shows a partial velocity, like 6 to 8 kilometers a second instead of 30. They can't have that, right? Once again, they could have said, based on just MMX, right, not taking Aries into account, they could have said with MMX, well, maybe the ether is partially entrained by Earth, and there's a drag upon the ether by Earth's mass, and its gravity is pulling the ether and entraining it partially and causing it to be dragged along, and that velocity differential between the Earth and the ether that's being dragged is what we're measuring. But if they had done that, they would have lost completely their yardstick, their measuring stick for the sky, because every single body in space would be in training ether around it, and any light that passes near any body would be getting its velocity affected, or its angle changed, or any kind of mix in between. It would have completely thrown into question their ability to resolve accurate measurements of the stuff we see up in the sky. So in both of these cases, right, in both of these cases, they were very concerned about having to do away with their claim to fame about being able to just look up at the sky and tell you exactly what's happening up there. It's every person should be able to look at that and be like, man, we're literally throwing out or ignoring, in the case of Aries. I mean, there's not an answer for Aries. They just ignore that one and then they throw out MMX, the default position for MMX. We're throwing out or ignoring any result that causes us to lose our ability to claim to be sky sages. Okay, yeah. Hashtag science, right? So
biased.
Yeah, it should really cause people to like question, what they're following when they follow the mainstream consensus view on things. Something as simple as water in a telescope, they can't, or water in a bucket, they can't even explain. Think about that. 400 years ago, bro, 400 years ago, some dude put water in a bucket and spun it on a string. And they still can't explain that with modern physics.
Dude, you need you need to introduce absolute differential calculus to explain it, bro. You got to get a metric tensor involved. You got to get a matrix. You got to do a transformation. There's really no other way to explain it because it's a rotating frame, and we know that rotation is far too complex for your mortal mind to understand. It can only be solved through matrices.
Dog, I'm talking about water in a bucket.
Dude, shout out to our boy.
Oh man. Yeah, so anyways, that was my piece. Thanks for letting me share tonight, Sacred. I just wanted to update from last week. Anybody who saw like the interactions with Franco or Hap or Toon or any of them, those relativistic claims have been refuted, as well as the Snell's law. It's actually been incorporated now. So,
yep. Isn't it fascinating how every single time the heliocentric model got disproven, they turned it into like the ultimate proof of their theory and or backbone of physics?
Why do they do that?
And they were like, dude, we're so extra correct that we could never be wrong. And it was like, oh, how do you know that you're super correct? Well, because when we take measurements that show we're wrong, we just do a transformation that makes us correct. And it's like, oh, no shit. I didn't know it was that. I didn't know it was that easy. He's like, yeah. All you gotta do is just believe in it. It's like, so in Dungeons and Dragons, when you make a character and you got like 15 HP and a skeleton hits you for a 5 and you fail your evasion roll, it's like, well, now you have 10 HP. It's like, do you have 10 HP in reality? Fuck if I know. But if you believe in it and you're attached to that character and you want to play this game, buddy, you got 10 HP. Now what's your next roll?
if you think that you're moving, buddy, you're moving. That's basically your religion if you're a heliocentrist, I guess. I mean,
speaking of,
hey, go ahead.
So yeah, I wanted to add one more thing because this is extremely important. And Witzit's brought this up a couple of times about, does aberration even exist? Like, what even is that? Are we just spinning our wheels trying to, like, what are we doing here? And it's like, let's go to the backbone of what this claim even is, because even though, we've extensively argued it to all points that have been put forward, this is extremely generous on our part, because when you look at what stellar aberration is and what it's dependent on, no man can truly know, because what stellar aberration is dependent on is what's called the true position of a star. And what is a true position of a star in the first place? Well, you would have to get into the nautical almanac and celestial navigation. This is how these things were derived. So they have they have what's called the first cusp of Aries for celestial navigation, and that's the position of the stars at the autumn equinox. So it's basically like you take a snapshot of the sky at that night, and you know where all the stars are at. You have a map, you have all their coordinates, you know where they're all at. So you take that night as your reference night, and then over the course of a year, the stars are going to move and then come back to that original spot. So what they're doing is that it's just the quote unquote true position is based on that snapshot. So all they're doing is they have an arbitrary defined position for the stars because they're always in constant motion. They don't, and the light we see, as was shown by Aries' failure, is apparent. It comes in at the angle already. The star's already moved. So there's no quote unquote true position for these things to even have a deviation from. And the angle that they claim to be measuring for stellar aberration, sometimes the angle is plus or minus the 20 arc seconds to give the nice clean 30 kilometers a second velocity, but they round it all to 20 arc seconds so that they can have that nice clean ratio. So it's not so cut and dry, like there's this copy paste, definitive measurement here that's being made. These are, kind of tailored to a specific interpretation, and through giving the benefit of the doubt, like to that interpretation, you can, they've established like a sub lore within the lore where they're like, there's this thing called aberration where the stars don't go back to their original place. And, that must be due to Earth's motion based off of, XYZ. And everyone was like, oh, no way. It's like, cool, man, cool. But let's see if that's true or not. And as we laid out, it's definitively the opposite. So even to entertain it and give it benefit of the doubt and explore that idea to the fullest, it's been fully refuted. And the baseline fundamental premise of it, of a true position of a star, is completely unfounded.
Wait, you're telling me that the way that we measure the position of a star is optically, and when we look optically, we get what's called an apparent position, but they say we have to compare it to a true position, but in order to get the true position, we still have to use optics, so we're still getting an apparent position on a different day, and we're just saying an apparent position on this day is equivalent to a true position.
Apparently.
But we don't actually know the true position. That's the kind of the point. It's like, what do you compare? If the optical measurement is the apparent position, then what type of measurement is the true position? And it's like that's the point. They're all optical. So yeah, it's really stupid. Apparently, before James Bradley, and I could be wrong about this. This is just like from the tidbit I've read about it. So don't take this particular sentence as 100% fact, but from what I've seen, I think that they were actually treating apparent positions as if they were true positions prior to James Bradley in 1727. So before 1727, it seems as if they just looked up at the sky and they're like, oh yeah, that right there, it's the equinox this day right here. This star right here, that's exactly where it is. It's like, dog, isn't the Earth still moving on the equinox though? Isn't it? Did it stop?
Bro, it is.
How dare you? How double dog dare you? No, that's
Right,
that's exactly it though. So it's like to even run down this rabbit hole of like one of the core fundamental proofs of heliocentrism, it's not based on anything that could ever be actually substantiated. And then on top of that, it leads to the falsification of the idea that the Earth is in motion. So again, the thing that isn't proof of their model and or directly refutes it somehow becomes the trophy cornerstone of their model.
Isn't presumptuous attribution what they're really good at, though? As what it was saying the other day, dude, and I thought about it. I'm like, that's a good point, bro. They did the same thing with gravity. This dude, if you believe in the lore, right? Isaac Newton was like, "Hey, man, this apple just fell on my head. You know what? That sucks. Why does an apple gotta fall on my head? Like, I'm so unlucky. How am I gonna be sitting here trying to study, trying to take a nap, and this thing just rocks my noggin, dude? Freaking left a knot. Oh, hold up, wait. That's a good question. Why do apples fall again? Hold up.
Gravity.
Yeah, and so he's like, oh, there's some force when I let go of an object that causes it to fall to the ground. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm just gonna make this giant assumption completely out of nowhere, and I'm gonna say the same thing that causes stuff to fall when I drop it is the same thing that causes the stars in the sky to move around. Like, what type of logical leap did you just take to get there?
Dude.
Dog, I mean, they just teach this to you. Think about it. Have you ever thought about that?
No,
Seriously,
but
pause for a
the way
second.
the way
Think
you
about it.
just set it up, it's so absurd, and the segue into it is like you're just blown away by the profundity of it.
Think about it. From the time you were a child, right? You learned about gravity, right? When I drop stuff, gravity makes it fall. Okay, gravitas. Wait, it's heavy. It falls. Cool. Got it. But then they taught you that that same thing that makes stuff fall is the thing that makes the stars in the sky move. Says who? Who told you that, Newton? From where did you even get that idea? How does that logically follow at all? You goof.
Yo, that is so hilarious. the lack of logic.
Oh, you never questioned it until you stopped to pause and think about it. It's like, oh my gosh.
I never thought.
Oh my gosh, he's right. Wait a second. What? Yeah, bro, let it sink in. Yeah, don't block that thought out. In what reality does it logically follow that the thing that makes stuff fall when you drop it is the thing that makes the stars in the sky move? Those two things are not logically connected, bro.
And look, I want LAF Keys to jump in here because he's been super patient. But we're not saying like don't start with a foundation, right? Obviously, start with a foundation, make your assumptions, your hypothesis. But when it starts to fail consistently, we have to reevaluate what we're observing. Right? Can't just stick to the same framework and then keep on adding abstract concepts and explanations and hand wave dismissing the results. You have to acknowledge what it is. Then we can figure this out. That's not what's happening when you look at the history of the science.
In fact, there's a long trail of obfuscation and ignoring, and sometimes in the case of certain exceptional cases like MMX, outright lying and deceiving people about the findings of the experiments. So, yeah, it's a shame.
Crazy, man. Like I said, I put the little clip I made the other day. Stationary telescopes, water, rotating buckets. It's a mess for the heliocentric paradigm.
Is that $500 challenge about a bucket with water still out there?
Oh, we do gotta kind of over that.
It sure is, and there's an Einstein train challenge that's out there as well.
Let's get to that in a second because because we gonna have Dr. Bennett back up here soon because it's officially out. It's officially out now. It's posted. Yeah, go ahead, Alan. Finish your thought, and then we'll slide over to Keith.
Oh yeah, he's going to be doing a presentation soon to lay it out so that it's more understandable because there's been some confusion and people are asking for like more clarity and stuff and what specifically he wants out of it. So there'll be a presentation on it soon to clarify everything. But if you were familiar with Newton's bucket and whatnot and the math involved, you can take a crack at it just from the PDF. Everything you need to know is in there.
And I seen Dr. Cassandra getting a little active on the timeline. I'm like, yeah.
Dude, he be getting it.
Love to see it.
Out there smoking people.
Keys, were you thinking about reconciling like a globe defense in your mind around when we're talking, or what's up, man?
So let me tell you, this is my young homie, LAF Keys. Been over here to Flat Earth Fridays before. I didn't realize it was kind of late, man. I probably should let you go a little bit earlier. My bad on that. Dropped the ball. Well, appreciate you being patient, bro.
Yeah, of course.
For us, you said that you've been doing a little research since the last time we spoke.
Yup.
Talk to us, man. Good to see you.
All right, so I have a few questions. It's not what I'm asking are not rebuttals, but they're questions to any flat earthers out there. Some questions that could help me believe that the Earth's flat, or whatever you want to, however you want to put it. So I have one question that I have never gotten an answer to: is if the Earth is flat, why does the Earth? Or no, sorry. Let me reword this. The way the Earth casts a shadow on the moon during the lunar eclipse, that would not be possible on a flat Earth.
The way that the Earth casts a shadow on the moon during a lunar eclipse, right? Is that am I repeating correctly?
I think
Hello?
I just read this wrong. I think.
Okay. I'm just making sure I got you clear. Okay.
That sounded wrong as I was saying it. Okay, I'm just gonna ask something else. Okay.
Can you hear Piezo?
I believe so.
Oh, okay.
My mic just wasn't working for a minute. It was like.
So what specifically about it do you think is not possible? And
I'm gonna ask a
do you
different
think it's
question
the Earth
because
casting the shadow?
I'm gonna ask a different question just because my mind got like messed up. So why are airplane flights planned around the curvature of the Earth?
Why are well, I would give you a two-part answer. I would say, why do you think they are? Are you talking about a great circle route? Is that what you're in reference to when you say that you think that they're planned around the curvature?
Planes are made to go around the curvature of the Earth. Why would they be made to do that if the Earth wasn't curved?
Well, okay. So to answer your question, I need to know more specifically when you say that they're designed to do that. Are you talking about the flight path across the Earth? Like, say, when it goes from, I don't know, like LA to Japan or something?
I'm more talking about, so when planes are made, they're made with, the wings, the angle they're at, all that, like anything is made. There are certain parts on a plane that are made specifically to this is some physics shit, to counterbalance gravity and go around the curvature of the Earth.
Well, planes are created in order to create lift, and that lift is a function of several different things, but it's the size and shape and mass of the plane mostly, because they have to counteract the weight of the plane in order to keep it in the air. And so usually the wings and nose of the plane, in most cases, will be angled slightly up so that, there will be an upward force on the plane to counteract the downward force from gravity. But that has nothing to do with the shape of the ground. That's simply to keep the plane in the air. You would build the plane the same exact way if the Earth was a triangle or a square or whatever shape you want to say, flat, round, spherical, etc. It's simply a matter of getting it to fly.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you for the answer. Like I said here, I'm kind of more looking for answers to certain questions and not like rebuttals because it's getting a little late. I have one more question.
Hold on, Keys, real quick before we get off of that. Do you have like a sphere near you or something round near you?
Probably. Yeah.
Well, what is it, if you don't mind me asking? I want you to try something real quick.
I mean, I guess I got like a bandage wrap that's kind of spherical, but
bandage wrap.
I'm looking. I have like
Ball.
a mini bird cage that's like spherical, kind of.
My man said he's got that spherical bandage wrap.
Wait, I got a
dude, you ain't got no
basketball.
spheres nearby, brother.
I do.
No spheres. That's why you level heads, bro.
Get a basketball.
I got a basketball.
Oh, cool. Do this. So basically, right, because planes are angled upwards when they fly. So take your hand and angle it upwards above your basketball.
Yep.
Now go around it without tilting the nose down. Keep your hand angled at the same angle, but go around the basketball without tipping your hand down, because that's what they're saying is happening on a sphere. They're saying the plane is tilted upwards, but somehow still going down around the sphere. Can you do that? Can you tip your hand upwards and go around your sphere without tipping it down?
I see what you're saying. Yes.
Does the plane maintain the same orientation with respect to the surface of the basketball when you do that?
No.
But that's not what happens in real life. Real life, it stays.
See, that was my point. That was what I was trying to say. Is planes are built to counteract gravity, to maintain at a level flight, to go around the curvature of the Earth.
So whatever mechanism you use, right? You could use the mechanism of gravity. You could say it's pixie dust. You could say, oh, it's my shoulder tilting my arm. Whatever mechanism you use behind the tilt, you need that angle change. So whatever you call it, right? And really planes pull towards center mass. We're talking about tilting the nose forward. You need something to actually do that, and they keep it angled upwards.
You know what? I just thought of something that might help settle this matter, involving a plane, if you will. A plane flying over a plane, perhaps. Keys, like, hop in my time machine with me, brother. Let's go back to World War II. See what the Nazis... Let's go see what the Nazis got up to in 1940. So we were talking about planes and if they're flying over curvature or if they're flying over, what's going on with their nose. Well, in 1941, the Germans came up with a line of sight radar system that they basically took what they were using already as a blind landing system at night to safely bring in a plane so that they could land at night. They basically reversed the process and extended it outward so that instead of landing a plane, they could fly a plane through it by means of a transmission or an encoded transmission from the radar that basically is made up of two signals, dots and dashes that intersect in the middle to make a coherent tone. So when they fly through and they have their transmitter on, they'll hear a constant pulse rate. So they can fly in a straight line to up to, what was it, like 600, 700 miles at 19,000 feet and receive this signal, which could be intersected by another radar system that does the same thing. And when their two tones overlap, they would drop bombs at night because that meant that they were over their target where the beams overlapped. And when you get into the geometry of the beams specifically and how that overlapping process works to create what they call the equisignal that the planes fly through and the altitude that they flew at, the only way that radar system would work is if it was over a plane. There's no globular explanation for it. In other words, if you were to try to use refraction as an explanation, which would be my personal favorite one because at least it keeps the line of sight mechanism intact, right? But anyway, the issue with it, though, the reason that it can't be used is that you would have to invoke an index that has never been measured before, right? It would have to be, you're basically extending Earth's radius to 19,000 miles, depending on the distances that the system was used at. And then you would have to invoke for the second intersecting radar system. You would have to say that at that location there was an even more extreme gradient to compensate for that distance. And because they oversect at the same spot, somehow both gradients are both higher and lower than one another to just work out so that it'll all put the beam at the necessary altitude for the intersection point, so that they know where to drop the bombs. And yeah.
I was gonna say real quick before your eyes glaze over and you like lose the visualization, just to recap what he said, because I don't know how this isn't to insult you, please don't take it that way. Just not everybody hears something for the first time and visualizes it immediately perfectly. Imagine you got a triangle, right? You got two long limbs and a base, okay, pointing to a triangle. The tip of that triangle is the target, all right? The left line and the right line, those are beams. The beams overlap at the tip, which is the target. But these lines are supposedly going across a basketball, right? Like 450 miles across a basketball, right, of the Earth. So they naturally would have to curve down. So if they didn't want to clip the horizon, since these beams travel in straight lines pretty much, minus expansion, they would shoot up into the sky if they went further and further and further, because otherwise they'd be blocked by the ground. These planes flew inside the beam, these lines flew inside the straight lines the entire time from the bottom of the triangle to the tip. So you got a 300 plus 330, right? 330 plus mile long line across a curved surface. That geometry doesn't work. If you stretch a 330 mile line across the surface of the Earth, it's going to smash into the ground after like 30 miles. That's based on these tower heights. It's not possible, in other words. You couldn't make it lines, you'd have to make them curves. You'd have to have a curvy, bendy triangle, not two beams doing triangulation. So these planes flew inside the beam the entire time from the base that they left at to the target. And it worked. They used this to bomb things in a war. Okay, continue on. Sorry.
No, that's it. Thanks for that visualization. That's extremely helpful. But yeah, that's like a really definitive geometric proof, because the other explanation, aside from refraction, which we went over why that doesn't work, would be diffraction. But as Pizio was just saying, once that beam hits the Earth curve at 30 to 50 miles, the geometry necessary to create that intersection point for the plane to fly through becomes ruined, and there's no way to fix that. So either Earth curvature saves everyone and the system doesn't work, or there's no Earth curvature and the system does work, and the latter is what happened.
I see what you're saying, but I don't fuck with Nazis.
Yeah.
Hey, Keys.
No worries, lad.
It's in the space, dog. Just give yourself a click, and you'll go right to his Obsidian database with the details.
Hey, Keys, I just wanted to point out something you said to kind of help you think about this, right? You said that planes are designed to fly level over a curved surface. Now, there's one part that's correct and there's one part that's assumption. All right, so the part that is correct is planes are designed to fly level. So the thing is you have to go in, you have to ask yourself, where are you getting this over a curved surface aspect from? Because in all technical manuals, it says over a assumed plane surface.
Did he accidentally mute, or was that the end? It kind of sounded.
That was it. I'm pretty concise when I talk. I just like get to the point, and that's it. So yeah. Where are you getting this assumption from that these are designed to go over a curve?
I have seen so much information about it. I couldn't pull it up right now exactly, so I'm not gonna say like that's
Okay.
definitive proof. But from what I've seen, and I used to research this a lot.
Mm-hmm.
It's some physics stuff where it counterbalances all the elements and to fly over the curve and stay level. That's what I've learned personally.
Well, I'd challenge you. I challenge you to go relearn it, okay? Because what you're going to see is that it counteracts air, wind, gravitation. And the only way that it would fly over a curving surface is if that gravitation was radial, right? So, and then you need to think about two other things. First of all, is the gravitational attraction radial across the surface of the Earth? That's one thing. The second thing is, how strong is the gravitational force, right? Because when you get into physics, as you were mentioning, the gravitational aspect or effect is actually one of the weakest. Okay, so when you're talking about an airplane, you're talking about something that has a propulsion system. This propulsion system and the design of the plane with the wings and the nose and everything, right? That is designed to overcome that gravitation. So it's not designed to balance it out. It's designed to overcome the gravitation. So as you're flying at, say, 500 miles an hour, you're completely overcoming that gravitation, right? And as you said before, the plane is designed to travel level. So I challenge you to go relearn it and come back next time, maybe with something that says it's going over a curved surface, and then we can get into verifying whether that's the case or not. Sound fair?
Yeah.
Hey guys, can I add just one small note here? Laz here.
One second, Laz. I'm gonna let you go just after I ask Keys a question. Just to reiterate, Keys, because I want to make sure that you really hone in because you brought up this airplane stuff. Let's say like I was at one end of the street, you was at the other end of the street, and I shot a laser at you.
Yeah.
I'd be able to you would be able to see that laser beam on you, right?
Yeah.
Right. Now, what if you turned the corner?
Mm-hmm.
Would it hit you with that laser beam?
Right.
Would I be able to hit you with that laser beam if you turn the corner?
Like I curved downwards?
Yeah, like if you was at one end of the street, I was at the other. And I put a laser beam at you because that laser beam is straight, linear. But then you turn the corner. Would I be able to light you with the laser beam?
Probably not.
That's what they're saying is happening on Earth with these planes. They're saying these planes are traveling along these signals linearly, and they're exceeding past the curvature of the Earth, and they're still maintaining a specific elevation. They're not going up and down. They're like, well, how does that happen? How can they send a linear beam like a laser hundreds of miles, and these planes fly along it while pointing upwards and maintaining an elevation? When you find out about the dimensions of the Earth that they give us, there seems to be a conflict. So when you say it's designed, which D3 was talking about, to account for curvature, you find that with Alan's example and what Piazza was articulating to you seems to not be true. There's a problem here. They either need a mechanism to account for this linear propagation of the signal to curve over a surface, or maybe the surface of the Earth isn't curving. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
You think that's a problem?
I'd have to do more research on it, in my opinion, but before I speak. But I do see what you're saying.
Respectable answer, my man. That's a good
Yes,
answer.
sir. That's a great response.
Hey, Keys.
Look,
can I say something real quick? So you were going to ask about the lunar eclipse.
Hold on top. Laz was next. Okay. I don't think he's going anywhere unless he's you. Are you about to go?
Okay. As long as you're not going to go nowhere.
I was hoping not to stay here too longer because my friend wants to do something with me, but I can definitely.
Well, I'll post you the link in the comments. Go look at the link in the comments and see if that answers your question.
Okay, but I'll check that out soon.
I just wanted to give you the last thing on your plane thing before I'm gonna hop out. I'm sure Laz is going to talk and everything. I just wanted to make it
one last simple thought for you, man. Back to Sacred's illustration with the basketball. Think about this, Keys. All right. Think about the belly of the plane, right? The belly of the plane. Because we know that the nose is going to be tilted up. We know the wings are tilted up a little bit. But when you think about the belly of the plane, right, it's the easiest way to think about it for me. Because of the passengers inside the cabin, right, it's leveled off, right? So think about the belly of the plane, it's level. Belly of the plane is level as it's flying, even though the nose and the wings are tilted up a little bit, right? Because those are just creating lift for you, okay? So you got the nose of the plane angled up, but the belly of the plane's level. Now, as you go around the surface of this basketball, right? If I do not change the orientation at all, if I don't tilt it down, right? Keep it level. Okay. I'm not saying level with respect to the ground 100 miles in front of me. I'm not saying level with respect to the ground in another place. I'm talking about where I started, the position I started in, right? Wherever that is on the earth, pick anywhere you want. That original starting position, take an absolute level, a dead reckoning level, and just fly straight, okay? If you do that and the ground curves away from you, what's the plane going to do? It's going to increase in elevation, right?
Yeah.
In order to not increase in elevation, the plane would have to do what?
Tilt.
Yeah, it would have to tilt down or rotate forwards, right? If it does that, will the belly of the plane still be level, though?
It level doesn't mean flat.
Okay, so if it tilts forward, if it's already level and then it tilts, will it still be level?
Again, level is not flat. Level is not flat. So technically, I guess it depends how level you were. But
How about parallel?
Yeah, level.
How about parallel, right? If it's parallel to begin and then you tilt, is it still parallel?
No.
Okay.
There you go.
So the only way, right, in order to believe that you're going around a curve and that the plane is simultaneously remaining, the belly of the plane is remaining parallel and level while the nose is constantly tilting down, all simultaneously, for all the planes in the sky, all flying at different speeds across different places at different latitudes at different angles across the surface, you'd have to believe that simultaneously all of these planes at all these different speeds and angles and positions are all somehow automagically rotating forwards to match the curvature rate of the Earth with respect to the plane velocity and the dynamics of the plane geometry all the time, such that you would can never notice or detect it at all.
As well as with the rotation of the Earth eastward.
Oh, so y'all done playing too many times. Y'all done
summoned to 747.
Look at the Globers. Can we say globe that many times? I don't probably like do P pop up, bro. Come on now. That's funny.
Does he understand that though? Because that, and not only would it have to go like the nose would have to dip down.
Hold on, newbie. Hold on, because I know you're gonna get it. I know you're gonna get into your thing, right? And I want to hear from you. What is it? Laz have been super patient.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. But hold that thought, new P, because I do want Keys to hear this.
No problem. Yeah, I was just trying to add to what Pizio was saying.
Okay.
Yes. So, guys, my first time here, but I really like the care that you're taking in explaining this to Keys, or not even explaining. You're just kind of sharing, and he's going to come up to his own conclusion. Because I like when he throws out physics, right? I think. So I got my fiance's brother's a pilot, and her stepbrother's a pilot. So I talk to these guys all the time. And I just got showed by my fiance. It's 3:16 a.m. See, this is what you guys do to me. I gotta wait up to 3:16 to get to
Oh,
town.
my bad. Hey, missus, give him a couple minutes, missus. Give him a couple minutes.
Yo, I'm literally in the bath. I turned on the sound machine, and she comes and tells me what time it is. I just started talking. Anyway, let me go quick. So I speak to my brother Sebastian, right? Coolest dude. Because I've been trying. I just woke up right now, end of September, and since then I'm telling everybody, right? So I'm asking him about jet fuel hoax, all that. He actually had a pretty good answer, but he doesn't see it. But now he's questioning things, and I just asked him at a basic level: do you have to calculate for the curvature when you land? And he said no. And I look deeper, and I see like manuals themselves. For flying planes, they literally say assume a non-rotating flat plane, and it's literally right there in the manual. Now I told him, hey man, that's probably in your manual. Can you check it for me? He's gonna get back to me about it. But just simple logic, right? Given the
I'll be
speed, and if you
interested
do
to
the
hear what he
math.
say, man. Make sure you come tap in with us when you get that answer. I need to hear this.
Listen, I'm going to send you guys a picture to somebody here so you can share it, because he took a picture for me when that Halley's comet or somebody, one of his colleagues took the picture of 5,000 miles and the comet shooting downwards. And he was saying, looks flat to me. That's what he said. Now, he still doesn't believe it's flat. And he's one of these guys he's like, what does it mean to me? You know? And I'm like, so I'm still like, come on. And I don't want to push him too hard, but they're doing zero math for the curvature. They do physics for some other stuff. Most of the stuff is done. The problem is they're using all the equipment, and the equipment pretty much does it for them. It's just takeoff and landing. But when it comes down to it, if you really have to account for the curvature, 8 miles per, whatever, 8 inches per mile square, right? So we're talking about thousands of miles that they would have to do to land, right? But I think a lot of the times they do this stuff automated, and they just forget, and they don't even think about it. And I've heard this time and time again that, some of them get it and they're up there, but they can't even talk about it because they're going to lose their jobs. But there are some that talk about it openly. But most of them are just, like high-priced bus drivers, and they just, they take off and they land, and they don't really think about it much. So anyway, just want to share that as a perspective, Keys, that these are very smart dudes, but they will, if you ask them straight, if you see, on your next flight, just ask the pilot, hey, how do you account for the curvature when you land? And just look at their answer. If you're very authentic, I'm sure they'll give you an answer.
I'll post a video that Dave Weiss did. If you don't mind, real quick, I'll just say this about the descent rate. What you're talking about for the curvature.
Yeah,
I got an even better one than the Dave Weiss one. Stone would disagree with the use of the Dave Weiss one. So, Laz, I tagged you in this one. I tagged you in this one as well because you were so you can show your brother-in-law and fiance. So my boy Man of Stone, shout out to Man of Stone. His BitChute link is in the jumbo. You can check it out. But in the video, what he shows is data from, I forget the technical term for the landing gear piece that does this. But anyway, when the plane comes in, it's locked into this radar system that is basically, it's two intersecting radar systems that come in at an angle to one another. So anyway, they have the plane's absolute position for the angle of descent when they come in. And this is, a specific angle, because otherwise if it's too steep, they're going to come in too fast, and, they're going to crash and everyone's going to die. So it's very specific to the actual altitude of the plane. So if you're on a ball, you're going to be at a different height than what it would be if the Earth is flat. And what the data shows is that this landing strip that they were coming into in Italy, I think it was, the radar system goes out to 50 miles or 80 miles out into the water. And the way the geometry that it shows with the angle of descent based on the position of the plane is that it's all flat all the way, all the way to that 80-mile range. And there's no, There's no curvature accounted for, like you were saying. So you're like, how do you account for it? Where is it? Well, they don't. They angle of descent and everything with their radar system. It's all just based off of planar geometry.
GG boys, thanks for the discussions tonight. I'm gonna go to bed.
Yeah, it was fun.
Right on, Fusio.
Yeah,
I think I
God
came in
bless
a
you.
little bit late. He was talking to that kid, and then I jumped in, but maybe that kid went away.
Okay. God bless you. Follow Yahweh. Follow Jesus. Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. Take care, bro.
Oh,
Bros.
hey,
appreciate you, Piezo.
Hey, when we
All right,
do
boys.
the intermission, there's a special song that's going to be dedicated to you tonight called "Man's Not Hot." Pizio's ice cold, boys. Man's never hot.
All right, boys. I got a dip. So thanks for this discussion. I'll see y'all later.
Later,
Is
Keys.
that the kid that was asking the questions about the planes?
No, Dave. There's no kid asking about planes. It's all in your head.
He was talking to a kid about the moon
No,
shadow.
nope. That was a hallucination. Never happened.
Hey guys, where do I post those? But I got those photos now saved. Where do I post those?
Oh, we got a purple pill.
Yep.
No, I got some. I got the. Yep. So I got those pictures from my pilot brother. Where do I post those?
You guys say yeah for the purple pill?
Yeah, we have a purple pill. If you open up the interface where you can see all of our avatars and who's speaking and whatnot, if you look in the bottom right-hand corner, you'll see a little purple pill /chat icon that you can click on. It may have the number 45 on it, perhaps. If you click on that, it'll open up a thing to post. Yep, post there. And then after you make the post, there's one additional step. So on your post, you'll see a little thing on the bottom right that you can click to have more options or whatever. Click share to space after you click that, and then it'll pop up for the boys.
All right. So these are one of them he took, and I think two of them he took, and one somebody else took, and they put it on their Instagram at the time, because this is when there was that comet or something. Funny enough, going downwards into the horizon and never comes up, like Dave says. All right. So what's the last part? I can post it, but I got to tag into the.
Oh, yeah. So on your post, there should be like, you know how there's like 3 little dots or whatever you can click to expand a menu? There's something like that on the right-hand side of your post. Click that, and then in that menu, there's a thing that says share to space.
It just makes it as a regular post. But it is going on yours, Sacred, like your x.com spaces. It's a reply to that.
Yeah. So
that'll work?
Yeah, put it right there.
All right, cool. I sound stupid because I worked for Twitter, so I'm asking you guys how to do X spaces, but this is new.
I got you. I put it on the space for you.
There it is. It looks pretty flat to me, man. I know it's only 5,000 miles, so it doesn't mean shit, but
it's only a super far distance. No, that's awesome, man. That looks cool.
Yeah, but Neil deGrasse will rip it apart, saying it's like a centimeter, and there's no way. Like they're backtracking everything right now that these things are falling apart. I wanted to ask one question because I'm trying to wrap my head. This is my first time here. I was on Dave's December 2nd one about Dome, and then I met Run Boston Bear, nicest guy. And then I watched one of his shows. I met this guy Blair, PsyOp within a PsyOp. So I asked JT to introduce me to him because I don't know, he just seems like a really good dude. And then we did like a quick impromptu live maybe a day later, and they were telling me I got to come on here and listen to you gentlemen because you guys really go down the rabbit hole, and you guys and you guys do some deep math. Now I'm coming on, no disrespect to anybody. I'm very direct. It just sounds to me when you're talking about this globy math and you guys are like going through it and like talking about it, it just sounds like goat math, like what Adam Sandler would say. It almost sounds like girl math, like when my fiance, and no disrespect to the ladies here, but like when my fiance would say, hey, we're like, I made money, but because she bought something that's 75% off, and I'm just like, trying to wrap my head around it. But it seems like you guys are taking their numbers and trying to make sense of it, and in doing that, you're completely disproving whatever straw man argument they have, and then they're gaslighting you afterwards, saying, but that wasn't the point." Am I getting that right?
Yes.
All right.
That's a very accurate analysis.
All right. So basically, you guys are making a mystery out of bullshit. You solve the mystery. It's like Scooby Doo, and you're pulling the heads off, and it's always the same. Okay. So,
Yep.
All right. So, because to me, okay. So first of all, you're talking about the speed of light, right? And like, I don't know. Quite recently, in waking up, I realized, so the speed of light matches exactly the pyramids, longitude, latitude, the line, like literally down to the number. That's fucking odd. I don't believe in coincidences. I already don't like the idea that the speed of sound, if you go the speed of sound, time stops. I don't like the fact that gravity bends light. Bullshit. I've seen light refracted off water. But now when you guys are talking about their rules about, the speed of light and it slowing down in water, I heard something just this week, which was an epiphany for me. But it just resonated. I'm like, man, this is true. Now, I don't know if you guys believe this, and please, like, tell me if I'm wrong, because I love being wrong. But somebody said, and it was probably on a meme, but the guy's like, there is no speed of light. Light just is, and it isn't, right? It's either on or it's off. So it's like we're using their numbers, their bullshit numbers, and you guys are proving them with their bullshit numbers. But the reality is, as I see it, like, at first there was light. We had light even before the sun came, the fourth day. And if you're looking at the dome, I'm just used to the coin now. If you're looking at the firmament, right, the entire thing lights up in that area, sometimes up to 70 whatever percent. And when you think about the whole processing of that light, and then it processes in your eyes and it goes to your brain and the synapses, okay, maybe there's something there in terms of the time, but I'm under the impression now that light just is, and whatever is processing it, that's the speed.
Yeah. So there's a quantifiable rate of induction that's used for everything as like the baseline. So when they talk about the constant, that's the baseline that they're using it from. And so when they get into measurements of the wavelength of light based off of the frequency, that relationship would be with respect to that constant value for the velocity to correspond to those. So whether or not it's constant or not, the baseline in which they're using it for works, and the system that they've come up with that relationship is very accurate. And what they actually measure relative to the latitude, and depending on your east or west direction that the light is propagating in, they actually measure it slightly faster and slightly slower, relative to the latitude and the direction. So that's really, really interesting, because what that means is, in nature, light isn't this quantifiable constant speed, but you can use that as a baseline, for everything. So whether it's on or off, or is it instantaneous, and then it's just like our rate of perception, it's like all of those super possible. All I know is, like, when we get into the mathematical aspect of it and what they have put forward and what they've tried to assert with it, doesn't necessarily prove everything that they say about it, but it also doesn't mean that they're entirely wrong.
No, yeah, I'm not saying they're wrong, but now you're telling me speed of light changes depending on the direction.
Yep. depending on the direction and latitude.
Is that according to them?
Nope, that's just a measurable experimental fact.
What is the variance?
So you take the known wavelength of light, the path length it has to travel, and some velocity component. So in this case, what they were using was the velocity of the Earth. And when you math that out, you get the corresponding change in how the wavelengths would measure. So when you use an interferometer and you split a light beam such that it completes a circuit and it's at a right angle to itself, one of the beams on the return trip is going to take a longer time. If the Earth is like physically in motion and it's, and if the arm, it would basically be saying that the interferometer is moving out from underneath the light as it's coming back. And that's going to cause a distance change in the path that light has to travel, which will make it be out of phase. And you can use the square of that out of phase distance to establish a proportional relationship to velocity. So they started using that to make absolute measurements of velocity, and the variance that they found in Michelson-Morley, for example, at 200 feet above sea level at I'm not sure the latitude Cleveland is, but this was done in Cleveland, so whatever latitude that's at, the speed that they measured was 6 to 8 kilometers a second. Oh, so like imagine the speed of light and then plus or minus 6 kilometers a second, east or west.
Interesting, but didn't the same guy just prove that first of all that there was an ether and that it was non-rotating? I heard this from Terrence Howard with his theories, and I don't know. They're trying to debunk him.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure what that guy said. I never ended up watching that interview, but
it was pretty interesting.
Yeah, I'll link you. Yeah. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, in a nutshell, he had some really interesting things to say. People think he's gone nuts, and especially because he's an actor, right? But if you really listen to him, there's a lot of authenticity to what he says. But they specifically brought on this really smart, I think, physicist, right? And he was kind of not debunking him, but kind of keeping him in order. But what I got out of it, right, is that unless you have EDU at the end of your email, the scientific community will not fuck with you. And it is so tight knit. And so the guy was trying to warn him that, look, you have all these cool things, but you're jumping from. So he's mixing up correlation with causation, and he's saying because of this, and then he's going too far, right, in terms of the scientific method, and that they will never take him seriously if he does that. Now, I personally don't agree. I think this guy's brilliant, and he's been able to find some very cool things, and it just makes sense what he is doing, because he seems to be coming from a place of source. But it just shows you that the entire community, they don't care, man. You could come with the best proofs, the best whatever. They're just gonna keep changing their story and gaslighting. It's like trying to argue with a narcissist a lot of the time. So
real quick, let me just add, if Terrence Howard led you to Walter Russell, that might be the best thing that I could imagine for anybody, right? That's where he got his periodic table stuff from, and
he mentioned it, and I haven't gone down that rabbit hole yet. Right now, I'm just I'm still going down all the flat Earth proofs, and even that I got to slow down because this is just.
But one more thing, because I'm about to lose battery, and I have to use these headphones where I have to use the same port for the. Anyway, regardless, I'm also about to drive, so I don't know if you want me to just lay out the real quick thing about the planes for this guy since his brother's in it, but I'll just do it in one sentence if I can. So that they say it spins 1,000 miles an hour at the equator, and then it tapers up to the poles, right? So it'd be 1,000 miles an hour, and then 900, 800, 700, 600, as far as the ground speed goes. You know about that, right? It's fatter at the equator. So like a racetrack, it's faster spin.
Yeah, and sorry, you're still talking to me, or are you talking to Keys?
Yeah. Well,
Okay.
you're talking. You had a brother that's a pilot, right? Or brother-in-law.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I thought you were talking about Keys as the brother. Yes. All right. Yes.
Is that
I know
right?
the difference of the speed at the equator. It's much faster, and Dave
Right.
goes through that all the time. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's real simple. My argument, or at least the one I always talk about, is that the plane has to land on a faster speed. If it
Yeah.
starts at a latitude where it's the ground is moving slower, it only gets that conserved momentum, and that's questionable. That's going to start to dissipate right away anyway. But even if they kept all of that conserved momentum, it's got to land on an area where it's going like twice as faster, 10, even a 0 to 1,000, whatever it is, right? So how is the plane like Pizio was saying to the other guy that not only does the nose need to dip down automatically without any kind of recollection or any kind of acknowledgement from the pilot that's happening, right?
Yeah.
You're just supposed to think it's level, but it's actually going over a curve. Well, the same thing, it has to go eastward with the spin without anything going on with the plane or the pilot knowing anything about it, which would mean it'd have to go if it went from the North Pole, it would be increasing its eastward tangential velocity from 0 to 1,000 miles an hour without the pilot knowing anything about it, right?
Yep.
And then they say that the atmosphere is not in sync with the Earth, which is what causes the wind patterns, and they can't say it's in sync anyway because of fluid dynamics. So if the atmosphere is not in sync, it can't make the plane in sync.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. They claim that the atmosphere, it's within the contained atmosphere, and they keep going back and forth. But you saw Tyson, Neil deGrasse Tyson one time, he was talking about a football game where somebody hit the whatever cross beams, and it went, and he's like, and I figured out where that was, and at that stadium, the movement on the earth, and I'm like, you fucker, right? It's like you're using this piece of shit science to try to make yourself look smart, like bullshit.
He did us a favor. He's doing us a favor there.
I know when he
I'd
did
almost
that.
imagine he's on our side.
Yeah, I don't know, man. That guy is. Look into his background too, man. Like, I don't know. Like,
Anyway, I gotta start driving, but I just wanted to make that point to you. You could I put a GIF. I don't know if it went to the purple pill or not, but I put a couple GIFs in there. But if you make that point to him, just ask him how the plane is in perfect sync. It has to be in perfect sync, such perfect sync, no matter which way the runway or the landing strip is faced. It has to be moving with the rotation of the Earth, without the pilot knowing anything about it. So if he thinks the atmosphere is carrying him along and speeding him up just the right amount, even though winds in the atmosphere could be blowing in the exact opposite direction, throwing all that off, the atmosphere is not even said to be in sync anyway. So there's no way for the plane to, it's just an imaginary vector that they have to just think about in a kinematic respect. Mathematically, they could just subtract the right amount, and then all of a sudden you could just think about it as in sync, even though it could never be.
Dude, it's hard enough for me just to shoot outside when it's windy, when I'm shooting ball, and I can barely get it to the rim just from the wind, right? And we're talking about these giant planes, and like
it's ridiculous.
It's ridiculous, and it becomes so stupid. But even when I talk to him, like, he's a really smart dude, but he's like, I try not to think about things like this. I think some people just aren't ready to open their eyes. I keep on nudging him in other ways. I send him all the flight paths on flat Earth. Like I just gave him like a document dump of them, and so they're there. They'll find them, but I'll keep getting more information from him.
Yeah. He socially too, for him, like he might have buddies that are pilots, or it may not just be that he'll lose his job, but like I have a friend who said, I wouldn't be able to talk to people at work because I would have to mention this and they would think I'm crazy. So I don't want to know if it is true or not, because it would just, stifle me.
Yeah. It's easier not to know in that sense.
Yep. I gotta just listen on YouTube so that my battery doesn't die. But yeah, good talking with you. Good luck with you.
Thanks.
Good luck.
Man. Same to you.
Cool.
I got
Later,
that same
Dave.
issue with my phone, the charger and the like. It's again, that's
Yeah, I
another
hate that.
confusing thing. Like,
They want us to use Bluetooth and kill our brains with it,
yeah, and I refuse. I refuse to do that.
right?
Yeah.
You gonna say something, Alan?
Oh, I was saying later. Have a good night. Catch you on the
Yeah,
fleazy.
well, I'll be back when I can. I'm going to be driving for a while, so if I get back on, I'll say what's up.
Nice.
All right, and guys, I'm gonna bounce out too. I just want to say hi. I heard about you legends, and you know, just wants to say what's up. You guys showed up late, like the aliens on December 3rd. I guess you guys always do. So I'll get used to that. So I just woke up middle of the night, 1:30. I said I'll jump on. I'll say what's up to these guys. I've heard about Witsit, and I heard a lot about you guys.
Hey, check out on my on all the plane videos on my channel. You could just send them that New Perspective 590 on YouTube, and then you can hear that argument in like many different ways for hours if you want. And
okay,
get it done.
Yeah. I'll check that now.
Appreciate that, Taz. Laz, appreciate you stopping by. Of course, we are here. Flat Earth Fridays. Our schedule will be fluctuating, but we're going to wind back our ethereal clocks and get back to a more stricter schedule. Appreciate that as well. New Perspective. I think he bounced already.
Thank you.
I see D3 hand up, and I see Alan hands up now. But we also got Terry on the stage. Alan, is your hand up?
Yeah, I just realized I could raise my hand, and I was like, I never do that because it wasn't available on PC before. But anyway, yeah, I wanted to kind of circle back to something that D3 was talking about regarding Discover satellites and the authenticity of the data, and more specifically, something he said about the process of the processing of said data and the implications of the processing of the processing. But we can get to that whenever or whatever if you want to see what's up with our boy Terry.
Yeah, we can let Terry go. That's exactly what I was gonna come in with. So I can wait. Let Terry go.
Yeah, I'm gonna need to process that. Welcome, Terry. How'd you find Flat Earth Fridays?
I'm going to need you to document your processing process so that I can authenticate the chain of custody to verify and see if I could reproduce it to make sure that the results that you got from your processing will match the results that I get from processing it. And if both of the processing reprocesses match, then we can agree to terms and use that interpretation of that processing in court.
In the court process.
The court process, yes.
Terry, did you process that?
Beep beep. Processing.
System failure.
He blue screened on us, boys. He's crashing.
What's wrong with his processor?
You guys ever watch that episode of SpongeBob where they had to like learn fine dining? And Sonny was like, what's his name? What's his name? We threw out his name. Now you guys don't know. You guys weren't there.
Lost me at SpongeBob.
Yeah, I never got into Spongy.
You're doxing yourself, boys.
I have a personal bias against SpongeBob. I got beat up on a basketball court by somebody wearing SpongeBob paraphernalia.
There was just always something else cool around.
Every time someone brings up a SpongeBob or a SpongeBob meme, I take it personal a little bit. Like there's a residual anger.
That's so unfortunate. There's not a meme that there's a SpongeBob episode for. Like, oh man, I wish it didn't bring you trauma.
Yeah, it's super unfortunate.
Spongy had a long run. For real. Hey, Terry D, what's up, man? You here or did you come back? Okay. Alan, you wanna kick off what you were gonna say, and then I could chime in what I was gonna say.
Absolutely. And before I kick it off into that, I want to give a shout out to the Czech lads. Shout out to my boy Plocky Podcast in the chat, Dominic, out there crushing it. He had his first debate with a PhD lad the other day, and it was about Aries failure. And this guy, I'll let Dom tell the story, but I'll give a little preface. This guy was like, "I'm going to explain to you everything about Aries failure, and it's super easy, relativity, blah blah blah." And Dom smoked him in the debate. It was crazy. You could tell by the look in the guy's face that he had died inside. So that was pretty cool. Shout out to the boys; they're crushing over there. And then also he has a cool story to tell about the Christmas carp. So we'll get into the ancient tradition of the Christmas carp. Now, regarding the Discover satellite, the argument was put forward by Guy McGuyerson earlier, who was saying that you can download the server, or you can download the data from the server before it even gets published. And it's like, ooh, is that a mutually exclusive verification that this is authentically coming from said satellite at X distance in orbit, and all this is on the up and up? Well, I did an investigation into the Discover satellite in the highest available form of public data that's available with a YouTuber named I Can Science That a couple of years ago. And what we found was, well, what he found specifically was that there is a place you can go to get the quote unquote raw data, and you can use a script to compile it. They tell you how to do all that. So you can download this raw data. You can use a Python script to compile it, and then you could look at the images. But what you'll find is that the raw data is already sanitized. There's no metadata on it. And the images come in two forms, two orientations. One orientation is sideways, and the other orientation is vertical, which is like the proper way the image would look, what you would expect to see. And they say that, in space, due to the orientation of the satellite, camera, etc., that the horizontal picture, like the one that you wouldn't expect it to look like, is the one that's like the raw data. That's that super, raw or whatever. But even in the compiled image that you get already assembled the vertical corrected one as well. So who knows what to make of that. But more importantly, though, when you get into, so okay, we got this raw data. We don't have any metadata, unfortunately. But we've compiled it, and we have these images that are in 3 different chromatic colors, green, red, and blue. And when we overlay them together, we get that image that looks like the colored image of the globe and that they show us. So what can we do to further validate the authenticity of this data that we got? Well, you would following the laws of international court, you would have to, of course, start with the chain of custody. So anything regarding like the telemetry data, everything that was stripped from the metadata, anything that could be used to verify the physical location of the satellite that's taking the image, all these things like the transmission of it, all that actual raw data that you don't have access to, you would have to have access to. And then the processing that was used to interpret that data, you would have to also have access to, and you would have to verify, you would have to have some man's signature on it that could verify the authenticity. Like it came from this satellite. I saw the satellite. I was there, that kind of thing. You would have to have some sort of verification that all of this data was even coming from that, so that you could like even present it as actual evidence. Because without any of that, this is actually the lowest form of evidence possible. And we're all arguing over like literal gobbledygook. And like in terms of like if you were going to use it to make a case against someone legally, like, the strongest way to make an argument would be to beat someone in court. So if you were looking to smoke someone and you were going to try and use evidence, like think about the hurdles you would have to overcome to present this as like a, something that's physically meaningful. So anyway, when you get into the international court laws, both parties have to agree on the chain of custody of the data and the validity of the processing to agree on the interpretation of the data. Because what they found is that when you get into specifically like for like military stuff, they'll have quote unquote satellite images of an area, and based off of different shadows, they'll be like, oh, this must be a tank. This must be an enemy bunker. This must be a heroin comp, like all this crazy stuff. And then they'll go and send in a unit to go, start a mission or whatever, scout it out or whatever. And what they'll find is like, oh, this was just a shadow of a rock. This is just XY, like this didn't even turn out to be a thing. So having physical on the ground verification of these things is just as important, even when you get into like real estate claims, all that stuff. Like even when you're just using drones, like even at that altitude, you need physical land markers, things to confirm and make sure that what you're looking at is actually physically meaningful. And then what we're looking at, you know, we're not even looking at things on the ground that can be verified in a meaningful way. We're looking at like a cloud formation and a half Terminator line covered image. So we're only seeing one side of a ball, and there's no way to verify the cloud patterns. It's just, you know, like no one's on the ground like, oh, dude, I was looking at Himawari today, and then I looked up in the sky and the cloud pattern didn't match. 0 people have ever done that, you know, so that's something to consider in terms of like the overall presentation of the finalized image we're looking at. It's like, is this something that we could look at on the ground and go, okay, we have a reference here and we don't see the thing, right? Like they do in the case of like real estate or analyzing like military targets and stuff. And I think that's all I wanted to say on that. That pretty much covers it. Did you have any further questions, D3?
No questions really. I just wanted to share the document. I put it up top, and I wanted to bring attention to how these things are kind of put together. It tells you a bunch of it in this document, you know, how they get it, how it's run through algorithms, how they use geolocation and georeferencing, and they develop a 3-dimensional model. So this is in section 2.2.1. And it says, so this model is built from ancillary information from the spacecraft. This includes the sun, lunar, and spacecraft ephemerides, if I'm saying that correctly, with Earth as the coordinate reference frame. So again, they're running this all through algorithms and using a presupposed coordinate system that works, but may not be telling the whole truth about how things are. And then it's it's first done on a 2D plane. So everybody, people probably don't know that. It's done on a 2D plane first, and then it is georeferenced and put on a ellipsoid model. So when it finally gets to the public, the curvature that you're seeing may or may not be, you know, that accurate. So that's all I really wanted to say. Yeah, careful with the photos. Claiming they're photos is incorrect. They're not photos, they're images. I think they're highly accurate in my opinion. Like we can't argue that images are not accurate, but there's things being applied to them that do change the way they appear. And so from that aspect, they're not that accurate. So thanks, Alan, for your part on that. Much
Good find, bro.
appreciated. Yeah, right. Because look, I was trying to disprove flatness again. Like one of the biggest for everybody in here, one of the biggest arguments you're gonna get from people is, what about photos from space?
Yep. That's why I did that with I Can Science That, because that's my least favorite topic, because for at a certain point, it's like a no-brainer where you're just like, I'm not even going to entertain it. But it is most people's go-to thing because it is the most propagandized piece and available information to them that they see constantly to like reassure them. So it's definitely super relevant in a thing that needs to be especially, taken care of, really,
Yeah, it needs to be dismantled. And the way I approached it was like, okay, well, if these images are true and 100% accurate, then Flat Earth has a problem. And that's how I walked into it. I'm like, okay, these images are there. These images are available. These images seem really, really fucking accurate. And the animations that they derive from the images seems really, really accurate. And it's used to predict and forecast weather and things like that. So if that's the case, I'm not the person who like disregards all imaging. Like if you go to a doctor's office and they image your body for some type of sickness, I mean, they can see your teeth, your bones, your different organs and systems, right? That's real. And we use that to diagnose people and go into surgery. And I'm not saying it's 100% accurate, but it's highly accurate. So I can't disagree with that. But once again, I came to this 3D model being imposed. And for me, that's a problem. And most people don't know about that. If anybody has any pushback against it, it wants to like dive into it, they have like a really good understanding of how the model is generated and if it is or isn't being used in the images being given to the public, that would be great. But according to what this document says, it sure seems like it.
Does Discover have a Twitter?
I'm not sure. One thing to point out in 2.2.4 L1A description, it shows you right there. They have the 3D model with view angles and the ellipsoidal coordinates. This is exactly what I'm talking about. So they have an XY transform, and then you get the geodetic coordinates on the right side there with the 2D model. Quite interesting how they do this. Did you guys ever get to Canagoo? Because I see that was the title. It looks like the title's been changed now.
I'm looking at the link you posted.
Yeah. Take your time. Everybody go through it, and maybe somebody can understand the math better and get a better idea of what's going on. I'm particularly concerned with if it introduces any curvature that's not really there. Like I would love to see the images, as the guy was saying, like we could get them raw and process them and see, but they're not exactly raw as Alan was pointing out.
Yeah, the link says that it's not a stationary telescope, that it orbits somewhere basically along the Lagrangian point, but that it even takes random pictures of the moon sometimes. So there should be like random photos, either not even calibrated or not even like blurry photos in the mix.
Yeah.
Quote unquote raw data.
I looked at some of the black and whites on one of the websites, and man, it's like I said to that guy, they look nothing like what we get in the color renders. It's very difficult to see it from the black and white perspective of what it actually is. It's all just shades of gray,
Yep. And another thing you can do with that raw data is you can put it into like a photo forensic website or whatever, and you can analyze the like pixel type for the layers. And sometimes you'll see like that blocky staircase in the editing, and it'll it'll look like it was like edited in or whatever. And then in other images, you'll see like the smooth rounding type where it was like blurred to be smoothed in. And it's just like random between the images. So there's like no consistency to it. In other words, there's nothing discernible that you can gather from like any sort of forensic analysis on it. because you just get a mixture of like generation techniques essentially. Why is one little block staircases and the other one smooth gradients? It's like it's just, you would only do that if you were trying to like establish like purposeful inconsistencies. They should all be one or the other.
Yeah, so for me, I mean, none of these satellites have normal cameras, guys. They're not just taking a normal image. We're never gonna get that. It doesn't exist. So for me, I it's like Alan said, it's kind of like something you don't really want to deal with, but it's what everybody points to because it's the most accessible thing that they're bombarded with on a daily basis. And they, a lot of people wholeheartedly believe in it. I think the better observation, personally, is land-based telescopes. And that's probably one of the next things I want to get into. The images from those look really interesting, and I don't they do some corrections to them, but I don't believe they do any 3D modeling with them before those are released to the public. I'm not sure, I haven't dug into it yet, but as far as I know, that's not the case. So I think those are more trustworthy. You guys know of any good repositories for those?
For what, Meow?
The land-based telescopes and some of the images that they produce, I think, are probably more accurate.
Land-based telescopes that do what?
Just take images of like the planets, really just the planets. Stars, like they're so far
okay.
away.
Sorry, I thought you were talking about like horror. Like, sorry, I
worries.
thought you were talking about looking at the Earth because we were talking about Discover. I was like, how the fuck is a land-based telescope? Like, what are you like, bro? What are you talking about? Okay,
nah,
that makes more sense.
The other planets, because Saturn
look
bothers
for you, bro.
me.
I got you.
Thanks.
You said the data, right? The like a database, maybe a repository that you want.
Yeah,
access to?
yeah.
All right,
Like
I'll
a
find
good
you.
ground-based one. That would be dope. That's the next kind of thing I want to jump into.
Yeah, I can ask Professor Parks, see if he has any idea where there would be a good one for that.
Good looks, guys. We got any hand? I see Kingsley with the hand up.
What up? Just
What's up?
Not really on topic of satellites, but I asked I asked in Brian's space earlier. Have any of you guys seen anything for the concave Earth yet? That's like viable or anything? Because what I seen of it, it was not very convincing. Have you guys found anything yet? And my second question was, do you guys know if Austin and Jaron are bringing some security to Antarctica with them, or are they just rolling solo, or what?
Rolling solo and negative Ghost Rider on the validity of concavity.
All right, there, 10-4, buddy.
I didn't know we were looking for concave evidence still. Interesting.
Everything I seen, it was not very convincing or viable. It was kind of weird, actually.
Security would not be a bad idea. Can you bring the Muscatool to Antarctica? Is that allowed over there? Interesting.
Man, I damn near want to go to do it.
What Biasticles?
Hey, everybody. Just got off work. Just came in, heard D3 lay out this document, grabbed it immediately. Nice.
Hey, sorry to also hijack here, but I worked at Starlink, and I'm just curious, what's the leading theory for why, like how the satellites are able to stay like in the air or wherever they are, and also like how they're able to like spin around the Earth, kind of. Does that make sense?
No, that makes perfect sense. Those are great questions. I have several, I can propose several mechanisms for propulsion and whatnot. Well, honestly, it would just be speculation. I have no idea. But what I can show you, though, are the orbital paths that they give to us for satellites that are supposed to be doing circumpolar navigation, meaning they go north to south around the ball, they come up on the other side, and then go back around. When you plot those alleged orbits, or when you transform them, rather, from the equirectangular projection, which is what they normally show us, which is like that spirograph pattern that you'll see, when you put that on an AE, it makes it like a giant figure 8 essentially, and it doesn't actually go over a ball or anything like that. If it were actually doing a circumpolar navigation, if that route on the equirectangular that they show us like truly represented a circumpolar route, the projection would look like a line that goes off of the AE projection. And I can show you what that looks like so that it's not like an abstract idea that I'm just saying to you. I'll show you the difference, but there's a specific way that it would look under transformation if the orbit was valid and true to what they're trying to assert with it. And not a single orbit has ever gone circumpolar in the way that they've described it. They're all figure 8s. So I don't know how they're the propulsion mechanism, how they stay up, etc. But they're definitely, I would say, just closer and moving slower. And using timing offsets, they can basically turn the circumference of their orbit over a plane into an altitude, and that's how they're making it appear that you're using that. They would clear the sky in the same time, but you wouldn't be able to tell if they were truly traveling at 17,000 miles an hour at 20,000 kilometers, or if they were traveling, much slower, but they were just closer to you. They would still cross the sky at the same time. So, any questions while I pull this up for you?
Hey, great. Sorry, my Twitter is lagging. Are you talking about when you say AE? What is that exactly?
Oh, that's the azimuthal equidistant projection. So have you ever seen a Gleason's map projection?
No, I feel like I should have though.
Okay, no worries. In the link I'm going to show you here in a second, the map that's a circle disk. That's an AE map. That's the map.
Okay.
Hey, so where did we see this thing you're going to post?
What's that?
It'll be posted up top.
Excellent, thank you.
Yep. One other thing I wanted to add is, and this is a shot against flat Earth, is these images from so-called deep space, a million miles away, if you believe in that distance. Whether you believe in the distance or not, they have these images taken every 10 minutes, right? We know images are not exactly fake. We know this is altered, maybe edited, processed, yada, yada, yada. However, I don't see how they would be just removing the ice wall from the image. What you don't see in any of these images is any semblance of an ice wall anywhere going around anything. So I think that's a problem, personally. So if anybody wants to try to, I can't think of any way to explain that away.
Yeah, I got you. They're not actually taking pictures of anything. When you look at I'll send you the video from John Thor, who did like a compilation of different satellite videos where people were breaking down different aspects of it. But one specifically from a guy named Paul on the plane, who's breaking down the Himawari situation with the, excuse me, 1 second, let me get some water.
Is that the one you shared it above? I haven't watched it yet, but I
already shared it.
Watch it later.
Awesome.
Maybe I'm not sure. I think you put a YouTube video there about Himawari.
Let me check.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's the same one you're talking about, but I know you shared one because I already have it saved so I can watch it after.
yeah, I'll check it in a second. That might have been the Discover one, but
okay.
But yeah, my boy John Thor has a compilation, and then anyway, in that compilation, he has a segment from Paul on the Plane, who's going over the MOR images and how they have everything generated. They have like the image itself, right? Like the globe that they're using is generated too, like the continents, the positions, everything, and then they have different weather overlays, like cloud projections of what they would look like. And all they would need to make it even match loosely, right, is they already had, and keep in mind, they're only using half of the image at a time because of the Terminator line. So they almost never have the full thing anyway. And like he'll go over that when he's breaking it down. So like they're like literally constructing the image from the ground up. No part of it is a photograph. They have a reference thing for the continents to where they're placed and everything. And then they just start overlaying stuff on top of it. And then, so what you could do now, they launch weather balloons all across the world, like thousands a day, every day. And you get cloud data from that. So if you were routing like real-time cloud data to that, you could easily have it, loosely match things to where it would look like, oh, a person in this area would expect to see a cloud here versus not. So you're getting an image of exactly what they what they expect you to see. They're not going to show you a fucking ice ring or anything like that, dude. Like that was the whole point of the argument against validating the chain of custody and whatnot. Cause it's like, so let's start with verifying the position of this satellite that's at the Lagrange point, 1 million miles away.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So it's not.
So which satellite?
Any of them.
Yeah. See that's what the thing is. They all pretty much have the same operational processes going on. You have a few tweaks here and there that are different. But the general, what's up?
Sorry, a bit of lag. I keep talking over people. I'm sorry. There's not many that can take a photograph of the full Earth. They have to be quite a long way out to do that. Your average satellite, that's why they do compilations. They're not far enough to get a full picture of the Earth.
Right.
Well, I believe the flight paths, but like I'm mostly talking about like they have the G gravitational constant, which they claim they derived from estimating the mass of the Earth and all that BS and stuff like that. But they have the orbital version using having a high velocity over the Earth to stay in orbit, continuously falling. That's what they will say. What is the? I'm not talking about the propulsion mechanism, because I know the propulsion mechanism on the Starlink satellite is a 1 Newton ion thruster, which is very weak. It's just not. I don't believe it's an actual propulsion system. I actually do believe that they're floating about, because I've seen the satellites before they've gone into like the final compartment before they get into the Falcon, and I do believe that they're actually sending them somewhere. I'm just curious about how they're actually staying up there and not like just crashing down.
Yeah. So a couple of mechanisms would be electrostatic tethering. If you've ever seen what's called ballooning from spiders, what they can do is they can utilize the electrostatic gradient and their spider silk basically to float and go different directions based off of changing their potential. And so that could be one possible mechanism. There's another one called the Byfield-Brown effect, which has to do with I actually forget that one. I'm not that versed in it. It's been a minute since I talked about it, but it's basically you can use the asymmetry in two capacitors in a vacuum and it generates a disproportional amount of force that they've measured in a vacuum in the lab. So if something like that applied at altitude, that could be a possible mechanism for propulsion. They were using that to lift things up. You can YouTube different if you YouTube Byfield-Brown lifters, they call them, you can see different people doing experiments with them. Basically same concept. That could be a possible mechanism. And I forget who was talking about I can't remember, but there's a couple different ways, but I don't think we'll ever know. I think will be one of the most guarded secrets out there. Because like you were saying, there are things that go in the sky that complete a periodicity that seem to comport with Newton's laws, right? And when you get into Newton's laws and Kepler's laws, the gravitational constant that you were mentioning, what you'll find is you can derive Newton's laws from Kepler's and vice versa. And that makes that makes one think that like, okay, well, that must mean Newton's gravitational constant's true. And that must mean that this satellite is actually falling around this ball at free fall with respect to the gravitational potential between the mass of the Earth, or the inverse relationship between the distance of the center of the mass of the Earth versus the center of the satellite, right? So you're like, oh, okay, no way. But what isn't talked about in the GMM R squared equation, or over R squared equation, is that the mass in that equation cancels out, and it just becomes a ratio of the constants and the periodicity. In other words, how long it takes for the satellite or the object in the sky to complete an orbit to go back to its original position. So with that, with showing that mass isn't the causal mechanism, and the ratios over the constant will always be proportional to the constants. So the fact that you can derive Newton's laws, which are supposed to be dynamics, from Kepler's laws, doesn't actually mean anything, because if you can cancel out the mass of the satellite in the analysis between a satellite's orbit and the Earth and the gravitational potential between them, and if you canceling out the mass doesn't change anything about the orbital path, you could put the mass back in, and it's not going to matter at all. So it isn't the causal mechanism at all. And when you get into, this is kind of like an additional subject, but when you get into experimental verification of Earth's motion, which would be experimental verification of Newtonian dynamics, meaning the relationship of that mass and the big GMM over R squared to cause a velocity component on the Earth of 30 kilometers a second. That wasn't, that's never been measured or verified. And actually it's been refuted, because measurements were made that gave a much smaller reading than what was predicted. So the validity of like it falling around a ball due to big G and big M are actually, not even on the table either. And they're kind of like a roundabout misnomer because of the relationship of how you can algebraically cancel out the mass.
Nothing makes you feel more childlike than Christmas time. Man, if you don't like Christmas, dude, fuck you. Straight up. You know what I mean?
Oh, I think someone's hot micing.
Yeah, that was me.
Oh, no worries.
You don't like Christmas, dude? Fuck you, bro.
The mass doesn't really matter. Yeah, I agree with that. Like, because you can have like a piece of paint orbiting or whatever. But like, do you think the material of the satellite matters? Like you're talking about the electrostatic tethering. I know that the satellite, it's like, I think it's part titanium, part aluminum. I hope I don't get like sued or something for saying so, but anyways.
Yeah. Don't say anything that'll jeopardize your, any future employment or anything.
I'll just paying back my stocks.
Yeah, bro. Be careful, bro.
But yeah, I'm sure it does matter. But yeah, I don't know the mechanism, and it's always on the back of my mind to find out. But I think it is one of the things that we'll never know, because it would be so like if it ever got out that it wasn't due to free fall around ball, like that would be. They could never take that back and be like, surprise, it's due to electricity. It would be over at that point. So I don't think we'll ever know how they're utilizing whatever they're doing to do it. But the fact that it makes these fractal geometric patterns that match the same patterns that you get when you look at magnetic flux lines. If you've ever looked at a magnet over a ferrocell, you can see the magnetic flux lines, and they make these beautiful figure 8 type patterns, these spirograph patterns. And the orbits of these all objects in the sky, actually all the planets and whatnot, follow the same kind of geometry when you plot them out with respect to a geocentric position. So is it possible that they're utilizing some magnetic flux lines of the Earth or something like that? That's also a possibility, because then you would have these natural figure 8 orbits, and then you just present them to the public on an equirectangular projection, and you never show them the fact that they don't make the straight line that would be that goes off of the map that would be needed if it was actually circumpolar.
That makes sense. So like the flight paths that they're actually taking make more sense on that. What's it called? Azimuth.
Yeah.
Mapping.
Well, the equirectangle map and the azimuthal equidistant map all use the same latitude and longitude system, so they're all actually the same map. But when you look at the orbit projection on the equirectangle map, you don't really have a good visualization of what it's representing, because it looks like a sine wave going in just going across. So you kind of fill in the blank and you're like, oh yeah, it must be going up and around the ball. Like, that's what it looks like. But when you look at it on the same coordinate system, but just from a concentric circle outward projection, so like what would be on a flat Earth, or how we would conceptualize it, suddenly the orbit becomes a giant figure 8, and it never corresponds to the path that it would be if it was actually going over a ball. So I tagged you, or I didn't tag you in it, but I put it up in the Jumbo. If you're able to see that, a link to my Obsidian database is there. So the first image that you'll see is what it looks like on the actual globe. So you'll see that line. So you can imagine that purple line is the orbit of the satellite, the orbital path. So that's what it would look like when it goes over the ball and comes back around. And then if you scroll down to the next one, you'll see the equirectangular projection, and you'll see how it has those two lines in between Alaska and Russia, and then in between South America and Africa. That would be, again, coming over the ball and then coming on up around Antarctica. And then under that is the azimuthal equidistant projection, otherwise known as the Gleason map, which is our concentric circles map. Now, if you take a projection from a equirectangle map, which represents those two pink lines as the orbital path, and you put that on, and you project that onto the Gleason's map, that AE map, you get that straight line that goes out of bounds. You see how it kind of just makes a straight line, and it doesn't, like, that's what it would look like if it was an actual circumpolar map. So if you took that same projection and then wrapped that on that ball, that's what you would get. That's exactly what it would look like. So now that we have what a true circumpolar orbit would look like, let's continue scrolling down and look at the orbital paths and see if we can find anything that represents a circumpolar route. So we got the first equirectangle projection here, which is, we see this nice sine wave going across America to South America to Africa to Asia and Australia and all that, right? Very cool. Now, when we put that on an AE map, suddenly we're looking at a flower of life geometric pattern that makes an infinity symbol that doesn't, basically what it's doing is it's doing loops, never going directly over the North Pole, but it does loops around it, and then it goes all the way to the outer rims and does a giant loop and comes back. So that's not what is to be expected. Remember, we're expecting a straight line. And in this case, because it's completing the orbit, it's like doing it twice or whatever, we would have two straight lines on this. But anyway, so the next one, same thing again. And then we go down to the AE, another flower of life pattern. And we keep going, and it's just more of the exact same thing. So, and it just continues on that way. And what you'll find is that when you do plane routes too, because there used to be a flight route called Pan Am or something like that. They would, in the 70s or whatever, they had a famous, we're doing a circumpolar flight. You can spend this amount of money and come to be a part of this, right? And when you plot their route guess what? It ain't what you would expect if they was truly on a globe. So no one's ever done circumpolar navigation, and that would be, you know, mandatory improving a sphere.
So with these orbits, these are near Earth orbits essentially, or just a few thousand miles away. With near Earth stuff like rocket launches and whatnot, and ISS and whatnot, do you think it's just a matter of orbital path that we never get any image of the ice wall anywhere? Or like it's just never in view? Is that possible? I kind of have a problem with not being able to see the ice wall in like anything.
Do you think that you would be able to see it from a super far distance away? Or is it like,
No, that's what I'm saying. So do
I
you
don't
think like
understand.
no, that's what I mean. So you said I don't think you would be able to see it because I feel like we have even our cameras have a limited distance to how they view. But so what I'm saying is like, are any of these orbits ever approaching an area to where we would see it, yet we don't?
Yeah, a bunch of them, but we never do. And then check this out. So I was watching this YouTube video the other day. This guy, there's this military satellite that goes over America every day at a certain time. And, and only when it's over America, so at this specific lattice, does the satellite become unencrypted and you can pull public data from it. And and it'll only show you, you know, the data from where it's currently over. And what it gives you, I mean, it looks indecisive, like it looks terrible, dude. It's horrible. But like you know, you're not gonna see what they don't want you to see, you know? So I don't like the fact that it's not there is not surprising. What's more surprising is how come when you go to like Google, right, and you look at pictures of the north and south poles, it's all CGI.
Yeah.
Right? Like we got all these satellites that allegedly are going over there, but all these images are cartoons, CGI renderings, not real, you know, just absurd stuff. So
that's a really good point.
So they hide they hide it even worse. Like, dude, go to Wikipedia and type Northwestern Passage, I think it's called. There's this like trade route that goes through Greenland or something like that in Upper Canada, something like that. Anyway, what they show you for the North Pole, bro, they just have a giant black circle in the middle of it, and they're just like, nothing here, boys. Like, it's like, dude, it's 20. What are you guys hiding, dude? It's 2024, boys. Like, come clean.
Wait, hold on. I could see them hiding the South Pole, like because of firmament and stuff like that. But why would they hide in the North Pole?
Exactly, bro. Exactly.
Some people have that theory about there being some type of monument or natural structure there, or hole or something there. That
I think when you get close enough to a certain laddie, you'll see that there's something that's connected from the firmament, from the sky to the ground, I think.
Yeah, that would be interesting.
It's like Northern Lights, kind of, right?
Well, maybe it's something a little more firm than just the lights, but something's going on if they're not showing it.
Wouldn't it be pretty easy to fly over North Pole versus this going like south?
You'd think, but they have they have an early warning system because of, you know, Russia, the bad man, and all this stuff. So actually, you know, I don't know if you're familiar, but we often talk about the Antarctic Treaty, which is, you know, each country that participates in that has to come up with their own legal legislation and how they're going to enforce travel to Antarctica. But there's also a treaty / thing for the North as well.
No, that's interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Okay, what about geostationary satellites? What do you think about those?
Dude, that's a good question, and it gets into ether mechanics that are just purely speculation. So I don't like ever put them forward as like argumentation. But for geostationary satellites, I think those could be in relation to how they could be spoofing, the timing offsets so that the distances would correspond to something being further up than it is. I think those could be tethered weather balloons or something like that, or high altitude balloons.
Also, try and actually find out what the difference is between geosynchronous satellites and geostationary, and there is none. They still appear to be in the same spot in the sky because they're moving, quote unquote, with the rotation of Earth. That's their explanation. But I don't know. The geostationary satellites are pretty interesting because they're all, by the equator. Which you could speculate and say like, oh, that's kind of like a neutral zone. We're just chilling up there somehow in like a spot. I don't know.
Man, all this stuff. This is even though I brought some of this stuff up, like this is exactly why I'm just like, bro, can we just measure the ground and get like a full
but then even that, it's like, no one's ever done that. It turns out they only ever measure the stars. So no, you can't. Turns out no. And then they're like, okay, well maybe we can build a thing, and it's like, in reference to what? The stars.
Exactly. In reference to what?
The stars again. It's like, God dang it, they got us again, boys.
Damn.
By the way, I don't know how to put my hand back down. I tried. I don't know if it's still up.
It's still up, but it's now making a gang symbol. It's throwing up them signs.
Hi, West Side? What's up?
Yeah, dude.
I literally can't put it down, dude. I clicked it. Whatever.
Yo, when are they gonna allow custom emojis for spaces, man? So you like brand it, brand your space, throw up your little custom emojis and stuff.
Elon, are you listening, Elon?
Discordify this spot a little bit.
That dude's playing Path of Exile 2 right now.
Does he
Elon.
really play that in live stream?
He does whatever he wants to do. He's just a front man. He's got all the time in the world.
Also, has anyone done a model where they shined a laser? Like, I'm near Lake Chicago, so it's gonna freeze over soon. For the people that say that the air refracts too much or something. Has anyone done like a test where they actually took the refraction level of air and then measured the distance that how much it should refract because of the air, and then done the laser test over a lake or something?
FE Core and a couple other amateur ones too.
Wait, what's it called?
FE Core.
FE Core. Okay.
Type in the greatest laser experiment ever done or something like that by FE Core, and then you could find their PDF, and then you could see what kind of calculations they did or assumptions for refraction.
Yeah, I'm putting a link in the Jumbro to all of FE Core's information and some videos, all documented.
Nice, bro. I don't know how to work this thing. You're gonna have to put the links up, but yeah, I got you all the links, D3, to all of those archives. I'm pretty sure that's all of them. I keep finding more, so good luck, dude. There's tons of them.
Yeah, man, much appreciated. I'm gonna be going through those over this weekend and then some of next week. Just taking a look, seeing what's what. Really interesting stuff.
Is that in the Jumbo? The Jumbo link? Is that
Yes,
where you
sir.
get all the links? Okay.
Yes, sir. Just put it up there.
We also got Jad on stage as well. Welcome.
Thank you. Yeah, I've been getting the juicy good stuff. I worked at Starlink, and when I first learned about the flat Earth, I was a little bit heartbroken, but also I have to make a financial decision because I have a lot of stock in SpaceX, and if they're frauding me, investors, then there's also a case there too. So,
dude, that would be epic.
That would be so sick.
that would be the ultimate takedown of Elon ever. Oh my god.
Gets caught in a class action.
I need what's it? This is our grand. This is your grand way to financial freedom. Be still here.
I'm gonna hop down a listener for a while. Alan, thanks for the back and forth. Everybody else who chipped in, thanks for the links, brother. Yeah, I'll come back up later.
Got you, brother. I'm literally waving goodbye, and I can't stop it.
Later, G. I'm actually going to wave goodbye to you as well. 1 second. Oh, actually, there's a wave goodbye emoji. Hold on. Let me just hit that. There we go.
Now your hand's stuck too.
Oh, shit. Unlucky.
We're just in a freeze frame of high fives, bro.
If Elon doesn't necessarily believe in space either, and he's just circle jerking, then technically the stock might be okay if his Starlink isn't actually in space.
I want to say that they are. Does anyone have like a measurement of like an estimation of the firmament's height at the center, the North Pole?
Sadly, we do not, sir.
Yeah, that's what I thought. But I want to say, like, I do know that they're really putting them in like I do think they're actually launching them from a rocket. Like, I do actually believe that they're all the propulsion systems and stuff. I don't believe in like the whole, NASA is like a balloon and stuff like that. They have a balloon in their spaceship or something. I actually do think they're using propulsion. But whether or not, because like, right, that would make like propulsion. We believe in propulsion. You can test the thruster on the ground, and the law of like reaction or whatever it's called works. So I do believe that they actually put it up there. Whether they could use a balloon or not, I don't know. But the question is, how high are they releasing them? From my experience watching launches at SpaceX, I do believe that they're putting them up pretty high, which leads me to believe the firmament is pretty high up. And I've seen models on this on Flat Out Truth is on Rumble. Some of his videos by some other people talk about like the stars and stuff. I mean, they're pretty high up, and there's quite a few layers before you hit the top of the firmament. But I'm curious to know what you guys' thoughts on what's like the layers here with the planets and then the stars, obviously like near the top of the firmament probably. But I'm curious what you guys think.
Yeah, I'm not sure about the different layers and whatnot. I know, like, for all intents and purposes, especially for navigation, which is what all the maps are built on and based off of, you can treat everything as the same distance in an equidistant web. So I don't know if we would ever be able to determine the height of it, like an actual physical height of the physical barrier, because everything would just be based off of optics and limits of our vision and whatnot. And in reference to looking at things in the sky, you can treat them at all the same distance in an equidistant web, which is kind of like saying that it's arbitrary.
Right, but like, what if but like, for example, you can measure your you can hold your velocity constant with propulsion and measure the time that you're in the air before you, let's say, hit the top or like hit the firmament, for example.
I got you. Okay. So you want to know something that's really interesting. Okay. So there was the I forget the name of those rocket launches.
Go fast rocket.
Yep. Oh, thank you, sir.
I I already
Yeah.
knew you were going there.
Yeah. So at a certain altitude, the inertial navigation systems inside the rocket, so like the ring laser gyros that are supposed to be, recording the distances and stuff, and the GPS transponder in it, and the barometers, anything that tells you like altitude based off pressure and all this stuff, all of that stops working at a certain altitude. Even with the special GPS receiver that they were using, because civilians don't, they only go up to a certain altitude because of they don't want people to use them to like bomb planes or whatever, something like that. So anyway, at a certain altitude, GPS receivers don't work, but the military, they can have a higher altitude usage. But anyway, even using the military one, they all stopped working at a certain altitude, and the GoPro people were having a hard time figuring out the actual altitude of the rocket, and they ended up giving a plus or minus range of like 7,000 to 16,000 feet or something like that. I forget off the top of my head.
It was a huge range, but
it was a massive range. And then we looked at a couple other projects, and it turned out to be the same in regards to the difficulty in determining the actual altitude. And these are for like people doing like, what would be like considered an amateur launch, not like something like Elon's project, right? So like all of that stuff that would be, that Elon's doing would be classified. And if all of that's like just a facade, a show to put on for the public, they would do their launch, it would go nowhere. And then they would actually, conduct the launch of that satellite somewhere else. And then, they would bring it online at a later date, or how that rolls. Like, they would roll it out and they would be like, oh, look, it's online, and from the public view, we would just have, they launched up a rocket and there was a satellite that was put inside of it. So, now you're associating that like 1-to-1 when it could be entirely different.
Yeah. We were just not going to know, bro. It's not.
Wait, but all those, so the rocket launches with the supposedly where they hit the firmament, like, it just seems like they're hitting them a little bit too early. Like, it's like a minute in or 2 minutes in, they're already hitting the firmament.
Yeah, those rockets had a
yo-yo.
The yo-yo system, which like deploys at after a specific time, and it basically cancels their momentum out, and it makes the rocket stop. So like the noise that you hear is that yo-yo system. It's not even like them hitting anything physical or anything like that. So like, it could be anything.
Yeah, that's what I thought. 'Cause it's like, I feel like a plane goes higher than those rockets. But yeah, I get what you're saying.
Another thing that's interesting, though, you have to take into consideration, right? If you debunk the radius value, then all of the orbital velocity calculations would be off.
You mean the radius of the Earth?
Yep.
All the orbital calculations. Oh,
escape velocity.
That's true. So wait, what? How do you? Is there some link or something on that?
Well, if there's no radius of Earth, right?
I mean, if you think it's flat, there's still a radius. But I mean, yeah, I get what you're saying.
You see what I'm saying? So like, even that on its face is false if that's the case, right? So we really don't know.
Wait, but wouldn't the radius be the same, right? Or no? Wait, hold on.
That's a great question. It would, right? You could use that same 39-59 relationship, because when you get into what a map actually is, earlier I was talking about, the equirectangular projection and how it uses the same coordinate system as the Gleason's map. Well, that map is actually derived from, observations of the stars, and then going to those positions of the stars, and then, using cosines and trigonometry to establish distances, and then you go to that spot and you measure that or whatever, and you're like, oh, okay, we're pretty close here. But that's how they came up with the coordinate system and how all of that works. So it would effectively be the same. And when you get into GPS corrections specifically, they have what's called meridian corrections. So anything in the sky that uses an atomic clock for synchronization or positioning gets what's called a meridian correction. So after a whatever is carrying the atomic clock, crosses two D GPS stations or two ground stations, two reference points essentially, a signal is sent to correct the timing on the clock. So basically they can add time or delete time to the onboard clocks. And what that would do is essentially make sure that it would basically add symmetry to the position of the satellite no matter where it's at. So let's say on a flat Earth, the south is bigger than the north, right? Because the concentric circles outward expand more. But the satellite is using a coordinate system that's symmetrical in the north and in the south. So how could you fix that? You would have to delete or add time to the clocks on board, which would effectively change its interpretation of where its position is in that coordinate system. So you could send corrections to the clocks to keep them in sync to the coordinate system specifically. And that's actually what they do. And I wouldn't even necessarily attribute like malice or deception to that. If you're going to use a universal timing system to derive distances, you would absolutely have to come up with a way to keep everything in sync to the coordinate system that you're using. So this methodology of like recorrecting the clocks after two reference points are passed so that you could figure out the ground speed, the relative ground speed, and then you know exactly how much time you need to add or subtract to make up the difference. That's that's exactly what you would have to do to keep the system functional. So.
Wait, so the radius, I actually don't think you're right about that. With the radius being the same with the globe and the flat Earth. Like if you measured from like North Pole to the South Pole, you're measuring across like the surface. Whereas and then you try and put that in as the globe, that would be like what's that called? I mean, wouldn't that be
disproportionate?
Yeah, because you're on the. It's like
for sure. That's why I said if you're using the lat long coordinate system, because it's like that has inherent symmetry to it with the north and the south. Mm-hmm. But if the south was actually bigger, then you would have to make corrections to compensate for that. To especially if you had things in orbit that were telling their positions based off of timing. So the exact mechanism that they use to keep the time in sync, could be the same mechanism that would, hide the discrepancy between the distances in the south and give the illusion that the coordinate system is being accurately represented, because you wouldn't be aware of these corrections. In fact, pretty much nobody is. I found reference to it in a paper from the 90s, and this was like, protocol or established protocol over different international clock agencies that come up with the standards for clock synchronization. But this is like something that's like a natural feature of the system.
Yeah, because you need the time to be able to measure how long it took when you measure the star from the other measurement.
Yep.
Wait, but what if you measure them at the same time, though?
What difference would that make?
Because then you're removing time from the calculation. Right.
I'm confused about what you're
about. Hang on, you kind of sorry.
I
think you merged two concepts, like the physical reference to the ground location, like where the stars are at, to validate the coordinate system versus the position of a satellite on that coordinate system, or, like moving with respect to that coordinate system and its position.
Yeah, I did confuse that. Okay, yeah, my bad.
But yeah, you were correct though. Changing the timing on that would change the timing in that in that coordinate system. So it would be the equivalent of saying, like, even though you're not in this position in reality, in reference to the global coordinate system, you're spot on.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. So I'm gonna try to record these links here.
By the way, Alan, I can't remember, but there's no meridian corrections going north to south, right?
So the meridian corrections are applied regardless, because it's just timing based off of passing 2 points.
2 points, right? Okay.
So yeah, it wouldn't matter like why the clock was off, because the clock let's see, it wouldn't matter like why it was off. It's just like, are you off? Now you're back on.
Yeah, you're off compared to what? The specific projection, right? And then corrects for it, or corrects to it.
Yep.
To make it, okay, got you. So what's the one they use? What is it, WGS D40? Or AD4, sorry.
Yep.
So they basically just take that, okay, make sure this shit matches. It passes 2 ground stations. What is it? Nope, okay, that's incorrect by this much. Here, correct it. Bam, now it's back to the WGS 84.
Yep.
Okay, got you. And why do they need these corrections?
Well, to keep everything in sync at different positions, and to also have it synchronized specifically to the coordinate system. So you have to know. So in order for it to accurately derive distances based off of timing, it has to know where its position's at within the coordinate system when it's sending out its location. Because like that guy said earlier, GPS satellites only send out 2 bits of information: location and time of signal sent.
Right.
And your receiver does everything else.
Yeah, I got you.
GPS is the shit, dude. It's so crazy how accurate it is. And like all the stuff they had to do to like get it to work. It's really cool.
It is pretty nuts. So what do you think these satellites are up there?
Well, that's what we were talking about earlier. He was asking about possible mechanisms for propulsion. Like, in other words, how do they stay up, And, I said, I don't have anything definitive, but there's a couple of things you could, potentially use, but, it's just speculation at the end of the day.
Have you guys looked into Nikola Tesla's work at all? Do you happen to have good sources for, I know most of it's gone, but like the electrogravity type work, not the castle that guy built in Tennessee, but more so in the Tesla coil. There's a company that's doing it right now, Vista V's or something like that. They're working on something, but I think there's a lot of there's a whole SpaceX level company that's actually real, in the roughs of the work that Nikola Tesla did.
I've never looked into Tesla at all.
Yeah, who's that?
No, but for real, I've actually never looked into him at all.
Yeah, so basically there's work on his Tesla coil. It's supposed to explain how AC electricity can be transferred through the ground, And then the Tesla coil is used for some sort of communication to get the electricity there. I didn't quite understand it, but there's actually a company. It's called Vista V's. I'll put the name up and I'll get in a bit. But basically, what they're doing, they got $50 million in investment in Texas, and they're building a Tesla coil right now. It's been about, I think, 5 years, and they're trying to recreate Nikola Tesla's work. And the idea here is that if they can do that, they would be harnessing free energy, which I actually do believe exists, and B, they would be also revolutionizing how energy is transmitted, because there's a lot of money in electricity transmission and also, electricity generation. So, like huge, some of the biggest industries. So they're doing work on that, and I think it's all like super secret and stuff. You can't they don't really have much on their website, but they have like a $50 million investment that they're using right now to build that. I'm gonna find that real quick.
Mic check.
Mike's
Yeah, we
good.
got you.
Solid.
My bad, y'all. I had to go AFK. A little bit upset because I wanted to talk to Witsit about his Antarctica stuff, but may have lost him to the ether. But it was some good builds, though. Just trying to keep up what I was multitasking. My bad, y'all.
Sacred, you sound like you need some vitamins or something.
Yeah, do I come in a cybernetic form?
I had to come back and just fuck with you guys, but yeah. Let's do this. No, Tesla was cheating. He was using old technology. You realize that, right? When you talk about Tesla?
Well, yeah, technology that he resurfaced from like the pyramid days or something.
100%. He was just regurgitating shit that's been spewed on this planet over and over again. You realize that, right? He wasn't some genius coming up with something new. He was regurgitating shit that's been done over and over again.
It's all good, bro.
Yeah,
it happens. Sometimes people regurgitate shit. It happens.
Schedule.
I don't know, but I hope he tones it down a bit.
What the hell did I walk into?
Yeah.
Tesla slander.
Oh, wow.
We just had Matthew Rife in here too. It's unfortunate.
Rife came back?
I didn't mean to be such a dick before, but I love you guys. I came back to apologize.
Did you say proud?
No, I was just making sure you can hear old boy that's talking about Tesla.
I just kind of went after Rife when he was in here, but you guys got to understand what the hell's going on.
Okay.
And we want to talk flat Earth. It's all this space is about. So let's not bring Rife into this.
Yeah, we did want to talk flat Earth. We wanted to talk about Antarctica. What's it?
I want you guys to teach me about Antarctica because I'm ready to go there.
Fridays where they go over there. The next time that they're there, it's going to be another Flat Earth Fridays. It was like.
What up, Sacred? How you doing, brother?
Please, my guy. What up, bro? Good to see you.
Yeah, we were having a good little convo about, speculative theories about, some type of propulsion mechanism for satellites.
Satellites aren't real.
We don't got to deny them.
They're not real. They do not run around in outer space around our globe. I hate to tell you.
It is hard to find a picture of one, but whatever.
I know, but I've literally touched the satellites that they send up at SpaceX.
Oh, you work at SpaceX?
So satellites for real? Like, could
Yeah, I
you
got a
drive
space.
like
Yo, y'all
5
ain't tell me.
minutes
You ain't
down
set up
the
the
road
flash
and you still have like a signal?
Bro, hold
Yeah.
up, bro.
Oh, dude, you
I only got our
you
first
missed it.
space nothing. Y'all ain't even say nothing.
We've been
Bro,
chilling with them, bro.
you've
Yeah.
been away. We've been talking about that.
Satellites are
Hey, man.
definitely real.
I worked at Starlinks. I worked at
Yes.
Starlink too.
What do
You
you
would
do?
not have 5G without your
Hold on,
satellite.
hold on, bro. Hold on. I need to hear about this. I missed it. What do you do over there?
Well, I worked on the Starlink project, so I did testing for like I'd set up like tests for the internet, like just flight paths. Like we'd like test the different scenarios because like they split up. I don't know if you're how familiar you are with the Starlink project, but they basically split up the Earth into like cells. And so we just test like, okay, what happens if you switch cells? What happens if it's like the satellite gets blocked by a tree or something like that? And like we could see if like when it rains, like how much these degradation affects the signal and like all that stuff. So I did a lot of different things, but that's like the backbone stuff as well too. But yeah,
Did Elon send you in here?
Bro, Adrian.
Bro, if Elon sent him, I
feeling
hope
you got
Elon
a
sends
lot of
more people like him. He's been an awesome person to converse with. Like he's been super
chill.
awesome.
Super chill, very open to the idea of like what are they actually sending up there.
Bro, have you seen the Joe Rogan Elon
say
question?
Adrian?
Joe Rogan asked Elon, "What do you think about the flat Earth?"
Adrian, don't let it go over your head.
Hey.
Joe Rogan asked Elon, and then Elon trips up about answering about flat Earth. I think Elon is either really dumb or
They're both completely
something.
retarded.
Yeah, do they talk about flat Earth? Wait, do you actively work with Starlink and all that?
No, I quit.
Yeah, he's good now.
So you never, they ever talked about this type of stuff?
Did they ever pay me to speak here? I wish I would. I'd come here and chill. No, I'm just joking.
Actually, real quick, Sacred, you just brought up something, Jad. So you were saying how you were seeing the degradation of signal, basically going through trees, etc., rain. Do you know what you were using, or if you're able to even say?
What do you mean? What are those? Oh yeah, I mean it's the SNR, signal to noise ratio. Signal to noise ratio.
Okay.
It's calculated using like, so you have like a different modulation code that you can transmit signals on. So like, if you're really close to something, you can use a higher modulation code. That's basically how 5G works. Like you just have a higher modulation code because you have better
Encryption
signal
and
strength.
stuff, right? Yeah, exactly.
Yes, just like information theory, but the yeah. So when you start getting a lot of high code block errors, you'd have to like lower your modulation code to like a simpler code, like more like a radio wave. Think of that.
Oh, so it switches? So it switches. Okay.
Yeah, and then that's how you could get lower block error rates on packets so that you could transmit more consistently. Because once you start getting high block error rates, it messes with TCP, UDP, and stuff like that. But anyways, so yeah, when you saw low SNR, it's usually like you look at the weather. We have like a weather way to like check the weather for the link or whatever, and it's like it's like 99% rain or snow.
This is a definite agent in your space, Sacred. You know that, right?
Bro, this guy's such. Oh, he's rage baiting me. This guy's rage baiting.
I did pull up one of his tweets. He says, "In 1 year, every person reading this will believe that it's flat."
Yeah, don't make fun.
This guy's a Globey, and he's definite agent. Let's be
Bro,
honest.
this guy's an actual pro rage baiter.
Jad?
Yeah, you could tell. He trolling. I don't even know how he got a mic again.
Yeah, let's not devolve to that. We don't need to do that. Just kind of want to hear more from what you've experienced and just kind of go from there.
Dude, literally,
give us the tea.
I touched the satellites. Like I literally touched them. The ones that would go up into space.
No, that's
you
fine. But
fucking touch satellites with your hands.
What do you mean you worked
hell
though? So what are you talking about when you say signal to noise ratio? Like I said, what are you allowed to even say? What program? You know, you know what you're talking about? Like, what are you?
Yeah, so like in signal processing, I'm not like an expert in here, so like.
Yeah, I know it's yeah,
You
signal
are,
to
or
noise
you aren't?
ratio.
I'm not an expert, but I know enough to talk a little bit about how we calculate that. Basically, in like the radio frequency map where you get the signal, you're always gonna have a signal, and you're always gonna have like a noise floor. And if the literally, like, you can look at it, you can think of it like, and you've probably seen this in your science classes, but
What are
let's
you
say
looking? What are you looking at it with? Is what I'm asking.
So the satellites are real. Why can we
Dude.
drive like 2 kilometers down the road?
Come on, man. Don't be trolling. Yeah, you're really
Self-control, bro.
trying. Don't give up your mic. Don't be on you.
Yeah. So basically, if you've seen just the Google signal to noise like graph or something, you'll see like a floor with like, imagine a sine wave. Actually, no. Imagine if you guys know what shit, I did research on this. I'm really slacking, but a localized sine wave. There's a name for it. I'm forgetting the name of it, but if you go like, if you look at a sine wave on x-axis, if you just take like one like this is not scientific word, but circle of the sine wave, and you just look at just one like period of that, or half period, and then you just zero out the rest of the sine wave. Imagine that as like your signal, and then like a lot of small amplitude sine waves right under it. That's like your noise. You'll literally see that. And then if the ratio is too, like the top of the trough of the sine wave, that's the signal, and the trough of the noise sine waves, if that is not high enough, like 40 SNR, for example, is like really good. In this rain time, you'll get like 20 SNR.
I get signal to noise ratio. What I want to know is, what were you looking, like, what program were you using to look at it? Like, you can go right now and see like shortwave radio receivers on the internet, right? You have like nodes, and you can kind of see it, and then you can kind of click on those nodes and basically see what you're talking about. So what I'm curious is, what were you using?
Oh, well, the satellites actually have their antennas spit that out. It's as telemetry.
I feel like this is kind of gobbledygook at this point, bro.
Wait, what? The antennas will
Gobbledygook is what he said.
The antennas will spit out what the SNR is. Like, I'm pretty, like, every signal, like if you look at your Ethernet cable, you can get like an Ethernet cable reader and plug into your Ethernet cable and see if like the SNR is high enough for like a good signal. So this isn't like a new concept or something like conspiracy that the SNR is being calculated by like the machine. Like that's not the deception point.
Just want to know what suite or program you were using to view this.
It's proprietary. It's like built in SpaceX. No, like that. No, but the values. No. The values that are being spit out are not from the program. They're from the components on the actual satellite. Like they'll spit out values.
There is no satellites,
bro. Oh my god.
They teach you how to read the code.
Elon Musk cannot break through the firmament.
That's what I was going to ask. What Pride was asking. Like, do you have to learn everything in house, or do they require a certain like credential?
Well, it depends on your team, but for me, I mean, I just learned from the other engineers, and also from my physics. I have somewhat of a physics background too.
Also from my physics. Engineers couldn't engineer shit in the last 40 years. You realize that, right?
Can I ask you something, Jed? Are you allowed to talk about the things that you experienced in SpaceX? Are we openly allowed to talk? Like, can I ask you questions, very specific questions, and are you allowed to answer them?
Just ask, and I'll answer if I don't think it's going to break my NDA. Yeah.
So you signed an NDA? Well, I don't want to.
Got an NDA?
Bro,
Yeah,
you
but
brave on Elon Twitter.
no,
I
dude.
don't think.
Most of this stuff you can find publicly, so I know what to talk about, and I can't talk about.
Yeah, you sound kind of suspect now, bro. I don't know if you
Yeah,
worked at
you're
SpaceX.
an agent. You're not a good one.
No, look at my link, dude. Are you serious? Come on.
Stop poisoning the well, y'all.
Nah, he brave enough to come on here with his voice. Y'all know Elon got the voice recognition.
Proud,
He
you're
brave.
such a beast.
I respect.
You guys are actual rage baiters. I just came back from my Catholic
That's just
hangouts. Okay, I go to church. I'm going to church tomorrow. I'm supposed to wake up at 9 and go to see the
Are
Father
we
for
supposed to feel better
breakfast
for
with the
you
Father.
because you go to church?
relax.
Whatever, bro. I thought the flat earthers and the Catholics were.
Oh, this guy don't represent nothing that way. I don't even know who this guy is. Like,
okay, cool. Yeah, I know Whitsitt. So I'm not really.
But I'm just saying, you actually worked at SpaceX and you actually signed an NDA. I don't want you to get in trouble. So like, I don't want you to, and I don't want you to be vague either, because I would like some specific.
Okay, just ask the question, and then if I can answer, I'll answer. And if you think it's vague, then you can write me off.
Have you been to space?
No. What the fuck?
So you're an astronaut or you're a SpaceX guy?
Wait, what was that?
well, he says Starlink, right? Not SpaceX.
Well, yeah, but Starlink is like SpaceX. I mean, they're the same thing.
Okay.
But have you like tracked something that you've personally put your fingertips on into space? Like, have you been able to say like, hey, that's Starlink rocket 758, and you've been able to follow the trajectory of it into space towards meteor? Like what have you actually seen that you know for a fact is heading into space?
Yeah, good question.
Absolutely nothing.
Well, we launched satellites. I saw them producing satellites every single 2 weeks. They produce like 60, and I'd actually help test. I helped test them indirectly. Like I was working on stuff that helped them test those 60 satellites every 2 weeks or whatever before they're sent up. And then the the actual antennas, they're very impressive. It's the way. Do you guys know what a phased array antenna is? Basically, your typical antenna is like a gimbal. It's like your satellite, like your dish TV.
What part
like
of the satellite did you test that you know that it was flying around in space?
Let him finish, bro. The last time I'm gonna tell you, interrupting the flow. Chill, timing. Go ahead, Jack.
Yeah. So the reason why they needed phased arrays antennas is because the idea is that like one satellite serves an entire like I think it's about 22 kilometers. This is all public information, by the way. 22 square kilometers of, or square miles, I forgot, of Earth. And the problem is you might have like 120 different people that the antenna has to talk to at the same time in the same second. And so the only way that's possible is you can't have a gimbal. Like think of a traditional gimbal as like a dish TV, which like points at one place only, because you wouldn't be able to point at 128 different locations at the same time. So what they would do is they'd have a phased array, and a phased array antenna is like, you can think of it as like 1,000 different antennas that shoot waves that cancel each other out at like really high frequency, meaning like well, that's not very important, but they cancel each other out so that you can basically send one signal in one nanosecond to one area, and then the next nanosecond to another area. So you can basically serve an entire place with one antenna. And so that's basically why you can have like really high speeds with Starlink. And so that's why I believe that they developed these phased arrays antennas specifically because they have the satellites above everybody and a place that can see 22 square kilometers from above. And there's a huge emphasis on visibility of the satellites being in the air. And so, you know, that's the trees blocking, we had to calculate, okay, so when the satellite's going above this area, you had to like make sure that it was like in the range above you of like 15 degrees. Otherwise the signal would be too poor because of the atmosphere and all that stuff. But yeah, that's sort of a little bit about that. And then how I know that the satellites that we're working on were the ones that they're launching. It's because I was working on the software with the software team a lot, and essentially, like every time we finished a software build, okay, I can't talk too much more about like the actual engineering process here, but the software that we made would be live on the new satellites that went up. Like we'd load it onto the new satellites, and those would be up, and that's how we knew that we were getting fresh hardware in the air. And like after 5 years, all the satellites, like the lifespan of the satellites are 5 years. So after 5 years, they deorbit, and we have new satellites up there, and that's just how it works. Like I could literally SSH into the satellites, and I don't want to say control them. I mean, you probably could. You could. I know you can deorbit them. That's for sure. But anyways, that's not important. The important thing is that we always had fresh hardware going up because hardware would always die. You know, things, even though you had like redundancy of computers, like sometimes like something would go wrong and you can't access a satellite. So they deorbit after 5 years and we get new ones up there anyway. So yeah, that's how I know.
That sounds super interesting. You never felt nothing weird, nothing like something don't seem right. One thing that I always ask the people that work at some of these space companies or organizations is if they have any like live feed of these things being like in action. Like, do they got something up there on base? You're like,
there's no cameras. No cameras. So
there's nothing. They're not streaming nothing. All that stuff that's going on, they're not streaming nothing.
That's why I'm skeptical, because I don't know why they wouldn't put a camera on the satellites. Like, it sounds so interesting, but never was there a camera ever. You can't access a camera. There's no cameras. I saw every piece of hardware on there. There wasn't a single camera. There's another program, and this is I really can't talk about it, but you know that SpaceX works with the government, so you can probably do the math on what they use satellites for. But yeah, that's a completely high confidential. You'll get shot basically if you talk about it. So
don't be worried about getting shot.
Well, not like shot, but like you need a really high clearance, like military level people type.
Geospatial intelligence, yeah, is obviously going to be.
Yeah.
So if you that's what I was saying, bro. Like, chill out. You're good. Like, if you don't want to go, you don't want to go that deep.
It's as much as you can, bro.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Most of this stuff I'm telling you, guys think it's like revolutionary. Like you never heard it. This is all public, by the way. This isn't like a secret. There's people who dive way more into this than I do. It's all public. But yeah, this is just my personal account. Like if you go on Green, what is that website where you talk about your employer or something? If you go on one of those websites for SpaceX, you'll find people talking about the work environment just like I'm talking about it now.
What I'm asking you though is, what would you say would be on your resume in terms of like, what did you do for them? What can you say? Are you a software engineer, or, like network specialist? What do you give me a?
I had a Swiss Army role where it was like we were just in charge of making sure that everything worked. So like everything from the internet backbone to connecting to like the decryption to encryption, where we're allowed to beam and not beam, regulations. We had so on my resume, I kind of have to put a lot of words, but I mainly talk about the networking things because that's the kind of jobs I was going for at the time.
Holy shit, this is an agent.
Alright, this guy's funny actually. Yeah, any other questions? Because I gotta drop soon. It's pretty late.
Satellites don't float around in space. You realize that, right?
Dude, I definitely think that they're above us.
So why can I drive 10 kilometers and I have no reception on my phone if satellites were real? Can you answer
Because you could get Starlink on your phone. It'll work.
No, you can get Elon Musk Starlink and get something stuffed inside of your body. But that's what your argument is? Come on, man.
Yeah, that wasn't his argument at all.
Not Neuralink.
Yo, you literally didn't say that.
Bro, I mean, I genuinely think the internet's good with Starlink, so, like, I would personally own Starlink. I just don't need it because I live in a metropolitan area, so if you live in the rural areas, it's actually, I think Whitsett has a Starlink. Not to out him, but it does work.
Yeah, shout out to Starlink, man. This is unexpected. I wasn't we were waiting for like I said, a SpaceX/Starlink employee to finally pull it. How you find us?
Bro, it started with World War II, and then it came to me going to church for the first time. And then now I'm here. Yeah, I mean, I have a lot of stock in SpaceX, and I'm trying to figure out, like, from a financial perspective, what the fuck they're doing with my money. So, that's why I'm curious about the flat Earth stuff from that perspective, because if they're trying to go to Mars, and this whole flat Earth thing is true, and, like, you know, what the fuck are they doing? You know, why are we going to Mars?
So is the market tanking, or you just want to look out for the future to know which way the tide's gonna slip?
Well, you remember, so you pointed out my tweet about everyone in a year knowing the Earth is going to be flat. If that's the case, I'm pretty sure they're also going to be very skeptical of a mission that says we're going to go to Mars. And that's the whole point of the company. So if my stock is all in a company that says that we're going to Mars, and it doesn't even make any sense, then I want my money back. I want it out of that.
DYOR.
I mean, there's going to be some people who believe the astronauts that claim to be on Mars, on the surface of Mars, reporting.
Yeah, but I just couldn't support profiting off of that. Or maybe I can. I don't know.
Yo, Jad, we're gonna have to hook you up with somebody else on, you know what I mean, try and talk on like I don't know, in a more private way. See what you actually know, if that's cool.
Sure. Just hit my DMs.
I got you.
All right, guys, I gotta go to sleep. But if anyone has any questions, just my inbox is open. Good night, everybody.
Yo,
Later,
appreciate
man.
you for coming through, man. Hopefully you come through next week here every Friday.
Will do, bro. Will do. Take care.
Damn, I might have missed the earlier part of that. Replay value. Shout out to the YouTube chat. Pretty sure we live. Stationary Saturdays. TFE. We got Terry and Brett. And Alan, I see your hand up. I think I'm still glitching.
Oh, yeah. My hand up is a glitch, but Terry's super AFK and Brett is next.
Noise. Welcome to the mic, Brett. Got John 416 in the bio.
He's fixing his mic settings. Give him a second.
I think he's flat earth with it. Oh, I see him in Flying on the Whistle. I feel like the time went by so crazy.
You think?
It's all warpy.
Am I echoing?
You do sound a little bit distant.
You're reverberating, like you're in a bathroom or something.
She may or may not be in the closet.
No, I'm on the mic. I need headphones. I think that was my solution.
Oh, you're a PC ladette?
Headphones.
Hear you.
A little better.
I made no adjustment. Oh no, Brett went to listener.
Yeah, he's trying to fix his mic. Firefox isn't acknowledging his microphone's right to speak.
Censorship.
Wait, who's getting censored?
Oh, no one. It was a jest.
I just had like a crazy idea. Maybe because I'd smoked a joint, but like, what if they're just gaslighting us the whole time about satellites, and it's actually just some ground-based communication? It's just inverted.
Yeah,
It's
so
going through the Earth.
Be the biggest finesse.
You can build you can build a radio telescope with stuff from like, an electronic junkyard or whatever, and measure a satellite in the sky. You can image it with a radio telescope that you build yourself. So there's definitely something in the sky. So I used to think the same thing too, like, it's all ground based, it's all balloons or whatever. But there's like, stuff that has a periodicity to it. So
Wild.
Yep.
I'm gonna go drone based.
Hello, mic check.
What up? Coming in.
The building. What up, Brett?
Oh, hey, boys. Thank you, Alan. Thank you, Sacred. I was just going to ask that Jad guy. He said he had hands on the equipment that they launch up way up in there. I just wanted to ask him, well, two questions. Why does he care about money so much if the Earth's flat? And the second question is like, what size like capacitors or like solenoids, like anything that generates like a lot of like electromagnetic like frequency is like on the equipment? Like the amount of coils and shit on it.
Yeah, I think you just missed him. He said he had to dip out to
No, I know. I was listening to him the whole time. This is my first time speaking on X, but I think it'd be a pretty interesting question.
Yeah, he said he invested his money into the stock, and he would hate to like be paying for something if it doesn't exist. So
Well,
he's
who cares
basically
if, like,
saying like, if I'm
who cares
paying
about
for
money?
space, what is it?
Yeah, I don't know. Like he seemed like he was, very attached to like monetary stuff, earthly possessions, but while still like having one foot in the water of like, oh, what's going on here?
That's true, but I think he was just speaking to the logic of it. Like, if this isn't real, why would I put what I consider value towards it? I think that's his conflict.
Yeah, it was the primary conflict. The first one was like money, and the second one was like, well, what if?
He was okay with the Earth being flat if his money was secured.
Yeah, like definitely, like the philosophical bias it's just rampant. Just materialism, just clinging on to like the reality as long as you can.
Yeah, I try to be a little bit more patient with those that are actually in the field in some shape or form, because that's just gonna be natural. Like, it's gonna be hard for someone to break out of something. If they really subscribe to it, work.
I do it myself. Yeah, I agree.
But he did say there was some things that was a little fishy. You don't understand why SpaceX at all people or all entities don't put no cameras. So
like bicycles are, and forgive me for if that's your pronunciation, but
You're
when
good,
you were
bud.
asking him about the interface of the like the equipment and like how he knows what the inputs are compared to like what the supposed like outputs, I think that's like the most logical. Like, tell me what the fuck you're looking at, like what screen, what. Yeah, man. Like,
just so I can have a base of like what is he talking about, signal to noise ratio, and like I was just trying to figure it out. Like, where is he coming
Right.
from? Why is he being so vague? Maybe
Yeah,
because
bro.
it is an NDA, which makes that makes sense. I also don't want the dude to get in trouble, so hopefully he reaches out privately.
Yeah, exactly. Like it's a difficult conversation to navigate, but like I'm just a mechanic, dude. Like I just work on cars. Like I have a very like rudimentary grasp on, like circuitry and electromagnetic fields and shit. But it does like play a part in like how cars operate. And like I've seen weird shit with cars from like faulty electrical components. So it's interesting comparing it to like, on a bigger scale.
Yeah, I'm actually gonna go on a deep dive on Starlink now. So thanks, random guy that popped into the, not you, but I'm saying that guy, random guy that popped in, because I'm like, all right, this has got to be. I'm gonna get as many source documents as I possibly can, figure out everything I possibly can from the outside, and then
Beast's gonna do it too.
and then hopefully he reaches out, messages me, and then I'll cross-reference what I have versus what he has or talks about. Whatever. We'll see.
Always say you never know who's listening.
I mean, whoever is listening, let's just say that they do know what's going on. You can't blame us for being curious. You guys lie to us all the time.
Yeah, like the whole time he was talking about, he's like, I think the rockets they're actually launching them up there. I'm like, sure. Like, what does that have to do with anything? I'm like, there could be, stuff moves in the sky. Like, what if it's just clinging on, it's like a drift, just holding on to the.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's not that difficult to comprehend. That it's being dragged, like centripetally, like it's just being pulled.
Well, the weird part is what he was saying about the 5-year lifespan. And then they're gonna refresh it with new hardware. It's kind of interesting.
Oh, that's what I wanted to ask him. Like,
well, what about?
I've seen him like free.
Sorry to interrupt you.
No, it's all good. Go ahead.
Did you guys see the article about how SpaceX got that ridiculous contract to like deorbit the fucking ISS?
Not. I've heard about it. I didn't see the article.
Like, I don't know if it's fake or not, but it was so incredibly retarded. It's like they can deorbit satellites, but if it's true, like they need to hire fucking Elon Musk to deorbit the ISS when they claim to safely deorbit shit all the time.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at
like a tugboat, they literally described it like a tugboat in the article. I need to find the article since no one's heard of it. It's probably just propaganda now. I'm saying it out loud.
A tugboat. That's interesting. To pull it out of its drift.
Here,
What if it's like locked in there?
We got to get some more questions from him the next time he pull up.
I hope he's telling the truth about if he did work there, and actually, honestly, because you can glean a lot from that.
So we had NASA and SpaceX in Flat Earth Friday. That's crazy.
We even had some NASA whistleblowers.
Facts. came in here a couple times.
And the lady talking about the sex parties.
Flatter Fridays after dark. That's after dark.
Do we have anybody from CERN that was telling the dark of CERN? Not yet.
Who was that? Who was just speaking? Was that Bredimus? Bredimus?
Yeah, it was me.
You said you're familiar with electronical applications and stuff, or electronic applications and stuff.
Yeah, like when it comes to like the, like automotive career aspect. Yeah, I'm a mechanic.
That's what's up.
But it's not, it's nothing crazy.
Yeah, but it's useful. Like, what if we can get a Starlink and just kind of like dissect it piece by piece?
Yeah, I mean, even then, it would just be, who knows? That's what I was curious mostly about the, like if he had his hands on like a lot of heavy coils to like, because, it takes a certain amount of windings to like generate like a big field of current. And like if that had anything to do at all with how they stay in orbit, like are they light? Are they heavy? I don't know.
True. Well, what do you think? What do you think's going on?
I mean, I don't know. I have a lot of speculation, but I kind of keep it to myself because it sounds retarded.
I mean, we're all speculating at this point, right? Go for it.
I don't know. Like, I think there's a way to like electrostatically like balance out whatever's up there. Like the further away you get from the Earth, and then as soon as you balance it out, it's just as simple as just being next to the thing that's already moving. Like the fucking firmament in the heavens. So it's like equalizing. Yeah, just like some sort of equalization, being next to like something that's already in motion.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting. There's this spot. I don't know if you've ever heard of the Clark Belt.
No, I'm pretty new to this. Like probably 6 months in.
Well, they're just talking about like the direction Starlink faces has to do a lot with other satellite systems. Starlink can't interfere with satellites in the Clark Belt, so generally the dish will never be aimed toward the equator. Which is, I don't know, it's kind of interesting. And just say like the Clark Belt is basically, this blinked out line on it. Here's why. And they say they don't want it to interfere with all the other geostationary satellites that are there. Oh, sorry, in a geosynchronous orbit over there. Yeah, it's weird. I don't know. Again, the equator being this special place, especially with geostationary satellites, is very interesting, especially if Earth's not rotating, right?
Yeah, I mean, all these conceptual things are difficult because
we don't know.
All we have is just like our imagination. So it's like we had an idea, then we flipped there to check it out, and we're like, "Uh-oh, time to start lying, boys."
Unless that's the point of equilibrium. It's within some type of field above the equator.
Yep.
Do you guys want to talk about the moon?
No, we're supposed to be talking about Antarctica and this 24-hour sun.
Oh.
But I mean, go for it. This is open chat, open flat chat and chill.
All right. So,
between
where does the moon go during the new moon?
Seems to disappear every month, huh?
Like, why can't we see it?
Good question.
Well, apparently it's in between us and the sun, but we still can't see it. And I was thinking, like, if it's in between us and the sun, you know, and our crazy ideas of like the moon it's not a rock, it's like some type of energy. Like, does the sun, cook the fucking moon? You know what I mean? At one point in time, maybe in the beginning, all the bubbles came up out of it. It explains all the, you know, like the energy penetrated through the moon during the new moon. It's brand new. The sun, nobody can see it. And it just comes out, all the bubbles on it. Like it's already been sunified, to say the least.
Sunified.
Speaking of, where's the moon? I'm about to go to bed.
Same.
It's just a crazy thing I was thinking about just today, actually.
Tell you what, though, I'm going to go into Starlink as much as I possibly can over the next couple of days, but I'll have more time to research it on my days off, but we'll see what we can find.
Dude, I can't wait to go on a beast dive.
Well, thanks for having me, boys. Thanks for waiting for me to fix my mic. Love your stuff.
No worries, lad.
Yeah, bro, if you need, you can message me on Twitter or I don't know if you have Discord or whatever, but if you need any sources, if you're like, hey, do you want to look into this, or like, could you find out what you can about this? Like, I'll find as many sources as I can for you.
Yeah, awesome, brother. Yeah, I'll DM you. Thank you.
Sure. Good night, Alan.
Later, lads and ladettes. See you guys in a couple hours if you're still rolling.
We might wrap it up soon too. I don't know. Appreciate you, Alan. Shout out to these, and shout out to the space auditors over there in the YouTube land. My guys.
I'm gonna drop down to listener.
Later, everybody.
Later, guys. I'm gonna drop down to listener.
Proud. Later, everybody.
Later, guys.
So this is a well-rounded conversation. Got to delve into some newer ideas, older ideas. Do wish it was up though, so we could talk some about this Antarctica. Found a model for a 24-hour sun. It ain't perfect, but it's up. What do you guys think? Will the sun stay up in the sky in Antarctica a week from now? Will the sun set? Or will it happen to be undetermined? We got a demonstration now. Shout out to Witsit, Jaren, and Lizbeth. Flat Earth Gang on Clubhouse.
I had to get a snack. Started thinking about Elon. And I wouldn't be surprised if he's using Starlink to map his or to map the flat Earth and to see what the government is hiding from us. You know, he would be able to see an aerial view. You know, he would clearly have to have some type of NDA with the government. If he saw something, he couldn't speak about it. But since he was looking, you know, they might as well tell him, you know, what he wants to know anyway. Like, oh, what is this area blocked off, not on any map known to man? You know, it works for him too.
Play the edge. Kingsley, your header says space is fake.
Fake and gay. I got a funny kind of story if you want to hear, Sacred.
Yeah, go ahead, run it by us. Might wrap it up soon.
Yeah, I talked about it in another space, but I have a bet going on with a buddy this summer. So the loser gets the winner's tattoo, and it's a mirror flash at 10 kilometers. And I don't think he's going to win. I think he's fucked. And my tattoo I'm picking is pretty gnarly. I don't even know if I should say it on here, but I will if you want.
Gnarly. That can mean anything.
Pretty rancid, I guess you would say. It's not that bad, I guess. So I've done mirror flashes across water at I think the farthest I've ever done is 17 kilometers. I'm in Canada, so we're in kilometers, but he took the bet at 10 kilometers. But it's going to be me naked, bending over, and my butthole is going to be his belly button. It's going to be my face looking back at him and saying, I told you it was flat, with a caption bubble. And it can be no bigger than the size of a baseball, and he has to wear it for a year before he gets it covered up. I'm going to try to get him on here. I've been trying to get him on to come talk with us forever, but it's been 2 years. He's so indoctrinated that he'll come ask me the same question in 3 months. He doesn't retain the information that I tell him because he's so just so indoctrinated. I cannot break through to him. He took that bet snap of a finger.
It'd be like that, man. I ain't gonna lie to you.
Blows my mind sometimes.
This is a bet you have with somebody. If this is the punishment if someone loses the bet.
Yeah, yeah, and it's like totally legit. We'll document it. You guys will see it. Hopefully, I don't lose it. I mean, if the conditions are good, I'm just gonna pick a sunny day, and it should be no problem.
Brave lad, man. Brave lad.
Worst case scenario is I get another tattoo and I'll cover it up in a year. I'm not too worried about it. Him, on the other hand, he doesn't have any tattoos and he's kind of screwed.
Yeah, maybe it'll blend in with the rest of them. Hopefully he doesn't. He can't pick the spot.
It just has to, you can pick the spot wherever he wants. It has to be able to be covered by clothes. So it's not like face tattoos or anything crazy. Like, we're buddies. He's a good guy. He just fucking cannot get through to him. Like, refuses to look at the evidence in front of his face. He's such a space fanboy that I'm sure he's got a SpaceX rocket in his shop that he stares at.
You know, since we got some little downtime, what y'all think about doing a little level heads listening party? Everyone's chilled out, relaxing.
Hell yeah, you played some good stuff last Friday. Hey, one thing real quick too, I got this crazy thermal camera. I was getting like 15 degrees Celsius different from the moon. Like, if I would point it at the moon and I would just step out of the moonlight, I was getting like 15 degrees difference. It was wild. This thing is like super expensive. It picks up my footprints when I walk. Just like a total preliminary test that I did. I photoed it or videoed it, but I'm going to start doing a lot more with like water and a bunch of stuff. But I was getting crazy differences.
So I ain't watched this Mine Shot review on 10 Pool. Feel like putting that on right now.
How long is
it? Breakdown. I see 3 parts. And the first one is about 2 hours. I could speed it up a little bit.
Yeah, what you think? 1.3x, 1.4x, what?
I feel like I did see some custom. Like
right. YouTube upgrading.
You should have some intermission music.
Should I throw some on?
I can pull this up right now. Hold on. I just want to make sure that yeah, I'm already up, so we can just jump right into it.
Cool.
Me skip to the part where they get, huh?
Oh no, I was just gonna do like a little intro to the people, let them know where they at and what they about to listen to.
Oh yeah, then if you got it, go crazy.
Okay. Let me put my cup down.
Hey, Sacred, you should make a playlist somehow. We some of the songs you play, the Shazam won't identify them. Just a thought.
And they hitting on the Flat Earth Friday playlist. That's crazy.
You know Shazam don't have the sauce like that. I put the playlist. Sometimes I post it in the jumbo, but I can repost it for you guys. I gotta update it. You guys gotta remind me after every space to update it. Oh, if you're new here, if this is your first, third, fifth, or 57th time tuning in, this is Flat Earth Fridays. Welcome. It is now Stationary Saturdays. Actually, it's been Stationary Saturdays for a while. It's 555 if you hadn't caught that. Welcome. Thanks for tuning in. We are about to take a sneak peek at Mindshock's breakdown of What's It here on Tim Pool's podcast. Very interesting conversation. It was like a 3v1 at one point. Interesting, to say the least. If you have any questions, comments, concerns, jump up and raise your hand. We'll pause intermittently to like laugh and make jokes. You can chime in. Oh wait, Honey just jumped up. Honey, do you want to jump in?
Yeah, do you mind if I ask a quick question before you play the video?
Yeah, jump in.
All right, so it's on, and we all run into this a lot, like my clock speeding up, my clock slowing down, which, as far as I'm aware, they, like, technically, it is a real slow up or speed down of the clock, like, of the plane, but nobody ever says, like there is a special feature is reciprocity. Like the plane has just as much validity to be accelerating as the Earth. So nobody ever says that the plane is standing still and the Earth is spinning around it. So it's obviously like not a real ontological existence of the effect. It's just the Einsteinian math, as far as I understand it. But what is going on with the speed up and slow down of the clocks? Is it just like pressure differentiation that changes the speeds? Are they lying about like the measurement?
I've been on Mexico for about 4 months. I think it's time for another update. I did do a 1 month update, so now I want to do a more.
Is the speed or the time changed that drastic from when you hop on a plane from when you're stationary?
Well, they say that the clocks, and it's also possible they could just be lying. Like I've heard some like mathematical explanations, like they make sure that these measurements of the way they say that the clocks are speeding up and slowing down. So I'm just curious if anybody knows the exact explanation that they give for these various measurements, because they say that the clocks do speed up or slow down ever so slightly, but also it's knowing that like if you run a physical clock and like different pressure differentiations, like there is a qualitative difference in those environments that just has a physical effect on the clock, you know, the way it ticks physically. So yeah, it's probably hard to get an exact explanation. Maybe would be a question for Alan or something. But I am interested in what they actually say, because no one said, like I said, no one says that the plane is actually standing still and the Earth is the thing speeding around it. But that's a special feature of reciprocity. They have to accept that, even though they deny it is a measurement effect. They say a lot of things, as you guys know. But I don't know if anyone has any comments on that. What's going on with these clocks?
Mic check. Mic check. What about y'all, Rug? What happened to Blicky? Gonna get my DoorDash credits, man.
Yeah, man, I just couldn't hear, I guess, the whole space rug. I don't know if my question came through or not.
I rug.
Did you hear the question, Sacred?
No, tell me what happened.
Oh, damn. Okay, so I'll try to put it briefer this time. So when they say that time speeds up or slows down from like the clocks, like the plane, like going faster or slower, everything. Obviously, it's not a real ontological speeding up or slowing because they just ignore like their special feature of reciprocity. The plane has just as much authority to be standing still as the Earth around it. We all know these things. It's not. They say it's a measurement effect 1 second. They say it's not the next. But my understanding is that the clock really is physically speeding up like a very, very tiny bit or slowing down. And a couple of the explanations I've heard is like the clocks in different atmospheric conditions or at different speeds. Those are different qualities of space and time. So it is a physical change of the actual clock. But obviously, time isn't speeding up or slowing down. I've heard some mathematical transform explanations, I think from Alan somewhere or something. But what's your understanding, Sacred, of what is actually going on with the clocks? Are they just lying, maybe even perhaps? Because we know times like we know the twins aren't like physically aging or anything, just from velocity differentiations. But the clocks, I understand, it do actually change a little.
Some type of a variation. That's a good question, man.
Yeah, I heard something about like if you run a clock under different pressures, like you can also, without it going any speed, whatever, it'll go tick at a different rate, which makes sense, I guess.
Yeah, I think it has something to do with the C plus V. How are they measuring that time versus light?
Why don't they ever use hourglasses as the clocks or a gravity clock? That's interesting.
It is shaped like a toroidal field.
So are you rugging for me, Sacred? I don't know, Proud, if you want to play that video. I'm interested in it.
I didn't know if I was going to play some music, or if not, we could jump into the clip.
Oh, I thought you were gonna pull up the clip. I would have been playing music.
So what happens? Witsit gets attacked for going on Tim Pool by like a guy reviewing his quote performance or something.
This is a logical analysis by Mindstock. Matter of fact, I probably should put it in the comments since we're gonna listen to it. He's gonna break down the logical analysis of everyone speaking for the temple. I didn't see any of it. I didn't see. He got like 3 parts apparently. And the first part came out like 12 days ago. Shout out to Mindstock. He had his account on YouTube, Nuke. So y'all go sub up. Bruce Maguire. BruceMaguire.
Hey, I got a book recommendation for you, Sacred, and Mr. Xavier. So Sextus Empiricus, an ancient, he was like a perennial skeptic. He writes all these books called like Against the Physicists, Against the Geometricians, Against the Mathematicians, Against the musicians, Against the logicians, Against everybody. And it's so funny because the same arguments we're having now, they've had over and over and over. They just go by different terms like Parmenidean or Heraclitean metaphysics or Euclidean geometry. And it really is so funny to see that we're having the same exact arguments now. It's like an eternal battle for whether reality is math or reality is something more. There's a quality that cannot be reduced to math. And I think you guys would find those books are very interesting. Sextus Empiricus, Against the Professors, I think, is one of the titles, but it goes by a lot of names.
Sextus Empiricus. What's the second part?
What's the what?
Sextus Empiricus and what?
Sextus Empiricus, Against the Professors. And it's in the form of like 12 different books. And he does the whole argument like Euclid defines a point is that which has no part, or today it's an undefined nothing. And a line is what? A series of points, so a series of nothings. A square in every shape is a series of lines, so a series of nothings. And every form, they say, is a series of further lines, so nothing exists. Therefore, he has all these funny arguments to debunk everything. It's quite humorous.
I like a good read. All right, y'all. So y'all, first of all, let me know how this sounds because I don't even know if you really got this sped up already. Probably you said you think I should go to 1.4. It might be kind of fast.
Does he talk fast? I can't remember.
Me neither. I don't even know if he's even got it sped up. We can see what it sounds like. If not, I can slow it down. All right, y'all, let's get it. I'm gonna post a link in the bottom after we get settled in with the speed and all that.
So Alex Stein comes on the show and starts talking about wanting to go to Antarctica. And I asked the audience.
That's 1.4.
I said, look, it's your guys' memberships that help fund Timcast, the Culture War, the Morning Show, and all that stuff. Should we send Alex Stein to Antarctica to prove that the Earth is indeed not flat and it's not an ice wall? 99% said yes. It's $30,000. And I said, okay, Alex.
And we already got Witcher in the squad going already. Probably what it sound like. That's good. I'll slow down a little bit.
Yeah, that second one's good. His voice a little squeaky, but it'll be all right.
I'm gonna take it down one notch. Y'all don't like it, just tweet at me, let me know. I'll have Proud check the message.
When are you going to Antarctica?
Mm-hmm.
So answer the question.
Well, I guess today we'll make that decision live on the show. But one thing I will say is that we have a great guy here by the name of Austin Whitsitt that is going to Antarctica on this expedition with ALE. So in a way, I kind of feel like I'm going because I trust Austin. So I saved you $30,000. So you're welcome, Tim.
Oh, okay. All right.
And you should really, you could give me a check for $15,000 because we're not going to use it. And then we just call it even.
We'll get you halfway to Antarctica.
I'll just go to Chile. Okay, but this is also, everyone's like, oh, it's so easy to go to Antarctica. First of all, and Austin can elaborate further on this. You have to fly from Dallas to Santiago, Chile, then Santiago, Chile to Punta Arenas, the tip of Chile. And then you got to take a flight from Chile, from Punta Arenas, the southernmost part of Chile, and take a 4-hour flight and land on the ice in Antarctica.
So you think that the Earth is flat and there's a giant ice wall?
I do not believe in the heliocentric model that they described.
Heliocentric.
Well, obviously the Earth is, there's mountains, there's valleys.
No, but heliocentric means that the sun is.
Excuse me, I'm a geocentrist. I don't believe in
that. The Earth could still be round.
Yeah, theoretically, that's what.
Okay, all right. So we're gonna half the chat is like you're all stupid, and the other half is like LOL. So let's do a round of introductions for everybody before we just jump right into the debate. Sir, would you like to start?
Are you looking to establish your business using an address other than your home?
So right off the bat here, Tim Pool kind of betrayed his bias here with these circular reasoning fallacies. strawman fallacies. So you're going to Antarctica to prove that the Earth is not flat, as opposed to you're going to Antarctica to see what you can find out. That would be the objective, logical, neutral, scientific position.
Right.
So Tim Pool here clearly betraying his scientism bias. I mean, that's interesting because I really didn't know what to think about Tim Pool. Like, I still don't. I mean, this was one of the Occupy guys, right? Is this how he got started? I believe so. He was an Occupy Wall Street guy. Does anybody in the chat know? That seems to ring a bell for me. I mean, I'm not 100% sure. I didn't follow his rise through journalism and Timcast and all that. But, I mean, he was one of the, wasn't Timcast like definitely kind of top 5, top 10-ish podcasts? I mean, he was up there with Rogan at one point. I believe that's his claim to fame because I never heard of him before Occupy. I mean, I guess he did do some stuff, but he wasn't really big until then. Ren Boston Bear says, we need a Witsit was interrupted counter on this one. Oh, yeah, I forgot to add that to the new system. Are we using that only for the Mind Shock debates? I mean, I did save all of our parameters, luckily. I mean, it was, I got the debate rules.
Bro, you can fix the title?
Real quick. I don't have anything about interruptions here. So there are 3 timeouts, 3 minutes for live fact checks for each debater. But, yeah. So I guess that was for the new analysis system because I did not have that. Oh, maybe we did have that. We did have that planned because the only new system used was for the solo division with Matt Walsh humiliating himself on defending the moon landing. So that was solo edition. So interruptions aren't based, that wouldn't be applicable there. So maybe we do have those for that new system. Flat Bob says, I don't know how much you care about it, Bruce, but I'd love to hear your thoughts after looking into the graphic model of Flat Earth on Awake Souls channel. I will check it out. If you could send me an email on that, because sometimes I forget stuff that's brought in here. Yeah, any requests, I mean, you can make them in the live chat, but it's better to just email me or comment after the stream on the video. Because a lot of times YouTube actually disables the live chat, so nothing I can do about that. Sometimes it comes back after a day or two. Sometimes it doesn't. Those are just YouTube glitches. Nothing I can do there. So... yeah, we'll keep an eye on interruptions. And the other thing we're going to do is, since the new system is a bit complicated, this is the Street Fighter type system. Welcome, Lord Zed. Heracles says that was where he started being a journalist, Tim Pool at Occupy. I thought he had possibly done some stuff before that, but I don't remember. He was like some skateboarder. Did he cover some skateboarder stories or something like that? I really don't remember. But I think he mentioned something, because I have only seen a few of his streams. The ones with Alex Jones, Michael Malice. There was a couple decent ones in him on Rogan. But not too many. Yeah, I don't know what to make of him. I really didn't have him in any particular category. But he is, he wasn't obviously super dumb. He's not obviously super smart. So yeah, I really don't know what to make of him. But...
okay, yeah, going in neutral. So that's what's up.
The other thing we're going to do, since the new system is so complicated, it does take some time to analyze with the new system. I'm going to do these general logical analyses, and then everybody's going to vote on of which one of these is going to be run through the system, because I'm not going to be able to do every single one with the new system. So that's how we'll do that. Anthony at ECF says, Bruce, I appreciate you re-uploading the one you did on Nathan Reynolds. Would you like to interview him sometime? That would be interesting, but I would need quite a lot of time to prepare for that. I mean, to interview a man like that, I mean, I would need quite a lot of time. The next interview, I will get the Mark Sargent interview back up, and the next Flat Earth interview will be Flat Earth Dave. I just got to finish scheduling that. I'm still working with the archive, trying to get all that up. Okay. So the only other comment here, I think I missed. What did I miss here? Victor says, all a globe believer has to do is circumnavigate Antarctica. I'm 99% sure it's not possible. Well... navigate around Antarctica could be possible. Even in a flat model, you would just log somewhere around 60,000 miles like Captain Cook allegedly logged, right?
Okay, Bruce.
Here, Joan says, Tim Pool, in my opinion, is an egomaniacal gatekeeper.
Uh-oh.
The season of giving is all about hope, compassion, and joy.
What is going on?
Yet for some is an egomaniacal gatekeeper. Oh, there's an interesting theory. Yeah, I do not have him pegged as anything, but by the end of this, let's see what kind of category we can put him in, if any. With your credentials, who you are, what do you do?
My name is Robert Sungenis, and I've written many books, half of them on science, and one of them is called Galileo Was Wrong, the Church Was Right.
Really?
That's a 3-volume, 2,200-page thing. So we cover the history, the ecclesiastics, the science, and anything else that's available to talk about. So that's one of my claims to fame. And the other is we put out a movie in 2014 called The Principle don't know if you've heard of it or not. You haven't heard of it?
I've not heard of it.
This is yours.
Oh, all
Tim,
right.
you need to watch
you.
that documentary.
Oh, yeah?
It's a very good documentary.
Is it on like Amazon or any streaming service?
It's on streaming. You can buy it on Amazon. You can buy it for
Okay, cool.
days.
We can put it on afterwards. We'll put it on.
Sure.
Yeah, because we don't have a DVD player.
Oh, okay. Nobody does anymore.
Right. All right. So it should be interesting.
That was a theatrical release.
Oh, okay,
In
cool.
2014, we started in Chicago, went to LA, and then 15 more cities in the US. It was on AMC, Regal Cinemas.
Oh, wow.
So it was a big deal, but it got shot down and it became a flop because we had a lot of enemies.
You want to pull your mic up a little bit closer?
Sure.
Just, point upwards. Right. We'll get into all of that. So you're a doctor, though. I think that's important, right? You have credentials.
Yeah, I have credentials.
There you go.
All of them are in theology.
Oh, excellent.
But I was a physics major in college, too, so I know some of the science.
Oh, very, very nice. All right, sir. How about you? Good. So I hear you're going to Antarctica?
Yeah. My name's Austin Whitsitt. I run the channel Whitsitt Gets It. I describe myself as autodidactic, maybe. So I just dove into cosmology a lot over the last few years. So that's my primary focus. It is not what we have been told. It is cosmology. And yeah, I did a lot of activism during the 2020 range. So that's kind of what started me down making content. So yeah, I primarily focus on cosmology, and I'm going to Antarctica.
All right.
And should be exciting.
And you think the Earth is flat?
Yes.
Austin's he's the number one when it comes to flat Earth, backwards and forwards. This guy knows it better than
all right.
World.
And we got one more gentleman with us.
Legends.
And let's get right into the psychology. Look how relaxed, happy, and smiling Austin Whitsitt is. I mean, does anybody think Michael Jordan is nervous when he's playing street ball with some kids?
Yeah.
Austin Whitsitt, for those that have not been following the Mind Shock Logical Analysis series on various debates, Austin Whitsitt's probably my pick for the greatest of all time. I mean, his systematic, calm destruction of all in his path using pure logic is something I have never seen before. I mean, he was so impressive. That's actually what kind of, again, led me in. At first, it was just the hilarity of it all. Like Mark Sargent just destroying people with just basic common sense, because Mark Sargent doesn't go that deep into anything. And then there was Austin Whitsitt, who does go pretty deep into everything. I mean, he has studied science and scientism, and it seems like he's starting to study psychology a lot as well. I need to do a round table with him as well, because he's extremely impressive. I haven't used this clip here in a while, but I think we might have to for Austin here. Actually, I don't think I've ever used this yet, and I think Austin has made it necessary.
This guy.
That's what I'm talking about. That's why he's everything. That's why he's the GOAT. The GOAT. That's what I'm talking about. That's why he's everything. That's why he's the GOAT. The GOAT.
Well, I thought that was academics.
Who are you?
So my name is Scott Ferguson. I run the channel Astronomy Live. I have a PhD, but it's in neuroscience. But Austin invited me to come here today, I guess, as a representative for the mainstream science. So I do amateur astronomy. I develop a lot of software for tracking rockets and satellites.
Sorry, can you put your mic closer?
Yep. Yeah, so I develop software for tracking rockets and satellites with off-the-shelf telescopes. Film a lot of rocket launches, film a lot of satellites, ISS, all kinds of stuff. I've measured the radius of the Earth.
Hey, Astronomy Live, stop tweeting at me if you're not going to steal me in my position. You've been ducking that steel man. I should get to tweeting at you now while I'm chilling. Steel man in my position, homie. Stop ducking. Acknowledge it. Fergie.
The distance of the sun, the distance of Mars, the distance of various satellites. So yeah, I mean, my amateur astronomy hobby probably has some applicability, but for full declaration, like my PhD in neuroscience is irrelevant to the discussion today.
This is Natural Catch, and it
discussion today.
Okay, so some interesting observations with this Ferguson guy. So he's got all these NASA stickers. He's got, I mean, what is this? Some kind of, is it a...
Yo, that's what I said. I said, boy, all those stickers on your laptop. Yo, that is exactly what I said.
Mouse? He's got all his NASA fanboyism plastered all over his laptop. So he's clearly worships at the Church of NASA.
I mean, he is affiliated.
Now, we will see whether he is also scientific or not, in addition to the NASA worship. Like, notice how Austin or Alex Stein, they don't have any laptops with flat Earth stickers on them. Like, think about how immature. I mean, if this guy's a grown man and he's got a goatee, looks like his soy level's pretty high, quite chunky.
Soy level's crazy.
But again, at least he has the mental wherewithal not to lean on his degree from indoctrination facilities, even though it's not directly relevant. What did he say? Neuroscience, some kind of neuro degree. I mean, you would think he would still be familiar with the scientific method. Who thinks he's actually familiar with it? Independent variables, dependent variables, controls. Who thinks he's familiar with how all that works? Now, he has software for tracking rockets, etc.
Gotta be familiar.
How has he verified that he's tracking what he thinks he is tracking in relation to where he thinks it is being tracked from? Because again, I mean, you can track airplanes, but unless you have line of sight verification, you would not only need line of sight verification, you would also need verification. Like if you're going from one continent to another, this is what nobody's talking about. I mean, this is just such basic logic. And again, this is why the flat Earth topic is so fascinating and so crucial and effective at developing basic logic. This is without even jumping to any conclusion.
Break it down, Bruce.
Conclusion of globe, flat, whatever. Just the argumentation involved here, the logic involved in trying to determine how you know what you think you know. Anthony at DCF says Rob Skiba destroyed Robert Sungenis in a debate a few years ago. It was epic. I have not seen that.
I didn't know that.
Like it would be a good one. But let's see how Sungenis does here, and then I will put that on the agenda.
You would talk to Sungenis?
So regarding this guy, this Ferguson guy, you would need to know where the continents are in relation to each other, verify those distances, then verify whatever you're tracking above them. Because without any verification, all you're doing is building on blind faith. You're just building this house of cards. So, but yeah, at least he has the mental wherewithal to comprehend that whatever degree, I mean, although I guess if he had the degree in astrophysics or whatever, he'd probably lean on it. So maybe we shouldn't give him too much credit here, but who knows? Let's see how it plays out. Seabass says, what are the odds that serpent-tongued NASA has a serpent on a skateboard in the background that says step on something and find out? Okay, yeah, that's funny. So is that Tim Pool's skateboard there? I'm assuming. I mean, this guy looks like he's just got way too much soy in his system to skateboard or do any kind of sports. Again, that's not an ad hom because I'm not saying he's wrong about any of his arguments. Goofs like if goofs like Craig of Fight the Flat Earth or any of those brain dead dudes cover this, they're going to say that's an ad hom because they don't even know what a logical fallacy is. But anyway, let's continue. Oh, well, Jones says leaned on it right off the bat. I have a PhD. Okay, but he said it's not really relevant here, so I'm saying the mental wherewithal to at least say that because there's a lot of goofs who wouldn't even say that. I'm not giving him too much credit here. I'm just saying there's a lot of people who say, oh, they're going to say, oh, well, they're college educated. I have a PhD where he made a specific point to say that it's not relevant here.
Awareness.
Burnout. We all experience it at some point. It's so important to me that I've actually been working on it in therapy.
I have a PhD where he made a specific point to say that it's not relevant here.
What up, Dave? Just kind of kicking it.
I watched a video on X, and it was a rocket launch, and the rocket gets way up, and then all of a sudden it explodes. And I was told that it was the rocket hitting the firmament and blowing up, and that proves it, doesn't it?
In a way, it does. You know, it's funny though you say that because there's videos online, Tim, of like a little kid being like, "Daddy, why is that rocket curving?" If you ever see a rocket launch, they always do curve.
It's the Coriolis effect.
Yeah, right. I'm sick of this. And then this other thing is, well, because my biological stepfather, Tucker Carlson, I love you very much, Tucker. Thank you for everything you do. He came on my show and we debated flat Earth a little bit, and he's like, "Well, I don't think it can be flat because snipers have to factor in the Coriolis effect." Yet if you talk to any sniper, they never have to do that.
I really want to hear when they break down Aries failure. I wonder if you're gonna get to it in this video. That's what I'm really waiting for. I want to hear Bruce break down a logical analysis with the part about Aries failure. Let's see if he get to it in this part. I'm not really sure.
The calculation. There's not a sniper that's ever done that in battle, done a Coriolis mathematical equation to figure it out.
Well, Google says you're wrong. And
Google also says, what does it say? It says a man can have a baby. So, I mean, Google says men can get pregnant.
I got to be honest, though, that actually does make it challenging to a certain degree. Obviously, you can measure these things. But when Google tells you men can get pregnant, it does call into question a lot of the claims they make because we're like, hold on there a minute. But without diving into that subject, there's an interesting point about whether we trust mainstream acceptable knowledge, right? And so if we go back to hundreds of years, and you'll know this better than me, but when the view was that we were a geocentric solar system or universe, that was the mainstream view, was it not?
Sure.
So people generally accepted the Earth was the center of the universe.
Well, the Greeks were divided. Pythagoras was a geocentric. By the time of Aristotle, the same thing. But Aristarchus of Samos was a heliocentrist. And that's where Copernicus got his model from, Aristarchus. Copernicus didn't really do much work.
So just y'all to know, Sungenis is a geocentric globe Earth. Berg, obviously, heliocentric head ass. And then you got Witsit and Alex Stein. Flat.
Okay, so quite a few issues here. So first of all, look at Tim Pool religiously defaulting to the mainstream narrative of history as if it couldn't be true. As if it couldn't be true. As if it couldn't not be true. So just that religious fervor in Tim Pool's voice. I am Ions Cat, welcome. There's no backup channel for you at the moment, but we are multi-streaming on Rumble, Twitch, and Kick.
Y'all go sub up to Bruce.
Interesting. Seabass said, my feed cut out as soon as you posted that link. All the feeds or just the Rumble? Let me double check the Rumble.
I'm going to skip ahead a little bit. I want to get to the breakdowns.
Hey, offline, interesting. Did all the streams fail as soon as I posted the Rumble link?
You gotta build that page up, man.
Be working. Okay. Okay, Seabass says it's fine now, but it just dropped for no reason right when he...
Oh, too much downtime.
Thanks. By Lucretius, one of the most seminal works of history and science.
Shout out to his chat keeping it active, though. That's what's up.
Anyway, and Lucretius goes over all of this and on the nature of things. So we'll see how much further Sungenis takes it. He looks really unhappy to be here, though. Does he know Witsit's about to unleash on him? Is Witsit about to lay the smackdown on all these fools?
We shall see, Bruce. We shall see.
You know, measuring planets and all that. So he got it from the Greeks, but he got the same model that was built on circles. So his model really didn't work well until Kepler came along and put them in elliptical orbits, and it worked a little better, but it still wasn't perfect. But Copernicus basically was copying from the Greeks.
So what's your view? You think it's a geocentric solar system or universe? How would you describe it?
I do, yeah. And with Newton, that was not allowed. Newton had equations, F equals ma, and some other ones that only allowed a heliocentric universe. The rest of the universe was absolute and inert, had no effect on our solar system. So the way Newton figured things out was the sun's the biggest thing, has the most gravity. That means all the planets have to go around it, including the Earth. And that's all his system would allow because he dealt only with the solar system and forgot the rest of the universe.
Oh, interesting.
Okay.
Well, so is Earth stationary?
Yeah.
So you do believe in a stationary Earth?
Oh, yeah.
Yes,
What do you
sir.
think about that, Scott? You don't believe in that, obviously.
No, I mean, so in general relativity, we can describe a reference frame in which Earth is centered and stationary. But general relativity says there is no preferred reference frame. You can't have an absolute reference frame in general relativity. It just doesn't work. So, you know, you can describe things that way. But yeah, in my view, it makes sense that, you know, the sun has the most mass in the solar system. Sure, you can describe a reference frame where Earth is stationary, but you could equally describe one where we go around the solar system barycenter. I'm not a heliocentrist in the sense that I think that our solar system is the center of the universe. Obviously, and I'm sure we'll get into it, but there's a lot of talk about the cosmic microwave background radiation, and that's basically a fragment from, you know, the Big Bang.
Now I want to talk about that.
So I was just about to give this guy a little bit of credit for bringing it up, but then he religiously regurgitates that it's a fragment of the Big Bang. Now, again, I mean, just this fallacy stacking. False premises, false dichotomies, circular reasoning fallacies, strawmen, all of these diversion logical fallacies, false cause logical fallacies. I mean, these are impressive stacks. I mean, maybe we will have to run this through the advanced system, the advanced new system.
I don't see a fallacy counter this time,
The
y'all.
religious fervor in his voice
Unfortunately.
leaves no question for him that the Big Bang really happened and this radiation is from the Big. It's not radiation of something else. It couldn't have been something other than the Big Bang. Like, there's no room there. So this is as anti-science as you can get. Like, there's no room. Unified Matrix, we are live, buddy. Thanks for the super chat, Flat Bob. Smash the like button, people. Do it. Lord Zed said, Poole interviewed and sucked up to Damien Eccles, too, for what it's worth. All right, so is he like a Joe Rogan-esque flip-flopper, depending on who's on and depending what mood he's in? He just randomly says random things with no logic and reason?
Yeah,
but okay, so he brought up the cosmic background radiation, which is interesting, because usually the scientists and cultists don't want to talk about that. So already we have, this is kind of an interesting panel.
You may not understand it.
We have Sungenis, a geocentrist, a pioneer in modern geocentrism. We have Austin Witsit, possibly the greatest debater of all time on the flat Earth side. We have this weirdo NASA guy, this soy-infused Church of NASA worshiper, who's just regurgitating religiously. And then we have Alex Stein, this just bozo comedian, which Alex Stein serves an interesting purpose.
Bozo.
Even though he's kind of, he does point out certain basic logical and common sense points. So it kind of goes to show you don't really have to be that smart to understand basic children's level logic in terms of questioning things. Now, I don't know if Alex Stein can actually back anything up, but in terms of just the questioning, the scientific questioning, science is skepticism, not blind faith.
Facts.
Oh, Whitsit in the chat says he brought it up because he heard Robert and I discussing it prior to the show.
Oh, Whitsit was in here.
I withdraw my credit.
Yeah.
Thank you, Whitsit, for that. I withdraw the credit I just gave. Because I was kind of impressed.
Yeah,
and
withdraw the
Austin
credit.
setting the record straight in the chat here that he heard Robert and Whitsit discussing it prior. So he didn't bring it up of his own volition. So I withdraw the credit I just gave this guy. Oh, man. But yeah, hopefully Whitsit sticks around for more questions because this is actually one of the most interesting panels assembled thus far in Flat Earth Debate.
Where you have this leftover radiation, and certain aspects of it seem to suggest that it aligns well with the ecliptic plane, which is the orbits that the planets go around the sun.
So again, a logical fallacy stack there of circular reasoning, logical fallacies. The planet presupposing that not only are these celestial bodies terra firma planets, but they are circling the sun. I mean, just the amount of fallacy stacking here, you would think. I mean, I'm kind of curious to see what Austin does with this, but you would think to be some kind of awareness of just the basic scientific method instead of all this house of cards stacking. But scientism cultists, for whatever reason, they're just so far gone religiously that it doesn't seem strange to them. They have no self-awareness. The mental capacity, the wherewithal is not there to realize what they're saying is religious. Because otherwise, they would just cite the evidence and then make that claim.
Are you looking to establish your business using an address other than your home? Well,
the evidence.
The thing is, it's like with astronomy, it's really hard to follow the scientific method. But he's a neuroscientist, so you would think that they would have to at some point. But that's not my field, so maybe not.
And then make that claim.
But those alignments are not as exact as some make them out to be. And there's also the fact that we have an annual shift in the cosmic microwave background radiation. You can actually see a modulation of it as we go around the sun every year.
Yeah, but in the cosmic microwave background, it does, in that picture, it shows Earth as the center of the universe.
I got to do a pause real quick because we got fact checked by someone in the super chat already.
Yeah, that's not true. Google does say
no, I'm sorry. I Googled it and Google says no. So
it used to say yes.
Look at this. Google's AI says no. A person born with male reproductive organs and living as a man cannot get pregnant.
Wow, that changed.
It says, however, some transgender men and non-binary people can become pregnant.
Fact check.
Well, it used to be yes. Oh, but back to the cosmic microwave background.
Yeah, back to the.
It says if you.
You know what's absolutely hilarious though? All the scientism cultist goofs who are calling flat Earth stupid, a lot of them actually do believe that men can get pregnant. Like a lot of the liberal scientism cultists, like they go with whatever the leftist agenda on the idiot box, whatever the propaganda tells them to think, they think. So they think questioning the nature of reality is stupid as it pertains to the shape of the Earth, but men can get pregnant. And you know what? How insane it is that it even needs to be debated. And Google is switching like these again, appeal to authorities and genetic logical fallacies where they're taking some kind of source, whether it's Google or Wiki or whatever, as some kind of gospel. And then when the gospel flip-flops, what then? But then they pretend it didn't flip-flop. All while calling actual scientific inquiry stupid and something that doesn't need to be debated. It's pretty hilarious. It's pretty hilarious. By the way, Austin, if you didn't get my messages, I actually asked you because I did not have a backup. I don't know if you or anybody you know might have backed up or downloaded the first part of the analysis. I only did one part so far of you and Dave Farina, so-called Professor Dave. Apparently the entire Mindshock channel got nuked within 24 hours of that episode. Could be coincidence.
That what happened? Oh, I think they did tell me that right after he broke that down, that's when his channel got nuked. So he had an original Mindshot channel, and now he's using Bruce McGuire. So he's saying right after he dropped the first part of the analysis, they clapped his whole channel, bro. Damn. I put the link to the video that we listening to. Y'all go sub up, man. That's crazy. Is there such thing as coincidences?
Daniel, I don't know.
Me neither.
You do believe that is a real thing, right?
Of course.
Yeah, and it does show that the Earth is the center of that?
Well, what it shows is it shows certain alignments, but they're off by anywhere from 8 to 17 degrees if you convert it to ecliptic coordinates. So if you
This guy's kind of funny. If you go post hoc and fit assumed data from assumed variables and reverse engineer post hoc, then it appears to have shifted slightly. I mean, the soy cope here is kind of insane. Like you could hear it in his voice.
You say soy cope?
Just the mental gymnastics and the cope. Because how many fallacies does he have to stack just in order to produce this level of cope? I mean, because it's not one. He had to stack multiple fallacies here in order to cope with the fact that the original cosmic background radiation, I mean, I can put it on the screen right now. I'll put it on the screen right now.
Yeah, Rude, you in this too?
That the newer one, which again, it's almost kind of like the whole LIGO thing and gravitational waves being discovered. I mean, you don't know how much of the data is injected, et cetera, et cetera. And with all of this modern tech, like you really don't know what they're doing. He's taking it on blind faith that there's all this shifting and it's not exact. But if we go to the original, the first one taken, Witsit, I sent you a message on Twitter and also through somewhere else. I don't even remember now. But so this is from the original Sloan survey data. I mean, there's really not much shifting here. I mean, that's why they called it the fingers of God.
Right now, he's showing a screenshot.
So the amount of post hoc cope in order to shift this to make it not 100% exact. And again, what is the fallibility of the technology of the instruments being used to even detect this? Each dot is a galaxy. The streaks pointing towards Earth at the center are all fingers of God. So this is back in 72. And again, it looks like 97 also shows something very similar here. So even if there's slight shift, like what's the margin of error for this detection? Like this goof is hallucinating that it's 17 to whatever degrees off. But in terms of galaxies, is that within the margin of error of the instruments?
Every time there's an anomaly, they name it after some metaphysical immaterial entity.
Or does this goof have such blind faith in human technology that he thinks it's so completely infallible? It is so accurate. It's accurate to the degree that 17 degrees is a lot. I mean, just the level of goofery to cope this hard with the extremely clear survey data here. I mean, and again, I'm not saying this data is true in any way, but the scientists and cultists believe in all this stuff. And maybe it is true. But what I find curious is that all these brain dead scientists and cultists, they hallucinate. There's no there's no room for error at all in any of human made technology.
Question none of it.
I mean,
I don't want to
say
say none of it.
It's pretty crazy.
The season of giving is all about hope, compassion, and
It's all about the interpretation of the results, man. What are you actually observing?
That's not much. I mean, you're making it sound like that's a whole big deal. It's not much. But because you have the quadrupole, the octopole, the axis of evil, three that are different, and so they're going to be shooting up in different directions.
Those are all different from each other as well. They're all
but they're not different in the sense that they're looking at a different microwave radiation. They're just modulating it differently because now you have 8 harmonic.
But I'm saying they're not all co-aligned. They're off by 8 to 17 degrees. I mean, it's
but the middle of that 8 to 17 degrees is the axis of evil.
Right.
That's the issue.
What is that?
The axis of evil is a term given to one of those directions that is aligned almost exactly with our ecliptic plane, 23.5 degrees. Okay, so if you're supposed to be out there in the remote recesses of space, like the Big Bangers think, the Earth is just out there with everybody else. It has no significance, no speciality. How is this radiation aligned with the Earth-Sun ecliptic plane? When it's just
but again, my point is the alignment is not that exact. The quadrupole is.
It's enough scientists to say this is something.
They call it evil. Let's make sure everyone understands it. So in the globe model, they say the Earth is tilted at 23.4 degrees. So
and then but real quick, sorry, Austin's about to go on a very good rant, and we need to let him talk. But when you say that tilt, Tim, 23.4 degrees, subtract that from 100. What is that?
90. Subtract
from 90 degrees. What is that?
23.4, 23.66.6.
666. And then how fast is the Earth orbiting the sun, Austin?
66,600 miles per hour.
Was that true?
That is true.
He says yes.
That's true. Tell him, is that not true?
So Earth's orbital velocity is constantly changing. There's no one exact value. And if you look at it,
what's the average of
average? Well, I mean, that's about the average, but.
I mean, look at Austin putting him in his place. I mean, this goof was trying to squirm and mental gymnastics his way out of having to admit that that is the average. Now, now, obviously, there could be slight differences, and according to, of course, the mainstream. I mean, I went over all of this on the Sartain analysis, where Sartain, the current reigning, defending Dunning-Kruger champ, although we haven't officially finished the Craig versus Caleb either. But so Craig's waiting in the wings there, and then Farina, so-called Professor Dave, I mean, he upped his fallacy game so much for his so-called debate with Whitsitt. I mean, he was spewing fallacies so much faster and in a greater variety than what he did against Flat Earth Dave. So we got a lot of contenders here. But in the Sartain podcast, Sartain was claiming it was constant and all of this. So I actually went through the mainstream scientism positions of the accelerating and decelerating galaxies and entire arms of galaxies, etc., from in different locations within the universe and all of that. But again, like this goof is saying it's not exact. Look at this scale here, though. Like, look at the scale. Like, let's say it's not exact. Like, it's an approximation. I mean, look at this approximation over an infinite or near infinite universe. And he's saying, well, it's not exact. Oh, man. I mean, it's so hilarious how, like, I mean, I'm trying to think of, like, if somebody gets bullseye playing darts from a great distance and they could just keep doing it, and he's going to argue it's all coincidental because it's off slightly. It's not the absolute exact bullseye, but even though it's close, it's off by whatever fraction of a millimeter. Because it wasn't exact, he's going to say that guy's actually not that good at darts, and that doesn't mean that he's super good and he can hit it every time and it's all by design and he's intentionally hitting it. I mean, that's basically this goof's position by hallucinating that, by saying that this isn't exact enough. I mean, they literally called it the fingers of God for this reason. I'm surprised Syngenis didn't bring that up in the Sloan survey data. So, Austin in the chat saying, I do not have it, but I may know someone that can get it. Well, that would be really awesome. I apparently also lost the, I don't know how this happened because I definitely had it. So I don't know where it went. I also lost the Alex Jones versus Eddie Bravo and Flat Earth Dave debate. That was a really good one. It's just not showing up on these servers where I had it backed up, and it's just not there. The title's there, but the files aren't there, and other files are. So hopefully whoever, I mean, if you have someone, when you say can get it, does that mean somebody's like downloading all these Flat Earth videos, or are you using also some kind of cache recovery? Because I tried a few and they used to work. They don't really seem to work anymore. YouTube servers are getting real funky. Hidden Horror in the chat here. That's an ominous name. Shifty Eyes Shady as well. Salt says, how do these guys do it to themselves? Oh, man. Truth Trollette says, Craigie is a contradicting fool. Haley in the chat as well.
I don't think they're going to get to the Aries failure in this one. We already halfway through. We'll see, though.
Lord Zed says, how can you know what shape it is when you can't say where the end of it is? No, but it's funny because he tried to squirm his way out of the average and Austin nailed him with it. I mean, just absolutely nailing this goof to the wall who's trying to do all his mental gymnastics to pretend it's not weird that 666 keeps coming up endlessly.
Hi, my name's Dr. Frank Schallenberg. I'm 77 years old, and although...
Chill.
Oh, wow. Whitsitt says, I know someone that backs up practically all Flat Earth content on the internet at all times. That is awesome. That is absolutely awesome. If you, whoever hasn't heard the Columbine series, I actually brought this up. There used to be a woman who used to live in New York. I think she passed maybe somewhere around 20 for some reason. So she probably had it. So I was wondering who had all her
I'll skip through a little bit.
Yeah. 666. And then how fast is the Earth orbiting the sun, Austin?
66,600 miles per hour.
Was that true?
That is true.
He says yes.
That's true. Tell him, is that not true?
Heliocentric model. So Earth's orbital velocity is constantly changing. There's no one exact value. And if you look at it,
what's the average?
Average. Well, I mean, that's about the average.
That's what I'm talking about. That's why he's everything. That's what I'm talking about. That's why he's everything. That's why he's the GOAT. The GOAT.
But
soundboard go crazy.
That proves it. The Earth is flat.
Yeah, there you go. Even the 23.4, that's not exact either, and it's constantly changing. We actually have to calculate this. Anytime we do coordinate conversions to ecliptic coordinates, we have to take the current obliquity of the ecliptic. The tilt of the Earth is constantly changing slightly.
Yeah, he's right.
But you're
Now, I've never used, I don't think I've actually ever accused anybody of word salad, but that's word salad right there, folks. He just stacked, oh man, he stacked so many fallacies.
What word salad?
The house of cards so tall to try to explain away that number. Like what tilt, has he actually proven the tilt of the, well, first of all, you gotta go back several steps. First of all, if it's a globe, I mean, tilt in relation to what? Because, I mean, if you hold a ball in empty space and you turn the ball, like the tilt is in relation to what? The plane of the universe? How do you establish where the plane is relative to the position of a sphere in empty space? I mean, that's step one. They're not even there. Actually, that's not even step one because you'd have to prove it was a globe first. So technically, that would be step 2 and 3. So this is a lot of layers of the House of Cards of Scientism that Ferguson is spamming here. Now, he is semi-impressive in his regurgitation ability, because he spammed all those fallacies pretty quickly right off bat with all these multi-syllable scientism words to try to sound smart. But when you break it down, none of them actually add up, and they're all circular reasoning stacked on circular reasoning with post hoc explanations to try to match up the circular reasoning house of cards. Whitson gets it, says, I think I did call him out for this, but he got away with quite a bit because of the dynamic of the panel. Yeah, I mean, this is a crazy panel. No, have you guys ever done a one-on-one? Because, wait, were you the one? I think in the opening, Tim Pools.
That's what I thought. I was going to be like a 1v. Well, it ended up kind of being a 1v3 towards the end.
Said that Austin was the one who invited this guy. Salt says, how can that guy walk around with those cringe space fetishist stickers on his laptop? Well, it's kind of fanboyism. I called it that. I mentioned that at the beginning. Like, you don't see these flat earthers with all these stickers on their laptop. I mean, this is crazy. But that was.
And we can't drop no level head stickers.
Was an impressive logical fallacy. I think I really do have to run this through the advanced logical fallacy system because Ferguson, I mean, I was kind of sleeping on Ferguson due to his soy appearance, but looks can be deceiving. I mean, this guy can talk fast. I don't know if he's Sartain level, but I mean, looks can be deceiving. It looks like he's not going to go gentle into that good night in seeding the Dunning-Kruger championship. It looks like he really is not going to go gentle into that.
Man, all you do is get the capping.
Good night.
Maybe not poison a well if y'all ain't heard this before.
You're just saying that, right? Like this is the thing. That's what always happens. You just people just beg the question and assert the model and then equate that to being true.
But I measure.
That's what I'm talking about. That's why he's MVP. That's why he's the GOAT. The GOAT.
I mean, I love that soundboard.
I almost went for a facelift until I found.
You're just saying that, right? Like this is the thing. That's what always happens. You just people just beg the question and assert the model and then equate that to being true.
But I measure.
That's what I'm talking about. That's why he's MVP. That's why he's the GOAT. The GOAT.
You didn't measure the Earth being tilted. What you did was you looked at the sun, you reified and assumed your model, you assumed the causation of the ecliptic plane was actually the Earth tilted. That's what you did. So what we see, so I want the audience to understand, we see the sun move in a certain path. They're claiming it looks tilted because the Earth is tilted and it's an illusion. They also claim that what's called the analemma, so the sun does this like extended figure 8 that isn't perfectly symmetrical if you time lapse it throughout the year. They say that's because we're moving and it makes it look like the sun is moving. So obviously just in very simple terms, we're saying, oh, the sun is moving. That's why we see the sun moving. You're claiming it's an illusion. So you actually have the burden of proof just on its face, right?
That's what I'm talking about. That's why he's MVP. That's why he's the GOAT. The GOAT.
So I do want to also point out here, Austin is the only guy here. He is the only guy here or in any of these debates that is, I mean, look how calm and casually he's explaining both sides of the argument.
Yes.
He's clearly demonstrating comprehension of both sides. Notice how he's also not the one making a claim here. He's explaining what the claim is made, what claim is made, and the belief of both sides of the model without asserting which one is true. I mean, this is how proper debating is done. And again, I can't play that clip enough times here, because when was the last time you saw a debate on any topic where someone did this? On any scientific or any kind of topic?
I keep telling y'all how important that steel man is. Berg, stop ducking.
I mean, just look at a random sports debate on who's the great. I mean, how many people clearly outline both sides of the argument? And also notice how he dumbed it down a little bit, because the scientism cultist Ferguson, he's trying to sound smart. Like, you can tell he's an ego-dominated narcissist who's trying to sound smart, where Austin looks like he's genuinely trying to explain the concept so not only all of these parties understand it, but everybody listening understands it. Whereas Ferguson looks like he's just trying to sound smart to everybody listening and not lose the argument instead of pursue the truth. So, yeah, very, very telling here. Whitston says, I had over 5 PhDs back out after tentatively agreeing and had another 20 turn it down, so we had to go with this guy last minute. I think I have 2 more for you, Austin. The other thing that was kind of weird, the Mindshock channel got shut down within 24 hours of me posting Austin Whitsitt versus Dave Farina, so-called Professor Dave, part 1, and also announcing that I would be hosting No Fallacies Allowed debates. And I had an open call for any PhDs in any scientific fields that were willing to debate flat Earth with no fallacies allowed. I had no takers for about a week, and then now I have 2, and they have sent me proof of their credentials.
Yo, that is a fire idea. No fallacy allowed. You got to be a fallacy expert, though.
So if Austin wanted to debate, I think there were 1 or 2 flat earthers who wanted to debate as well, but this would be a no fallacy. I will stop. Nobody will be allowed to utter any fallacies. You will be stopped. And so only 2 PhDs agreed to that. I mean, I spammed it all over Reddit.
You're not a child. You're a man. So stop wearing so many layers to go outside and get the bears.
Oh my God.
Tens of thousands of people saw it, and there were only 2 takers. So I might have 2 more for you, Whitsitt, but again, I can't guarantee they're not going to back out. I don't really know them. But let's continue here.
What always happens?
But Austin,
real quick. Sorry, just put it in. I'm curious. If you have a geocentric view, why is the sun doing a figure 8?
Well, the analemma is complicated. I mean, I do cover it in the book here, but there is a certain, and the analemma actually moves itself by a few degrees.
What is that?
It's
That's a figure 8.
How the sun is going to, it moves daily, okay, and yearly. There's 2 different movements of the sun. The analemma is going to go by the yearly movement, okay, so that's why it makes a complete figure 8. You get the same thing when they put satellites up over the Earth. They make a figure 8. You can make them make a figure 8. You can make them make a circle. You can make them do anything depending on how fast you make the satellite move and the tilt that you want it to have along the equator. Okay, so the sun has a certain tilt, 23.4 degrees, and it's going to go longer in the north than it does in the south. So you're going to get a figure 8 that's going to represent the different speeds of the sun compared to where the Earth is. And it's complicated, but
my point is simply whether you believe that the Earth is going around the sun or the sun is going around the Earth, you can still measure that. You can still measure.
Sure.
That.
Yeah.
Of course, it's an observation. You're assuming the cause of the observation is the Earth is moving.
But you said
actually it's even worse though. Like,
no,
let's just use it like really simple terms. Occam's razor. So if you have an explanation you have 2 different explanations for the same cause or phenomenon, right? You're going to go with the simplest one that requires least amount of assumptions if they're both viable. And then if you're going to claim that there's something else that requires more assumptions, you got to verify it. It's actually way worse than this though. It's been scientifically proven with empirical measurement that the Earth is not moving, and we've actually shown that the interferometry correlates to periodicity of the sun, meaning that the solar motion, how light travels and interferes with itself, changes based on the time of year. So it is empirically proven that the Earth is not moving. So not only do we not just grant it to you, right? Because you're just saying the model as if it's true.
Yeah, I think he understands. He understands that.
Does he?
Wait a second. So Sun Genis is claiming that Ferguson understands that. I'm not 100% sure.
That's what I said.
Austin, do you know why Sun Genis said that? Because that's kind of a weird thing to, because like, why would he even say that? Why would he claim to know what somebody else understands? Like, that's just a weird, that's kind of a, do they know each other? Austin, do these 2 guys know each other prior to this? Like, why would he randomly claim to know what someone else understands? I mean, that's weird. That's weird. Because it seems like he doesn't. Because, again, false cause logical fallacy. I mean, again, we need to go back to the scientific method. I mean, we need to go all the way back to the scientific method. Whitsitt says, I don't think so, but he actually runs cover for him a few times. That's kind of weird, isn't it? Wait, why is he running cover for a heliocentrist? Did they just feel that intimidated by Austin laying the smackdown? And you know what else is kind of funny? How old... I don't know how old Austin is. He looks pretty young.
Yeah, for real. And you do it with so much ease, bro. They don't even try. They didn't even get to the real parts yet. It's crazy.
And this Ferguson guy looks kind of young. Sungenis is the older guy. But a lot of times, older guys are just really intimidated by young guys making them look dumb. And that makes them look even dumber. Now, I don't know if that's exactly what's going on with Sungenis, but I've seen this so many times in debates where older guys can't handle the younger guys that are really composed and just absolutely run over them with just complete decimation. Why is Sungenis running cover for this guy? This is kind of weird. I mean, is a conspiracy afoot here where they agreed before the fact to try to, double team Austin here because they didn't want him making them look too dumb?
Sungenis did kind of press. He did press Fergie a little bit.
Dr. Boss says, I think it was a nervous type of cover, yeah. Boggin says, Sungenis is between a rock and a flat place. Oh, man. No, it's just kind of funny. It's really like, when was the last time someone in a debate, not even on the same side as somebody else in a panel, is hallucinating to know what somebody else understands? If he understood that, why would he have said that? Now, again, if it's not a false cosmological fallacy, why didn't Ferguson cite the evidence?
Are you looking to establish your business using an address other than your home, which you had a
adhering to the scientific method to support that position? And since when? I mean, you can measure a lot of things, but that's a very small part of the scientific method. It's weird. It's weird. I mean, again, in a mind shock type debate, Ferguson would have had to have demonstrated his knowledge of the scientific method, so then it could just be referenced here. And of course, what a false cosmological fallacy is. I mean, that's why you have the scientific method, so you can avoid false cosmological fallacies as well as any other logical fallacies.
Fact. And I want to take off from where you left off with general relativity and then go back to his point, if you don't mind. It might take me a couple minutes, but so you admit with general relativity that the sun can go around the earth can go around the sun, right?
You can describe it that way.
Well, Einstein has to be real for you to describe it that way.
And here's Sungenis talking to this goof like he's a small child. Like, why would you describe things that aren't real? Like, if you actually care about what the truth is, like, this is really weird. I mean, wow. Ferguson's plummeting fast here.
The dynamic was weird, I ain't gonna lie.
Can describe it that way? Like, does Ferguson not care about what actual reality is? But Sungenis' shift from, I wonder if he still thinks after this answer from Ferguson, does Sungenis still think that Ferguson understands anything about anything? Because Sungenis looks like he got frustrated with Ferguson there because Sungenis is trying to talk about reality and what the truth is, whereas Ferguson is just in some kind of fantasy land where any model could theoretically be true, and it seems like he doesn't even care which one because it could be described as any way.
He did seem to get a little frustrated with Fergie.
I mean, what is going on here?
Weird dynamic.
I mean, in other words, you just can't say it's possible. I mean, we could have one of those scenarios as the true system, correct?
No.
Okay, I got to put this guy in the running for Dunning-Kruger champ. So he doesn't think it's possible that the universe is heliocentric or geocentric. Like, not even a possibility. We're not talking about making definitive claims here. He's saying it's not a possibility. Wait, isn't he a heliocentric? Like, wait, what? He's saying it's not possible.
I mean, technically, if you are appealing to the current paradigm, it's acentric. There is no center, but they are kind of arguing geocentrism versus heliocentrism. But yeah.
Like, not even a remote possibility? This is a heliocentric universe or geocentric. So he wants to bring in other theories? Like, what? I mean, look at this guy's face here. It looks like he's almost mentally checked out because he can't handle being checked by Witsit, and he realizes...
In real life, in real time, yeah. Off that keyboard, gang.
That he hasn't actually been able to bring any kind of case to the table here. Like, it's like he brought a sponge to a tank fight, and now he doesn't know what to do, so his ego is just digging him a deep... Like, he can't even seed... He can't even see that a heliocentric or geocentric universe is a possibility. He didn't even say strong, but Sungenis didn't even say strong possibility. He just asked if it was a possibility, like maybe a remote possibility. No. I mean, this level of goofery. I mean, this is like record goofery here. I mean, he's fading so fast here. I mean, I don't know what to make of this guy. I mean, it's almost like there's this secret humiliation contest that all these globe earthers are taking part in without telling anybody, and it's just between them, and they go on all these shows and try to throw out the dumbest arguments, and it's like the secret contest of who can appear dumber and humiliate themselves the most, because why else would they be doing this?
I have no idea.
I mean, what kind of man of science denies even possibilities? Like, I mean, can anybody explain this answer here in the chat? Can anybody explain the answer? Why would an alleged man of science? I mean, it's just kind of weird. It's pretty weird. Would an alleged man of science deny the possibility of either a heliocentric or a geocentric? Like, I was not expecting that.
You know, that's a really good point. It's like, bro, you have a PhD, which means you're supposedly have contributed to the science. Like, you know that there should be endless amount of possibilities. You to just automatically just deny possibilities is crazy. For someone being in the scientific community, I think that's the point he's making. Like, you should know that that's not how science works.
I mean, that's kind of funny. That's kind of funny. I mean, I don't know what to make of this. This is really weird.
Bias.
I mean, this is tough. Like, where do we go from here? I mean,
right? It's like you might as well not even talk to him. Like, what you going to do if you're not even going to entertain any possibility? You're just going to outright deny it. What is the point?
I mean, look at his face here. He looks so defeated. I mean, he looks like he just wants to take his ball and go home.
I gotta get this
Which it says he literally said relativity states either could be possible just before that. Yeah, that's true. He's saying no because in his mind he would be conceding geocentrism could be possible, so he just double speaks. Okay, so
either could be possible.
Much, like his ego's got him on strings.
Either could be possible, but neither one could be true.
Bored.
Watch what eating before bed does to your skin. What you eat for dinner might have a greater impact on your skin.
Goodness, ads.
He can't concede anything at this point. I mean, wow. I mean, what kind of emotional maturity level is this? It's like a 4-year-old who can't be wrong about any aspect of anything. I mean, this is crazy. I mean, this is really crazy.
Why? You can't have either scenario because it doesn't have a preferred frame of reference.
So it sounds like this guy is just repeating terms, like regurgitating terms he heard somewhere without actually understanding any of them. There not being a preferred frame of reference means it could be either. It doesn't mean it's neither. I mean, this is like relativity 101. I mean, this isn't even college level stuff. I mean, I don't even know if, this is technically middle school stuff. I don't know if I would even call this high school level. I don't even know. Whitson in the chat says, I forgot how bad this was. Yeah, I mean, his face tells the whole story. I mean, he's looking down in shame. I mean, he's just been absolutely annihilated. I mean, we're just getting started here. This is the beginning. This is the beginning.
That's
here.
what I said. This is just the beginning, bro.
I mean, wow. This is going to be tough.
What's it?
Meaning general relativity. General relativity doesn't allow you to have...
Okay, but here's the point I was trying to make before. Whereas Newton would only allow a heliocentric system, general relativity allows both a geocentric and a heliocentric system. So with the medieval science of Newton, we're never going to get a geocentric system. But with Einstein and Mach, we're going to get it as a possibility. So then it's just a matter of determining which one's the correct one.
No, it doesn't work that way, because to suggest that there is a correct one would be to suggest that there is an absolute reference frame.
Well, look, we see this. We see the stars in the sun.
Wow. I mean, just the amount of straw manning and diversion here, because Sungenis wasn't even talking about which one's the correct one. He's saying, could either of them be possible?
Ooh, very good distinction. I asked you which one's correct. I said, is there a possibility one could be the correct or it exists?
Like this guy doesn't understand relative. Even I mean, we're not even talking about relativity being true, but he doesn't even understand what relativity is. I mean, he doesn't understand. I mean, this is.
Oh, what happens to the value?
This isn't even any of the super advanced concepts of relativity. I mean, this is 101. If there's no preferred reference frame, it could be either or, not neither. I mean, is Ferguson not even on a kindergarten English level of comprehension? because he keeps repeating what he read about it without understanding it. He doesn't understand frame of reference. Frame of reference states that it could be either, not neither.
Go around us every day, right? One of them has to be correct. Either the Earth is moving or the sun is moving around the Earth.
From a general relativistic point of view, you don't have any particular reference frame. You can't make an absolute
You're
statement.
basically arguing solipsism. You're saying there's no objective truth at this point.
Facts.
That's what I'm talking about. That's why he's everything. That's why he's the GOAT. The GOAT.
It's like you appeal to a specific mathematical framework. So you have to deny your reality. Like, I know I'm standing here and observing everything, but that doesn't mean that it's an absolute frame. Doesn't mean that this exists. Either, not neither.
I mean, this is just kind of crazy because and look at Austin's face here. It's like, what is this guy even doing here? Because if you're, that's true. If you're going to argue there is no truth at all, like, what are you even doing? I mean, I guess if you argued that logically, maybe, but he's using relativity to argue that when the preferred frame of reference doesn't state that it can't be any of the options. It's the opposite of that. It states it could be any of them depending on, since there is no preferred frame of reference, whatever preferred frame of reference you're using, that could be true. It doesn't state that none of the options are true. So he's not even supporting the position of the truth cannot be known. He's not even supporting that position. I mean, wow. I mean, this is really tough. I mean, I did not expect this. I mean,
deny.
Ferguson's going to be like I think he's in the running for Dunning-Kruger championships here.
This is Natural Catch, and it is amazing.
Oh, my God.
I mean, I was sleeping on him a little bit just from his soy appearance, but I mean, it looks like he came to play. He came to play. Heracles says, you just don't understand, bro. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. How can Ferguson say this with a straight face, though? Like, what do you think? I mean, is he really that triggered? He doesn't appear that triggered. I mean, he just appears very dejected and ashamed, but not super triggered. And what do you think Ferguson thinks, like, when he watched the debate, this, whatever, what's it called?
Maybe that's why he has his laptop. It just feels comfortable next to his keyboard.
Culture War podcast, whatever. When he watched it back, like, I wonder what he thinks of his own performance here. Because any child who had studied basic relativity understands the preferred frame of reference. He appears to not understand it. Boggin says the only frames you should be using are picture frames. Well, even then, perhaps only with supervision if it's real glass. If there's real glass involved, I think he needs supervision and maybe duct tape the edges. I don't know if we could trust this die with sharp edges of any kind.
According to general relativity, there is no absolute reference.
General relativity doesn't make philosophical claims about objective truth.
But from our perspective, you're saying that the reference point of how we see the stars and everything moving is the sun is the reference point. We are going around it. That's how we perceive the universe.
That is a useful, that is a useful reference frame in a lot of circumstances. There are some reference frames, like if I'm measuring the motion of a satellite, the first reference frame I'm using is actually one that has my telescope at the center of the universe. And if I'm predicting a solar eclipse and predicting the path of a solar eclipse, I actually use the moon as the center of the universe. So I'm using a selenocentric reference frame. But that doesn't mean I believe that the moon literally is the center of the universe.
Of course. It's also incorrect. Actually, when we map out eclipses, we use ECEFs. We do not use we map out the eclipses with an Earth-centered Earth fixed system. Satellites use Earth-centered Earth fixed system. You have to actually transform it to an ECI.
But his point,
Austin, that's not what I've done, though.
This is a really special kind of goof. Like, look how triggered he is. Austin didn't say that he did that himself. Oh man, the straw manning is insane. The straw manning and cope here. And this guy doesn't appear triggered, so he's got a unique personality. Like, he's calmly doing all these mental gymnastics and coping. It's very calm. Austin was just describing the standard way that NASA and space agencies do it. I don't know if every single space agency from every single country does that, but I mean, again, you can go on NASA's own website and just look through the way they normally do it. And of course, what nobody brings up, I mean, am I the only one bringing this up? But I brought this up on a few different analyses because a lot of ghosts like Sartain and Bryant Myers, like a lot of these guys, they completely ignore, like they only go with modern predictions. Like they only go with post hoc fallacies in modern times to support their cosmology. So the Mayans predicted eclipses with their flat earth snow globe geocentric cosmology. Again, if you're going with the mainstream view of history, which scientists and cultists do, obviously I'm not claiming to know how old the Mayans were or what they did or didn't do, but not only did they predict their own, they
want to stop hair loss in
always
its
put
tracks.
the ad.
eclipses hundreds of years.
My bad, y'all. They always put the ad right at the source.
Not only did they predict their own, they accurately predicted solar eclipses hundreds of years into the future. Now, the claim here from this modern newspaper is ancient civilizations calculated eclipse dates without knowing how celestial bodies move. Well, how did they do that? How did they know what the ancients knew? Because the prediction is perfect, which again, this is the Bigfoot mailbox fallacy that Craig of Fight the Flat Earth developed. If you claim that you know the mail will be in the mailbox at a specific time, and if your prediction is that Bigfoot brings the mail, if you check the mailbox and the mail is there at the specific time that you predicted, that must mean Bigfoot brought it, according to Craig of Fight the Flat Earth. This is a Bigfoot mailbox fallacy. So
He said it's a mailbox fallacy.
Again, these predictions based on what? So again, when you don't understand basic logical fallacies, you're going to be stacking them like Ferguson is doing here. Boggins says the Chaldeans and Sumerians did it too. Yes.
Fallacy stacking.
Most of the ancient civilizations had incredible knowledge, the Egyptians as well, of celestial movement. But what's interesting is that even these mainstream sources, obviously they're leaving out that they had flat Earth cosmologies, but flat Earth geocentric cosmologies for all these predictions and movements. So Ferguson's claiming that's not what he did. It doesn't matter what he did. The fact remains you could do it with the flat Earth cosmology, and the prediction itself doesn't prove whatever claim is being made. Because again, we have to go back to the variables, the independent dependent variables being clearly delineated. And again, you would have to, if you reach, it's very difficult to do, because in order to do all this technically, the best way to do it is if you would be outside of the Earth and really far from both the Earth, the Sun, and the Moon. And you'd have to be viewing what's going on, right? Because from that reference frame, you actually could know the truth, right? Because if you're outside all of it, you can see how those three bodies are moving, the Earth, the Moon, and the Sun. And you can see what they're doing from being outside. Now, can anyone actually get there? I don't know. I'm not making that claim. I'm just saying there is a reference frame where you can see all of the bodies. Instead of being on the Sun, the Moon, or the Earth, if you were outside all of them and just observing all of them, then your reference frame would be, you would be able to tell what was going on there. But I guess Ferguson doesn't have the mental capacity to even comprehend such a relatively basic concept. Just give me a second. I wanted to play this other clip here, which was somewhat amusing.
Gotta be outside of frame, Berg.
Let me just set it up here because I know it'll be pretty funny. It'll be pretty funny. Okay, but yeah, let's continue in the interim.
You're talking about maybe something someone else has done. I've personally predicted the path of total solar eclipses, and I've done it using a selenocentric reference frame. I published this on my channel.
Well, you could use an Earth-centered reference frame too.
And that's what NASA actually
your point.
does. That's what NASA actually does.
Okay, so I'm going to go back to the same point. It doesn't matter what reference frame you use. You see a reality when you look into the sky that something's going around something.
Do you agree?
You can't have them both going around each other.
What? You can.
Wait a second. Wait a second. The Earth is going around the Sun while the Sun is going around the Earth? What kind of path? How would that look like? Let's try to imagine that. They're going around each other. But they're not. They wouldn't be going around each other, though. They would just be going around a point in the middle.
Right.
Like how could they both, unless they're stopping? Austin, can you do you know what he's talking about here? What does go around each other mean? Like taking turns? What is Austin, were you able to decipher this claim here? He claims it's possible for the Earth and the Sun to move around each other, like simultaneously? So, but they wouldn't really be moving around each other. If they're both moving around something else, then they're both moving around something else. They're not moving around each other. Can anybody explain what Ferguson just said?
Nope, can't do it.
The season of giving is all about hope, compassion, and joy. Yet for some...
what just came out of his mouth?
saying anything. That's word salad.
Whitsit says, just that from the sun, you can treat it like the Earth is going around it or vice versa. He's just refusing to address that there must be an objective reality. No, but he's saying they're both going around each other at the same time. He's saying the same time. Flat Bob says, well, see, Bruce, first the Earth revolves around the sun, then the sun revolves around the... Yeah, if they take turns, yes, that's possible. So if the sun stops and then the Earth goes around the sun, and then the Earth stops and the sun goes around the Earth, I guess that's possible. No, he said, why not?
Little transform.
Because Sanjena said they can't both go around each other, and Ferguson says, why not? I've actually never heard this argument being made. I actually have to give Ferguson credit here. The level of goofery he's stooping to, I haven't seen this done before.
Goofery.
I mean, these would be super fallacy stacks. I mean, this is incredible. I mean, this is stuff that makes you spit your drink out if you happen to be drinking something. So neither heliocentrism or geocentrism even has a possibility of being true, according to Ferguson. And also, the Earth and the sun can both move around each other at the same time. I mean, I'm not sure what that would look like unless they're taking turns or unless they're both moving around something else. But then
crazy reality they subscribe to.
I'm still trying to, I mean, I don't know. Can anybody actually explain that? I mean, how could they move around each other at the same time? Does that make sense to anybody? Can anybody figure out what he means by that? I mean, I want to really give this a fair...
It's true. He's saying relativity allows for geocentrism and heliocentrism. But because it doesn't allow for an absolute reference frame, neither one can be true. And then the bodies rotate around each other. What type of world is that?
Shake here. I want to really understand what he's saying here. The Earth and the sun can both move around each other. That's tough. That's tough. How is that rectified? Who can rectify that? Is there anybody in the chat who can rectify what he just said without taking
not simultaneously?
Yes, but then that wouldn't be at the same time. Now he didn't specifically say at the same time, but I mean, I'm assuming that's the context, because Sungenis is saying they can't be going around each other. I'm assuming Ferguson wasn't saying they could if they stopped and took turns, unless that's what he's going to follow up with here. But I kind of just want to see if, I mean, this is so weird. Like, this is really weird here. I mean, is he really just that mentally gone that he's just like a 4-year-old sticking his fingers in his ears and just saying na 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 na, and that's what the equivalent? This is the equivalent of that.
A neuroscientist mentally gone is crazy.
If he was serious about the Earth and the sun moving around each other.
Burnout. We all experience it at some point. Jeez, it's so important to me that I've actually been working on it in therapy. In fact,
you need to add in a fallacy counter.
How can that be done? Because I mean, I don't claim anything is true or untrue. Maybe it is possible to do that. I'm just, I'm having trouble picturing how it would work. Is it possible? Is it possible? I don't know. Anybody? Bueller? Whitsit says so that he can avoid making a claim as to which one is actually happening in reality. Best I got. No, that actually makes sense. So it's the sticking the fingers in the ear and saying na 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 na. Yeah. Whitsit says, I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt to assume he is saying that they can move around each other at the same time if you simultaneously consider both. Okay, so if you're not living in reality. Because why would you be? Because if we're talking about objective reality, the reference frame I would want would to be outside of the system so you could see what's really going on. So if you were far enough away from, if it's a heliocentric model, if you were far, if we're talking planets or globes, and you were far enough away, you'd be able to see what moves around what if you were far enough away.
For those bodies, you have to be outside.
If they would be orbiting a fixed point in space, but then they wouldn't be going around each other. They'd be going around another point in space. But Heracles says like linked rings. Linked rings. But then it would still be around another point. Which it says exactly, he is specifically refusing to talk about objective reality. Yeah, this is the equivalent of a kid just putting their fingers in their ears and saying la 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 la.
That's what he did all on my timeline. He will not steal me in my argument.
Let's continue here. Let's see what's going on here.
can. I mean, general relativity says you can define whatever reference frame you want. And like I said,
yeah, but we deal with the reality.
Define it as the center of the telescope. Sometimes it's useful to define it as the solar system buried.
Who sees the duper's delight? Like, look at his mouth curling into a smile in between those. He knows exactly what he's doing here. Like, he knows exactly he's refusing to address it. I mean, this is all painfully obvious here.
Doing it on purpose. Maybe he doing this thing.
Real quick. Isn't it in the conventional model that everything is sort of going around each other? That two bodies impose gravitational
pull? I mean, that's how Newton got to the heliocentric version. He said that there's a center of mass between the sun and the Earth.
Yeah.
But since the sun is bigger, the center of mass is going to be more inside the sun than it would ever be to the Earth.
So, but the Earth does pull, and the sun is just negligible.
Negligible. Yeah. So, but the fact is, you can have that system where the Earth is going around the sun. Okay. Or to explain what we see in the sky, the sun and the stars can be moving around a central Earth. And general relativity allows that. His thing is like, well, it doesn't make any difference what general relativity allows. It can't pinpoint what the actual thing is. Well, I agree. I agree. The fact is that it allows it. So we can't base our decision on what Newton said, because that's what everybody does today.
But isn't the simplest argument, I suppose, is that when you map out the pattern of planets in a geocentric model, they're kind of erratic?
No, they're not. That's what they make it look like. In the Tychonic model, they're all going around the sun. Same as they're doing in the heliocentric system. The only difference is the sun's going around the Earth at the same time it carries the planets in the Tychonic geocentric system. Yeah. So it's a very simple system. As a matter of fact, so the one that's complicated is the heliocentric system.
Let me try. You're saying that the sun does move around the Earth and the planets are being pulled on by the sun as well?
That's right. That's right. So it's almost like a mirror image of the Copernican system, except that the sun's going around the Earth.
What's up, JT?
Good morning. I woke up and I heard Bruce's voice and I was like, oh, did he come on Flutter Friday? Because, I tagged him and then I saw, I realized you were just playing it.
Yeah, I wish he did. Maybe he would get him in here one week. You never know.
I'm gonna invite him. I emailed him a little bit too. And I got to get ready for my run. I'm running late. So I'm going to be listening to, whatever you play and whoever else comes back in here. But have you listened to much, Bruce?
In the past, yeah. I haven't seen his content recently until you guys told me about his other accounts. So thank you for that.
Yeah. He's got like 5,000 videos that he's merging over, and he said that he has the goal of making it tighter. Like he does all kinds of content, and he's gonna try to upload it in a way that's real easy, but it's taken a while. And I heard you were playing that he's missing. He found the one he was looking for with Professor Dave and Witsit, but he's still looking for the one. Sorry, I'm just barely waking up. He found one of them, but he hadn't found the other.
I call him not a Professor Dave.
Right? Man.
I hope he gets it, though.
Yeah.
He was talking about it in this video that they shut him down right after that. As soon as he posted that review.
Yeah. And let me switch headphones just a second.
Enjoy your run, too. How many miles you got planned?
I need to do 9 at least, but 12 would be good. But I am kind of running late, and then I got to pack for my wife's half marathon, and I got to clean up the house before our family comes to watch the kids because the house isn't straight. So it's kind of like I'm behind the 8 ball. That's why I just wanted to say good morning and get rolling.
It's always good to hear from you, brother.
Yeah, man. Thanks for everything. Last night was real cool going back and forth with everybody. I wanted to say sorry. I didn't see the hands. I didn't mean to just keep talking and keep talking.
Oh, no, it's all good, man. We're kind of just kicking it this week.
Nice. Well, I'll be listening. So you got somebody out there running, listening to what you're playing and your reactions.
Nice. We're going on the run with JT, y'all.
Yep.
Let's go.
All right, y'all have a great morning.
Happy Stationary Saturdays.
Right. All right. Peace.
RBB got so much energy. He was up late with us last night, too. Let's go to Brock real quick, and then we'll continue with the Level Heads listening party. Rod, you were supposed to change the title.
What's up, y'all?
Morning, Brock.
I was trying to chime in earlier. I couldn't tell. I think I had some technical issues. I was like sitting there, and I had my hand up, and then it was like it went quiet, and it was just Sacred and Rufus. That's all I could hear, and I just saw a bunch of laughing. I'm like, I wonder if he's trying to pull me up, and I can't hear anybody.
I've been glitching all night too. I've been seeing hands that aren't up. I've been seeing no hands when there's supposed to be hands. I don't know.
Yeah,
Bro,
it's
good,
always a
good to
nightmare.
see you though.
Yeah, I was just gonna mention just a kind of a funny note with the whole ads popping up. Do you not have an ad blocker?
That's so funny you asked me that because I've been seeing ads for the ad blocker.
Like, 'cause one of my buddies is like a big computer guy. He set me up with a nice computer and put an ad blocker on there, and I've never had an issue. Like YouTube, it's always like bam, bam, bam. Like it never shows me an ad. And then it was only recently where they started like I was seeing issues with it, and it was like getting funky. And it's like, oh, if you have an ad blocker, like you have to remove it. And I heard people talking about it, and I'm like, I know Mindshock, like you said. I tried looking him up on YouTube, and he got nuked. And so I was trying to find him on X, so I wasn't sure what you're playing it back on, if it's like on Rumble or where he's uploading.
Yeah, so he's got another account on YouTube. I put it. You can see the nest, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I put it up in the nest. It's the post all the way to the left. So that's the video that we're watching, and that's his second channel called Bruce McGuire.
Does he also post on Rumble though and X?
He doesn't. I don't know if he posts on X like that, like live stream. He may post on Rumble, but this is all they gave me. This is the link that they gave me.
Right on.
He multi-streams to Rumble, and this Bruce McGuire channel was like his original old one, and he just jumped to it when his mind shot got taken down.
Oh, this was his original. Oh, okay.
Yeah. I guess he had this first. He didn't create this out of nothing. He just kind of like jumped ship.
Interesting. But yeah.
And then I don't know, Sacred,
it's like I could tell though. Go ahead.
Oh yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. And y'all know that he's doing a whole debate. Like he was just about, like he was describing how he was going to have a debate wing, or where he was going to have people on where he wasn't going to let them
fallacy. I heard him say that. Yeah.
So that's going to be cool. And he's having Dave Weiss on soon. That's I guess he's gonna have, like he mentioned the other day, Dave's gonna come on fairly soon.
Shout out Dave. I see him down there hanging out with us this morning. That should be dope. I'm surprised that if he'll get anybody from the other side to take a no fallacy debate. I don't see how they gonna do that.
I could definitely tell though when
dope if you can make that happen. They got too much fallacies though. He said they're not even gonna let him go further. Like if he hear a fallacy, he gonna stop it right there. Like, nope. Oh, that's strict. Go ahead, Brock, and then I'm gonna finish. I'm gonna start this back up.
Yeah, I was just gonna say I noticed it was right after like I said, I had seen the Timcast post of the Witsit episode, and then it was like right afterwards. My first thought was, "Oh, I got to see the mind shock of this," and so I went looking for it, and I couldn't find it, and that on YouTube, and that's why I started looking on X, and I could find him on there, and I found that Bruce account, and then I'm like, it's just so obvious, man, like. Why would they nuke him right when he's about to do a review on one of the biggest podcasts like that? I don't know. Makes you wonder.
Exactly. Things that make you go,
Anyways, you guys are all awesome. I gotta head to bed here soon, so you guys keep killing it.
Good to see you, brother.
Yeah, good night. 121.
Yes, sir.
Real quick, sorry, I'm trying to understand this. So the sun has pull on the planets.
Yeah.
And do you believe the sun then is not as massive? It's smaller?
No, same sun. in both systems.
But is it
what
just
we have now is another force involved because the universe is rotating.
Yeah.
And that's going to cause centrifugal, Coriolis, and Euler forces on the solar system, and it's going to make that sun go in complete tow by the forces of the rotating universe around the fixed Earth.
And so just to clarify, you're saying the Earth is then fixed. It cannot be moved.
Right.
Like, let's
Doesn't rotate.
hold on. I want to ask Robert a question here because I'm curious about this. Let's say that you took a SpaceX Starship and you went to Mars and you had a family and your family grew up on Mars. How would they perceive the universe? Would they perceive the sun going around Mars instead?
They're going to see it from the Mars point of view. And I have no problem with that. The question is that the real system? You can go on Pluto and live if you want, and you're going to see everything revolve around Pluto.
Right.
That's not the issue here.
But that drives my question then. What is your evidence that it is Earth as opposed to if you grew up on Mars, you would feel like it was Mars?
We've done physical.
I was waiting to get in here.
I mean, yeah, this guy is so bad faith. I mean, it's just so obvious he's bad faith because he's basically strawmanning here because the point is, what is the objective truth?
Watch what carrots do to your dog. Here are the best and worst foods for your dogs. Number 1.
Let me that ad blocker, bro.
What is the objective truth? He's not talking about what people feel like observing in the sky. Because, I mean, moving the goalpost and strawman logic fallacy stack there, because that's not what Sungenis explicitly stated. We're not talking about what things look like or what they feel like or whether you're on Mars or Pluto. He wants to know what the actual true model of the universe is. And this guy, in his pure bad faith, he's just moving the goalpost and not only strawmanning, but also shifting the burden of proof on him over something he's not even claiming because Sungenis just agreed with him that it would appear that everything's moving around Mars if you're on Mars or Pluto. And he explicitly stated that's not what's being discussed here. So, Nominal in the chat says, this guy's the Brian Stelter of NASA.
Hey, yo.
Oh, man. Oh, man. I mean, but is it possible to be more bad faith than this Ferguson guy? Jones says he's just trying to keep the audience confused. I mean, yeah, but it's the bad faith is so obvious now. I mean, it's just
you heard it here first.
More obvious at this point.
Maybe you did. Kind of late.
You saw the duper's delight earlier. Like he was creeping his mouth into a smile as he was, intentionally. I
like how he goes into like the analyzing the body language,
intentionally avoiding the explicit points being brought up here.
Test on the Earth.
That's where Austin comes in.
Yeah,
that's where I was going to go next.
Proven. We have Aries failure, stellar aberration. It doesn't change when you introduce an additional medium. We have Michelson-Morley, and we can get all these, but interferometry, that was right. Then Michelson go person, match the sidereal rotation. I'm actually trying to scattergram. I want to make sure that the audience is following here. So we have Newton. You have the idea that the sun's really huge. It has the most gravity. The planets move around it, so it's logical that the Earth would also move around.
So Austin, let me ask you a question.
So then Mach came along and said, wait up. Newton didn't even think about the rest of the universe. He thought the sun was the center of the entire universe. So when we actually take his theory even and we apply it to a rotating universe, the angular momentum of that whole universe would outweigh any effect of the sun, and the Earth would be in the center. This spills over into relativity as well. Now, I actually reject all of this. I reject the claim sizes. I don't even believe in all that. But it's misinformation. It needs to be pointed out that even in the Newtonian and Einsteinian models, the Earth could be in the center. So what we need to do is go back to Earth, look at the actual test, the empirical evidence. What does the empirical evidence show? Instead of this woo-woo, we can't know the truth. It could be anything.
That's what I'm talking about. That's why he's everything. That's why he's the GOAT. The GOAT.
What does that serve us? We did tests on the Earth that proved that the Earth is not moving.
Let me go back to the very first test.
I looked that up. Like what were the studies? What were the tests?
So let me go back to the first
Aries
one.
failure.
Aries. How do you
AIRY? Now Wikipedia.
We're gonna get into it. Yeah.
Just so you know.
I want to ask Austin this because so Aries failure. So for people who don't know, and I'm sure Tim's going to pull it up here in a second.
But Earth Wiki, should I do that?
Well, that's the debunk site, but it's good. It's still good. It still can be good because all of them are going to say what's not true, which is very telling.
So Aries failure, for those who don't know, I'm sure the audience may not be familiar with this, but it involves a telescope filled with water because light travels slower in water. Would you agree?
So this is what me and him was getting into on the timeline. He did not want to talk. He did not want to get into it for real. Answer my question, bro. Can you still man the argument? So let's see how he starts to build his premise. Piezo kind of laid this out for us last night. Adding some more context to some of the things that he talked about with the PhD from CERN. But yeah, Aries failure. Let's listen.
So Aries failure, for those who don't know, I'm sure the audience may not be familiar with this, but it involves a telescope filled with water because light travels slower in water. Would you agree?
And again, look at just the level of insecurity. Oh, the audience might not know this because Ferguson is so much smarter. Like he had to add that in there instead of just explain it. Like when Austin explains both sides
Yeah.
of all of this, he's just explaining it. He's not adding in these digs on the audience because he's that insecure and he needs to feed his ego due to being this insane narcissist. I mean, wow. I mean, it's crazy.
That light travels slower in water. Okay, so you have a water-filled telescope. The principle behind Aries' failure, which, I mean, this experiment goes back, before Einstein. At that time, physicists believed in the ether, that light was entrained in this ether, and that it was called the undulating theory of light, that light was traveling through the ether, a medium. They thought it was necessary. So basically, you have a water-filled telescope pointing at a star. Now, you have stellar aberration because light acts a bit like when you're running in the rain. If you accelerate, you have to tilt your umbrella down to catch the rain. And so starlight acts that way. As we go around the sun, the starlight is deflected slightly by Earth's orbital motion, at least in our model, right? And so if you point a telescope at a star, you have to correct for what we call stellar aberration, the deflection of that starlight. Now, if you fill that telescope with water, the thought was if the starlight is entrained in ether, and think of this as a medium that Earth is moving through around the solar system, then if you slow the light down, but if it's trapped in the ether, it's still going to have lateral motion in the telescope consistent with Earth's orbital motion, and that won't be affected by the water.
Well, I'll let you jump in here, Bruce. Just make sure that I make one thing clear. They believed in a static ether, but at least that was the framework with the Earth moving through it. Let's see if they got the right prediction.
But if it's trapped in
even though this is an irrelevant point.
ether, it's still going to have lateral motion in the telescope consistent with Earth's orbital motion, and that won't be affected by the water.
Okay, that wasn't the absolute worst explanation I've heard about that. But again, I mean, we're talking about a lot of assumptions here and hallucinating to know exactly how many variables are or are not.
I eat healthy, delicious meals for just $3, and this is how.
Good.
At play. How would he know that? Again, that's why you always have to go back to the scientific method. Because what are the possible unknown variables at play here? And when you modulate variables, what is the effect? What is the control? Because if you're not using any of these terms, I mean, you're pretty much just LARPing as a scientist without actually being scientific. I mean, that's actually what scientism cultists are. They're just scientist LARPers. Because they're not actually doing any real science. They're just pretending to while completely avoiding demonstrating adherence with the scientific method. So that's, I mean, so again, that wasn't the absolute worst explanations I've heard, but again, he completely avoided how any of this adheres to the scientific method. And that's kind of a big issue. And again, this is why it opens the door to these false cause logical fallacies, these false dichotomy logical fallacies, as if the only possibilities are heliocentric with ether, heliocentric without ether, geocentric with or without ether, like as if these are the absolute only possibilities and these are the only variables at play. I mean, that's how brain dead these scientism cultist goofs are. Hallucinating to know that these are the only variables at play and these are the only possibilities.
Okay, so no, let me finish. So what happens in reality is you have a photon of light entering the telescope.
Wait, hold on a second. I thought he said it was anything could be possible in reality and it can't be known to be true. Now all of a sudden he knows what's happening in objective reality. And listen to that narcissistic false confidence that he said that with, like the emphasis that he put, like the inflection he put on this is what's happening actually in reality, whereas just moments ago he was saying it's basically impossible to determine any of this stuff. Now all of a sudden he's an expert on actual reality.
So convenient.
Oh, man. I mean, this guy, I mean, he has to be in the running for the Dunning-Kruger Championships. I've never seen anybody debate this poorly in this particular fashion and jumping across hypocrisies. I mean, so quickly. I mean, just moments ago, he was talking about how you can't know what objective reality is while also saying that certain things are not possible. So even though it's impossible to know objective reality, he knows for sure that neither of the possibilities Sungenis mentioned were even possible, theoretically. I mean, we've never seen a goof like
the all-knowing
this guy truly is special. I mean, this guy's starting to give Craig a run for his money.
Bruce is hilarious.
Slowed down by the water, but the water doesn't have any preferential way of knowing, oh, this vector towards the bottom of the telescope, I'm going to slow it down this direction, but I'm not going to slow it down laterally.
What?
What? What is he talking about? What? The water's
Sentience
not
of
gonna
water.
know in which direction to slow down light? Well, it's either going to do it or not do it. I mean, what? Now, in what fashion it's doing it and why, those are separate issues. But I mean, that was kind of weird. I've never seen anybody say something that dumb in relation to Aries' failure. But okay, so he's not done with the explanation yet. I've been quick to give him credit where I should not have.
Doesn't work like that. But it would have, at least in theory, if ether were real and it.
Whoa. I mean, we definitely got a guy in the running here. Oh man. Circular reasoning, false dichotomy, false cause, false premise. I mean, this stack is insane, and strawman. But I mean, this stack is insane. So he's saying if ether were true, water would magically know which way to slow down light. Does this guy, I don't even know if this guy understands what he's saying. It's like he's talking just to talk and sounds like, did he actually think that through? If ether were real, presupposing it's not, if ether were real, water would magically know which direction to slow down light? Like, what is this guy talking about?
His best argument, man.
I mean, this level of goofery. I mean, I don't even know if Craig would say something that dumb. I mean, I really don't think so. I mean, Austin, what do you think? Do you think Craig would say something that dumb?
He might.
I'm not sure he would.
He might, man.
Want to turn hair loss into hair gains?
Crazy.
With HIMS, discover a range of prescription.
He would. I'm not sure he would. If ether were real, water would magically somehow know in which direction to slow down.
We're entrained in the ether. The idea was it's still stuck in the ether. It's still going to have this lateral motion caused by Earth's orbital motion. But because ether doesn't actually exist, and that's what the result actually showed, that photon was coming straight down the tube, the same as it did without the water present. So Aries showed no effect on stellar aberration. The amount of stellar aberration in the water-filled telescope was the same. But the whole reason they expected it to be different was because of ether, the idea that it was going to be entrained in ether and move laterally. So Austin, my question to you is, if you had your water-filled telescope on Mars and you point at a star, will you see stellar aberration consistent with Mars's orbital motion, or will it be affected by water?
If you went to Narnia, what would be your favorite color?
That's what I'm talking about. That's why he's everything. That's why he's the GOAT. The GOAT.
I don't go to Mars, and that.
I mean, Austin shutting down this goof's bad faith, strawmanning. I mean, just diversion fallacy, circular reasoning fallacies, false dichotomy. I mean, this guy is so all over the place with spamming the fallacies. I mean, and he's so bad faith about it, and you can see the duper's delight creeping on his face. Okay. Yeah, I mean, Ferguson is so bad faith here. I mean, have we ever even seen somebody this bad faith and making arguments this dumb? If ether were real,
no,
would
there's been a
magically
few.
know which direction to slow down light. I mean, what is he talking about? I mean, I would have asked if he's familiar with the scientific method, because it appears that he is not. It appears that he just doesn't have a clue on what the scientific method even is. And I don't know if he's just melting. This is his version of melting down, because he is relatively calm. I mean, this guy is not like the typical triggered dude. He's relatively calm.
You're not in person.
But you can see the duper's
On the
delight.
keyboard is a
Bad
different
faith
story.
is beyond obvious. So, I mean, I don't really, like, it's just, like, what are you going to do with a goof like this? It's just, was it a case of him just being this ill-prepared, being absolutely humiliated and obliterated in the opening, and just within the first few minutes, that this is his spiral cope he had? Like, maybe he didn't intend to go bad faith that early, and it's just he had no other option? Like
No, he thought that was the one. He's like, oh, this is going to get him.
Ego's just got him on that short string. He's just dancing for his ego at this point. And he's got absolutely nothing. He's got absolutely nothing. I think it's time we bring back another clip here. This was a classic. This was a classic. Give me a second. I want to bring this one back because it's pretty funny.
Load the clip, Bruce. Load the clip.
Explain the cope here. I think it might explain the cope spiral here. and why this guy is being this bad faith and this silly, because he's just being absolutely obliterated here.
He forgot his case. He forgot to bring it. I don't know. I don't see it. He forgot his case. He forgot to bring it. I don't know. I don't see it. Do you?
Hi, my name's Dr. Frank Schallenberg.
Yeah,
I'm
Dr.
77
Frank.
years old. And
You
although
don't want to hear your ad,
I don't
brother.
see it. Do you?
Irrelevant, it's a deflection. I'm going to correct. What he just said was the mainstream version. They do this with all truths, by the way. That's why we're going to have a Wikipedia truth box at the bottom of this channel. And they have to misrepresent this test. And it has nothing to do with ether.
Let me pause real quick. So just don't forget what you're going to say. I want to stress one of the challenges is earlier we were mentioning, Google, the argument was Google says men can get pregnant. Well, Google says it's not, but I will stress Wikipedia is full of lies.
Yes.
And so if you look up my wiki, it claims, and this is totally irrelevant to conversation, but it's relevant to Wikipedia. At some point, they asked to Joe Rogan on his own show how they could put in something so false. And all of these editors are like, no, it's true. Tim Pool did this. And I'm like, watch the Rogan episode. I told him, no, I said, it doesn't work.
You know what's kind of funny is that Tim Pool could have easily brought up examples that had nothing to do with him, but I guess his narcissism is showing a little bit here too.
That, whether you agree or disagree on any of the arguments being made on flat Earth, presents a troubling scenario where the average person cannot figure out what is.
So Tim, that's one of my favorite things about astronomy, is anyone can look up. It is the most open science there is.
There's no astronomical observation that proves heliocentrism. It all works from a stationary Earth. But I don't want the point to get lost. I don't want the point to get lost. You just went on a long time, and you just said we can read in Wikipedia. The problem with it is what Wikipedia is showing is a lie. And you can prove it by going and reading the papers and looking at Aries' actual documents. Have you done that?
I have. And it says that it had a profound impact on the undulating theory of light.
Wait, that sounds like an analysis of the paper. Like, because you're not necessarily, maybe we'll have to go through all the original documents, but it sounds like he's regurgitating. And look at the Duper's delight creep on his on the edges of his mouth again there. And not to mention, that's all diversion fallacy anyway, and red herring, because we're not talking about the effect on theories or whatever. It's the mechanism of the experiment itself, and what it, like, whether or not the observations, like the interpretation of it after the fact is not that's a separate issue from the actual data gathered. Same thing, for example, with the Cavendish or whatever. Like, determinations, conclusions drawn by assuming variables and abandoning the scientific method is not the same as reading the original observations in the source documents, just like with Cavendish. And this guy knows that. That's why he's so bad faith. Look at the Duper's delight, like the creep of his mouth in Duper's delight. You could see it all over his soy-infused face.
Necessary for that lateral motion of the photon.
You said that 4 times. Now,
that's what his paper said.
Okay, now I'm going to point out why you're wrong. So you actually claimed, just so the audience to understand, you have to look at a star with a telescope, and to keep the star in the center of your telescope, you have to tilt it, because it comes in at an angle. So the analogy he used is when it's like rain. If it's raining straight down, but you run through it, even though the rain's falling straight down, it's going to look like it's coming at an angle. And if you run faster, the angle is going to increase, right? So the idea is the Earth is moving around the sun, making the star look like it's coming at an angle because of the orbital velocity of the Earth. Now, he claimed at the beginning that's why we have stellar aberration, because of orbital velocity. Nothing to do with ether. You claim that it comes at an angle because of orbital velocity. What he pointed out was, well, wait, if water's going to slow down the light, that's going to increase the amount of time it takes for the light to get through the telescope. It would be like speeding up in the rain. So it should actually increase the angle. It did not.
My eyes.
Booyah.
Thank you. Did you know that?
That's what I'm talking about. That's why he's everything. That's why he's the GOAT. The GOAT.
I like that Austin's not being quite as nice or letting this guy get off the hook with it, because he's
Hell no. Full court
this guy's
press.
hypocritical claims and inconsistency with literally everything. This Ferguson goof claimed that, the truth can't be known, this and that. Then all of a sudden he's talking about objective reality and what the truth actually is, and ether doesn't exist, et cetera, et cetera. Now He's saying like the exact the cause claim that he made. Now he's moving the goalpost yet again and spamming diversion fallacies to not address the entire point that he brought up Aries' failure for. This Ferguson goof, I don't think he's ever been checked before. Because when he's in these echo chamber indoctrination facility classrooms, nobody's ever checked him. Nobody's ever checked the regurgitated scientism propaganda.
We be checking him all the time.
Austin's probably the first guy
Just
he's
like that
ever
keyboard.
encountered who checked his religion, who checked the core tenets of his religion of scientism. Run Boston Bear saying, Bruce, it was nice seeing the kids' gloves off a bit. This still wasn't full power, not even close. Well, no, not really. But still, like some of the other debates, Austin was just way too nice. But also, this goof is so bad faith. I mean, he deserves it. I mean, this is almost like, again, he's never been checked before. He doesn't know how to handle it. So he kind of just puts his fingers in his ears and goes la 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 with these diversion fallacies and just these huge fallacy stacks. And you can see the duper's delight. So you can tell that he's just a bad faith narcissist. So that's what's and he's even scummier than like, because Bryant Myers was like a nice guy having a genuine meltdown. Like Bryant Myers had some narcissistic traits. Faith. I think he just got so triggered because he had also never been checked before. But I actually think Bryant Myers maybe kind of cares about what the truth actually is. He just couldn't, the mental strength wasn't there to confront a lot of the unscientific, the scientism propaganda pretending to be science when that got checked. He just didn't have the mental strength for it. But the initial desire might have been there. Ferguson's like as bad faith as you can get. So, I mean, this is just, it's just so bad faith here. I mean, this is definitely going to be a multi-part. I'm already exhausted with just this amount of bad faith and just the level of goofery that Ferguson has sunk to. Like, I don't think Craig would have made some of these claims. Like, water's going to magically know which way.
Yo, why is SPFE the baseline?
Like, what? And then at geocentrism and heliocentrism, neither one of them can be true. It's not a possibility that they're true, according to Ferguson here. Flat Bob says, yeah, I've got a headache from all the goofery. Yeah, I mean, it's tough. It's tough. I'm actually going to, I just can't handle it anymore. I want to make this fair, and I want to address everything point by point. So I think splitting this up would be the most fair thing to do, because I don't want to let Ferguson off the hook with anything. Because, I mean, this goof is so bad faith. We really have to make sure that every single point is gone over here. So this will be a new series, and now that we have, I mean, it might be more than a two-parter, but Justin Johnson in the house here, and Jeff Hunt. Yeah, I mean, we do have it streaming on multiple platforms here, so hopefully, even if YouTube takes it down, we will still have a copy on these other servers, because some of the private servers I was using for redundancies, I think YouTube, I don't know, I think YouTube's doing something weird and like corrupting streams and stuff. Them at all will be one pretty soon, trying to make it a little bit more bite-sized, so that way,
Oh, but that's it, Bruce, but you gotta finish the, they're not really done with Aries for real, are they? Come on, Bruce. You gotta finish Aries. I was thinking about. I gotta finish hearing this.
I don't need like a week to recover from goofs like Ferguson. And again, not an ad hom. I'm not claiming Ferguson is wrong. We are just examining the argumentation at play here. So I hope everybody enjoyed another edition of the Mind Shock podcast and logically analyzing flat Earth debate, possibly one of the best topics for developing logic and reason, which, as Ferguson is showing here, is quickly going extinct, and even Tim Pool to an extent. So like and share. You can check us out, Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon, multiple streams going on. The Twitch, I don't know what's going on with Twitch. Kick and Rumble seem to be working pretty well. You can also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube. Help support us that way. And any... Any questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comments section. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time.
And he really didn't finish this. All right, bro. We're gonna have to watch just a little bit of part 2. Just a little bit. Stationary Saturdays, man. What's up? Why did he end it right in the middle of Aries, bro? If you're just tuning in, we were just doing a little bit of a listening don't really talk that much. Well, Mindshock was doing a little bit of an analysis, logical analysis. And I was really interested in hearing his breakdown of the Aries failure part of the conversation, but he didn't finish it, I don't think. So we listened to the first part. I do want to hear the rest of it, though. I am going to do that. If you want to come speak on it, whatever we're listening to, while we're still live, grab a mic, go forever hold your peace. Because I'm not sure how long I'm going to be plugged into the Matrix. Let's keep it rocking. This is the second part, I believe. Yeah. Y'all still up to Bruce. I'm going to try to skip through some of the intro because I think we just chilling for the first couple minutes. Let's see.
I will do my presentation on it. So, Truth Trollette in here, Sean Hawkins claiming Flat Earth lost. So we haven't seen the end of the debate. So maybe Ferguson's going to make the greatest comeback in history.
Yeah, right. I mean,
he's only down a few points to Austin Whitsitt. But I don't know. Maybe Michael Jordan has been thrashing these kids in the schoolyard, and it's a complete blowout, 100-0. Maybe the kids are going to make a comeback. Maybe they're going to somehow come back from this 3-digit deficit. It's possible. Sean Hawkins said it happened. We'll see if it actually happened. Flatless in here. Truth Trollette saying Sean is lonely and seeking attention by being triggered. Haley Green, hello. Sean claiming Whitsitt isn't even a flat earther. He is a geocentrist and a coward. So why is he arguing with some Genis here? Okay, anyway, I mean, I don't know. Maybe Sean's having trouble.
You guys are
debate there. Justin Johnson in the house. Joey B, is the audio low? I got it cranked pretty high on my end.
Oh, wait, do I gotta adjust the speed?
Welcome.
Hold on, y'all. My bad. I don't want to drag this too long. I think I'm good. Yeah.
South to west.
I got it at 1.35.
All right, so if nobody's got any questions, we'll pick up right where we left off.
Aries failure.
For any of the triggered individuals like Sean Hawkins, feel free to point out the fallacies from Austin Whitsitt if you feel he is making them. Or anybody here, any of these parties. Like primetime Alex Stein, quite the goofy individual.
Hey, leave Alex out of this, man. Send me an ad blocker.
Primetime Alex Stein, quite the goofy individual.
Gotta skip. Oh, here we go.
It's falling straight down. It's going to look like it's coming at an angle. And if you run faster, the angle is going to increase, right? So the idea is the Earth is moving around the sun, making the star look like it's coming at an angle because of the orbital velocity of the Earth. Now, he claimed at the beginning that's why we have stellar aberration, because of orbital velocity. Nothing to do with ether. You claim that it comes at an angle because of orbital velocity. What he pointed out was, well, wait, if water is going to slow down the light, that's going to increase the amount of time it takes for the light to get through the telescope. It would be like speeding up in the rain. So it should actually increase the angle. It did not. Has nothing to do with ether. The fact that it may also have an implication, sure, because either light's in the medium or it's not. The test isn't about the ether. The test is about actually isolating the causal mechanism of stellar aberration. So my question is, if you're claiming that it does tilt because of the orbital velocity initially, you claim that was the cause of stellar aberration, why didn't it change when you increased the amount of time it took the light to get through the telescope?
Because the water slows it down on all axes.
Now, real quick, can you define stellar aberration for those that don't know?
So stellar aberration is what I was talking about with how the rain, if you're running in the rain, you got to tilt your umbrella down. But it could also be the wind is blowing the rain at you, and that's why you have to tilt your umbrella down. But regardless of that, the idea is the stellar light, the light of the star, is deflected either due to our motion around the sun, or if you want to believe the sun's motion and the universe's motion around us. But it's that relative motion that's causing it to deflect.
Okay, so you're saying the causal mechanism of your angled starlight is due to some type of motion. That's what you just said, Ferg. You predicted to be a specific way. You looked at the telescope. It wasn't where it needed to be. You had to tilt it, and you said that's because something is in motion, and your something is the Earth. There's a way to test that, to see if the Earth is, in fact, is in motion, or if the starlight is just already coming down at that angle. See what Bruce got to say.
Okay, I don't think I'm going to be able to wait. I think I'm going to have to do my presentation here because this is just, I mean, the level of goofery here. So this is a false dichotomy found. I mean, this is textbook false dichotomy because there's many other variables, including, and I'm actually kind of surprised Austin didn't bring it up unless he's going to, because this is a huge factor here. I'm going to put up all the references on the screen. Yeah, I haven't properly addressed Aries failure before, but there's Fresnel's coefficient equations here. So we have the Fresnel reflection coefficient, which is used to describe the energy relationship between the incident and reflected electromagnetic wave at the interface of two mediums. So if you have a medium of water, whatever, medium of air, whatever, it doesn't even matter what the mediums are. Ether, not ether. I mean, we're talking about different mediums here. So now you would think, I mean, I forgot what this guy's credentials were. I mean, not that, the credentials, the Peeled credentials fallacy, but you would think you would know something about Fresnel reflection coefficient. I mean, this is relatively standard stuff. This is not super advanced or anything. We're not going to go really deep in the weeds and start breaking down the exact equations for all the different waves and all the different mediums. We don't need to do that, but I just want to dumb this down to such a level. I mean, obviously this Ferguson goof's either not going to get it, or he knows about it all and he's just not being intellectually honest.
That's what I think it is.
So I want to make sure everybody in the chat is keeping up here.
Like when I tell somebody to like acknowledge my point or acknowledge my argument, so that way I can establish a comprehension and then you purposely avoid the simple request, it let me know that you don't want to do it. Otherwise, you would just do it. Like, okay, yeah, I'll acknowledge that. I'll acknowledge it and refute it. That's how we get down. When I be asking for simple things like that and I don't get it, I'm like, oh, okay, so you must know where I'm going with this. You know that you can't acknowledge what I'm saying right now, because if you do acknowledge it, you're not gonna be able to refute it or at least challenge it. And we can interpret that as intellectual dishonesty as opposed to ignorance.
So the Fresnel reflection coefficient is the energy relationship between the incident and reflected electromagnetic waves at the interface of two mediums. I mean, another way to think about it is, I think actually Flat Earth Dave actually had a video where there was some guy in a pool and his upper body above the pool, his lower body in the pool. It looked different. I mean, we're talking about different mediums here: water, air, and possibly ether.
Yeah, Dave, I wonder if you got that post. Did you post that on Twitter, on X? It's like when you're seeing a guy in a pool looking straight ahead at him, it's just look normal proportions, but then when you angle to the side, it's like a transparent pool, and the guy's floating in water. And then when you dip off to the angle, you see like the head kind of separates from the body because of the refraction. That's what he's talking about.
The pool, his lower body in the pool, it looked different. I mean, we're talking about different mediums here: water, air, and possibly ether. So we're just setting the stage here. I've actually found a website that described it really simply, because I'm always trying to keep everything as simple as possible, because we don't need to do 10-hour lectures on the physics of all of this with possibly false cosmological fallacies at play here. I just want everybody to understand certain and these aren't even the only variables, because keep in mind, there could be many more variables we don't even know about. I mean, think about the level of narcissistic goofery, goofs like Ferguson, where they hallucinate they know all the variables. I mean, there's plenty of more undiscovered variables yet. But anyway, so the Fresnel coefficient is actually critical in understanding Aries failure. So let's go. There's actually the simplest website. I'm actually going to start off with Michelson-Morley, and it is directly related. So this will be the Michelson-Morley Aries failure dual presentation by Mindshock for the first time ever.
Ooh, can't wait for that.
I have a different one where I could go into Michelson-Morley a lot deeper, but I just want to keep everything as simple as possible here. So scienceversetruth.org has an interesting write-up, and obviously the scientism cultists will immediately start spamming genetic logical fallacies. Oh, this is some random blog. But if you're actually being scientific, logical, neutral, objective, you actually care about reality, we're going to be looking at the merit of the content of an argument instead of the source. So the write-up here on scienceversetruth.org, and this guy, I don't think this guy's a flat earther. I don't see anything about flat earth on this blog. I don't even really see... I don't even know if he's specifically geocentrist. It appears that he might be Hindu. But anyway, Well, actually, okay. So this is apparently this guy was a surgeon, a doctor, Dr. Srinivasa Rao Gonuguntla from India. So here's about the author here on the Science vs. Truth blog, just to give a little intro for the people who care about who wrote this. But I was kind of impressed because of his ability to dumb everything down. I am a general surgeon turned truth seeker philosopher. I realize that there exist many superstitions in what we study as science and which come in the way of truth. I urge people who call themselves as rationalists and skeptics not to blindly swear by the teachings of science, but rather continue to remain critical as one would with any other social religious beliefs. Otherwise, the term rational will become synonymous with religiousness, and rationalists would become the religious followers of a religion which portrays itself as science. Well, it actually exists. It's called scientism. I guess he hasn't heard of it.
Scientism. Isms.
But yeah, that's exactly scientism. Just by reciting and blindly believing in what is taught as science or by using the latest tech and gadgets, we can't claim as being scientific. For us to claim as scientific, we need to correctly understand the nature. The prevailing notion is that science, especially physics, is a difficult subject to grasp, but the truth is that true science is never too difficult to understand, even for the average minds. To understand nature, what one requires is just a child's mind. If students find some sciences particularly difficult to comprehend, it is highly likely that they are studying some fake science or mythical stuff. Let me bring up a photo of this guy. Who's impressed with this guy's writing so far? I don't see anything about flat Earth here or any crazy conspiracies. This is a guy who's a doctor, a surgeon, educated. I'm assuming in India. He said he's India. So this is all his writing on his blog, scienceversetruth.org. But yeah, clearly he has a pretty good grasp of what separates science from religion. And there is a genuine reason for the prevailing physics phobia amongst the science students. How can we expect children to correctly understand fake science? Or aka scientism. How can anyone see things that don't exist unless one
That's crazy. How to help children understand fake science is a wild header.
Deludes or pretends. Help resurrect true science and help reestablish peace and harmony in society. This is Dr. Srinivasa Rao Gonuguntla. So I was pretty impressed with this guy's grasp of the separating real science versus fake science, aka scientism. He's pretty on point here.
Yeah, interpretation is super important. You don't know how to critically think, you're not going to be able to understand the results. Oh, we got Dave and Ken up here. What up, Ken? What up, Dave?
Hey, I just tweeted the guy in the pool. I don't know how to post it onto here, so maybe you can drag it over.
Nah, we're going to teach you right now, Dave.
Oh, man. Here we go. Go ahead.
No, it's early. Hold on. Let me
go ahead.
I want to grab it too anyway.
All right, we're having an X space lesson.
All right, so where'd you post it? Did you post it straight?
I tweeted it. I just tweeted it.
Okay, cool. So go to the share button.
The share? What? I have to go to the tweet?
Yeah, go to the tweet that you posted.
Wait. First question is, how the heck do I find the tweet while I'm listening to you guys?
Click your PFP, silly.
My PFP? What the heck is that?
Your profile pic. And then you can jump to your profile.
My profile at the top. There we go. Profile. There you go.
And then
PFP. All right. So now I got something. All right. So PFP, and there it is. So now I got the tweet, and now I hit the share button.
And then you should see share to the space.
I see direct message to you. Is this the first examination? Pound TFE. Is that the right party or no?
Yeah, that's the one. It should.
That's the one.
Yeah, it should be at the top.
I did it.
Yeah.
Look at me. Thank you. Bigger round of applause, please. Thank you.
That was Dave's first share. This is exactly what we were talking about, though.
No, the problem is that wasn't my first share. It's probably my third share.
Oh, whoa.
And I keep forgetting how to do it. Run, Boston Bear. Aren't you supposed to be running? Get off this phone. Get to your run. Come on. Clean the house. It's a mess.
What mile are we on right now? He said he's doing 9 today.
He's messaging me. So he's not running. He's not cleaning.
He might be. He actually might be running, texting, holding
and taking care of the kids. Yeah, he's got 3 kids in a stroller. He's running. He's texting. I can see it. on a trail too.
Oh, do you want to tell everybody about this post real quick before we continue?
So this is just showing the optic, like if the sky is glass, as the Bible says, I kind of think there's some sort of shiny firmament up there, and there is water. God separated the waters from the waters. When you look at this, no matter where you stand, the face of him, his body, is facing wherever you're looking from. So is that what's going on in the sky? Maybe. With a glass ceiling and water. The options are endless. We don't even know what all the options are. So,
very, very true. So for them to just claim that the reason why some light may be coming in to our environment at an angle because of motion, got to determine what motion it is, and it like Bruce was saying, and just like David was showing, it could be other effects as well.
Get a glass pitcher or something that has, that a curved pitcher, fill it with water, hold it in front of your face and walk around your house, right? You're going to see all sorts of crazy stuff. Things are going to move in all different directions. You're going to see stuff, it's like what's going on in the sky. It's fascinating, whatever it is. So, but this is that, the Globers will come on here and go, well, you think the sky is concaving or convexing because we're looking at a convex pool? Sure, I couldn't find a concave pool, but I'm sure a concave pool would be even more amazing. So again, optics, glass, water, looking up, can't touch it. Who knows what we're looking at?
Which is why they throw into question, is astronomy really science? Because if you can't control and isolate the variables to see what's actually causing what, and if things are in its actual position or just apparent, how can you claim it to be true? At least with the foundation that they do anyway.
100%. Hey, let me give a quick app update. First thing is, if you haven't used your app in a long time and it's not working, you just need to update it and it'll work. If you've updated your app, the friend finder is still offline, but we're testing it now. Hopefully it'll be online next week, faster and better than ever. And the third thing is, if you gift the app or we just refer the app, use your referral code from now until January 2nd or midnight on New Year's Eve. No, midnight on January 1st. You get double the points and double the dome. So for every referral, you get 2 points and you get 3 million dome.
Ain't go wrong without the dome.
Yeah, there you go. Again, and I just encourage people that aren't into crypto, just play with the free dome, right? And learn how to manipulate, move crypto around, because it's going to be a very useful skill in the current and near future.
DYOR. But thanks for the update, Dave. I appreciate that.
All right, and I'll be kicking back listening. Good job, so good job. I've been listening for a few hours.
Yes, sir. Appreciate you, brother.
All right, man.
Ken, you locked in with me? What up, Ken? Just want to make sure you good, bro. Checking in. Probably doing some.
I was making a cup of coffee.
Ooh, nice. Get that morning cup of Joe.
Yeah, I had to take the dogs for a walk first.
Coffee finds his level 2.
So this guy gonna teach us about scientism this morning?
I guess so. Let's see what he got to say.
Pretty on point here. So let's continue here. I'm going to go over Mickelson Morley here on his blog, and then we'll go over Aries failure, and then we'll jump back to Ferguson's ramblings here, his scientism ramblings that actually don't represent the experiment at all, or even basic common sense, which we will see here in a moment. Again, that doesn't mean he's wrong about his model of the universe per se. He can still be correct, but everything he's saying about these experiments is demonstrably false.
That's what I was saying.
So here's our first graphic here.
He's not showing
Keep in
anything.
mind, there's quite a bit of a delay on this here. So I hope everybody can follow here.
Should I like screenshot and then post like as he's talking so y'all can see? I guess I could do that. Whoa, who's that? Is that Proud?
Yeah. It's some requests, by the way, but
Oh, I can't see.
yeah, I just wanted to jump in and let you know that, you know.
Hello, everyone. I have a quick question for everybody in here as a flat earther, which is bugging my mind. Talk.
Yeah, I mean, sure, why not? Like, we're in the middle of listening to Aries' failure. Is it relevant to that, or is it something else?
Yeah, exactly. It is. I had a question from one of the first engineers from my ship. I'm a captain myself, so this is relevant to my job. So this question also goes to David and Austin if they want to jump in. They're welcome. So the distance from Gibraltar to New York is about 3,500 nautical miles. So with 12 knots, it makes about 12 days to navigate. Okay, northern hemisphere. And so the distance from Cape Town to Magellan is about 5,200 nautical miles, which is 18 days. So when you look at the Gleason's flat Earth map, these distances and sailing days is inconsistent. Also, the distance from the Chilean coast, Puerto Montt, to Brisbane is about 6,200 miles, which is 20 days. You just don't get into the numbers. My question is this navigational days in the southern hemisphere doesn't add up, guys. So I think there is a serious problem with our flat earth maps. I know that you will all say that, these maps are not for real. We don't know the real map. We don't have one in hand. But still, the navigation days in the southern hemisphere should have been much more than these numbers, which I came up with, which is a question in my hand, and I couldn't figure out. Wants to make a comment on it? I would like to hear.
What should be more, the time that it took to travel?
No, the time and the distance, it doesn't matter, because I take these distances from the legit navigational calculation applications, or if anyone's familiar with NetPass, or even if you have the ones that we use on board at ships. So I have not navigated in the southern hemisphere too much myself as a captain, but I know that these the numbers are accurate as per these applications that they are being used on board as actual sailing equipment. So there's really something odd about these distances in the southern hemisphere, especially from Africa to South America or South America to Australia. Any comments? I mean, just to make a clear picture, like just bring up a Gleason map in front of you, okay? Just take the distance from Gibraltar to New York. You will see the distance, and that distance is usually 12 days with a cargo ship, okay? So it's about 3,500 nautical miles from Gibraltar to New York, okay? Just make a straight line. The shortest distance, it's about 12 days. But when you compare that distance with any other two ports in the southern hemisphere, like Cape Town to Magellan in the south of the South America, the southest part, as you know, that distance should be like at least a double. But when you calculate it with these equipments which are accurate and which is by the actual sailing distances, it's only 1.5 times bigger than this Gibraltar-New York distance. But when you compare it on the map of the Gleason, it should be maybe more than the 2 times. You get my point?
Yeah, when you're appealing to the coordinate system and plotting it on the Gleasons, you're saying there's a little bit of discrepancy. I was asking, my bad, when I was muted. I thought my mic was open. When you're have you sailed in
it's not a little bit. It's a little bit more than
sailed in the north and the south before, like in both?
It's not coordinates.
Yeah, I've been sailing for 5 years on the cargo ships, tankers, but this is not relevant to what I said. I mean, what I'm asking is there is some inconsistency in the southern sailing distances of this flat Earth map. That's what I'm saying.
It is relevant. The reason why is because some of the sailors that have spoken out about some of the discrepancies that they've noticed, they said that for some reason they can't hit certain speeds in the south that they do in the north. And I was about to ask you, do you have any experience with them same type of discrepancies? Like for some reason you can't hit certain speeds, like high speeds, or not? I guess you would say.
No, but the thing is that the speed is irrelevant because there's the distance, and your speed is based on what you put on the numbers. You understand that the distances makes the most important.
How do you determine distance without speed? You need time and speed, right?
You don't need speed to determine the distance. You don't need speed to determine the distance. Distance is just distance which is measured by nautical miles at sailing.
Time and speed is distance, right?
No, the distance.
Are you sure, bro?
Is the distance. Yeah, I'm sure. I'm kept myself. The distance is distance. I'm sure the other guys will understand me. The distance is the distance. It is not relevant. The speed is just effects on how much time you spend on that
by
distance.
Going a certain speed, right?
Yeah, by going a certain speed, you can just put your average speed. Doesn't matter.
Speed is relevant though, right? Like if you have a certain amount of time, you need to go a specific amount of distance. You have to go a certain speed, right?
Time, speed, and distance. You can work out any one of those 3 if you have the other 2.
So, Ron, you would agree that speed is relevant to distance, right?
Well, but yes, speed is relevant to distance, yeah, if you're doing calculations, for sure. If you want to know how far you went, you need to know how fast you were going and for how long. If you want to know how fast you were going, you need to know how far and how long it took you to get there. Speed, okay. Time, and distance.
Hold on. Don't talk over each other. Ron, finish your thought. And I want Mr. Tweeter, I want you to acknowledge what Ron Howland is saying. My bad.
Speed, time, and distance. If you have 2 of those things, you can work out the third one.
So both of you. Wait, I don't know if you're a globe earther, Mr. Tweeter. Are you a globe earther or flat earther?
I'm a flat earther myself.
Okay, so you have just discrepancies about the south, but you're saying that speed isn't relevant in distance, and then Tosh Ron is a globe earther.
Speed is definitely irrelevant to distance. These are 2 different terms.
Okay.
The speed and distance are irrelevant. They are 2 different terms. You can calculate the speed and distance with the time that you spent. That's another thing. I'm okay with that. With the time and the speed, you can calculate the distance. But the distance is given on these applications. The distance is just distance. It's measured in nautical miles, and it's not relevant.
Well,
with the
it's
speed.
Based off of a coordinate system that references the sky.
No reference on the distance on the sea.
But in order to get your position on the sea, you got to look at the sky. That's how they determine some of these distances. So they have a specific coordinate system that they have to use relative to their position on the surface to the sky.
No coordinate system involved.
Well, he just said
the coordinate system is messed up. That's what I'm saying. But you take the speed as a constant number, okay? You just take the constant number as a speed. You understand? You just take it 12 knots, let's say. You usually take it as 12 knots because some days you make 30.
Isn't that a simplification? Like just use a...
Yeah, it's a simplification because some days you make 13 knots, some days you make 12 to 11 knots depending on the on the currents, depending on the weather, etc. But if you take it from 12 knots as an average of the distance, the time that you will spend for navigating from Chile to Australia is about 22 days. But when you compare that distance from the flat Earth map and bring it on the distance on the New York and Gibraltar, there is inconsistency. That's bugging my mind. You understand?
I mean, we talk about the inconsistency in these southern waters all the time. I'm just trying to figure out, maybe you have some more specific numbers. But, I watched a couple of presentations from Hervé Raboni, and he talks about how it takes so much longer of a time and quote unquote slower speeds in the south when he's traveling versus going in the north. So I'm just wondering, like, how do you know when you're going when it takes a longer time in the south that you're not going a longer distance? And they'll just say, well, maybe we're just going a slower speed today, because just like you said, some days it takes longer, sometimes it's shorter. And then you just implement a constant, like, well, let's just implement a constant of a speed, but that's not really the truth. It's not really a constant speed. The speed is completely different. And seemingly they're not even correlating with what's happening in the north. So I agree. I think there is some discrepancy in the southern waters, but we're trying to figure out, how do you validate the distances without referencing the system, without referencing the coordinate system? Is there a way to validate the distances that they tell us without these fluctuations and simplifications?
That's my question as well. I mean, I'm trying to understand. If you want me to give you the exact numbers, I can give you. Like I'm saying, from Gibraltar to New York, it is around 3,500 nautical miles. And from Portamont to Brisbane, which is from the west side of the South America to the east side of the Australia, it is 6,200 miles. Okay, not even the double of it. But when you want to compare it on the Gleason map, then there's the question. Okay, so there should be some actual map of a flat Earth. If there is, then I can see that both distances doubling up. The New York Gibraltar and the Portamont Brisbane. If the distance from Gibraltar to New York is exactly almost half of the Chile to Australia, then it makes sense. But when you look at these conventional maps that we have in hand, it's much more than the double of it. That's
well, how would you validate the distance? Like, how would you make sure, like, okay, this is the actual distance?
The distances can be looked at. The distances can be looked at from any navigational these navigational programs.
I'm not. Okay, maybe you're misunderstanding. Now, I don't want to spend too much time on this because I want to focus. I asked you if this had to do with the topic that we were listening to, and you said yes. And now you're talking about this is in the South, which is a complete non sequitur from an Aries failure. But I'm just engaging because this is a good question that you have. But I'm just saying, if there's a discrepancy, which you just agree that there is, even on a globe, you say, hey, when we determine these distances, we got a specific distance based on this system, but it's not always accurate. We have to implement a constant of speed, and then we just manipulate the time, or it takes a little bit more time with a constant speed. I'm saying, how do we validate that information is true? That it's not actually those distances. Maybe those distances is completely different.
Because there are lots of conventional commercial trades is going on between these ports that I've been talking about. If there has been
you gotta let me finish, bro. You really gotta let me finish. You really can't interrupt me because you didn't even know what I was about to ask you. That's why you're answering the way that you are.
Yeah, go on.
So what I'm asking is, how do we validate that? Not that, it works because we get to manipulate the variables whenever it's convenient based on a cooked coordinate system. I'm saying, how do we independently validate those distances to know, okay, no matter the fluctuation, it's going to be this distance without referencing, without using it? I don't know if that's been done for.
Okay. You want the answer? Yeah, you can validate it easily with the equipments that are being present in the ship's machinery rooms, which makes exactly the distance, which gives you the exact distance when you travel from one port to another, which calculates these propeller turns and gives you the exact
So
distance.
it can help you determine speed in the moment.
Yeah, everything is recorded.
Oh, it gives a speed for real?
Yeah,
I
it
thought you
gives
said the speed was constant.
distance. The speed is still is not relevant to what to my question.
Wait, hold on, wait.
If there is any sailor, if there is any sailor between the listeners, they will understand me. Is there any sailor, any
You said
captain,
it's not
any?
relevant, but then you said that they account for it, but then you said it's also a constant. So I'm like confused.
They account for their navigational purposes, but it is irrelevant to my question. If there is any captain or chief engineer in the room, they can easily understand my question. If there is, please
I'm
raise your hand.
understanding, and I don't think we got to appeal to a credential. I'm just saying, like, you're saying that they can validate these speeds, but then you said the speed is constant. So I'm confused. Like, how can they validate a speed that's constant? Or is that two different things you're referencing? Because it can't be a constant if it's.
They are recording. They can record the speed for every second.
So it's not a constant.
Yes, they can record the speed, and you can create an average from your records.
Okay, I'm a flat earther myself, and I'm not going to change my mind because of this inconsistency. But I'm just trying to make my mind straight about this thing that's bugging me, right? Okay, and I thought maybe there's a captain or chief engineer in this room and they answer my question, but apparently there isn't. But thank you for all your
Yeah, I'm definitely not a captain or anything like that.
Contribution. Okay, thank you, man.
But I do think that there should be a way to independently verify these distances. I don't know if I heard a step-by-step mechanism. I know you guys said that there's something on the boat. Is there something that is called that I could look into it?
I could give you a similar test that anyone could do.
To verify distance over water?
Not to verify distance over water, but yeah, I'm not sure. The distance over water is going to be it would have been a lot harder a long time ago, of course, but now with the recording systems we've got and stuff, you can tell what speed you're doing. I was doing 15 knots at 12:01. I was doing 12 knots at 12:06, and you can calculate your average. You wouldn't even need to. It would tell you what your average is. Your onboard system, so you could work out an average. But can I make this point? No one around the world says, "Oh, the distances on our maps are wrong." No truck driver ever drove from, San Diego to Santa Cruz and went, "Oh, well, it cost me $120 in fuel," when the map says it's this far, it should have cost me $70 in fuel. That doesn't happen. So those distances on maps are correct. Okay? If you add those all up, all the distances, like say all over America would be a large enough country to do with, there'll be a convex shape to adding all those up. Those distances can't all be put together on a flat Earth. Facts.
No, on an AE map, I think that the coordinate system is a little bit skewed and warped a little bit. I do agree with that. But you guys said that it's the same thing on the globe too. You guys require all these corrections, all these magnetic declination corrections, all these latitude.
No. We're talking about physical roads that are laid on the Earth. If you
people will fact check those. They're
wrong.
wrong.
What we're talking about. We're not talking about physical roads that were laid on Earth because the landmass.
Yeah, that's what I was just talking about. It's just a different thing. It can prove that it's not flat. Well, it was kind of similar to the boat thing in a way, but yeah, we can drop it. I didn't want to drag it. I think you wanted to get back to the guy that was previously talking. So.
Okay, people fact checked the roads in Australia, for example, and they time-lapsed it and videoed it and compared it to Google Maps, and they are objectively different. So you're making this claim that they're for sure the same. They're not. It's already been proven that they're not the same. And
yeah,
assuming
can you
a
present
GPS
me with that
longitude and
evidence?
latitude.
Could you
Sure,
DM
no
me with
problem.
that evidence? That'd be great.
Yeah,
Because I live in Australia, mate, and I've driven
finish.
north, south, east, west several times, and there's nothing wrong with their maps, mate. So
Okay, well, you're wrong though. So
yeah,
it's not that complicated.
Right. So where are you from? You've driven across Australia, have you?
It doesn't matter. I've seen a
Genetic
video of someone
fallacy.
driving across the
It doesn't matter.
You're just wrong, mate. That's the argument. You're just wrong.
There's actual no, that wasn't the argument. The argument was there is documentation of someone comparing the roads on Google Maps to the actual recorded roads.
And you're talking to someone who drove on those roads.
Yeah,
That
but did he
is
do the same
irrelevant.
experiment?
Regardless,
No.
let's not get all
That is
dirty and over
irrelevant.
talking. But
That is irrelevant. Have you ever been to Australia?
the guy talking
not
is
irrelevant.
cash got banned. If I don't see your evidence in my DMs, I'll assume it was a load of shit.
Okay, sounds good, man. As long as I don't have to like add you or anything, right? Because
Careful about
That sounds
You
like
just made a positive claim accidentally. You let it slip. You let a positive claim slip out. Now provide the evidence.
yeah, I already did. I had this conversation 2 days ago.
Oh,
in
you
Discord,
already
and-
did. You already
Dude,
said
dude,
you have it.
you have
Yo,
no
relax.
self-control.
Relax. Pete.
I'm awake. You're half asleep, and you let a positive claim
Relax.
slip out accidentally.
Buddy,
Now you got to deal with it.
Buddy,
Now you got to deal with it.
okay,
You got to own it.
don't interrupt me.
Own it.
Don't interrupt me. Don't interrupt me. I had
Put
this
down the
conversation.
pipe. Put down the crack pipe,
Oh
and
my
provide
God.
the evidence.
Where, Pete? You want to go there? You sure you want to go there, Pete?
Dude, you're a grown man, bro. Like, show some self-control. Okay, so
Uh-huh.
yeah,
Australia maps don't
you
work.
can't do it.
Trust me,
You
bro.
can't do it, bro.
Trust me, bro.
Like,
I saw a YouTube video. Australia map. Fake.
dude, talk about being a crackhead, bro. You can't control yourself.
Listen, you know who this is?
How's your passport? You got your
You know-
passport
you know
yet?
who this is?
Yes,
Planning
buddy.
to
I've
visit
had my
Australia one
passport
day?
for weeks, buddy.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
Put the
For
coffee
weeks.
down, Peter.
You've had a passport. You're like,
Yo,
you're like
he's spiraling.
at least in
He's
your 30s.
spiraling.
You
foaming
got
at
your
the
passport
mouth.
last week. Nice.
He is foaming at the mouth.
Nice, man. Congratulations.
I didn't say
What
anything.
else? Do you have your social security card yet?
Yo,
Wait,
Pete,
guys,
Yeah,
can you please let
relax.
him do this?
bro.
Wait, time out. Can you please let him do this for a couple minutes? Dude, I didn't say I didn't have a passport last week. Why are you lying?
No, you got it last week, right? Yes. Sir.
I've had it for a few weeks.
Oh, nice. How about your social security card?
Well, I've had that
You got
for years.
Oh, well, how many? 2?
Yo, what the?
Okay, is that
Yo.
wait, time out. Even if I only had it for 2 years, is that like a burn or something? All right, look, I'm gonna try to make my point. Please calm down. Okay, I had this
Yeah,
conversation.
tell us more about Australia.
I'm trying to. I had this conversation a few years ago. I mean, a few days ago in Discord, right?
Oh,
And,
wow.
and the same thing happened. We had all these really cocky Globers, and they're like, prove it, prove it. And so I just went and gave it to them. Okay, so I do have it in my recent history. Okay, and of course they all just shut up, which is what's going to happen here. So
You gonna shut up, Pete, when he drop it? Probably not, but
Can I make a positive claim and see what you've got to say about it? Why does Dave's clock app in the friend finder use the haverside formula for distance between friends? I've been asking Dave for weeks. That doesn't
the
respond to me.
GPS, the actual GPS system uses the spherical longitude and latitude coordinate system, and so most of the world largely operates on that
No,
coordinate
it doesn't. What a lie.
No.
It is. GPS uses a
you got
Cartesian coordinate
Spencer,
system.
Pete. Yo, Pete, you got yo, hold on, Pete. You don't act like this nowhere else.
GPS uses a
Pete,
Cartesian.
don't be coming to Flat Earth Fridays with all this weird ass energy, bro. Put your hand up, right? Because the moment that somebody do it to the globe Earth, you're gonna be tweeting up a story. Oh, Flat Earth Fridays they always steamrolling and all this other weird stuff. Relax. We know that you got history with Sid. We know he packed you up a couple episodes ago. You remember. It's okay, bruh. You can respond if you want to without coming off mic fuming at the mouth, foaming at the mouth, fuming at the ears. Chill, gang, chill. I'll give you a chance to address him. Just let him finish. You don't have to send. Well, you do because you don't have a reputation. But when you want to try to challenge him, let him finish first, please.
Yeah, I'm just trying to. I'll just quickly make the point here, though. So, for example, this is like what McToon is doing. McToon is like his big test that he's going to do in Antarctica. He's like, I'm going to measure distances between longitudes. Okay, and he's like, on a flat Earth there should be this, and on a globe Earth there should be this. And someone's like, how are you going to do that? And he's going to use a laser rangefinder up to 1,500 yards. And he's gonna take out his GPS at each point and say, look, it matches the GPS, which means it matches the globe and doesn't match the flat Earth. This is very stupid. Okay. GPS uses a spherical longitude and latitude coordinate system. And in fact, to even develop that, they had to deflect the vertical of the initial measurements to match that system. Okay.
That's an
So
absolute lie. Any person who's ever looked into GPS knows that it uses a Cartesian coordinate system with X, Y, and Z axis. Every position computed by a GPS system is a point in that Cartesian coordinate system. The map that you use is a globe, and it uses latitudes and longitudes. You're confusing two things. You're confusing the map on which we show you your position and how we calculate the position in three-dimensional space. Anyone who's ever spent at least 10 minutes looking into how GPS works immediately finds that. You're an absolute liar because you're not stupid enough to actually believe in what you just said.
okay, don't interrupt me. You see how I didn't interrupt you? Okay. You just conflated two different things.
If I
Like,
don't
yes,
interrupt, you're going
look
to
at that, bro. You're like a
orally
child,
for hours.
dude.
Already chill, Pete.
Dude, I have a 2-year-old that is more behaved than this. Okay. On the local reading, you use a Cartesian coordinate system. That's correct. But when you're actually going to develop it through
What
the
is a local
system,
reading? You just made it up?
buddy, stop interrupting me. You're
Can you guys just mute him? Just mute him so he can't
You
talk.
can't individually mute.
You can't. Yeah, that's the thing. He's taking advantage because he know he's about to get packed up, so he feel like he got a censor.
I don't know. This is my first time, but it's like arguing with my brother. Jeez.
Go ahead, Wissit. Hey,
Yeah.
Peter, show a little bit of self-control, gang.
Okay, whenever you get your individual reading, so that's a local reading, yes, it actually uses a local Cartesian coordinate system, just like the military does for target acquirement, right? You start the central portion of the
What are you
Cartesian.
talking about? Why are you
Stop
bringing up military?
interrupting me, dude. Okay, so you actually used your local position and you start a Cartesian coordinate system with you at the center. And yet that's what we do all the time, even in the military for
So
target
that's how
requirement.
GPS
But
works?
when you're
It
actually
uses you
going
as the
to
center?
shut up, dude.
Peter, don't give up your mic, Pete. Don't give up your mic, man.
It's far simpler than that, Witsit.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on.
He's completely
Pete, please
making
don't
shit
give
up
your
just
mic,
to
man.
like buy time. He's just milking the clock.
I don't care about your opinion if you don't respect anybody in the space. So don't give up. That's the last time I'm
It's
going
the
to
first time you've heard him like make up stuff. He's just dropping. He's like
Hey, that's the last time. That's the
making
last
shit
time
up.
I'm gonna tell
Local
you.
Cartesian coordinate system with you in this.
You interrupt me. Hey, you interrupt me one more time, you're gonna give up your mic. And it's pretty telling that you're this emotionally unstable over GPS.
Yeah, I don't understand why he thinks this makes him look tough. Like, Peter, you
I don't know,
to the corner of Discord to have your little shit show circle jerks. Like, you're not intimidating anyone over here. I don't understand why you think this is necessary.
He's like, oh, it's on the mic. Growl. Chill, bro.
It's necessary because the dude is making shit up as he goes.
Don't give up your mic. It doesn't matter what you believe, bruh. Stop interrupting. It's like he almost wants me to take his mic. He's like, "Oh, look, they took my mic, right?" But I'm not taking it. You giving it up. So I'm telling you for the third, fourth time, bro. Stop. It's not that type of space. You know that. You don't act like there's nowhere else. You're doing this because this is a different platform, I guess, or something. Don't disrespect me like that, bro. I'm giving you every chance to stay up here. Do not disrespect me. That's the last time I'm going to say it. You will get a chance to speak. Don't interrupt me. Don't interrupt no other speakers. Unless they ask that you want to interject. If they confirm that, I'll let it go. If he's saying stop, you shut the hell up. If you don't do that, and you do the opposite of what I'm saying, that means you disrespect me, you don't care about what I'm saying, and you're going to give up your mic. Pete Globinski, last time I'm going to tell you. Embarrassing. Chill. Stationary Saturdays, man. Wait, so now that he got everybody off track and everyone off the plot, please start from the beginning if you can, so we can get the sauce.
Okay, yeah. So he's saying I'm just making stuff up.
Elon mute.
Okay, I was actually just saying the same thing he said, so that's why I said it. He wants you to take his mic so he can claim he destroyed me and that you had to censor him. But anyway, you use a Cartesian coordinate system for your local position. So the initial reading, right? You get a signal. The initial reading is based on your local positioning. But when you're actually going to extrapolate that to a position on telling us where you are on the Earth, you're going to invoke a map that is on place of a longitude and latitude coordinate system objectively. Okay. So when you're going to tell me, hey, I'm right here in Australia, and then I'm over here in Australia, that runs through the longitude and latitude system. That is a spherical coordinate system. So if you use the presupposed globe model to actually tell you your supposed location, then turn around and claim that proves the validity of your model, that's retarded. Okay, that's the thing.
No, the distance being
thank you.
correct
So
is the
hold on.
proof.
I'll treat him seriously for a second. So I'm in an unknown location on Earth, and to compute my position using the signal I receive, I need to know my position because I need to put the center of the coordinate system at my position. Those are your words. So either I know my position already, or the satellites, or whatever you want to believe, buddy, the transmitters are, they need to know my position to establish the center of the coordinate system at my position. This is what the bro said. And then from that, somehow, they're going to compute my position. You're an absolute, your IQ is at least 95, so you need to know that you're lying. Because no person with IQ of 95 or above cannot see the absurdity of the statement that you just made. So you're a liar. You're bamboozling your own audience, a group of gullible people on the internet, innocent folks that stumbled into this nonsense. All right. And as hard as you're trying to diversify away from flat Earth into your geostationary globe, which is your next move, buddy, we all see it coming. You're
stalking you, Witty. You just confirmed it. You're stalking every moment.
Has to call you out. And you're in luck because I'm here today on Eastern Coast time and I had 3 coffees. So I'm here to call you out on your absurd nonsense that you're making. So wake up before you unmute, pop a coffee or whatever else you take, Adderall, and get real, okay?
These guys are obsessed. They take drugs to talk to Wizard.
I told him, drop the coffee, son.
That was so creepy and weird, but you didn't actually rebut what I'm saying. So it's pretty simple, right? You have a local Cartesian coordinate system. We use the same thing in the military for target acquirement.
How did I not rebut what you're saying? I told you I know the absurdity of what you're saying. How can the system know your position to calculate your position?
Peter, I want you to stay up here so I can.
Oh, please keep me here. Please,
just calm down.
Please don't mute me. Don't mute me. Okay, so how did I not rebut your position when I called you out? Well, I called you out on your statement.
Did you watch that old episode?
System, both the receiver and the transmitter, to calculate my position needs to establish the center of the Cartesian coordinate system.
We need to get this guy some
my
decaf.
position. Are you insane?
You done censoring?
How can you calculate my position by establishing the center of my position?
Are you done?
To what would you be calculating my position?
Get off
to
the
itself?
mic. Wait.
What are you crazy? Are you nuts?
Peter, you gotta calm down, buddy. Okay, so
are you nuts? So if there are 2 people,
why are you still talking?
You and I at different locations, then you establish the center of the coordinate system at your location, me at my location.
We gotta let him burn himself out.
I got you, bro.
Peter,
I got you, bro. I
already
know your position.
Get aggressive, Pete.
Peter, you're trying to act like you're acting like
the satellites have little eyeballs, and they can see you. So how do you think GPS works? Satellites have little eyeballs. They see you on the Earth, and they go, "I know where he is. Let me establish the center of the coordinate
if you had
system
to
where
stop
he is."
interrupting Pete, he would have been done by now.
No, he's just
you're doing the same thing that he's
doing. No. When he was talking about like the actual facts around how we was letting him go.
The same thing.
Then when he started crying, and censoring Wissett when Wissett started responding. Then we start clowning him for his emotional outburst. So that's not the same thing. Please don't misrepresent the situation. Everybody can rewind it back. We live right now. That's not the same thing. He stopped and relinquished the mic to Whitsitt, and Whitsitt began to speak, and then he started another emotional tirade, outburst. So we're clowning him for that. It's funny. You think that he deserves like time to keep on crying in the middle of somebody's rebuttal? You think that's an intellectually honest approach, Ron? Well, we see how you be tweeting. I probably can't even ask you that. But you know that you wouldn't accept this. You know, if we said, hey, Ron, you go ahead and speak, and then somebody else has jumped in and just started crying, like you'd be like, yo, can you let me speak, please? Like, what's going on? You're running. So call your other Globe gangster guy out and tell him to chill out. Put the coffee down. Can Whitsitt respond, please, uninterrupted, just like he did for you? And it wasn't even really your turn, P. Rahan was actually got his hand up, but you don't have no respect for him, so that's probably why that happened. Go ahead, Whitsitt.
Okay, so I actually already made a point that refutes his entire notion if he had paid attention, which is that on a globe, the actual vertical of your local position, so like establishing a plumb, it's actually deflected because it's only down relative to the center of the globe, right? So when we use a local coordinate system, a Cartesian coordinate system, it's 100% vertical. And of course, we have the horizontal axis as well. Okay, to actually put this through your model and give you a location on this supposed globe, you have to actually transform that over to a globe map. They use a spherical longitude and latitude coordinate system to do that. This is well known. Okay, you didn't rebut anything. This is just a fact. So again, if you're going to claim that GPS proves the globe, you are effectively saying that utilizing and assuming the spherical longitude and latitude coordinate system of my globe model to then tell me where I am proves the same spherical coordinate system I assumed. It is stupid. Very simple stuff. And again, I'll just repeat this. The way you know that is because you actually use a vertical that's perpendicular to the horizontal baseline. But of course, in the globe, that is a deflected vertical. It isn't even actually vertical. And of course, there isn't a truly extended horizontal baseline on the globe either. They get your local Cartesian coordinate system data. It runs through the spherical longitude and latitude coordinate system. That's all that it does. Doesn't prove anything.
Great. So the funny thing is,
let me just moderate real quick. So I
didn't even mention.
Hold on. I want you to respond, but in order to just make sure that this conversation is effective, can you just like steel man his position first and then like refute it so that way? Because he keeps saying that you're not addressing his point, and I don't want to give you another chance to not address it if he feels like you're not addressing it. So can you just steel man his points that he's making so that way we know that you're responding directly?
I called you out on two absurdities, okay? That are
no. What I want you to do is steel man his
position not directly related to the globe. One is,
can Pete hear me? How does he have like the superpower with Elon? Stop giving the anti-flirts the superpower unmute. Can y'all make sure that Pete can hear me? Because I can't tell if he's strung, like, or if it's just Elon messing with it. Can y'all ask him if he can hear me?
Peter, can you use this? Local coordinate system. Let me finish.
Don't let him.
Sacred. Can you steel man with his position before you continue to monologue? So we know you're on the same page as he is, and you're not.
Okay, I could not hear him. Yes, I will steelman the position, and then I will say what I was trying to say. The steelman of the position is the GPS system uses a coordinate system specific to the globe, and therefore it's mapped onto the globe, and therefore by definition, and therefore it cannot be used to prove the globe. Now, I'm going to call out Whitsitt on the two absurdities that he stated earlier, from which he was trying to run away by diverting to the globe, the vertical, the horizontal, and a bunch of nonsense. The two absurdities are, first one that he claimed was that the GPS system, so both receivers and transmitters, use relative local coordinate systems centered, Cartesian, centered at the position of the receiver. That is completely absurd because the satellites do not know where you are, and you don't know where you are. The receiver doesn't know where it is. The transmitter doesn't know where the receiver is. how on earth could both be establishing the center of a coordinate system, Cartesian, at the location of the receiver? That's completely absurd on its own, has nothing to do with the globe. It just gives you an insight into this brilliant mind that just came up with this absurdity. The second one that he stated was, in the Steelman, it's completely absurd, that GPS does not use a Cartesian coordinate system, an absolute one. It is documented in every single document describing how GPS works. More than that, it is contained in the code of every receiver on Earth, whether your phone, whether your smartwatch, whether your Garmin, whether your commercial navigation system has actual code that you could go and look at because you're a truth seeker, and you could see that it uses an absolute Cartesian coordinate system with a very well-defined center, and it computes your position in relation to that center. What you're doing is you're obfuscating and you're telling people about the next step, which is projecting that position onto an actual model of Earth, which unfortunately for you at the moment is a globe. But a few months from now, when you convert to a stationary Earth glober, you will be fully embracing this position. Mark my words. That's it.
Okay, those were both straw mans. Both of your 1 and 2s were just literal straw mans. I didn't say anything that you just claimed that I said, but that's what you have to do. And what I said is just a fact at this point where I'm just having to continually repeat myself, which is that you have a local Cartesian coordinate system. I know this for a fact because I've worked with Glovers while making observations, right? And we've actually mapped it out based on our actual GPS positioning with a local Cartesian coordinate system. Guess what? The X, Y, and Z axis extends from our position, our local position. Now, if a Cartesian coordinate system has a vertical, a Z axis, and it has a perpendicular horizontal, right? That isn't how it works on the globe. So you're pretending that it's there for the entire Earth and then it's transformed. That's a huge problem for you if that was the case, but that isn't the case. And again, it gives you the local Cartesian coordinate system. They have to transform that over to a spherical coordinate system. Then you said, if you're a truth seeker, you could look into the data. The data has been looked into. Even a university went and tried to pull the raw GPS data. They saw was that it was making Sagnac corrections and then running it through the Sagnac corrections and then claiming that the data was raw, right? And they actually exposed it. They said, wait, this isn't actually raw data. It's already had corrections applied to it. And that's specifically the anisotropic nature of the signal, which directly refutes relativity, side note. So the point is that the actual data doesn't save you here at all. To actually conform with the globe, it has to run through a spherical coordinate system. And even McToon admitted this. Like, it's just so funny that guys don't understand this very basic concept. Even McToon admitted that, of course, it assumes the globe and that the Earth could be flat. You could just run it through this assumed spherical coordinate system and pretend that it's a globe. And then let me address the comment you've made a couple times now. We know that you're positioning to be a geocentric glober. Mark my word. Okay, I'll mark your word. Would you like to bet on it? Would you like to bet 10K? Let's bet 10K. And I'm not going to come back from Antarctica and be a glober. There's just another lie that you guys keep saying. You guys are claiming, we see that you're clearly moving away from flat Earth. Is that what, like, and then you make, like McToon and FCE make videos that say stuff like, Witsit ditches flat Earth on Timcast, when in reality I debated flat Earth 3v1 for the entire second half of the show. And then they point out that I'm doing middle ground. They're like, see, you're just preparing to just be a geocentric glober. Buddy, I used to have, relatively speaking, I talked about geocentrism for years. Okay. So no, I'm not positioning anything. You're just making up some weird obsessive narrative, and what the sun does in the sky doesn't somehow refute or rebut empirical measurements that falsify the globe. So that's the take. And I'm not going to keep going back and forth where you just make up straw mans of how I'm saying GPS works. GPS, to actually tell you where you are on the Earth in your paradigm, it actually
Cool.
gives you that information with a spherical,
yes, it does,
longitude and latitude coordinate system.
Of course, thank you. So let me quickly respond and then I'll shut up. So because I've had my passport for a bit longer than 2 weeks, I'm not going to take you on the offer to bet against something that you directly control. So pardon me for that. And the second thing I'm going to say, of course, in the end, the entire GPS GPS mechanism projects your position onto the globe. Otherwise, we wouldn't know where the hell we are, because you guys don't even have any sort of model of the Earth that is usable. What you're doing is you're conflating on purpose, since your IQ is above 95, on purpose, you're conflating two things. How GPS system computes your position in 3D space, for which it uses an absolute Cartesian coordinate system. You're conflating that with what the GPS app, the navigation map, does with that computed position, which is projected onto the globe, which is the only true representation of Earth and locations on Earth. The only working one, that's for sure. I want to start the globe argument. It is the only practically working one, unless Dave Weiss here can create one that uses a Gleason map. All right. For now, that's the only one. So of course, GPS. Sure. Corrections. Yes. Of course, GPS projects that computed position in 3D space onto the globe. That's how you're able to do your DoorDash deliveries every day, buddy. All right. But you're conflating that. You're conflating that with the previous statement, which how is the raw position calculated? And I'm not strawmanning you. You said multiple times, to the point that I had to interrupt you so you don't repeat it like the fourth time, that it uses a local Cartesian coordinate system. This is absurd, as I explained, because the receiver and the transmitter cannot know where to put that Cartesian coordinate system because they don't know where you are. How could they compute the relative position of you and your destination without knowing where you are? It's the whole point.
All right, let's break this down. Let's go back and forth. Can we go back and forth with a couple questions?
You're obfuscating for the audience.
No one's obfuscating. Okay, you invoked the Cartesian coordinate system. Okay, what is the x-axis on a Cartesian coordinate system?
It's a completely arbitrary axis. You can call it X, you can call it B, you can call it
what kind
gamma.
of axis is it, though?
There is no kind of axis in the Cartesian coordinate system. They're all equal.
Really?
Yes.
Okay. So
you think that? Okay, explain to me. What is it?
Not understand. Okay. It's
horizontal. No, there's no concept of horizontal in a Cartesian coordinate system.
Oh my God. So the x-axis is not horizontal. So then please describe it to us.
Of course not. Of course, in a Cartesian coordinate system, the axes are perpendicular to one another. That's all there is.
Perpendicular. So what's perpendicular to vertical?
There is no vertical and horizontal in geometry in Cartesian coordinate system. You can rotate the Cartesian coordinate system.
Applying it to
what do you mean
you can
on
rotate
Earth?
it? Come on, Peter.
What do you mean on Earth? A Cartesian coordinate system is an abstraction.
You're using it to navigate on Earth. Let's stop with the nonsense.
But you can pick anyone. You could rotate it by 7 degrees, by 700 degrees, by 1,000,000 degrees.
You could.
It's completely arbitrary.
Stop it.
You can remap.
The actual answer is that the x-axis is horizontal. Okay.
No. There is no horizontal.
Oh my God.
You can take, it's an arbitrary choice. Any coordinate system is entirely arbitrary.
So which one are they using? Which one did they choose to represent
arbitrary one. Arbitrary one.
No. X, Y, or Z, bro.
Dude, have you ever gone to school and worked with Cartesian coordinate systems?
Which one is mapped to the horizontal plane on the Earth, bro? Which one?
None.
Okay.
How can you map a Cartesian coordinate system to a concept like horizontal? This is absurd.
It has to tell us the positions, right?
Yeah, why are you
but not the horizontal.
Okay,
a position is 3 coordinates in 3D space.
Okay, look, the military does the same. The military does the same thing.
Stop obfuscating with the military.
Listen, stop interrupting. The military does the same thing.
How can a point have a horizontal?
So look, when you're in the military, say the bad guys are over there, you want to get them, right? What they do is they actually develop a local Cartesian coordinate system. So you're in the center of the system. You're in the center of the coordinate system. And then you have right where you're standing, you have a vertical. Then you have the perpendicular axis, which is the x-axis, and it's horizontal.
You're talking about something completely else,
It's
completely
the
unrelated.
same concept.
No.
It's the same concept. So for you to claim that it somehow verifies the globe, right? You actually have to put it through the longitude and latitude coordinate system. You have to have a map based on that system to tell you
I'm
what
not
your
talking to
location
you
is.
about
Because
the
guess what it
globe.
gives you? It gives you a longitude and latitude coordinate. That's literally what it gives you. Okay. And again, what you're saying isn't even true. It's the only thing that works. Ha ha ha. No,
I'm not debating with you the globe.
they have to make corrections. They even have to make meridian corrections. So
My
isn't
God,
that
I'm not
interesting?
debating with
Isn't
you
that
the globe.
interesting? Isn't it interesting that they have to make meridian corrections to tell you where you supposedly are on this globe?
What is interesting is you just revealed to us that you don't understand what a Cartesian coordinate system is, and you're
Oh my
conflating
God.
it with like 3 different things. You just associated the concept of a Cartesian coordinate system with the concept of horizontal. So let me ask you, a point in space that has coordinates x, y, and z, what's its horizontal? How can a point have a horizontal? How can a point have a vertical? What are you talking about?
How can a point be a Cartesian coordinate system?
It's not. It exists within it. It can be
Oh, okay, it
described
exists
within
within
it.
it. Okay, so let's take that
Yes.
point. Okay, is that point on
Uh-huh.
a line? Is that point on a line?
Doesn't have to be. It's on an infinite number of lines. It's on an infinite number of
Oh
lines.
my goodness, yo, this is crazy.
Hang on, sorry, yeah,
How
just
is it point
I
on a
originally
line?
asked this question. It's just been fucking hijacked. Okay, I asked why does it have the haversine formula? Okay, your GPS tells you where the 2 points are on the map, right? And then your phone, right? Because the GPS only puts out 2 bits of data, 2 bits of information, where the satellite is and what the time is, and your phone calculates everything else. Okay, so the 2 phones, right? The phone beeps off and goes, "I'm here," and the friend finder app goes, "Okay, he's over there," right? And then the friend finder app says, "You're here," right? And then it calculates how far it is, right, between the 2 points.
Yeah,
and it
but this is not GPS.
excuse me, it applies the haversine formula to that distance.
That's not
inferring
GPS.
that there is a bulge between the 2 people. Please answer that question. Why does it use the haversine formula
You're
to calculate the
confusing
distance
yourself
between
now.
the 2 points?
Hey, Glover, you're confusing yourself.
You're
What you're
confused.
talking about, what you're talking about, Glover, is how you calculate the distance on a sphere between 2 points. You're confusing that with GPS because you're a consumer of a
My
GPS
question was
navigation
about.
app.
Hang on, Pete. My question was about the haversine formula, not about how GPS works. Why is the haversine formula in Flat Earth Dave's app? That was my question.
Okay, but that's not the topic of the conversation.
That was my question.
He was the one that brought it up.
This is
Your
how long it's
question has
taken.
been ignored.
I started the
and now-
question. I started the question,
Now I'm-
Dave.
Yeah, sure,
Okay,
good.
I asked the
Good.
question,
Welcome
and it's
to
been
Twitter.
going on about GPS
Welcome
for
to
half
Twitter.
an hour.
Yes, welcome to Twitter. You asked a question, and then people rambled about something else. Welcome to Twitter. So what I'm doing here, I'm exposing Professor Whitsitt to the audience and showing them clearly he has no idea what a Cartesian coordinate system is. He believes that a point requires the horizontal and vertical. He further believes that a point must be contained within a line. And when confronted with me saying a point exists on an infinite number of lines, he doesn't even know what that means. So he is completely ignorant. In all his years of research and debunking the globe, he hasn't invested any time into learning basic concepts that are fundamental to all of his arguments. That's it. Now you can talk to him about the Haversine
I'm just going to
formula.
say one thing. I'm going to actually disengage with you because you're like clearly enjoying this way too much, which is why you're just constantly strawmanning and flecting and just posturing and enchanting and blah, blah, blah. A Cartesian coordinate system, okay, as applied, you have the vertical and you have the horizontal, okay? It actually intersects on a point. That's correct. So you have to have an x-axis. This is well known. This is why I brought up the military, because even when they do target acquirement in the military, they'd use the same type of system. They use a local Cartesian coordinate system. The actual person that is going to say, go attack the other person, go attack the bad guy, they're the center of the system. When the military is going to try to track down and identify a target, they don't go and use the whole globe. What they do is use a local Cartesian coordinate system with the actual military position that they have in the center of that coordinate system. Then, of course, you extend a horizontal out in all directions, 360 around you, and that is perpendicular to the vertical axis. Okay, that is the only thing that Cartesian coordinate systems would have anything to do with this at all. And I already explained I explained objectively, this is the truth. Okay. And you'll never acknowledge
Okay,
this stuff.
thank you. Duly noted. I do
Peter, I'm not
acknowledge it.
done. Peter, you'll never acknowledge this because you guys always omit important pieces of information, right? But the actual GPS data, the output, requires corrections to even try to make it work on your globe model. You have to make meridian corrections and SAGNet corrections. You assume the actual longitude, latitude coordinate system on the globe projection to then supposedly tell you where you are. And this is a fact.
Not to
Okay,
mention
duly
the
noted.
deflection of the vertical, as you mentioned before.
All right, cool. Cool. Duly noted.
Hold on. They make corrections.
Hold on.
It's flat. You heard it from Witsit. The GPS system makes corrections.
Okay.
I mean, it does, but it's still, you shouldn't require corrections if it was accurate. But hold on, I do want to make sure that Lies get a chance to jump in, and then with Holistic here.
Well, I'd like to have 10 seconds, and I will disengage. 10 seconds. So duly noted.
9.
Duly noted. Thank you for the clarification. I want to retract my previous statement. You're not a liar. You're dumb as a bag of rocks.
All right, great.
All right, my turn.
We accept that concession.
my turn. All right, guys, the only reason I put my hand up, this is my first time on here. I just want to see if we could teach this guy how to put his hand up. Now, while I'm waiting with my hand up, all I did was every time he said absurd, which in the, I don't know, the last rant, it was about 6 or 7. And then he starts, you know what? I lost track. The problem is, dude, I do not question that you're a smart dude, Peter. You clearly sound like a smart dude. In fact, I'd have a beer with you, and just to argue with you because you're fun to argue with. But I agree with these guys. You are not listening. And the only thing that I say is, you know, guys, the reason why he's not listening is it's like arguing with a homeless man, okay? This guy doesn't even know where he lives, but he wants to argue. And it's fun to do, but it does not get you anywhere. So you know what, man? Like, hey, I like you as a dude. I think you should rename yourself to Peter Absurd. Keep coming here, because eventually you'll start seeing things, other people's point of views, and it will land. Like I said, I don't doubt you were probably a straight A student. You were probably telling off your teachers. And good for you, man. That's what you got to be to get to this point. But you have to learn how to, first of all, put up your hand. Any kindergarten kid knows this. I taught kindergarten for 3 years, right? It's very basic. Have respect for the other person, especially using people's time. Everybody's giving you your time here, and it's the most valuable currency they can give you. That's all I got to say.
Yeah,
appreciate that, lad.
Yeah, he knows that though, man. He's been here a while. He's just an anti, and he's doped up on caffeine this morning, and he saw Wits on, and it was over.
Hey, Wits is the man. Wits has his wits about him, man. That's well done, bro.
Right, that's a fact. Good analysis, bro. Let's slide over to Holistic. Blicky.
Yeah, what's up, Sacreds? This is a very entertaining back and forth. Mr. Siskidowino. So the problem when people have the mental illness like this, he does sort of touch on an important point, and it really goes back to Euclid and his axioms and the definitions. He's attempting to talk about physics while using this thing we call point, that which has no part, or which we have today, an undefined nothing. And then he's attempting to use an undefined nothing as a series of undefined nothings as a line in order to form shapes as a series of undefined nothings multiplied over and over and over, and then reify that into this thing he calls the coordinate system. And then, speak of things as if that is actual reality, which has already been reduced to number 1 million times over. You can't even defeat Zeno's paradox. So the entire confusion really lies in the fact that reality in all its infinite qualities is not reducible to math. And to speak of it as if you're saying anything by, speaking of the shape of your beautiful little child as a series of undefined nothings, that's why you're chimping out. That's why you're getting mad, because really it's not anything that is provable in this way. So that's sort of how I feel about it. I did enjoy the chimp out, though. He got very upset at me one time for asking him what the definition of mass was and if it was the same thing as weight. So I do appreciate him being in the chat, Mr. Peter, please follow me back. Yeah, interesting exchange.
Funny as hell, bruh. I'm crying. I'm still wiping tears.
I'm going to drop out. Thanks very much for having me. I'll just make the point that you never addressed my question about using the Habersign formula. Thanks very much for having me, Sacred. Fun as always. Thanks, Andy. Peace out, guys. Take care.
Dave's app uses GPS system, as far as I know.
I will say I respect Ron for pulling up to Flat Earth Friday from TikTok. He one of the only ones.
Yeah, he came with good questions. He just got overrun by Peter. Like, and Peter said people started talking about other things instead of just saying I started talking about other things.
No, Sacred, there is like some new order going around because I talked to who's P Dubs, and he's saying some order from on high has come down for everybody to take 50 Adderall, drink 10 cups of coffee, and start smoking cigarettes and just start yelling and screaming stuff. Because what they're accusing Witsit of is exactly what P Dubs was saying to me the other day. And I never talked to him about any of this Antarctica shit. He's like, "Oh, you're backtracking into just the geocentrism. You're no longer a flat earther." I'm like, "P-dubs, I didn't say anything about that. I just called you gay and said you belong in a locker." And he started saying the same thing. So I don't know who these people are or what they're up to, but it is very funny how they're saying the same things nonsensically in unison.
Yeah, somebody probably brought it up in a group chat or something, or a little space one day, and they're like, yeah. They've been.
This is gonna work. Which is just laughing at him.
I need what Peter on. What woke him up this morning? I need what he on.
Yo,
I can't.
I can get so much done on that.
He woke me up. I don't.
Globers or we're not real flat earthers before we even started talking about geocentrism. So I don't know what they want from us.
You need to ask him about.
I don't think we need coffee. We just listen to that
argument.
argument in the morning. It wakes you right up.
Well, McToon ran the narrative that I'm going to a Glober. That's why they're all just repeating it now.
Yeah,
is that
I get that a lot. I get that a lot. I have people tell me all the time, "Oh, Sacred and Witsit are going geocentric globe, and you don't even know it."
Did they say that about me too? No way.
I forget who. I responded to somebody who said something like that. You went on Aries failure or something like that about the motion of the Earth, and they said, "See how much they stay away from flat now? They're going geocentric globe."
Bro, we gave them 100 weeks of flat, and they didn't pull up. And how do we want to explore other physics and failed sciences in history? Now they want to say, "Oh, look, you don't want to talk about anymore," bro.
Well, they lack the intellectual discipline to actually remain specific to the topic, right? Because motion is not specific to shape. So whenever they start just getting diced up on the motion, they just freak out and they need to start spewing their flat Earth scripts. So if you hold them to task and you're like, no, we're not talking about that right now. This isn't specific to shape. It's about motion. Then they've all embraced this script where it's like, oh, well, then so you're conceding it's a globe because you can only have geocentrism if you have a globe. And it's like, you know what I'm saying? That's all that it is. But and then what McToon is doing is he's just largely ignored from my end. So he has to come up with these gay little narratives to try to have content at all. Because these people are so lame that no one would tune in just to listen to their opinion, right? They actually need to just obsessively talk about us. And so he's like, yeah, well, what's it? Sheep followers don't even know what he's doing, but he's setting them up to switch over to geocentrism because his grift is up and all this. And it's like just completely fake, obviously. So it's whatever. I think it's funny.
Yeah, while you're here with it, I sent you a DM. Some dude's got, it's your profile pic, your name, except then Witsit gets it. He changes the I and it to one. And he's even got your tagline, what is popular is rarely true, and what is true is rarely popular. It looks like your page, dude.
Oh
Yeah, he's
yeah, I
been
seen that
reported like
too.
100 times, right? This has been going on for months. Normally he'll message you about crypto or something.
Oh wait, he knows about it. You know about it? Dang, that's annoying.
Sacred, you've been doing this thing lately, and you're like an innovator, I guess, or something on this space. You were like, I don't know how you do it. You record someone and you go, wait, and you mute everyone, and you play them back what they just said immediately, and you're like, this nigga just said, and then you do the what sound effect. That's funny. I don't know how you do. You got to do like a space explaining how to do that, because that is very persuasive when you play it back and they're muted and they can't say shit. So you get to like have an argument with them where they can't say shit. And I don't know. I think that's very
Gotta
funny.
force them to address it and acknowledge it. Can't just breeze past it, bruh.
Yeah. So you force them to address it by like, I don't know. This should be thought about. Persuasion in a lot more ways, because that's more persuasive than having some guy yell. It is funny, but yeah, good stuff.
Hey, I put a link in the top. I'd like to talk about the images that are found there. I'm still on this image trip. Earlier, I was talking about whole shots of the Earth from far out satellites and telescopes, and then the corrections that are made. These, however, are not like that. These are straight on shots. This is the Mars ones, Mars Recon. So how do you guys feel about these images? Because I know a lot of people are like, we don't know what the planets are. They're just luminaries. They're just light. We don't know if they're solid, things like that. But they do have these images and many images like this. So what's everybody's thoughts on that?
Are these the black ones you referenced earlier? Because that was interesting. You were talking. I wasn't aware of all of the transforms they had.
Well, these are closer to that, but I'm sure they probably have some type of processing going on here too, but not like to the extent of like what they have to do when they're trying to present a curving sphere, from far away or from composite images. So these are just straight on shots. So there shouldn't be too much of that going on. But we see something physical there. It doesn't look like a light source. It looks like what we see on the moon, actually. So then it's like, okay, well, are they lying about taking shots of Mars, or are these real images, right? That's kind of like where I'm at with it. So I think if somebody can either disprove these, then that makes sense, but if we can't disprove these, then it makes sense that, Mars is solid. Just saying. I see this and that just pulled up.
And trying to open the link up, I don't see no images.
Yeah, I'm trying to see them too.
Uh-oh. Let me have to repost it or something, maybe. You have to click on stuff too. Let me see. Let me pull it up here to see what happens.
None of the drop downs work for me.
Well, let's say the best case, everything you're saying is like 100 times more, obvious than you're even letting on. Like, I don't understand. Like, even if that were the case, like before the Copernicus, like back to the Greeks, like nobody would have even dared say something so dumb as look up at the unknowable heavens, the luminaries, be like, oh, we can measure these things, we can look at a light in the sky and know what it is. Like, even if we can zoom in on it, there's like 100 trillion different objections you could take from why your perspective, why your visions could be erring, why you can't just presuppose this or that. Something like the arguments could be proven for anything. So I don't know, maybe that's kind of a trite point, but just to look at something in the sky, even if it was a clear image, be like, oh, I know what it is because some like dumb bitch on YouTube said we know about the spectroscopy or something. Like, I just don't understand that.
Right. So that's what I mean. Like, so from that perspective, I'm with you on that. From these images, though, for anybody who's checking it out, all you got to do is type Mars in the search bar and then just click search, and a bunch of them will pop up. So yeah, I just if we're taking images of stuff, they're not exactly photos per se, but we know imaging is pretty accurate. So what does that say about what's up there? To me, it seems to imply that some of these things are either physical or they're lying about it all. So I'm
I
sure
like the
some
way
people
you
will
put
be,
that. You
you
say
know,
they're images, not photos, which I
right.
get what you're implying, but that's a very interesting distinction, way to put it.
Yep. Anyway, that's all. And we go on to the next speaker.
Yeah, we kind of got like distracted. We were doing somewhat of a early morning listening party, and we totally got non sequitured out of listening to
That was so
Bruce
funny how
Diggity.
hot he came in.
Yo, seriously, we're gonna have to grab that replay, bro.
Yeah, I literally just tried to answer the dude's question. As soon as he heard me, he just like went wild.
Exactly. Like inside of his inner demons. Understandable though. This and that. What's up, man? Good to see you.
What's up, everybody? Witsit, why does everybody hate you?
That's crazy, man.
Because I don't understand it. I don't hate you at all, man. I think everything you say is, it's not only your opinion, but a lot of it's backed up by fact. And apparently now you're going geocentrist. Is that is that what everybody's saying
Yeah.
now? What the fuck?
Yeah, I don't even know. I gotta check with them so I can figure out what my position is.
Hate and love is very similar, by the way. Just saying.
It takes about the same amount of energy, but I don't know if it's the same thing.
A little creepy. It's a little creepy, man. I'm gonna
Yo,
express the love in different ways.
I was telling Kai, I think it's so funny. I'm like, I've kind of kept this under wraps. I didn't like really kind of flaunt this too much. But now it's like just a few days before we leave, so it's gonna be canceled now or something. Everyone's been chosen, etc. I'm like, yeah, flat Earth's dying. Remember, they say flat Earth is dead. It's dying, and that's why at the end of 2024 we have Globers collectively spending almost $500,000 because the flat Earthers just wanted to see something. And so they're spending $500,000 to take the flat earthers to see an observation that they claim is they already know is there, and it's pointless. And so the whole thing is funny, right? This idea that it's like hurting us. It's like, well, I mean, obviously flat Earth's not too dead. If you feel the need to do something like that, to spend $500K to send some flat earthers to Antarctica. And here's the kicker, though. The funniest part is they're spending $500,000 to give flat Earth the most publicity it's ever had. So thank you guys.
What is
Yeah,
what is you guys take? And I'm sure you guys have talked this to death, and I don't have an opinion either way. But if I were them and I was doing what they're doing, what I think they're probably gonna do, it's just like edit footage together from whatever happens, and just be like, oh, we won, and it like doesn't matter whether it is what happened or it didn't, and that might even end up being a good thing for like sort of what Woodsit is kind of implying, that the publicity of the thing. But do you think that's what they think they're doing? Or maybe they even
No.
have one of these fake sun-like things in the sky. I don't know what sort of tech they have, but that's what I would do if I were them.
I think that they think for sure it's there, and I don't know. I mean, I think it's possible that it's there. I have no idea.
Or maybe there's some
So
sort of event that they know about, that, like some sort of strange eclipse that happens every certain amount of time. And it's going to be arguable that what they're saying is happening just due to some sort of like atmospheric, I don't know.
That's what
Yeah.
I said. Some type of atmospheric conditions that somebody out there just happened to see. They showed it to their globe Earth friend, and then that globe Earth friend sent to McToon, and then they found Duffy, and it just spiraled from there.
either way, I think it's just a huge win, right? Because they're going to be super salty when they find out that this whole narrative of me coming back as a Glober, it's not only not going to happen. I'm just going to be like, this is awesome because now we know a phenomena we documented ourselves. So now when we come up with an explanation that works, we're like, dude, we're actually getting way closer to actually knowing what's going on, right? And a working thesis. So it's actually just going to help us. And it's like if some really big platform wants to talk to me about it, that also helps us. So I just think it's funny. It's so funny that they're they're acting like this is some big victory lap for them, and it's not, you know. So I just wanted to thank you guys. I wanted to thank the Globers. I really appreciate it. None of the flat earthers that are going have said that it like definitively proves the globe by any stretch, you know, and only one of them has even said that they would step back and think maybe it could be. So yeah, it's tough for you guys out here. Pretty much all the flat earthers know we're just going to make an observation, which is what I do like the name here, the first examination, or even the first expedition or whatever, because we're gonna go, I guess, as far as we know, further south than like any flat earther has ever, right?
That's fact. So you're welcome on behalf of the Globers. I want to say you're welcome.
Please don't go. I
And
have
there
a
might
question.
be
Please.
there might be something here. Somebody made a point. Like think about how long it took for them to prepare this, right? They've been talking about this for months. I personally think they've been working on the artificial sun. It's not easy to place an artificial sun. They needed a few months to prepare it, I'm sure. Otherwise, they would just go next week, right? After you got your passport 2 weeks ago, they would just say, let's go. But the sun is not ready.
Dude,
Hey,
Peter, buddy,
can I
your
ask you
side is
a
spending $500,000 to cater to a request of flat earthers and give us more publicity than we've ever had.
Anything for the memes, dude. Anything for the memes.
You guys can't meme,
Your
so
face on video will be priceless.
they literally
It will be
can't
doing
they
rounds on
can't
the internet.
videotape me, buddy.
Oh, that sucks, but maybe they will.
Maybe they'll break, they'll like do something illegal. Okay.
Yeah, maybe some random dude that did not sign any contracts
Then
with
you
you.
have to sign a contract.
Well, you're in a public place. You're in a public place.
Now, first of all, Antarctica's not considered just like a typical public forum, but
Okay, well, you'll take this to the court in The Hague.
First of all,
right?
what's
And we
so
will be
funny is I
following
know
your
what
adventures.
you guys all think that McToon's gonna do it because he told you guys that. And I would say, you know, you guys acting like you're just so disgusted by grifting. You should be pretty appalled by McToon, who told us in private, actually laughing, that he had the money to pay for the trip. And then he went and told you guys he didn't. He needed you guys to donate to him, but then told us in private, like, he'll be able to cover it or whatever's remaining. It's no big deal. And then he told you guys that the reason that he needed to go is so he could document and promise he's going to wear a body cam and document me the whole time. He's not going to do any of that. So, I mean, talk about getting finessed.
Well, now that you have your passport, you'll be able to travel to the Netherlands, to The Hague, and argue your case in the international court.
That's not how it works, buddy. It's very simple. I can sue them, and it's not even
at The Hague, right?
No.
Yeah, because it's Antarctica. Remember, the U.S. has no jurisdiction over it.
No, actually,
it's not where the contract was signed, brother.
Yeah, exactly. And so in the contract, it's specifically.
Well, I just said, what if it's a third party? What if it's a third party that takes a picture of your pretty face staring at the 24/7?
Yeah, like, what is this?
What if
Why
they take
do you
Winston's
hate
picture?
him so much?
What did you pay to take pictures of Witsit, Peter? Just out your sources.
And just so you know, I'm just going to be smiling anyway.
I can't. I'm not allowed to.
I'm just going to be smiling, bro. Like, if I see the sun do that, it's not even going to phase me. This is the funniest part of the whole thing. Like, it's like, you guys, it's just funny, bro. Because, like, I'm just going to smile and laugh and not even care and be like, okay, now we have another observation point. That was cool. I got to do what less than, like, 0.00001% of the world gets to do. The first stamp on my passport is a trip to Antarctica. It's like, okay, cool, bro. Thank you, guys. One more thing. We're gonna have a flat Earth documentary, buddy. The Hollywood producer that's making the documentary, which we have Final Cut on, is a flat earther. This whole delusional dream of your guys that we're gonna go down there and there's gonna be this hilarious hit piece that humiliates us is nowhere close to coming to fruition. It's gonna be the opposite of that. So I know.
Sure, it will be another Bob moment. Thanks, Bob.
It's
one of those.
How's it going to be another Bob moment?
You'll see.
Okay, see, and that's what I'm saying. They think I just want the room to know what's going on. They think because they're like so toxic and stuff, right? They think that they've deceptively tricked us into being able to be recorded, and they think
No,
Mattoon
you were
is going to
shamed
wear a
into it.
body cam. They think that Mattoon's going to wear a body cam and record us.
You weren't tricked. You were shamed. You were shamed into going.
What? No,
Not tricked.
buddy, as soon as I received the email in private, I said I would go. What are you talking about?
You were publicly shamed into going.
That's a lie.
To maintain your truth-seeking LARP, right? You're LARPing as a truth seeker. You're shamed into going.
That isn't
the story.
true, though, because I was actually told about it before you guys even knew it existed in a private email, and I agreed.
He took a break and caught another espresso.
Everybody was telling you not to in the beginning. I thought I remember that too. So everyone was like, "Nah, don't do that. They're gonna get you." So
yeah, he was shamed into it.
Why do you keep saying that? I just rebutted that. I talked about it before you guys even knew it existed.
There's nothing to rebut. I'm telling you my opinion.
Baseless claims.
From observing this whole theater on both sides, you're shamed into going into, and they're doing this for the memes. It's obvious.
We hear your opinion. You have to repeat it over and over and over, Mr. Peter.
Well, I'm just calling him out. He's used to the
can I ask you a
fake
question?
debating.
Yeah, go ahead, AR. Go ahead, bro. We're tired of hearing Peter's bias.
I have an expectation. It maybe looks like far-fetched, but it is possible. So I am asking you, Austin, do you have any control on the airplane?
What do you mean? I think we should be able to. I should just walk around as we want to. It's going to be largely empty.
Yeah, you don't have. I mean, you don't have any control about what is the plane. Do you know the plane model?
Yeah, I do know. I forgot what it is, but it's huge. It's like a huge
A5, the Galaxy, the military one.
No. It is a commercial plane with windows. It's huge.
757.
Yes.
Yes, 757. And you don't have any control about how high it can go. So what I am expected, my expectation is that maybe, because if you watch the high jump, the whole documentary, I don't know it is a high jump or the deep freeze, one of two, that Admiral Byrd, he go far away and he come back and he tell the story about the land which is nobody touch it. Anyway, if the plane is high, it can go 70,000 feet and take the stream and go far to another area with another sun.
Okay.
Is that possible, or it is very?
I don't know. I don't think that's going to happen, but I mean, I guess anything's possible. And I guess the sunspots would have to be identical to the ones we see here.
Because they choose the time. I think they choose the time, and the money is huge. So if they don't, faking sun is impossible. Faking sun is impossible for somebody study for 10 years all these observations. So I think this is possible. This is a possibility, and I really want to hear your honest, clear opinion about it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that they could pull that off, but I guess anything's possible. One thing I think is going to be really cool is that we're going to get to film on the way out the window. So, I mean, we're going to get to film a giant ice shelf, right, as we approach Antarctica, and we're able to make long distance observations from the plane. So, I mean, obviously, we can try to cross-reference that the best we can. I don't think we're going to be flying at 70,000 feet once we get to Antarctica. I don't think we're flying that high at all. Anyway, so I don't really know for sure, but hopefully it's just not too cloudy. And when we come in, we can get good shots, of the actual land as we're approaching.
Thank you, Mr. Richard.
And I'm gonna vlog the whole thing from like packing to landing back. Um, so, and then we may be able to live stream. I've already kind of got it set up with a few people that if we can, then I can call into their shows if I want to, like with big platforms. So it's obviously up to us if we want to do that in the moment. But yeah, man, I don't know. I think it's cool. I think it's kind of cool. I didn't think it would happen for sure, but it looks like it's going to. So yeah, cool stuff. Oh, but I will say, I don't know if you guys want me to do this right now, but someone asked me last night. It's funny because I fell asleep. I told them I will answer you, but I just want to answer it once. But it's up to you guys if you want me to, because it'll take a couple minutes for me to kind of fully explain it. But um, the question everyone is asking in general is like, why did I decide to go? And that Duffy seems super sketchy, and he's up to something, and he has something up his sleeves, and clearly they think they know something, and they're not being honest, and they're being misleading, and blah blah blah. But yeah, so everyone's seemingly asking me why I'm going, and I would think the answer was pretty obvious, but I'll just say it really quickly, I guess. But so for one, and I kind of just alluded to that, right? Which is like, well, I mean, the narrative itself is hilarious that they said flat Earth is dying, yet they somehow needed to spend $500,000 to quote unquote debunk us in almost 2025. That's how dead flat Earth is. So obviously, it's actually bigger than it's ever been. It's going to get us on bigger platforms and more publicity than we've ever had. And even if they just try to exclude us in their little media tour, everyone seems like, but wait, what about the flat earthers were there? What are they saying? I want to hear them. And I already have connects that I can pull to get on different platforms to discuss it anyway. So normally we're censored and misrepresented and not allowed to speak. And then normally we're put in a hit piece like Behind the Curve, where people like Peter still bring it up when the people that actually made it are in writing admitting that they deceptively edited the entire thing and that it was a misrepresentation, that they intentionally made it a hit piece that wasn't actually representing what happened or who was in the film, but that they felt they had to do that because they went to the conference and saw that children were there. So they've admitted themselves that that entire movie was a hit piece and it was a misrepresentation. And so then when we sit here, while people on Netflix gets millions of views, we sit over here censored on our platforms where Jaren's been trying to correct the record for years, but obviously no one ever actually hears it, right? So that's how it normally goes down. And this is entirely different. This is, they can't even use us without final cut approval. They actually aren't even supposed to be filming this at all, except for this one flat earther that's going, that makes documentaries. He can film us, but he's not allowed to use any of it unless we have final cut approval. And we have to put that in writing. But of course, if they like somehow pull out and say they're not going to sign it, well, guess what? We'll pull out of the trip, and that's not going to happen, right? They're not going to let that happen. So, anyway, so on that end, it's just a super positive thing, right? Because they always want to make flat earthers look crazy, and then they highlight like the way Mark Sargent was acting and paint him as like the stereotypical flat earther that's like single and alone and living in his mom's basement or whatever. This isn't going to be like that at all. This is going to be an actual flat earther, and that means that all eyes will be on this trip. All eyes will be on the conclusion. If there's a documentary, everyone's going to want to see it. But unlike Behind the Curve, it's going to actually have like a real representation of our position. It's going to actually come from the perspective of a flat earther. Do you not see how hilariously ironic and rich this is? They thought they were going to go down there with tune and humiliate us and make a video that is going to be Behind the Curve 2.0. That's what they're all hoping for. And Peter still thinks it's going to happen because that's when you mess up. You believe people like Platoon, and if you haven't learned that he's incessantly lying and slandering people, then whatever. But he's going to really let you guys down, I guess. But it's actually a beautiful thing because imagine the whole world looking at this or wanting to see this, and instead of like strawmans, it's actual flat earthers. And he asked me a question, and I break down the significance of geocentrism and how you have motion and you have curvature, right? And we just still man the whole position. They don't want the world to see that, and they're kind of trapped now, right? They're trapped now with the person making the documentary. So that all that said is like I kind of knew that would happen, not the documentary, but I knew we would get on big platforms. They would be the most publicity fighters ever had, and I knew that I'm not I'm not ignorant enough to think that this singular data point, the singular observational data point of like a celestial phenomena, somehow dismisses and refutes like the preponderance of evidence that has already brought us to the acknowledgement that the Earth is a stationary plane. So I'm like, this is a huge win. Like, yeah, ask me about the Antarctic sun, and I'm just gonna like, well, the falsification of the radius value, the second law of thermodynamics, battle of the beams, electric field distribution. Like, it's just a win for us. So that's
So
like the meta of how I viewed it.
Consider a point from someone who couldn't care less about this whole situation. Consider this. This is not going to end flat Earth. The only purpose of this is, and I'm looking at this from the outside, it's a meme. Some guy who has quite a lot of money has decided to meme on flat Earth by taking a bunch of grown men who have convinced themselves that the Earth is flat, and who has also convinced themselves that a observable phenomenon that has been seen by thousands of regular people. You cannot claim here exclusivity to astronauts or something like that. Thousands of regular Joes who go and work at the Antarctica station, every year, mostly during the summer, by the way, because that's where the population of Antarctica increases during the year. Thousands of regular Joes that worked at the cafeteria, that work on the plumbing, that maintain the electrical system, have observed the 24-hour sun. Everybody knows it happens every year. But we take a bunch of grown men who think the Earth is flat and who think that the sun sets in the south, take them there on a trip, we pay for them, we accommodate them as much as we can, and then we take photos and videos of their silly faces, their open mouths, when the sun is in the sky. Something that nobody in the world questions, but a few internet cowboys who are trying to make a living out of this grift. This is the purpose of this whole thing. It's not going to disprove flat Earth. I have no doubt that you guys will believe in flat Earth no matter what.
Oh, well, just an
It is
hour
so
ago, you said
absurd.
you knew that I was going to move away from flat Earth.
Sure, because I wanted to meme on you. But this is so absurd. Flat Earth is so absurd. So empirically verifiable to be false.
That's not even true anyway.
That the
He
people
said,
who
mark
believe in
my
it,
words.
the people who
Mark my words.
Sure. The people who believe in it, will continue to believe it, no matter what.
Okay, yeah. And like,
Everybody
you're
who has-
projecting though, because you're going to continue to believe the mainstream model despite the fact that we've absolutely eviscerated it.
Yes, me and 8 billion other people. Yeah, I know. Call us
Okay,
crazy.
nice,
But
dude. Good argument.
Sure. I don't want to debate with you. I'm not debating with you. I'm
So
telling you what the purpose of
wait,
this
wait,
is.
Peter, let me ask you a question, Peter. So you would have been just as confident in geocentrism a couple hundred years ago, since everyone you would have just said, name the amount of people in the world and said, like, they all agree with me. You would have been just as confident.
Sure, and I
So you
also
would
know that
always be retarded.
geocentrism and heliocentrism are dead.
But do you realize
You're the one who provides this whole dichotomy.
No, do you realize the point though is
doesn't
that
matter.
the way that you approach
Sure,
the way
I
that
do
you
realize
approach
the
your
point, yeah.
conclusions is retarded.
Yeah. Now let's talk about how you were shamed into
Peter,
going, so you
Peter,
become
I
an
can swear.
internet meme.
I can't
That's
swear
the only
we are
outcome.
in agreement.
The only outcome
Believe
is
me.
memes.
Would you have been
Okay?
pro-slavery?
There's no.
Would you have been pro-slavery in the 1800s?
Would you have been pro-slavery 3,000 years ago?
No.
Okay. So you will become an internet meme. This is the only purpose of the trip. The only reason why those people are paying the money to make you some random guy from out of nowhere with zero.
You can hear the disdain in his
zero
voice. How
credentials,
upset he is.
zero accomplishments. Zero accomplishments. The only reason why they took a guy with no accomplishments whatsoever is because you're an internet personality in the corner of the internet.
Do you have
In
to
the
repeat,
shut up,
repeat?
in the content of in the corner of in the far corners of the internet, beyond all the porn, beyond all the QAnons,
3 cups of
beyond
coffee
all
just
the
to say this.
vaccine anti-vaxxers, sits you in the very corner, a little internet cowboy who thinks the Earth is flat, and they're going to make a meme out of you, and that's all
But
there is to it.
look how focused you are on it, though.
I gotta
It's
say,
not a
this is
scientific
just sheer.
expedition.
Peter, you just went on and on about me. Shut up now. Okay.
Can you imagine a bunch of people going to their university
Peter.
asking for a grant to check if the sun sets in the south?
We
It would be
hear
laugh.
you.
Hey. Okay. So sheer projection, right? Some nobody that no one knows, some random person just in the corner of the internet, some internet cowboy. You're literally describing yourself, like literally, right? And that's all that was. That was just projection, but
I'm
it
not an
doesn't matter.
internet personality.
No,
You
yeah,
You're not
are.
a
right.
no,
You're
you're not
right.
a good
You
one. You're not a good one.
yeah, you
No, I'm
desperately
not.
want
I'm zero.
attention,
I have zero
but
presence. I have zero
That's his
presence.
yeah, no,
point.
I don't
you
even.
desperately want one, and this is the funny
No, I
part
don't.
about
I
it.
just want to
If you
embarrass you
didn't,
in front of your
okay,
own audience.
so you're a sadist. Are you a
A
sadist?
sadist? No, I just like to embarrass internet cowboys.
Okay, do you know what sadist is?
Yeah,
Do you know what sadism is?
a follower of Marquis de Sade.
Okay, can you define sadism, please?
It's someone who engages in the practices of Marquis de Sade.
What? Okay, it's someone who finds enjoyment through the humiliation of others.
You don't know
Okay,
who Marquis
and
de
so
Sade is. Okay.
it's no, but it doesn't matter. This is the point, right? It's actually a sociopathic tendency, all right? So you're actually kind of crazy. So it's like all this posturing and stuff doesn't mean anything to me. Like you have to be such a morally bankrupt individual to think that like to find such enjoyment out of trying to humiliate other people that you obsessively
I didn't
stalk them
orchestrate this. I'm just telling you what it
you
is.
obsessively stalk them and then you do it for years and years and years. It
I'm
means you're
just telling
actually
you
so
what the final
hey
experiment is about.
buddy, you're not going to be able to censor this. It is an actual sociopathic characteristic. And a lot of you guys are also narcissists. Okay, you lack empathy and you are narcissistic and sociopathic sadists. Now, to be honest, I just feel bad for you because we were talking about like Germanic medicine yesterday. This kind of behavior is super, super bad for you. Like it'll actually manifest as disease, incessantly being deceptive and misrepresenting and lying and slandering and all that. There's this guilt and shame in that type of behavior that you're suppressing. It'll manifest as a disease. And that's like coming from a super sincere place that you should consider that behavior. All that aside, though, this is the truth, right? You guys have desperately tried to keep you like the fact you're bragging about us being in the corner of the internet is just appalling. Like you're basically pro censorship because we don't just have low numbers because no one cares what we have to say. That's a lie. Flat Earth exploded until the big daddy government came in and shut it down, right? And so you're basically putting your chest out and bragging about that, and that's super lame. But unfortunately for you guys, we've now used your side to trick the system, basically to glitch it out, and we're gonna break through it. Okay, we're gonna break through it, and now you guys are gonna have to sit in the corner like Mattoon does when he copes and seethes and watches me on the big shows, and you just feel helpless. There's nothing that you can do about it because you're gonna watch me tell the world about the truth about geocentrism, how it's been suppressed, about how all kinds of deception regarding even the known land masses and the alleged curvature of the earth, all the fakery of space, all the fake film and propaganda that they put out to us from the ISS. You're going to have to sit there watching me get to tell the entire world, millions of people, the very information that you guys have proactively tried to suppress and misrepresent for years. So you should actually
Buddy, I
mentally
can't
prepare for
wait. I
that. You should
cannot wait.
mentally prepare
I
for that,
cannot wait.
buddy.
I want to
I want
add
you to be
about
on national television. I want you to be on the Morning Joe.
Cool, and I'm going to start with,
1 minute.
interferometry friendships based on the orbital velocity is inconsistent with the actual replications, even by Date and Miller, which have been replicated and show a correlation between periodicity of solar motion.
You popped your Adderall, didn't you?
And I'll point out that the actual original
Yes,
claim
you
of
did.
orbital. I'll point out to the actual original claim of orbital velocity
How
being
many
a
did you
causal.
take?
I don't
No
take drugs.
reputation. You're the one on
Yeah.
drugs, Peter. Relax.
That the
On
actual
drugs with no
orbital.
reputation. Go
The
ahead,
claimed
bro.
causal.
This is what it sounds
Let
like
me
when
make this
somebody knows what they're talking about.
Yeah, the claimed causal mechanism of orbital velocity, right, that actually causes stellar aberration has been directly refuted because whenever we introduce an additional medium and actually slow down the light, which of course, based on the two velocity components in the equation, should proportionally increase the angle at which this light actually came to the Earth, well, we discovered and definitively proved it wasn't actually orbital velocity that was causing that angular displacement, therefore definitively refuting the notion that we're moving and that the Earth is moving. And so when we now step back, we're like, oh, wait a minute. the claim that the Earth's orbit of the sun has been directly refuted, which now has drastic implications. It means that the Earth's in the center of the universe, and that means this place was created. Who put it there? And you guys are going to have to just watch it, And so there's no rebuttals to that because I've been seeking out every PhD I can find for 5 years. You guys got nothing. I've looked through every academic resource available. I've talked to every single academic quote unquote expert that's accessible, and you guys have no answer. And so you guys have been able to utilize this big state and this big government system, big media to suppress it and misrepresent it and then hide us. And now that day's over. Truth always comes to light. So, now that's the last thing I'll say. That's actually why you guys are pushing this whole I'm switching to geocentrism narrative so hard, because you're actually angry at the fact that now, as much as you've tried to keep that hidden, right? Now it's over. You're not going to be able to hide it. You're not going to be able to do what Professor Dave did and what Mattoon did and said, okay, I'm willing to talk about geocentrism as long as you can see it's a globe. It can only be geocentric if it's a globe, and just hide it and avoid it. But this has nothing to do. I'm here to talk about flat Earth, and then always deflect and obfuscate to, well, how do eclipses work on a flat Earth? Now you're not going to be able to hide it from people anymore. Okay, so your time is up. The world is now going to learn that we were lied to about cosmology, that the Earth is actually special, the Copernican principle is bunk, and there's nothing you can do to stop it because you guys have had 5 to 7 years to actually develop some type of substantive rebuttals, and you guys got nothing. So now time is up. Now we're just going to watch the world, and now all these big talking heads, they're going to have to address it, right? And well, that's really bad news for them because they can't. So any debate on a public stage like that is extremely beneficial to us. So Peter, I
think
just wanted you to
the
know
globe
what's
is
happening.
in trouble. Yeah, the globe is in trouble, man. I don't know what we're gonna do.
You just did exactly what
We
I
don't
said.
have a
You
plan,
proved it.
actually. We never sit down to discuss what we're gonna do after this because we're going all in. We're going all in on this final experiment. You know that everybody stated very clearly, if the sun sets, if the sun dips below the predicted elevation angle by the globe model, we're all becoming flat earthers. So
It's
the
not true at
stakes are
all. You
high.
guys will all
For
just
you,
invoke refraction.
well, I am saying this, okay? So now, for you, the stakes are much lower. One, if the sun does dip, you win bigly. If the sun does not dip, you still win because you baked in your absurd hallucination about flat Earth that no matter what happens to anything, the Earth is still flat. So you still win, and you go on national television. Either way, the sun dips, you go on national television as the brilliant truth seeker who revealed that the Earth is flat. If the sun doesn't dip, you go on national television as a national meme. So you win,
Can I ask
dude.
a question, please?
No matter what happens,
Mr. Peter,
all your
can I ask
goals
a question?
will be accomplished.
Don't salty.
Can I ask a question, Mr. Peter? Can I ask you a question, please?
Only if you tell me what country you're from.
I am from Saudi Arabia.
Oh, nice. Salam alaikum.
وعليكم السلام ورحمة الله وبركاته على المؤمنين. Anyhow,
absolutely.
I want to ask you a very important question. Why you think do you have to repeat and repeat and repeat the idea which we understand it? I understand it for the 45 minutes when I start listening. I understand very clear your point of view, but you have to repeat. Why that?
Because I enjoy exposing Professor Whitsitt.
So
I thought he was a fraud. Now I just know he's an idiot.
So he's correct about narcissistic because
Yes, he's
normal
correct
people,
about everything that he imagines.
Because normal people, I don't know you. I don't know even Whitsitt. I know him from 9 years ago. I follow him. He's doing experiment. He tried to prove that we are on the on a globe.
Oh, he's trying. That's for sure.
Yes, he try. I know that. I don't know you, and I don't know you. Listen to me. I don't know you, and I don't know him personally. But I follow him for more than 9 years, and I know he's a very honest man about doing the experiment and observations and he do it honestly. I believe him. I believe he's honest because I saw him. I saw him in the streets of United States, all over the United States. I saw him in the streets, and he's acting from an honest man. But you try just to humiliate. What you gain? My ad on what's it say about you and about McToon and that he call himself the singer who call himself a professor, the failed singer. What I add that even the controllers not even look at you now, even the controllers of this earth. The controller.
So hold on, who is this? Is so
money,
complicated.
not looking at
who
you,
is
not
the,
looking
who
at
is the
your
failed
nonsense.
singer? Which
Really,
is a failed singer?
Believe me. You see, I will give you. Listen to me. I will give you just half a minute. I will give you very clear evidence. You know Elon Musk and you know the Starlink. The idea of the Starlink, it is against the concept of satellite. The idea of Starlink, it is scientifically against the idea of the falling in the orbit, because it is not one. It is about 10 or more chain of boxes. This is against, because this is, you cannot put this chain in one orbit. You cannot do that.
No.
Unless you
Why
cannot
not?
do it. You just read the concept of the satellite. It's about the, because there is no power on the satellite. It is falling on the orbit. It's falling on the orbit depend on the weight of the on the weight and elevation. So now the controllers like Elon Musk, even his rockets intentionally hit the firmament, intentionally, because NASA avoid that for years. Because the controllers now, they know no more. Nobody can stop the internet. It is beyond the control. It is beyond the control 100%.
This is why I
no
come here.
no meaning of even pay you, even the clicks on your account. Even that it is not they will not able, they were not approve it for you and for McToon and for other, because that's why you're just like dogs and try from here and from here to prove something imagination, science fiction, even not science fiction, it is fantasy. Thank you.
No, thank you.
Very good analysis, AR. I think this and that wanted to chime in, and I see Zor up here. Mr. Tweet, was it Mr. Is it Mr. Tweet? Mr. Tweeter, yeah. But let's go to this and that first.
Yeah.
I wasn't going to say anything really that important. I was just going to make a joke about how I got shushed by Witsit, and I was going to take that as a compliment.
Sorry, I didn't mean to shoot, bro. I'm sorry.
Don't you dare apologize.
I didn't know
bro.
it was you. I didn't know it was you.
Taking a shush in stride.
But yeah, go ahead with Ans. I just had to put that in. That was funny as shit.
I'm just going to add one point to the Peter, that he was the comments that he's making about Austin is completely false. As a person who is following him from day one, trying to explain something on the streets, actually trying to do something, all these accusations that you make about him just makes you look like a fool in front of our eyes. Okay, you're a fool, man. You're a real fool.
Duly noted.
He accepts it, man.
I'm sorry, I'm just a grown man who doesn't think the earth is flat. I mean, I am the stupid one.
I mean, you should think about you not having reputations to like Aries failure and Battle of the Beams, and so that's why.
By the way, crypto keys, just to show you that I do listen. There was a very sweet moment about maybe an hour and a half ago. I was having my coffee, and I was listening to you, and in your typical style, you were steel manning, which you heard on the clip that you played, when the guy said, you know, you could be running into the rain, but the rain could also be running into you, in quotes, if the wind blows. And you kind of stopped there, And I knew that you were thinking, that kind of makes sense. And then you diverted immediately to some other topic. But, next time you explain stellar aberration and use the analogy of the rain running into the rain, you will remember
running
that
into the rain.
For a second there, you understood.
How can the rain run into the rain?
CryptoKeys, for a second there, you understood.
How can the rain run into the rain?
I'll explain.
Okay.
For a second there, CryptoKeys, you understood the concept of relative motion. And now you'll never forget it. So next time you think about Aries failure, remember what you understood this morning, December the 7th, the day that shall forever live in infamy, that you understood relative motion.
Of course.
Don't forget that.
We talk about relative motion all the time.
I'm here to remind you.
The problem is y'all don't have no refutation from when the light actually enters the medium of water.
Relative motion.
When the water holds the light, what happens with the light beam when the light hits the water?
I don't know. You tell me. Relative motion.
You don't know? You don't know you gonna go out like that? That ain't gangster.
Oh, I don't know. I'm just a dumb guy on the internet who thinks the Earth is a globe. An oblate spheroid, a pear-shaped oblate spheroid.
I wish I could say that you understood, man. But I appreciate you.
You're a guy who understands relative motion as of today.
Why are you trying to push
December
this
7th.
narrative that I don't understand relative motion? Like even on Timcast, right? I had to.
I wasn't even talking to you,
on
buddy.
Timcast,
Hey, your time has passed.
You're talking about me.
I'm talking to the host. I'm talking to CryptoKeys, not you. I know you own crypto, but I'm talking to CryptoKeys. That's not you.
No, you're really talking to all of us because we all hold the same position, but you're not refuting.
I don't want to strawman. I just heard you an hour and a half ago pause and think hard and then jump to another topic just because you realized what relative motion is and how your entire nonsense about Aries failure and all that.
Are you drunk?
How that falls into the concept.
Are you drunk?
No, not yet.
Not yet?
Dude, it's like
maybe you should take another sip because I've been tweeted about this days ago. I wrote a whole thread on this. And every single anti-flat earther like you didn't address it. Winston just brought it up again and you didn't address it. So it doesn't matter like all this like character that you're trying to put on. I'm a stupid guy, we know, but you actually proven your character by not refuting the points. You can't acknowledge it. So it doesn't matter. Like, it doesn't matter anything that you're saying right now because everyone can see that you're not saying, hey, this is why you're wrong. But say, hey, Sacred, this is why you're wrong. You're not doing that. And we know why you're not doing that because you got every opportunity to do that. You want to argue about whether coordinate systems are horizontal or not. Instead of actually addressing the refutation to all of your claim motion. So like
relative motion.
Yeah, we understand relative motion. We could test for that relative motion. Did you know that? I know
you do. You just understood
did you know that you could test for that relative motion?
Did you?
Yes, it's in my thread. Did you see it?
I must have missed your thread.
So you're speaking from a biased, unsubstantiated position again. It's the same thing over and over and over. So can you tell us what happens when the light hits the water? Does it slow down?
No, I cannot.
Oh, so you don't? Okay. Well, since you can't tell us anything, you probably can't speak on it then. You could be a blind believer of your globe in motion, but you don't have a refutation. So yeah, on December, what'd you say it was? December 7th, the day episode 121. It's another L, Pete. You keep on coming over here to Flat Earth Fridays. Out your Discord. Shout out to you. And shout out to the anti-Flat Earth Fridays Discord stream over there. Shout out to y'all for streaming our shit. But you come over here, you take L's, and then you bring them back to your Discord. Why would you do that? You're supposed to come over here. You're supposed to come over here and actually refute the position. And all you doing is just drinking coffee and waffling on about your emotions. This is not a good representation of your side of the argument, bro, or your team or whoever you think you're a part of. All you come in here to do is embarrass yourself over and over and over. And you don't even have to do that. You used to be co-host over here. I don't know why you started switching up and stuff like that. But it don't help you coming over here now with emotions and no refutation. That's the problem. You got to come over here and do something about it. You ain't doing nothing.
Well, use some empathy. Well,
you ain't doing no. We already did that. Now it's just clowning you. Now we're just laughing for real. That's all we do.
So you have no sympathy.
Look, once you get a refutation for Aries failure, or at least Battle of the Beings, because you said that you guys were working on that. That was like 10 episodes ago. Probably longer than that. Being generous. Then you can speak with confidence, bro. Then you can. I mean, it's like 100-some people in here. I can't even really see for real. And you don't have no refutation. You just fake memeing, and you're doing it horribly. Please, bro, just stop. Let's go. Let's go over to. Hold on, bro. Hold on, bro. I want to get this. Hold on, bro. Hold on. I want to get this Zor. Zor been over here patient. You had your chance to refute. You didn't do it. We accept your concession. Not as smart as you think you are. It's okay. Let's go to my man's, and then we'll continue on with a little bit of open discussion. I see EMBO over here too. Another Polish lad. We'll go to him after that. Joy, what up, man?
Brother, God bless you. Thank you for the warm welcome, man. I hope everyone's doing well on this lovely Saturday. God bless you all, my friends. Lovely conversation, guys. Thank you for even having me. And this is it's interesting to me because I'm kind of in this battle right now. And what I see is kind of this fight of like ideologies, and I can't help get my mind around like, how can an idea offend someone if that's what's happening? That's kind of what I'm experiencing, because why should what someone holds as a belief be offensive, like literally be offensive to another? And if you're holding a belief and it's just what you use as your observations, as your worldview, so to speak, and not to go to that libertarian, no harm principle, but it's like we're trying to seek out the truth. And when the name calling starts happening, already you can start seeing the chinks in the armor, and it was kind of funny just watching it happen. But to Peter, respect to him, man. At least he's in good humor. I don't know about good faith, but he's in good humor. So I did appreciate that. I learned a lot from Whitsitt, how he carries himself, and honestly, that's what I respect most about Whitsitt, because he does carry himself very well. And even me losing my mind in some arguments, man, it's really refreshing to see, because as you know, my friends, I always come from a biblical perspective, and I was just reading today, blessed is the peacekeeper, because he shall be considered a child of God. So I'm on that route, man, and I'm trying to keep my focus on being a peacekeeper during any arguments or confrontations. And I've realized keeping the focus on a conversation instead of a debate, for me at least, puts that into perspective. But I know there's time for arguments and debates as well, and they could be fun as hell. So guys, thank you very much. Sacred Brother, thank you. Much appreciated for the mention, and God bless everyone here. I hope you have a great day.
Awesome, bro. I appreciate you pulling up, man. It's always good to hear from you. You made a good analysis there. And, you brought up that one point about like the approach and like, why people handle conversations a certain way. Wizard said the guy was a sadist. I say it's a masochist. That's what I say, because this is like, why would you want to continue to do this to yourself? Like you ain't doing what you think you're doing. So I mean, that's just my approach. I mean, that's my interpretation anyway. And it don't got to be like that. But like you said, I would just rather have a conversation. I don't even really like to label the conversation a debate, because when it turns into a debate, it's like a open door for dishonesty, because you feel like you got to win something. And it's like, that's fine. Like, we could argue it out if you really want to do that. It's just not going to work out for you if you're not going to address the point. You're just going to deflect and just waffle on about nothing and monologue about nothing without actually having any specificity. You're really not trying to get to it for real. You just misrepresenting the whole situation, and then it devolves. But people could see that. That's why I kind of let it go on. And Witcher does a very good job of like positioning the conversation in a way where you can't get away from it. In order to get away from it, you just got to blatantly ignore it. And that's glaring. I mean, it's a bunch of truthers in here. Like, we ain't blind. We can see. So it's just interesting to see this happen week after week after week after week after week after week after week. But it's definitely it's entertaining at the same time. And hopefully people gain some value from some of those back and forth. So Shout out to you, man. EMBO, did you want to chime in real quick, or been up here for a while? I want to make sure that you got a chance to say something. Polish lad?
No thanks.
No thanks. Okay. You just up here to sit with the other Polish lad? Do you know Pete? EMBO, you know Pete?
Peter?
Yeah, I call him Petey. Little Petey. You know him?
Yeah, I know him.
Oh, okay. That's why you're here. Got you. I'll let you chill out for a little bit.
Exactly.
Probably we got any requests? We got to cycle up.
Yeah, I just let coffee up. There were 2 other people requesting, but I think they like left.
Sorry guys, I can't see requests. Sometimes I'll be glitchy.
If you send any pending requests, cancel them, or like sent out mics, cancel them.
Yeah, I did send out some mics earlier, but now I don't see them. That's why I'm like, what if I messed up my little algo here? While we get situated, make sure y'all check out my pin tweet. We got a nice little foundation for a 24-hour sun across a flat plane. Shout out to Joseph Hanvey putting in that work. From Boston Beer came in earlier and told us that he been in this for over a decade for real. So we get a little light demo. 24-hour sun in Antarctica isn't seemingly a problem for flat Earth. But the burden of proof is on the globe. Y'all need that. So shout out to y'all for at least be willing to switch your position if that sun does set. Looking forward to that though. Like I said, this is Wissett, Germ, and Elizabeth's last Flat Earth Friday before the trip. And I think they're going to be doing the actual observation on next Friday, like while we're live, maybe. Probably not while we're live, but it says 7 days.
Actually, could I ask Witsit something? Is he even active right now?
He may be.
Hey, what's up?
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask, how do you feel, because you mentioned that this is like the first attempt when such large-scale experiment will be performed by the actual flat earthers, who won't be kind of, embarrassed and manipulated by this mainstream movie editing, right? But how do you feel about the fact that among even flat earthers, there are literally hundreds of flat earthers that still think you are not one of those real flat earthers and that you're just a shill that's collaborating with these Globers in order to create this hit piece and make flat earthers look stupid?
I mean, I don't care. Like, you can't avoid it. So, dude, I mean, if someone like if I like sell fun to get entirely out of pocket.
I think we losing you, bro.
Can you hear me now?
Mic check. Mic check.
Is it back?
Yeah, it's good. You good? Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, I was walking outside. Anyway, if someone can like do all the stuff that I did, where like I sold like all my possessions for next to nothing, I have like a thriving, profitable business that I put on pause and ended up ending, and emptied all my investments in crypto, which by the way, my crypto investments would now be worth like 150K, and paid for an entire tour. Yeah.
No.
Yeah, crazy man. I had like 55,000 XRP. But anyway, and I funded all out of pocket for like a year and a half just to go around and tell everyone, right? And then have gone out like in the craziest settings everywhere and done all kinds of debates and blah blah blah. Turned down all kinds of sponsorships and deals and offers to try to that ask me to walk away from flat Earth and stuff. Then there's really no way that you can win. So like I don't care, because I understand why people are skeptical. At the same time, from my perspective, if you know all the stuff that I know, and then it just comes across almost schizophrenic. So like I mean, that's just how I feel. There's no way to avoid it. I don't really care, and people can think what they want to think, you know?
Brother, could I add something to that real quick?
Go for it, man.
Gotcha. The app is glitchy, like you said. It comes back to this term I've been hearing thrown around quite a bit, man. Optics. I have such a problem with this word optics because my issue in life, as I've seen, is pride and vanity. And the way to crush pride and vanity is by being humble and committing yourself to self-sacrifice. And you cannot control what people think about you. And it doesn't matter, just like Whitsitt said. But what you can control is your actions. And we're told to judge on people, not judge people, but judge their actions. So as long as, speaking to myself first, if I and we can keep our focus on people's actions, then I think that term of optics can just kind of go away, where at least we're not the ones judging people by how they look in a certain situation. We can see what they're doing, and that's what bears fruit. Because I've been called names for silly things, but it still kind of hurts. It's just a really good thing to learn not to care, because you could even not do anything considered silly, and they will still call you names. It's unavoidable. It's unfortunate, but guess what? Take it as a badge of honor, and it's something for you to laugh at later. So thank you, brother. God bless.
Actually, we saw when we did the stream last night, there was a guy that's been running this narrative and was in the chat saying that actually he did the research, he figured out what's going on, and that we all went radio silent on these like specific days in July, supposedly. And we had all gone up to the North Pole region and filmed the sun so that we could then claim that we could release it in a little bit and claim that that was us in Antarctica. You know? And of course, like it's not even true that we were radio silent, right? Like I hosted Globebusters, I was all over Discord, and actually did a couple streams, and then we would have had to record the whole thing going backwards. It's just an absurd notion, but the point that I'm making is people, there's no way to prevent that. People will go so far into just making stuff up that it's like, and this is also why I don't accuse anyone in the movement of being like controlled up. Do I think that there may be someone put in the movement to poison the well? Yeah, right. I think so. I think that if that's the case, there's just maybe one or two, because intel agencies don't put agents everywhere. That's way too risky. What they do is they put like one or maybe two, and then they get them to lead the rest of the group, right? And earn their trust and stuff like that. And so I think that's possible, but you'll never know who it is. And being on the other end of just these wild accusations, I know how insane it is, right? Like if someone actually is just legit and you're making all those claims about them, it to us, to the person being accused, it actually comes off insane, right? Because you just know that nothing they're saying has anything to do with reality. It's just like entirely fabricated, crazy, and they say it with such conviction. So I actually encourage flat earthers to chill on that, because it comes off like actually schizophrenic, and it also kind of comes off like pareidolia, right? Where you can just look at something and see manifest in your own mind whatever it is you want to be there. So yeah, anyway, that's how I feel. And one thing I'll say also, there's been a decent amount of flat earthers since the beginning of me considering going here, entertaining it, and even agreeing to go, that are saying that they know that I'll come back as a glober, and that just isn't true at all. I've been very open the entire time, very clear of that. I don't think this proves the globe by any stretch, you know. So I don't know. It is what it is. People can just watch that. Clearly, I won't, and there's nothing else that you can really do about it. It's like I've learned that it's clearly unavoidable. I will say this one more thing though: you're actually hurting flat Earth way more than you're ever helping it in your own mind. Like it hurts flat Earth way more. I know tons of people. Okay, I know a good amount of people that have big platforms and stuff like that, and they actually are flat earthers. And then I know another big group of people that are very interested in flat Earth and don't think that the globe adds up, and they're interested in it. They're just kind of undecided, and a lot of these people, when they go and they look, they like, okay, if I'm going to come out as a flat earther, I'm gonna lose a ton of my audience. I'm gonna lose sponsorships. Like a ton of my own people are gonna ridicule me. I'm potentially gonna be canceled. I'm gonna start being centered way more heavily, right? and I'm just going to be mocked and ridiculed as stupid. It's going to discredit everything else I do, things I've built took years and years to build. I'm putting that in jeopardy to come out as a flat earther. And so when they consider taking all of those risks that these people that run their mouth would never take, have never taken, don't even understand it at all, right? Like don't have like do nothing, are risking nothing. Right. And like I get people are anon for their own reasons, and I'm fine with that. But it's just like if you are anon, you should understand like your land is different, bro. Like it comes across very disingenuous to critique someone who isn't and gets actual death threats and has actually been debanked and stuff like that, like I have. Um, my point is that when that person considers trying to talk about flat Earth, they have to consider or at least agree to basically losing all of those things, taking all of those consequences. And then they're like, okay, but it doesn't matter. Truth's important anyway, right? I'm not going to sell out. And they go look at the community that are flat earthers, that would be their new community, right? That would ostensibly embrace them, and they see that they just constantly eat their own, and that there's no flat earther can ever do enough. Like you could never do enough. There's no way to win. If you have a bunch of subscribers, no matter what, you're guaranteed controlled opposition. You can't get big without people helping you, or without being an agent, or without eating babies, or whatever. Or, oh, Austin's actually a female, or whatever other crazy nonsense that they say. So they're like, okay, why would I do that? Why would I sacrifice everything that I've built for all these years just to turn around and have all these people that are supposed to now be on my team just like eating me alive and just slandering me and attacking me and swearing up and down on controlled opposition and agent and stuff. So when they see that literally like no flat earther can make the community happy, they would be stupid to go and do it. Why would they do that? I mean, I understand why people would, in the sense that I probably would, but you have to be like a really rare kind of person to be like, okay, sure, I'll throw away everything I built and I'll just get attacked by this other group of people. But just because truth is that important. But just so you know, like when people are like, why haven't big platforms talked about it? Well, realize what you're asking them to do, right? You're asking them to do that. If they can go and watch my channel going all the way back and see everything I've done for Flat Earth, that I turned down like the best job offer I ever had, that I've lost everything basically. I've been debanked and kicked off PayPal, Airbnb, and all this different stuff. And I've like been super transparent about my whole life, and went on tour and recorded it everywhere. That still wasn't enough. I've been arrested for speaking about flat Earth 2 different times, and like even that's not enough, right? Well, then they're like, okay, well, there's no way that I can make these people happy. So that is that you're long story short, the point I'm making is you're hurting flat Earth way more than you even know.
Austin's a female is a new one. Is that why you carry yourself so well, brother? I'm just kidding, man, obviously.
I kind of missed what you said.
Now the accusations they laid against you, bro. You said someone called you a female. I'm like, oh, is that why he carries himself so well? Unbelievable.
It's so wild. But whatever. Like, do they swear up and down Jared and I are actually females? And they have like all these pictures with lines drawn all over us, in their transvestigation. And I just want you to think about that, right? Think about the fact that like I'm obviously not a female, and I am making babies at a quick pace right now. Right? There are tons of people that have known me in real life for a long time. And then I go on the internet and I watch these people that swear up and down. They know for a fact they're super confident and convicted. They're really vocal about their convictions. And they swear up and down, they've proven definitively that I'm actually a woman pretending to be a man. And they have pictures of me from my profile with lines drawn on me. When it's like, what in the world? Do you guys realize how insane that looks to me? Like I have no choice but to think those people are actually insane.
If you're a woman, I am jealous about that beard, bro.
Yo, they will get in the mentions and start saying anything. I don't even really think those are real people though, for real.
Yeah, who knows? There are definitely people that swear up and down that I'm controlled op or whatever though.
Yeah, those are people who are just afraid though, which I don't understand. To me, that shows strength. Stand on the front line.
Yeah, I don't get that. I don't get how the community doesn't, you feel me, at least have your back in, the least of a sense, rather than, give you all this opposition. Like you're taking yourself, you're putting yourself on the front line and going to a part of the land that is at most contention, between both communities. So it's like, why wouldn't you want one of your own down there, right? Like me being a Glober, I would definitely want a Glober down there to, see that firsthand, to make that observation. Like, why wouldn't you guys want someone like Witsit down there? You feel me? Just to see the observation and, bring back his intel. I mean, you guys valued his information and indulged him in this community up to this far. You feel me? So why not do it now? Like, it makes no sense.
I don't think those people are really part of the community for real. Because everybody I know, they are rocking with Witsit. But I really don't even think it's about that. I think because certain individuals that have been engaged on the other side of the conversation, they have been like repeatedly dishonest, repeatedly deceptive, repeatedly just misrepresenting things that have happened. And to be so confident and arrogant and still seemingly disingenuous, it just seems like it's some type of setup or something. It's like, yo, there's a reason why you acting like this. Like, what is really happening? So I think people was like, yo, we don't really want, some of the people are saying, we don't really want some of the guys being put in a situation with people who got a history of being dishonest and deceptive. I mean, goodness sakes, like Duffy got lawsuits right now. A lawsuit that he had to settle and some that's pending. So that's like real life stuff that he dealing with for, I don't know, being dishonest with his clientele, people who paid him for his, his honesty, his guidance. So I don't know. Like I said, I don't think it's a problem at all, but I can see where people are frustrated with having to deal with certain people. This is why we said we should stop talking to the anti-flat earthers. We want to talk to honest globe earthers, then we want to talk to people with PhDs or credentials, because they typically would have to be a little bit more honest because, their credibility is on the line, at least with the ones with credentials anyway.
You're going to have to find somebody like a Peter McCullough. Somebody with that type of personality that is tip top at their field, in their field, and are not afraid of their reputation like he was during COVID. You'd have to find somebody with the same personality.
I think I follow him.
What's so funny? What's so funny about that is like I know a lot of people just like him in that same exact vein in the medical world. And now a lot of them that I know also like even question germ theory foundationally and stuff like that. But my point is, very successful books, etc. And they're flat earthers, bro. I've had a decent amount because they're all kind of in an inner group, right? Because they're the dissident doctors, and they kind of had to band together during COVID, right?
Mm.
And so they kind of talk to each other.